Beneath the blood-red remains of the setting sun, a white-winged bird glided across the sky. Inside what should have been an empty changing room at Cromwell Academy, faint, chaotic breaths echoed in the silence. The rustle of fabric broke the stillness. Celeste, a golden-haired girl with arrogant eyes, frowned as the trembling girl in her arms struggled weakly. Her grip tightened around the girl's slender wrists, pinning them against the storage cabinet behind her with a sharp bang. "If you behave," Celeste said coldly, "it might hurt less." Her fangs had already lengthened. The taste of fresh blood had stained her once blue eyes with a faint crimson glow. Before her stood a fragile girl with raven-black hair, her shoulders and knees trembling beyond her control. As a Sequence 2 student, Celeste could suppress a Sequence 5 with almost no effort. Yet even though the pressure of Celeste's bloodline forced her body to submit, the girl's rose-quartz eyes still burned with quiet defiance. That look irritated Celeste more than anything. Adele. The Academy's most beautiful girl. The half-blood everyone treated like a fragile doll. Fresh bite marks stained Adele's pale neck and collarbone, but they were not the only wounds there. Older marks overlapped beneath them, left behind by the Sequence 1 elites who treated her as their personal possession. Celeste's expression darkened. "Adele, are you not already used to being treated this way? Then why resist me? Do you look at them like this too?" Celeste whispered. Her fingers gripped Adele's chin, forcing the girl to meet her eyes. "Or is it only because I am a Sequence 2? Because I am not worthy of touching what the Sequence 1s already claimed?" Her sharp nails scraped Adele's porcelain skin, leaving thin red lines behind. One of them drew a small bead of blood. The scent was sweet. Too sweet. Celeste's breathing grew unsteady. Her fangs extended to their limit, and before Adele could even gather the strength to speak, Celeste lowered her head and bit into her neck again. Adele's body weakened. Her voice faded. All she wanted was to sleep. To escape this endless nightmare. Not only from Celeste, but from everyone. Maybe she was not as strong as she had believed. Her consciousness blurred. A single tear slid down her cheek and fell to the floor, breaking apart like a transparent flower. "Someone. Anyone. Please save me. Or take my place." That was Adele's last thought before darkness swallowed her. Celeste froze. Adele's body slid limply down the cabinet like a discarded doll. Her rose-colored eyes stared blankly ahead, empty and lifeless. Her once radiant face had turned deathly pale. Celeste panicked. She had only wanted what the Sequence 1s had. To taste the blood of the Academy's most beautiful girl. The girl she had fallen for at first sight. She had watched those elites summon Adele whenever they pleased, treating her as a living blood source. Celeste had never been strong enough to stop them. She had not even been considered worthy enough to join them. But then a chance appeared. She confessed. Adele rejected her. Those proud, cold eyes looked down on her as if she was nothing. So Celeste lost control. Driven by jealousy, anger, and desire, she used the authority of her higher sequence to overpower Adele. According to vampire law, lower sequences had to submit to higher ones. As a vampire human halfling, Adele could not resist that rule. But Celeste had never meant to go this far. She dropped to her knees before Adele, trembling as tears spilled from her eyes. "I'm sorry." Her voice cracked. "I'm so sorry." Then Adele's vacant eyes slowly began to focus again. She was alive. She had only fainted. Relief crashed over Celeste. Without thinking, she pulled Adele into her arms and held her tightly. "Adele, thank goodness." She kept apologizing, again and again. But Celeste did not notice the strange confusion spreading across Adele's face. Adele? Who was Adele? Why did that name sound so familiar? And where was this place? Hadn't she just been reading a novel? A dark revenge story with a tragic female lead? For several seconds, Adele stared in silence. Then her pupils shrank. She remembered. Adele was the abused female lead from the novel she had just been reading. And judging by the changing room, the blonde vampire holding her, and the current situation. She had transmigrated. Worse, she had become Adele at the very beginning of the story. This was the early scene where the real Adele was locked inside the changing room by Celeste, one of the sequence 2 antagonists. Adele's mind nearly collapsed. Seriously? If the world was going to let her transmigrate, could it not at least send her to the later chapters? The part where the heroine finally became powerful? Why did she have to arrive during the miserable opening arc? The original novel's setting was simple but cruel. Adele was a vampire human halfling. She was born with weak magic and a fragile body, yet possessed breathtaking beauty. Her delicate, porcelain-like appearance and cold, distant eyes made people want to break her pride. After growing up as an orphan, Adele suddenly received a mysterious enrollment letter from Cromwell Academy. The letter claimed to be connected to her parents. Poor and alone, Adele believed this might be the turning point of her life. Instead, it became the beginning of hell. Cromwell Academy was not an ordinary school. It was an elite institution jointly maintained by humans and vampires. Its purpose was to raise vampire offspring and train them to deal with supernatural threats that appeared in the human world. In exchange for this service, vampires were allowed limited freedom to live and reproduce inside human cities. To outsiders, vampires still seemed proud and powerful. But behind the scenes, many monsters mocked them as nothing more than humanity's chained hounds. The academy was divided between human elites, pure-blooded vampires, and half-bloods like Adele. At the very bottom stood the sequence 5 students. And Adele was one of them. Her suffering began on the first day. The vampire princess marked her as a plaything and living blood source for the sequence 1 elites. From that moment on, Adele became the target of their cruelty. They enjoyed her blood. But more than that, they enjoyed watching her resist. No matter how much they tormented her, Adele's spirit refused to break. That was what made her the heroine. But at what cost? The harder Adele defied fate, the more viciously the antagonists treated her. The light faded from Adele's eyes once again. Why? Why did she have to transmigrate as the most miserable character in the story? According to normal transmigration logic, should she not have possessed the body of an antagonist instead? Then she could use her knowledge of the plot to avoid death flags, change the future, and maybe even win over the main characters. That would have been perfect. But reality was cruel. She had not become a villainous. She had become Adele. The suffering protagonist. Adele wanted to laugh. What kind of author still wrote stories like this? Modern readers wanted overpowered protagonists, sweet romance, or at least satisfying revenge. But this story had none of that. Nearly 3/4 of the novel was pure suffering. Adele was treated like a living blood bag by vampire girls, elite humans, and even monsters during missions. Whenever the antagonists got into trouble, readers were not worried about them. They were worried about poor Adele. Tired? Drink Adele's blood. Injured? Drink Adele's blood. Need a power boost? Poor Adele again. And when the revenge arc finally arrived, it still was not satisfying. The original Adele became powerful, yes. But her trauma remained. She hesitated. She struggled. She could not fully hate the people who had hurt her, especially when some of them twisted their guilt into obsessive love. In the end, she killed them all. But she was left alone. Still broken. Still trapped by the past. A miserable beginning. A miserable middle. A miserable ending. What a terrible story. Adele suddenly wondered if she had died from sheer frustration while reading it. If that was true, could she at least have deleted her browser history first? No. That was pointless now. She was already here. She was Adele. And if she wanted to survive, she had to change the story. The original Adele had resisted until the end, and that resistance had only made her torment worse. Adele admired that strength, but she could not follow the same path. If fighting back was impossible right now, then she needed a different strategy. A shameless one. A practical one. A winning one. She would stop playing the tragic heroine. Instead of resisting the antagonist girls from the beginning, she would make them favor her. If those future monsters were destined to become powerful, then she would make sure they became powerful for her sake. Who said an abused protagonist story could not become a story about a beloved, protected heroine? Adele refused to believe her ending was already decided. This time, she would rewrite her fate.
Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Not bad, keep going. Adele, sprawled across the plush sofa, her eyes closed, her legs swinging playfully, enjoyed the sensation of Celeste's hands kneading the muscles of her calves, her toes wiggling with a delight that was, almost childlike. Celeste, her gaze fixed on Adele's feet, her breath catching in her throat as she chased after those soft, delicate toes, her fingers tracing the smooth curves beneath the sheer stockings, felt a warmth spread through her limbs, a tingling sensation that made her weak. Adele's laughter, a soft, melodic sound, filled the room, its warmth echoing the gentle pressure of Celeste's hands against her skin. "What do you want for dinner?" Adele asked, her voice breaking the silence, her question catching Celeste off guard. Celeste's mind, still fixated on Adele's feet, her fingers tracing the delicate bones beneath the soft flesh, her thoughts drifting to dangerous, forbidden places, murmured, "I want to." "No. Bad girl." Adele scolded, her voice laced with a playful amusement. Celeste, her cheeks burning with shame, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and something else, apologized instantly, her voice barely a whisper. I am sorry, master." Perhaps she hadn't truly meant that. But if Adele perceived it, if she believed it to be true, then it was true. Or perhaps, deep down, she had indeed wanted it. "You're such a naughty puppy," Adele said, her voice softening, her smile betraying her amusement. She enjoyed teasing Celeste, watching her squirm, her cheeks flushing, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else. "I ordered sushi for you, and crawfish and barbecue for me," she said, her voice taking on a casual tone. "I'm out of money, so you'll have to transfer some to me, okay?" Sasa asterisk. Adele was telling the truth. She was currently living off her meager sequence 5 allowance, 1,500 yuan per month. In a city like this, it was barely enough to cover her basic living expenses, let alone her newly acquired taste for luxury. Her shopping spree that afternoon had been a way to fulfill the original Adele's desire for material possessions. And to indulge her own cravings. This takeout order, it would probably cost at least 200 or 300 yuan. 1/5 of her monthly allowance, gone in a single meal. If Celeste didn't reimburse her, she would be eating instant noodles for the rest of the month. Thankfully, Celeste was a good puppy. A very generous puppy. Celeste, her body trembling with excitement at Adele's use of the nickname Sasa, her heart melting with a warmth that spread through her limbs, quickly responded, "Of course, master. Everything I have belongs to you." Then, set up a close contact payment for me, okay? Adele said, her voice taking on a playful lilt. Close contact payment was a feature that allowed Celeste to link her payment account to Adele's, giving her a monthly spending limit. Any purchases Adele made within that limit would be automatically deducted from Celeste's account. Celeste, unfamiliar with such mundane matters, handed her phone to Adele, her movements hesitant, her gaze averted. She rattled off her lock screen password and payment password, her trust in Adele, absolute. Adele could have easily ordered her to reveal those passwords, but there was a difference between forced obedience and willing surrender. Adele, her fingers flying across the screen, linked their accounts, setting a monthly limit of 5,200 yuan. The maximum limit was 20,000 yuan, but Adele didn't think she could spend that much, yet. Besides, a limit of 5,200 yuan was essentially the same as a limit of 20,000 yuan. What mattered was the gesture, the willingness to provide, to care. The close contact payment feature, it was more symbolic than practical. If Adele needed a large sum of money, for a magic wand or rare ingredients for potions, 20,000 yuan wouldn't even scratch the surface. She would have to ask Celeste directly. That was why she had chosen a limit of 5,200 yuan. It was a message, a secret code that only Celeste understood. She handed the phone back to Celeste, then she picked up her own phone, her attention shifting to a recently released open-world RPG, its graphics stunning, its gameplay addictive. Whoa, gotcha. Thankfully, Adele was a free-to-play gamer. Otherwise, her newly acquired spending limit would be gone in a flash, devoured by a never-ending stream of microtransactions. She intended to use it for necessities. For someone who was accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, 5,200 yuan per month was more than enough. Celeste, receiving her phone, her gaze falling on the close contact payment limit, her heart melting with a warmth that spread through her limbs, a tingling sensation that made her tremble, clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes welling up with tears. She was so happy, so overwhelmed. To be Adele's pet. It's the greatest honor of my life. Hey, don't stop, Adele said, her voice breaking the silence, her legs swinging playfully, her toes wiggling invitingly. Why yes, master. Celeste said, her voice a breathless gasp as she resumed her massage, her fingers kneading Adele's calves, her gaze lingering, her thoughts drifting to dangerous, forbidden places. Adele sighed, her body relaxing under Celeste's touch, her mind drifting to strategies. My back is sore too, she said, her voice a soft command. And my shoulders. Celeste's heart pounded in her chest, her body responding to Adele's words with a warmth that spread through her limbs, a tingling sensation that made her weak. She bit her lip, her gaze averted, her hands moving to Adele's back, her fingers tracing the delicate bones beneath her shirt, her touch reverent. But then, a slip, a miscalculation, a touch that lingered, in the wrong place. Eek! Why are you touching my butt? Adele shrieked, her body twisting, her foot shooting out to stomp on Celeste's head. Bad puppy. But, why was Celeste smiling? Did she enjoy being stepped on? Celeste, her breath ragged, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed with a mixture of pain and something else, her tongue darting out to lick her lips, gasped, I am sorry, master. Please, forgive me. One of the perks of living in the city center was fast delivery. The doorbell rang, and Celeste, scrambling to her feet, ignoring the ache in her knees, rushed to answer it, her movements a flurry of eagerness and something else. She took the bags from the delivery driver, her dress slightly askew, her knees still red from kneeling, her cheeks flushed, her breath ragged, her collar, its black leather a stark contrast to her pale skin, a constant reminder of her status. The delivery driver, her gaze lingering on Celeste, her lips curving into a knowing smile, thought, rich people, they sure know how to have fun. She hurried away, her thoughts drifting to more interesting matters. Celeste closed the door, returning to the living room, her gaze fixed on Adele, who was now sitting up on the sofa, the aroma of barbecue and crawfish filling the air, her expression a mixture of anticipation and impatience. Celeste, instead of sitting on the sofa, remained kneeling on the floor, her posture submissive, her gaze averted, as if she had grown accustomed to her lowered status. She placed the takeout bags on the coffee table, then she offered Adele the leash, her movements hesitant, her gaze pleading. Adele, her appetite piqued, took the leash, her fingers gently stroking Celeste's hair, its softness, its warmth, a comforting contrast to the cool leather of the collar. Good girl, she murmured, her voice a soft purr. And then, she turned her attention to the food, her hands reaching for the takeout bags, her excitement uncontainable. First, Celeste's sushi. A beautifully arranged assortment of colorful rolls, nestled in a sleek black container. Even Adele couldn't help but salivate. But, it was Celeste's dinner. She resisted the urge to steal a piece, placing the container on the floor, in front of Celeste. Here you go, good puppy, she said, her voice taking on a playful lilt. But, no hands. Only, mouth, okay? Her words, delivered with a mischievous smile, sent a shiver down Celeste's spine, a thrill that mingled with the shame and adoration that now consumed her. She couldn't tell if it was the magic crest, subtly influencing her desires, or, if this was, who she truly was. She craved this. And Adele, she had given it to her. Yes. Master, Celeste whispered, her voice barely audible. She knelt at Adele's feet, her posture submissive, her body curving invitingly, her gaze fixed on Adele, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and something else. Something that made Adele's throat tighten, her fangs aching with a sudden, unexpected thirst. This was her familiar, her pet. Her first woman. And Adele, her gaze softening, her expression transforming, her heart, betraying her, found herself captivated. She forgot her own food, her gaze fixed on Celeste, watching as she carefully picked up a piece of sushi with her mouth, her lips brushing against the delicate rice, her teeth sinking into the soft flesh of the tuna. She chewed, then swallowed, her movements awkward, her efforts endearing. Adele picked up a bottle of juice, twisting off the cap, then she said, her voice a soft command, "Tilt your head back. Open your mouth." Celeste, swallowing the last of the tuna roll, obeyed, her gaze fixed on Adele, her trust absolute. Adele poured the juice into Celeste's open mouth, her movements careful, her gaze lingering on Celeste's throat, the delicate curve of her jawline, the way her lips glistened with juice. She had poured a little too much, and some of it spilled, trickling down Celeste's chin, her neck, disappearing beneath the collar of her blouse, leaving behind a damp trail that made Adele's heart race. Celeste, her thirst quenched, looked at Adele, her eyes pleading for more. Adele, her throat suddenly dry, brought the bottle to her own lips, taking a long, slow sip, her gaze never leaving Celeste's face, her thoughts drifting to dangerous, forbidden places. Does she even realize how alluring she is? Is she teasing me? Intentionally? Adele's pink eyes sparkled with a dangerous light, her lips curving into a predatory smile. It doesn't matter. I can't resist. She finally turned her attention to her own food, the aroma of barbecue and crawfish filling her senses, her appetite returning with a vengeance. It's so good. Her first takeout meal in this world. It was a revelation. She was grateful to the author for setting the story in a modern world, a world with conveniences like takeout and crawfish and barbecue. She pulled on a pair of gloves, her movements practiced, efficient, as she began peeling the crawfish, her fingers working quickly, expertly. She could have ordered something more extravagant, something more befitting her newfound status. Lobster, perhaps. Or king crab. But she preferred simplicity. Authenticity. She didn't need to pretend, to put on airs. She wanted to enjoy what she liked. Expensive seafood, it didn't appeal to her. Open your mouth, she said, her voice a playful command. Celeste, startled, looked up, her gaze meeting Adele's, her heart skipping a beat at the sight of Adele's smile, its warmth, its genuineness, disarming. Adele was holding a piece of crawfish meat, perfectly peeled, the vein removed, its delicate flesh glistening in the soft light. She placed it in Celeste's mouth, her fingers brushing against her lips, her touch lingering. "How is it?" she asked, her voice soft, her gaze never leaving Celeste's face. Celeste, savoring the flavor, the spice, the tenderness, couldn't speak. She swallowed, then she said, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely a whisper, "Spicy." She stuck out her tongue, panting like a dog, her eyes sparkling with a delight that belied her words. It was a gift, a token of affection, from her master. And even if it was spicy, she would savor it. Ha! Ha! You don't like spicy food? Adele asked, her voice laced with surprise. She made a mental note to remember that, to consider Celeste's preferences in the future. The novel hadn't provided many details about Celeste's likes and dislikes. Her role in the story had been too brief. Her ending had come swiftly, tragically. She had burned herself out, had consumed her life force in a desperate attempt to defeat Hermione, leaving her broken. And Hermione, well, she hadn't emerged unscathed. Injured, perhaps even mortally wounded, she had faded from the story, her fate uncertain. Adele would prevent that from happening. She wouldn't allow Celeste to destroy herself. In a way, by becoming Celeste's master, by claiming her, by taming her, she had saved her life. Of course, she wouldn't think of herself as a savior. She knew, better than anyone, that she was a manipulator, a master of deception, her every action, her every word, a calculated move in a game she was determined to win. But sometimes, a lie, repeated often enough, could become truth. And a heart, touched by genuine affection, could learn to love in return. Like now. Adele had unconsciously memorized Celeste's aversion to spicy food. And she hadn't even realized that it wasn't just a matter of strategy. For the first time since her arrival in this world, she had genuinely cared about someone. About her Celeste. Night had fallen, and Adele, curled up on the plush sofa, her gaze fixed on the television screen, its flickering images a welcome distraction from her thoughts, her anxieties, her plans, was enjoying a light-hearted variety show. Celeste, lying on the floor beside her, her gaze fixed on Adele, her body relaxed, her mind, content, didn't care about the show. Her attention was solely focused on her master, her every movement, her every breath, her every sound. She was like a loyal golden retriever, her devotion unwavering. And it wasn't something Adele had demanded, had ordered. It was Celeste's choice. Is this who she truly is? Adele wondered, a shiver running down her spine. The variety show was surprisingly entertaining, its humor light-hearted and relatable. The celebrities, unlike their counterparts in Adele's previous world, seemed down-to-earth, their interactions with the audience genuine, their willingness to participate in silly games and pranks, refreshing. The idol on screen, a beautiful young woman with a bubbly personality and a voice that could melt hearts, was gamely participating in a rather embarrassing challenge, her laughter echoing through the apartment, its melody a counterpoint to the quiet hum of the air conditioner. And according to Celeste, this idol, she was a vampire. Adele had been shocked. Why would a vampire choose to be an idol, she had asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Shouldn't they be enjoying their immortality? Their wealth? Their power? Why would they work so hard? Perform for humans? Cater to their fans? Celeste, her gaze fixed on Adele, her smile enigmatic, had simply shrugged. Maybe it's a hobby. A passion. A way to find meaning, she had said, her voice thoughtful. Most vampires, they want to integrate into human society. We're not that different from humans, you know. Her words, delivered with a sincerity that surprised Adele, had lingered in her mind, a seed of understanding. Celeste was right. Vampires, they were the closest to humans, in terms of their desires, their emotions, their weaknesses. Except for a few stubborn traditionalists, most vampires had chosen to embrace modernity. They had infiltrated human society, had adopted human customs, had become indistinguishable from their prey. Initially, they had thrived, enjoying the conveniences of modern life, the technological advancements, the abundance of fresh blood. But then, the truce had been signed, a pact between the vampire elders and the human leaders, a fragile agreement that had changed everything. Vampires were no longer allowed to feed on humans. They were provided with blood bags, their quality and quantity strictly controlled. And they were given a choice: join the government, become soldiers, their loyalty rewarded with privileges, their descendants guaranteed a place in this new world, or live among humans, their every move monitored, their freedom curtailed, their lives constricted. It was a form of domestication. Like the idol on screen. If an emergency arose, if a threat emerged within her city, she would be conscripted, her duty to protect, non-negotiable. One moment she could be dancing on stage, the next, she could be fighting for her life against, who knew what horrors lurked in the shadows. Adele understood now why the human leaders had been so upset by the vampire hunter's actions. Rights and responsibilities, they were two sides of the same coin. And vampires, over the years, had shed their blood for humanity, had fought alongside their former prey, had earned their place in this world. The vampire hunters, clinging to their outdated traditions, their thirst for vengeance, they had become an obstacle to progress. Adele sighed, her thoughts drifting to Lin Lang. That sweet, naive girl, her determination, her unwavering loyalty, her blind faith in a cause she barely understood. She had been burdened with so much, too much. Adele's eyes narrowed, her attention drifting away from the television screen, her thoughts traveling to a distant place, to an ancient estate, to a young girl kneeling before the ancestral tablets, her heart filled with a longing, a desperation. Is she okay? Meanwhile, at the Tang estate, Lin Lang and her father knelt before the ancestral tablets, their heads bowed, their hands clasped in prayer, incense sticks burning before them, their smoke curling upwards, carrying their pleas. They were about to make a decision, a choice that defied their ancestors, their legacy. The world was filled with spirits, with unseen forces, with magic. It was an undeniable truth, a reality that even the most skeptical of minds could no longer deny. And if their ancestors disapproved, well, the doors to the ancestral hall were open, the wind howling outside, threatening to extinguish the flames of the incense sticks, their smoke scattering, their prayers, unanswered. If even a single flame flickered, if even a single stick was extinguished, Lin Lang's father, Tang Wuying, would withdraw his offer, would refuse his daughter's request. The flames danced, their light flickering, their smoke swirling, as gusts of wind, carrying the chill of the approaching winter, swept through the hall, threatening to snuff them out. Lin Lang's heart ached with every flicker, her body tensing, her fingers digging into her palms. But the flames endured, their light rekindled, their smoke rising, their prayers heard. Time seemed to stand still, each passing second an eternity, as Lin Lang and her father waited, their hearts pounding, their breaths shallow, their hopes fragile. Tang Wuying, his heart torn, his loyalty to his family, his ancestors, battling with his love for his daughter, her determination, her unwavering resolve, both admired her courage, and dreaded the path she had chosen. It was a path of suffering, of sacrifice, of loss. Lin Lang pressed her forehead against the cold stone floor, her prayer a silent plea for guidance, for strength. Her small body, fragile yet resolute, trembled with a suppressed emotion, her tears threatening to spill over. The wind outside subsided, its howling replaced by a mournful sigh, a whisper of acceptance. Tang Wuying, his body aching, his gait unsteady, rose to his feet, turning to leave. Lin Lang's tears spilled over, tracing a path down her cheeks, her heart sinking with disappointment. But then, her father turned, a sad smile curving his lips, his eyes, usually so filled with pain, now bright. "Get up, Lin Lang," he said, his voice gruff yet gentle. "They have granted your request." Lin Lang, her eyes widening in disbelief, her tears blurring her vision, looked up at the ancestral tablets, their names, their faces, a blur. And before her, the 3 incense sticks had burned down to their ends, their ashes piled in the incense burner, a testament to their sacrifice. Fire might consume, might destroy, but from its ashes, something new could be born. Adele had planned to spend the night at Celeste's, no, at her own apartment. The ownership hadn't been legally transferred yet, but Celeste had said it was hers, so it was hers. Adele trusted Celeste, just as Celeste trusted her. She crouched down, her fingers gently stroking Celeste's hair, her touch lingering, her gaze soft, her thoughts hidden. Celeste, her eyes closing, her body relaxing under Adele's touch, didn't understand. But she didn't need to understand. She simply accepted. Adele had chosen to spend the night here, in this luxurious apartment, instead of accepting Hermione's invitation, or returning to her dorm room to torment Sharon in her dreams. Well, she's not actually a succubus, but little succubus has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? She was playing the long game, manipulating Hermione's desires, her possessive nature. If she gave in too easily, too often, Hermione would lose interest. The thrill of the chase, the challenge of conquest, that was what fueled Hermione's desire. And she couldn't risk spoiling her appetite. As for why she hadn't returned to her dorm, well, that was a more strategic decision. She had almost kissed Sharon in her dream. Not because she was afraid, or guilty. She was, after all, very bold. Her decision to stay away from the dorm was a calculated move, a way to exploit Sharon's insecurities, her tendency to overthink, to worry. She wanted Sharon to wonder. To doubt. To panic. To spend a sleepless night, tossing and turning, her mind racing with what-ifs. What if Adele found out? What if she leaves me? It was a classic tactic, the empty fort strategy. Create an illusion of vulnerability, of absence, and your opponent, their mind clouded by doubt, would make mistakes, would reveal their weaknesses. And then, when Adele returned to the dorm, she would resume her role as Sharon's dream girlfriend, her affection, her attention, a balm for Sharon's anxieties, a reward for her loyalty. And Sharon, relieved, her fears allayed, would become even more pliable. More controllable. Adele would turn the tables, transforming the dream realm, Sharon's domain, into her playground. Sharon had hypnotized her in the real world. But Adele, well, she could hypnotize Sharon, in her dreams. It was a brilliant plan, a two-birds-one-stone strategy that would require patience, careful manipulation, and a flawless performance. It was a risky gambit, a tightrope walk over an abyss, but the potential rewards were enticing. Even ordinary humans struggle to resist the allure of power. And Adele, well, she was a greedy girl. And there was another reason, a reason that involved Celeste. And as Adele had predicted, Hermione, alone in her luxurious bedroom, her heart aching with a longing she couldn't quite name, her body restless, her mind tormented, was not having a good night. She touched the spot on her bed where Adele had slept, her fingers tracing the outline of her body, her warmth still lingering. She picked up Adele's pillow, pressing it to her chest, its softness, its scent, a poor substitute for the real thing. Her breath hitched, her chest heaving as she struggled to control herself. And then, an idea, a dangerous, forbidden idea, crossed her mind, her cheeks flushing with a warmth that spread through her limbs, a tingling sensation that made her weak. She glanced around, her gaze sweeping over the empty room, her paranoia, her need for secrecy, overriding her usual aloofness. She was alone. Her servants wouldn't dare disturb her, not at this hour. Her icy blue eyes flickered with a mixture of hesitation and desire. Just once, just this once. And then, she did something unthinkable. The Ice Queen, the embodiment of elegance and power, the untouchable sequence one, she buried her face in Adele's pillow, inhaling deeply, her breath ragged, her body trembling, her voice a broken whisper. Ha! Adele. My Adele. But it's not enough. It's not enough. It's never enough. A wave of icy magic, fueled by her frustration, her longing, her despair, swept through the room, coating the walls in a layer of frost, dimming the lights, their warm glow replaced by a chilling blue. She tossed the pillow aside, her gaze hardening, her body turning cold, her heart a frozen wasteland. She strode out of the bedroom, her destination, the training room. There, she could simulate battles against Dorothy, against the other sequence ones, against her own demons. Perhaps exhaustion was the only way to silence them. Meanwhile, in Adele's dorm room, Sharon, her head buried beneath her pillow, her silver-gray hair a tangled mess, her body slick with sweat, her mind racing with anxieties, with fears, with what-ifs, whimpered softly, her voice a broken whisper, her pain palpable. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't dream. She didn't know how to survive this night, this emptiness. Her spirit withered, her heart aching with a loneliness that threatened to consume her. Alone in the darkness, her thoughts spiraled, her fears taking root, growing, twisting into nightmares. Why isn't Adele back? Did she find out? Why did I run away? Why? What if she leaves me? No. Please. Don't leave me, Adele. Don't leave me alone. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears spilling over, soaking her pillow, leaving behind damp patches that mirrored the emptiness within her. She curled up into a ball, her arms wrapped around her knees, her body trembling with a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. She couldn't bear this loneliness, this silence. She had tasted happiness, connection. And now, it was gone. If she could have those dreams again, those dates with Adele, those stolen moments of intimacy, she wouldn't refuse. Not anymore. She wouldn't reject Adele's touch, her kisses. She would give her everything. Before she knew it, bedtime had arrived. Adele wasn't used to staying up late, sleepiness hitting her right on schedule. Back in her old life, she could easily pull all-nighters, staying up until 4 or 5 in the morning without breaking a sweat. But now, her body had other ideas. Besides, she had that wretched school to attend tomorrow. Adele yawned, her pink lips parting in a soft, adorable stretch, her arms reaching out like a sleepy kitten. Celeste, kneeling obediently on the floor, instinctively arched her back and hunched her shoulders, a wave of pleasure washing over her. Her lips curved into a soft smile, her entire body tingling at the sound of her master's voice. Adele was, without a doubt, the most adorable creature in the entire world, as far as Celeste was concerned. She wanted to wrap her up in a hug, to shield her from the world with her own body, like a dragon guarding its hoard. To keep her safe in a dark cave, hidden away from prying eyes. Sensing Celeste's rather intense emotional response, Adele frowned and nudged her with her foot, a gentle tap against Celeste's. Well, let's just say it was a very strategic tap. A ripple of pleasure spread through Celeste's body, visible even to the naked eye. Adele blinked, a flush creeping up her cheeks. This woman's figure is ridiculous. Not an ounce of fat on her, but not skinny either. Just, perfectly curvy, voluptuous in all the right places. Adele was both envious and proud of herself for having tamed such a magnificent creature. To think that in the original story, Celeste's only purpose was to temporarily remove Hermione, one of the more powerful antagonists, from the picture, so that the other antagonists could have their turn at tormenting the protagonist. What a waste. That's right. In the original story, Celeste was nothing more than a plot device, a tool used to prevent Hermione and Adele's relationship from progressing too quickly. The author had orchestrated a brutal fight between them, leaving Hermione severely injured and sidelined for a good chunk of the story. By the time Hermione had recovered and returned, Adele would have undergone several evolutions, her trust in vampires shattered beyond repair. Hermione, with her low emotional intelligence and her stubborn pride, hadn't been willing to compromise even when Adele was weak and vulnerable. Now that Adele was stronger, there was even less reason for her to bend to Hermione's will. Their reunion, much like their previous interactions, would be a clash of ice and fire, a relationship destined to end in heartbreak. Knowing this, Adele was determined to prevent history from repeating itself. No one touches my dog. Snapping out of her thoughts, Adele decided to play the role of the indignant master. Bad dog. What are you thinking about? I'm going to bed. Celeste, despite being kicked, didn't take offense. She simply smiled, her expression a mixture of adoration and eagerness to please. Through the magic crest, Adele could sense her willingness, her utter devotion. There was even a hint of excitement, a thrill at being scolded. Adele blushed and turned away, trying to hide her own amusement. Maybe, she actually enjoys this. But she couldn't help but mentally scold Celeste, calling her a silly dog and a stupid mutt. Yes, my master, Celeste chirped, practically vibrating with excitement. If she had a tail, it would be wagging furiously. She was allowed to stand in Adele's presence, the only restriction being the collar around her neck. Adele wasn't cruel enough to force her to crawl around on her knees all the time. More often than not, Celeste chose to kneel, a gesture of submission and devotion. So, as she rose to her feet and followed Adele towards the bedroom, her heart pounding with anticipation, the leash dangling loosely from Adele's hand, she couldn't help but steal a glance at the master bedroom. If only I could go in there. A wave of sweetness washed over her, so intense it almost hurt. But her hopes were dashed by Adele's next words, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. "Does a dog like you think it deserves to sleep in its master's bed?" Adele asked, her voice cold, her tone dismissive. She didn't even bother turning around. Her words pierced Celeste's heart, shattering her dreams, leaving her feeling small and insignificant. But there was no disgust in Adele's voice, no genuine malice. It was just a statement of fact, a simple truth as far as Adele was concerned. A dog, a dirty, smelly creature that belonged on a cold, hard floor, how could it possibly dream of sharing its master's warm, comfortable bed? Celeste swayed on her feet, her vision blurring with unshed tears. But she bit her lip, forcing herself to remain composed. She wouldn't upset her master with her weakness. "Yes, my master," she choked out, her voice thick with unshed tears. And she knew, in that moment, that she had lost her chance to take that next step, to forge a deeper connection with the girl she loved. Suddenly, the leash tightened, pulling her forward with a force that nearly sent her tumbling. It was as if Adele had taken a couple of steps back, drawing her closer. "Silly dog, let's go," Adele said, her voice softening. "You're only good enough to be my pillow, to keep me warm at night. Got it? Honestly, you're such a dummy." She called her a dummy, but her tone, it was the kind of exasperated fondness one might use for a clueless lover. Adele sighed internally. Thanks to the magic crest, she could clearly sense the wave of sorrow that had washed over Celeste. "Honestly, she's such a goofball. Couldn't she at least wait until I finished speaking? Does she need me to spoon-feed her, to kiss her on the lips, to strip naked before she—" "Nope. Not happening. Don't get any ideas, silly dog." If Celeste's previous emotions had been a mixture of suppressed desire, bitterness, and sadness, then her current state could only be described as pure, unadulterated joy. It was the happiest she had been in days. So happy, in fact, that she forgot how to speak. And in that moment of overwhelming bliss, her instinctive response to her master's words, was a soft, almost embarrassed "Woof." Adele burst out laughing, unable to contain her amusement. It took her a moment to compose herself, and even then, she couldn't quite erase the smile from her lips. "Humph," she huffed, pretending to be annoyed. She tugged gently on the leash, pulling Celeste into the bedroom. The connection between them, though faint, was undeniable, almost intoxicating. Celeste couldn't help but wonder if Adele could hear her heart pounding in her chest. If so, that would be incredibly embarrassing. But Adele had other things on her mind. She was exhausted. And tomorrow was going to be a busy day. She needed to rest, to recharge, to prepare herself for the inevitable drama that awaited her at school. Those other girls, they wouldn't be as easy to tame as Celeste. Adele's eyes, usually bright and playful, narrowed slightly, her thoughts hidden behind a veil of calculated indifference. Her fingers instinctively reached for the buttons of her shirt, ready for bed. Turning her back to Celeste, she slowly unbuttoned her shirt, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her smooth, porcelain shoulders. She shrugged it off, the fabric pooling at her feet, leaving her in a simple camisole that did little to hide the graceful curves of her body. Except for the bandage wrapped around her arm, her back was flawless, a canvas of pure, unblemished white. Celeste, standing behind her, watched, mesmerized, her cheeks burning with a blush that rivaled the color of a ripe cherry. Suddenly, something soft and silky landed on her face, covering her eyes. She inhaled deeply, recognizing the delicate tea fragrance that clung to Adele's clothes. It was Adele's shirt, tossed carelessly in her direction. Celeste's hands trembled as she removed the shirt from her face, her heart pounding in her chest. Then came another item, and another, each one landing perfectly on her upturned face, a pleated skirt, a pair of leggings, delicate white stockings. Being treated like a human clothes rack. Celeste wasn't offended in the slightest. She felt honored, privileged even. Adele, now clad only in her undergarments, shivered slightly, acutely aware of the coolness of the air, and the intensity of Celeste's gaze on her back. She bit her lip, a playful smile curving her lips. She was getting used to this. Being this irresistible is such a burden. Not wanting to give Celeste any more opportunities to ogle her, Adele quickly slipped under the covers, burrowing into the cool, crisp sheets. She shivered again, curling up into a ball. It was strange. She hated the cold, and yet, that night, when she had clung to Hermione's icy body, she had slept soundly. "What's wrong with me?" Her cheeks flushed, and she gritted her teeth, her voice taking on a slightly sharper edge as she called out to Celeste. "Well? Are you going to stand there all night? Do you want me to freeze to death? From now on, you'll warm up the bed before I get in. Understood?" Before Celeste could even respond, Adele heard the rustle of fabric as Celeste hastily shed her own clothes, tossing them carelessly on the floor. Of course, she had the decency to keep her undergarments on. Actions spoke louder than words, after all. Celeste's devotion to Adele was truly remarkable. And her body, well, she was definitely hot, both literally and figuratively. Like a panther, sleek and powerful, she slipped under the covers, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Adele, with a playful grin, pulled her close, wrapping her arms around Celeste's waist. Celeste stiffened momentarily, before melting into the embrace, her body molding perfectly against Adele's. If Celeste was a loyal golden retriever, then Adele was a mischievous kitten, all claws and playful bites. She nuzzled against Celeste, murmuring her name, her teeth gently nipping at Celeste's shoulder, as if venting some unknown frustration. It was like watching two felines play fighting, except Celeste was a sensual panther, and Adele, well, she was still just a kitten. But even a kitten could make Celeste's eyes soften, her gaze turning as gentle as a pool of water rippling in the breeze. Master. On. Did you just whimper? And no. Celeste blushed, her voice barely a whisper. It didn't hurt. In fact, it felt, surprisingly pleasant. Adele chuckled, emboldened by Celeste's reaction. She continued her playful assault, her nips and bites growing bolder, her laughter echoing through the room. The lights flickered off, plunging the room into darkness. Exhausted from their play fighting, Adele nestled against Celeste, her head resting on Celeste's arm, her breathing slowing as she drifted off to sleep. Ironically, it was Celeste, the one who had endured Adele's relentless affection, who appeared the most relaxed. Her breathing was even, her gaze soft as she watched Adele sleep, her features bathed in the soft moonlight. It was hard to believe that this peaceful, angelic creature was the same mischievous little devil who had been tormenting her just moments ago. Is this, another side of my master? Celeste didn't know. All she knew was that she was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy, a sense of contentment that came from being this close to the girl she loved. Thinking Adele was asleep, Celeste allowed herself to indulge in a bit of shameless staring. Her gaze traced the delicate lines of Adele's face, her long, dark eyelashes, the cute button nose that seemed to glow in the moonlight, the soft, pink lips that hid surprisingly sharp teeth. Just looking at her filled Celeste with a sense of euphoria, like a kite soaring high in the sky, its string held firmly in Adele's hand. It was Adele who made her feel this way, who held her heart captive. Lost in her admiration, Celeste didn't notice Adele stirring in her arms. Celeste. Adele's voice, soft and slurred with sleep, startled Celeste, her body stiffening as if she had been caught stealing a cookie from the jar. But Adele's eyes remained closed, her breathing even. It was just a dream, a sleepy mumble. Relieved, Celeste relaxed, straining to hear the rest of Adele's words. Celeste. Adele repeated, her voice taking on a more urgent tone, her breathing growing shallow and erratic. There was a hint of fear in her voice, a possessiveness that sent shivers down Celeste's spine. Celeste's heart ached. I'm here, master, she whispered, her voice soothing, reassuring. I'm here. Adele's breathing calmed, and she nuzzled closer, her cheek rubbing against Celeste's chest. Good dog. Be good. Celeste. My Celeste. Her words, soft and sweet, were like a gentle spring rain, washing over Celeste's soul. But then, Adele's tone changed, her voice laced with a sudden urgency, a sadness that stripped away her usual playful dominance, replacing it with a vulnerability that made Celeste's heart ache. She clung to Celeste, her grip tightening, her voice pleading. Don't. Don't go looking for revenge. Silly. Don't go after Hermione. The next morning, Adele woke with a groan, her head pounding, her body stiff and sore. She rubbed her temples, trying to massage away the lingering fog in her brain. Ugh. Why do I feel so terrible? She should be feeling refreshed, revitalized. She finally had the big, beautiful house she had always dreamed of. But then, her gaze fell on the arm wrapped tightly around her waist, the sleeping face of the girl beside her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Celeste. That silly dog. I told her to be my pillow. Not to use me as hers. Adele raised her fist, ready to deliver a swift punishment to Celeste's, well, anywhere would do at this point. But as her fist descended, it softened, transforming into a gentle caress. Her fingers brushed against Celeste's cheek, smoothing back a stray strand of golden hair. Celeste was like sunshine. At least, that's how she used to be. Now, she was Adele's captive sun, a source of warmth and comfort that shone only for her. She would burn down the world for Adele, wouldn't she? Adele's eyelashes fluttered, a strange mixture of emotions swirling within her. She shook her head, trying to dispel the unsettling thoughts that had taken root in her mind. I'm overthinking things. She hadn't slept well last night. And while Celeste's clinginess was partly to blame, Adele suspected there was something more. She had had a nightmare. But for the life of her, she couldn't remember what it was about. She only knew that it had been something unsettling. Something that had filled her with a sense of dread. Maybe it was a dream about those other girls tying me up with fluffy ropes and keeping me locked in a cage. Ahem. Stop it, Adele. Get your mind out of the gutter. Morning had arrived, beautiful yet fleeting. Celeste, roused by her master's stirring, reluctantly opened her eyes and sat up in bed. Adele, true to form, delivered a swift kick to Celeste's backside. It was a playful gesture, more adorable than forceful. She still couldn't quite understand Celeste's reaction to being kicked. That look of pure joy. It was baffling. Well? Are you just going to sit there? Go make me breakfast, you clumsy oaf. Yes. Right away, my dear master. Humph. Adele couldn't help but smile at Celeste's enthusiastic response. Master. She liked the sound of that. And Celeste? Yes, master. Next time, make sure you have a proper maid outfit ready. Here, at home. Home. Celeste echoed, her brow furrowing in confusion. It wasn't the maid outfit part that had caught her attention. It was the word home. Adele blinked, not quite understanding why Celeste seemed so surprised. Yes, home. Here, in this house. Celeste's expression faltered slightly, a flicker of disappointment clouding her eyes. She had been so excited, so happy. But she was just a pet, a plaything. Talking about home and belonging, it was presumptuous, to say the least. Yes, master. I'll prepare a maid outfit, she said, forcing a smile. As Celeste turned to leave, Adele spoke again, her voice soft, almost a murmur, but loud enough for Celeste, with her enhanced hearing, to catch every word. This house. It's our home now. Celeste's eyes lit up, her smile as radiant as the morning sun. She practically skipped towards the kitchen, eager to prepare a delicious, nutritious breakfast for her beloved master. Adele, with a contented sigh, burrowed back into the warm blankets, inhaling the lingering scent of sunshine and sunflowers that clung to Celeste's side of the bed. Ah, sleeping in is the best. 20 minutes later, roused by Celeste's gentle prodding, Adele reluctantly dragged herself out of bed. After a quick wash-up, she made her way to the dining room, where a delicious breakfast awaited her, a sandwich, a fried egg, a glass of fresh milk, and a blood bag. A sequence 2 blood bag, to be precise. Adele eyed the blood bag with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. This was the first time she had seen one since her arrival in this world. Different grades of blood were packaged in different colored bags, the material opaque, a milky white that allowed the color of the blood to faintly show through. Most of them were a deep, crimson red, pure and unadulterated. To a human, they might have looked like ordinary blood bags, the kind you'd find in a hospital. But to a vampire, they held an almost hypnotic allure. The colors seemed to deepen, to shimmer with a hidden magic, like a rare, exotic flower blooming before her very eyes. Adele's gaze lingered on the blood bag, her throat tightening, a primal thirst awakening within her. As a low-ranking vampire, a half-blood, her blood thirst wasn't particularly strong. Unlike higher-ranking vampires, who were driven by a constant, insatiable hunger, she could go for extended periods without feeding. But that didn't mean she didn't crave it. For a moment, the rest of her breakfast faded into the background, her attention solely focused on the blood bag. Sensing her master's desire, Celeste picked up the bag and offered it to her. Adele licked her lips, her fangs, usually hidden behind her gums, extending slightly. They were cute little fangs, not particularly sharp or menacing, more adorable than intimidating. Normally, she would have snatched the bag and drained it in an instant, but this time, she hesitated. She looked up at Celeste, her gaze lingering on her emerald eyes, her porcelain skin, the delicate curve of her neck. "But don't I have a better source of blood right here?" she asked, her voice taking on a playful lilt. A servant, a familiar, a pet, it was their duty to satisfy their master's every whim, wasn't it? Celeste understood instantly. A flicker of panic crossed her face. This was a first for her. But she wouldn't disobey her master. Setting the blood bag aside, she knelt before Adele, brushing her golden hair over her shoulder to expose the delicate skin of her neck. Adele smiled, her fangs glinting in the morning light. And then, without hesitation, she leaned in and bit down. Just as a human infant instinctively seeks its mother's milk, a vampire instinctively knows how to find a suitable vein, their fangs guided by an ancient, primal instinct. Vampire fangs had tiny holes, perfectly designed for drawing blood. And after a feeding, they secreted a special fluid that accelerated the clotting process, stopping the bleeding. However, with the advent of modern technology and the widespread availability of blood bags, many younger vampires had forgotten how to properly feed, how to control the flow of blood. Adele, it seemed, was one of them. Because after she had had her fill, she clumsily licked at the wound on Celeste's neck, her attempts at stopping the bleeding doing more harm than good. It was adorable, in a clueless sort of way. Unfortunately for Celeste, Adele's efforts only seemed to make the bleeding worse, her body responding to her master's touch in the most inconvenient of ways. Suck. Master. She gasped, her voice trembling. She had to teach her clumsy, adorable master how to do this properly. After a few fumbling attempts, Adele finally figured it out, taking a few extra sips for good measure. Celeste, weakened by the loss of blood, her face pale and drawn, leaned against Adele, her heart soaring. Just being this close to her master, feeling her touch, it was worth any amount of pain, any amount of blood. If Adele had heard her thoughts, she would have scolded her, telling her never to say such foolish things. Celeste had a long life ahead of her. A long life spent by Adele's side. As her walking blood bank. As her pet. As her familiar. And as, well, that remained to be seen. But Celeste needed to understand one thing, her life wasn't hers to give away. Not without Adele's permission. Adele's gentle caresses ended with a soft kiss to Celeste's cheek, the warmth lingering long after she had pulled away. And then came the ultimate reward. Adele, in an attempt to make amends for her earlier overindulgence, personally fed Celeste her breakfast. It was a moment of pure bliss for Celeste, a memory she would cherish forever. But their breakfast idyll couldn't last forever. Soon, it was time to get ready for school. They packed their bags and took the elevator down to the basement parking garage. Celeste drove, with Adele, of course, riding shotgun. Adele stared out the window, watching the city awaken, her thoughts a jumbled mess. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, and to prevent Hermione from targeting Celeste again, Adele asked Celeste to stop the car a short distance from the school. She would walk the rest of the way. Celeste understood. She was too weak, too insignificant to challenge Dorothy and her faction. She couldn't even openly stand by Adele's side without risking her wrath. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with shame and anger. "I'll change this. I swear it. No matter how long it takes, no matter the cost. As for Adele, well, she didn't want Hermione to get jealous and make Celeste's life even more miserable. Why can't they just sit down and talk things out? Like, who gets to sleep with me on Mondays, who gets Tuesdays? Hee hee. But she only dared to entertain such thoughts in the privacy of her own mind. Even then, it felt wrong. The image of Hermione, her icy demeanor replaced with a shy blush, asking to spend the night. It was too strange, too out of character. Shaking her head, Adele pushed those thoughts aside and headed towards the school, blending in with the crowd of students. Reaching her classroom was a surprisingly uneventful experience. After what had happened to that Sequence 3 vampire, no one dared to mess with her. Dorothy, meanwhile, had earned the nickname, the Protective Princess. It seemed that in everyone's eyes, Adele was still just the princess's blood bag. But Adele didn't mind. She lived by a simple code, don't mess with me, and I won't call my girlfriend. And right now, no one was messing with her. It was peaceful. Except for one thing, Tang Linlang was missing. She hadn't shown up for morning classes. As Adele was starting to worry, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the hallway, arriving just as the bell rang. Adele turned, her face brightening with relief. Lin Lang. She scanned Lin Lang's face, her worries easing as she saw that the other girl seemed unharmed. But then, their eyes met, and Adele felt a strange, unsettling sensation wash over her. Lin Lang was smiling, but there was something different about her. Something that made Adele's blood run cold. It was as if every vampire instinct in her body was screaming at her to run. For a fleeting moment, Adele felt a jolt of fear, an inexplicable sense of dread that sent shivers down her spine. Her body stiffened, as if paralyzed by some unseen force, and her instincts screamed at her to run, to get as far away from Tang Linlang as possible. And then, just as suddenly, the feeling vanished. Lin Lang was back to normal, her expression innocent, her demeanor sweet and unassuming. Was it just my imagination? If there was one difference, one thing that stood out, it was that Lin Lang seemed to have lost a lot of weight overnight. Her face was pale, as if she had been ill. But despite her frail appearance, her eyes shone with a newfound determination, a resilience that reminded Adele of a bamboo stalk, bending but never breaking. Her spirit, it seemed, was stronger than ever. The teacher glanced at Lin Lang, nodded curtly, and gestured for her to take her seat. "Thank you, teacher," Lin Lang murmured, her voice soft but steady. She placed her bag in her desk, retrieved her textbook, and opened it to the correct page. Her movements were fluid, practiced, her demeanor calm and collected. The other vampires in the class ignored her, as they always did. As a human surrounded by vampires, being isolated was actually the safest option. She didn't try to force her way into their circles, and they, in turn, pretended she didn't exist. It was a fragile truce, but it kept her safe. Class had started, so Adele couldn't stare at Lin Lang, no matter how curious she was. She forced herself to focus on her textbook, trying to keep up with the lesson. Time seemed to fly by, and before she knew it, the bell was ringing, signaling the end of class. The teacher, without a word, gathered his belongings and left the room. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of chatter and laughter. Adele stretched, her neck aching from hours of sitting hunched over her desk. She couldn't wait for the first-year practical classes to start. Those classes involved leaving the school, traveling to other cities, even other countries, to complete missions. They were mandatory, and they could last anywhere from a few days to a few weeks, or even months. It was basically like an internship, except it happened every year, for every grade level. Adele would have to complete 4 of these practical assignments before she could graduate and be assigned a permanent position within the vampire hierarchy. It seemed that no matter what world you lived in, getting a decent job was always a struggle. These practical assignments were also a chance for the elite vampire students to prove their worth. The human government had established these academies for a reason, to train vampires to be their weapons, their tools of war against the other supernatural races. Don't think for a second that humans were being altruistic. They weren't training their former enemies out of the goodness of their hearts. They were doing it to control them, to ensure their loyalty. Vampires who couldn't prove their worth were denied any semblance of power or freedom. Their vampire status became a burden, a curse that trapped them in a life of servitude. And those who dared to rebel against this system, this alliance between the human government and the vampire true ancestor, well, they were dealt with swiftly and ruthlessly. When it came to playing the long game, humans were masters of manipulation. After all, they hadn't conquered this planet by being nice. Besides the practical classes, Cromwell Academy was also renowned for its magic training course. Actual mages served as instructors, teaching students how to refine their magical abilities, to increase their power and control. This was where the true journey into the world of magic began. According to the schedule, Adele's first magic training class was today. She was determined to increase her pathetic 0.5 magic refinement level to, well, 1. That's right. Adele was going to be a 1. A big, strong 1. But then, reality set in. Even if she managed to reach level 1, she would still be leagues behind Celeste, let alone Hermione and those other monsters. Celeste, for some inexplicable reason, had managed to increase her elemental refinement level overnight, jumping from level 6 to level 7. She was sure to impress everyone in class today. As for Hermione, well, she was stuck at level 8, a testament to her exceptional talent. It was worth noting that elemental magic was essentially just magic with a specific elemental affinity. Celeste's magic, for example, had an affinity for fire, while Hermione's magic resonated with ice. Of course, there was also regular, non-elemental magic, the kind that Adele possessed. Besides the magic refinement level, there was also the matter of magic quality. And Adele's magic quality, well, it was sequence 5, the lowest of the low. The original Adele had always felt inferior during magic training classes, acutely aware of her own weakness, the vast gulf that separated her from the other vampires. And as a half-blood, she couldn't even find solace in the company of her fellow humans. Her identity was fractured, her sense of belonging shattered. But the current Adele was different. She viewed magic training as an extended gym class, a chance to stretch her metaphorical muscles, to explore the limits of her abilities. She was actually looking forward to it. And she hadn't forgotten about Tang Linlang. Gathering her belongings, Adele quietly made her way over to Linlang's desk. "Boo," she whispered, her breath tickling Linlang's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Linlang's earlobe turned pink, and her eyes widened in surprise. But had she truly been caught off guard? The slight smile that had been playing on her lips moments before Adele's arrival suggested otherwise. "Hey Adele." She stammered, her cheeks flushing. "Hee, did I scare you?" Adele asked, her voice playful as she squeezed Linlang's shoulder, her body leaning against Linlang's. Linlang's breath hitched, a jolt of electricity coursing through her. "A little," she admitted. "Here, let me pat your head." "It's an apology gift," Adele chuckled, her hand gently ruffling Linlang's hair. Linlang leaned into the touch, her heart soaring. "Come on, let's go to the magic training grounds. We'll be in trouble if we're late." Linlang nodded, quickly gathering her things and standing up. Adele, without hesitation, looped her arm through Linlang's, their bodies brushing against each other. They looked like any other pair of close friends, their easy camaraderie a source of envy for those watching them. But to the other vampires in the class, they were just two losers, the bottom of the barrel, clinging to each other for comfort. They might not dare to openly challenge Adele anymore, not after what had happened to that Sequence 3 vampire, but they could still express their disdain, their contempt, with their icy glares. It was a small victory, a way to assert their superiority, even if it was all in their heads. As for Linlang, well, if she hadn't been so close to Adele, she would have been an even bigger target. Adele was used to it. Their scorn, their judgment, it meant nothing to her. She was the protagonist, after all. Why should she care what those insignificant extras thought? Of course, one could argue that Adele's attitude was a form of mental victory, as well. But then again, as the chosen one, she wasn't just winning mentally. She was winning at life. So why waste her time and energy on those jealous, insignificant vampires? Adele squeezed Lin Lang's arm, a genuine smile gracing her lips. She liked how delicate Lin Lang was, how she seemed to fit perfectly against her side. And her scent. Had she changed perfumes? It was subtle, yet intoxicating. They exited the classroom, heading towards the magic training grounds. Adele might have been truly indifferent to the other vampires' opinions, but Lin Lang, she couldn't stand the way they looked at Adele, the disdain in their eyes, the casual cruelty in their whispers. Her gaze, cold and sharp as a viper's, landed on one of the vampires, a girl who had been particularly vocal in her mockery of Adele. The girl froze, her breath catching in her throat, her blood turning to ice. It was as if a predator had locked its sights on her, its presence a palpable threat. Her friend, sensing her distress, grabbed her arm, steadying her. "What's wrong?" "And nothing." She didn't dare look back. She just wanted to get away from Lin Lang, from that unsettling gaze that seemed to pierce through her very soul. Lin Lang, with a chilling smile, watched them flee, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light. From her sleeve, a thin, black worm, its body segmented and covered in a smooth, chitinous armor, dropped to the floor, its dozens of legs twitching as it emitted a low, guttural hiss that was inaudible to both humans and vampires. Then, it vanished into the shadows. It scuttled towards the fleeing vampire, its antennae twitching, its many legs carrying it swiftly and silently towards its prey. Ouch! "What's wrong?" "And nothing. It felt like something bit me." "Can you check?" "I don't see anything." "Maybe it was static." "Yeah, maybe. It's pretty dry today." The vampire girl shrugged it off, her friend's words reassuring her. They continued on their way, their conversation resuming as if nothing had happened. Lin Lang watched them go, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Now, she could focus all her attention on Adele, on the beautiful, innocent girl by her side. The worm she had released wasn't particularly dangerous. It was just, hungry. It would feed on the vampire girl's magic, slowly draining her power, corrupting her magic circuits. By the time the weekly assessment arrived, the day when the academy ranked its students based on their abilities, that vampire girl would be weak, her performance pathetic, a disappointment to both her and her family. Lin Lang glanced at Adele, her heart clenching. She was so pure, so kind. To think that someone like her, someone who resorted to such underhanded tactics, could stand by Adele's side. It felt like a sacrilege. But then again, the most beautiful, delicate flowers were always surrounded by thorns, protected by creatures that would gladly poison anyone who dared to touch them. For Adele, Lin Lang was willing to be those thorns, those venomous creatures. "Lin Lang?" "Ah. Yes. What's wrong? You've been so quiet." Adele smiled, her concern evident in her voice. But then, her smile faded as she noticed the beads of sweat forming on Lin Lang's forehead, the faint tremor in her hands. "Lin Lang. Are you feeling all right? Do you need to go to the infirmary? The school nurse is really nice, even if she's not very experienced." Lin Lang's gaze met Adele's, her heart melting at the genuine concern she saw in her friend's eyes. It was a concern that was reserved only for her, a warmth that she had never experienced before. "It's just for me. I'm fine," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Really, I'm fine." She repeated herself, a sure sign of her nervousness. Of course, she wasn't fine. Ever since last night, ever since she had received her family's forbidden inheritance, she had been in constant agony. Her body was no longer her own. Thousands upon thousands of goo worms, each with its own unique abilities, now resided within her magic circuits, hidden from ordinary sight. They existed in a separate dimension, a pocket reality woven into her very being. That was how she had been able to summon that magic-devouring worm earlier. It was similar to the way familiar vampires, like Dorothy, formed pacts with powerful otherworldly entities, drawing on their strength, even summoning them into this world. Lin Lang wasn't that powerful yet. She was still too weak to control the goo realm, the dimension where the goo worms resided. In fact, she had become a vessel for them, a host, a goo worm herself. Her spirit was constantly battling for survival within the goo realm, fighting to maintain her sanity, her identity. Only by becoming the sole ruler of that realm, the Goo Queen, could she achieve true power and peace. That was why she was in constant pain, her body and mind stretched to their limits. This was the secret the Tang family had guarded for centuries, their last resort, their ultimate weapon, the Goo realm. Lin Lang had wanted to gain power quickly, but learning her family's secret assassination techniques would take too long. This was her only option. Her father hadn't believed she could handle it, but after a night of intense communion with the Goo realm, she had succeeded. The Goo realm had accepted her as its host, its vessel. Now, it was a race against time. Would the Goo realm consume her, draining her body and soul until nothing remained? Or would she conquer it, becoming its queen? You don't look fine, Lin Lang. Adele stopped walking, forcing Lin Lang to stop as well. Lin Lang's heart ached as she met Adele's concerned gaze. She hated lying to her, hated keeping secrets, but she knew that Adele wouldn't approve of what she had done. Adele wanted her to live a normal life, a safe life. But Lin Lang had chosen a different path, a path that might very well lead to her destruction. Adele frowned, her brow furrowing in confusion. What had happened to Lin Lang overnight? Her eyes held a depth, a maturity that hadn't been there before. Was it because of me? Despite her physical exhaustion, Lin Lang's spirit seemed to burn brighter than ever. Suddenly, Adele's mind flashed forward, to a scene from Lin Lang's future, a future where she had transformed into a strong, capable woman, her long, black hair flowing behind her as she rode a powerful motorcycle through a storm, its headlights cutting through the rain like swords, her path illuminated by the blood of her enemies. She had come to save Adele, her loyalty unwavering, her resolve unshakable. She didn't care if the world turned against her, if she had to face insurmountable odds. Her back was always covered, because Adele was there, her unwavering support, her anchor in the storm. I promised I'd be by your side, Adele. And I always keep my promises. No one knew how Tang Lin Lang had managed to rescue Adele from that tide of bloodthirsty corpses. She came from the Tang family, a lineage of vampire hunters, and their only renowned skill was assassination. But assassination, when exposed to the light of day, was like a sword without an edge, its effectiveness greatly diminished. The novel only described Adele, on the verge of losing consciousness, witnessing Lin Lang arriving on a roaring motorcycle, splitting the waves of blood and flesh. Then, a wave of fluorescent green light erupted, countering the crimson tide of corpses. After that, Adele remembered nothing. She didn't know what that green light represented, nor if Lin Lang possessed hidden powers she was unaware of. The only thing she knew for sure was that Lin Lang had saved her life. She really is, a dependable girl. But Adele didn't want Lin Lang to get involved in her final showdown with Dorothy. Maybe it was out of respect for the original story's destiny. Or maybe, it was simply because she didn't want her only friend in this world to die. So, Adele had left without a word, embarking on her final, fateful journey alone. That was one of the events that had led to the novel's climax, the eve of the final battle. Recalling those memories, Adele felt a surge of gratitude and affection for the girl standing before her. She carefully wiped the sweat from Lin Lang's forehead, her fingers gently caressing her cheek. Lin Lang, overwhelmed by this sudden display of affection, blushed and averted her gaze. But then, Adele's words sparked a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Thank you for everything, Lin Lang. Whether it was for the Lin Lang of the future or the Lin Lang standing before her, Adele knew that she had endured unimaginable hardships to become the strong, capable woman she was destined to be. Adele wasn't omniscient. She only had glimpses of the future, fragments of information related to the original Adele story. She had no idea what Lin Lang had gone through, what sacrifices she had made, what choices she had faced. But she was deeply touched by her unwavering loyalty. Thank you. Lin Lang. Thank you for everything, Adele's throat tightened, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. Just imagining the pain Lin Lang must have endured. But Lin Lang would never tell her. She wouldn't want to worry her. Knowing this, Adele couldn't bring herself to pry, to reveal her knowledge of the future. So, she swallowed her tears, her emotions, and pulled Lin Lang into a tight embrace. To anyone watching, it might have seemed like an odd display of affection, two girls hugging in the middle of the hallway. Of course, it was also a rather pleasing sight. But Adele didn't care what anyone thought. She just wanted Lin Lang to know that she wasn't alone in this. The hug lingered, neither girl wanting to let go. Adele had a weakness for soft, cuddly girls, and Lin Lang, well, she was enjoying the feeling of Adele's arms around her, the warmth of her body pressed against hers, the sweet scent of her hair. It was Lin Lang who finally broke the embrace, gently patting Adele's back. Adele reluctantly pulled away, her cheeks flushed, and then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she looped her arm through Lin Lang's. "Come on, Lin Lang," she said, her voice cheerful. But Lin Lang didn't move. Her gaze, narrowed slightly, was fixed on a point in the distance, a mixture of suspicion and hostility in her eyes. Adele, confused, followed her gaze. Her heart skipped a beat. Standing in the shadows, where the sunlight dappled the floor in a mosaic of light and darkness, was a girl Adele couldn't mistake. She was wearing her school uniform, the skirt perfectly pleated, the stockings Adele had carefully chosen for her that morning, the ones with the black lace trim at the thighs, on full display. Her waist was impossibly small, her chest full and alluring, her figure a masterpiece of curves and angles. Even with her collar buttoned up to her chin, she exuded an undeniable sensuality. Her neck was long and graceful, her face delicate and beautiful, marred only by a healing scar that somehow only added to her allure, a touch of imperfection that made her even more captivating. But what truly drew the eye was her hair, a cascade of golden strands that flowed down her back like molten sunshine, catching the light with every movement. Celeste. Her gaze was fixed on Adele, her expression unreadable. She had witnessed everything. Adele throwing herself into Lin Lang's arms, the way they had clung to each other, their embrace lingering long after it should have ended. Lin Lang might have been petite, but Adele was even smaller, more delicate, like a precious porcelain doll. She seemed to fit perfectly against anyone she stood next to, always the more vulnerable, the more adorable one. Watching them, Celeste felt a pang of jealousy, a possessive ache in her chest. But did she even have the right to feel that way? Her thoughts were a tangled mess, her emotions a whirlwind of confusion and longing. She needed a command. An order. Something to distract her from the turmoil within. Adele, finally noticing Celeste's presence, blinked, her cheeks flushing as she realized how their embrace must have looked. She offered Celeste a tentative smile, hoping to reassure her. Celeste, relieved, returned the smile, her heart easing slightly. She walked towards them, her usual arrogance replaced with a quiet uncertainty. Lin Lang's gaze, sharp as a knife, followed Celeste's every move. She instinctively stepped in front of Adele, shielding her with her own body. Adele, secretly pleased by Lin Lang's protectiveness, leaned in close, her voice soft and reassuring. "It's okay, Lin Lang," she whispered. "Not all vampires are bad. Her name is Celeste. She's really nice, and her family is super rich. She takes me out to fancy restaurants all the time." She blushed, hoping to downplay the significance of their relationship. Lin Lang, however, felt a surge of unease. She knew exactly what Celeste was doing, using her wealth and influence to worm her way into Adele's life, hoping to exploit her vulnerability, her poverty. She had seen it happen countless times before, innocent students lured into a life of luxury, their morals compromised, their values eroded by the allure of money and material possessions. They lost there. Why did she know this? Because she had imagined it. If she had the means, she would have showered Adele with gifts, with everything she could possibly desire. Ahem. Forget it. That's not important, asterisk. There's no such thing as a free lunch, Adele, she said, her voice laced with concern. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but Celeste, she might be. I know what you're worried about, Lin Lang, Adele interrupted, her grip tightening on Lin Lang's sleeve. But I'm not stupid. I can handle myself. Besides, Celeste is not who you think she is. You should try getting to know her. Adele truly hoped they could all get along. Celeste had finally reached them, so she quickly shot Celeste a warning glance, hoping to encourage her to be nice to Lin Lang. But Celeste, misunderstanding Adele's intentions, shook her head, her voice firm. No. I don't want to have anything to do with her. Their gazes locked, sparks flying. Adele's eye twitched. Lin Lang is one thing, but Celeste, what are you doing? Ugh. Heaving a sigh, hoping to prevent a full-blown argument, Adele grabbed both of their arms and dragged them forward. Come on, magic training is about to start. You're both my friends. At least try to be civil in front of me, okay? Her voice was a mixture of exasperation and pleading. Fine, Celeste mumbled, her usual arrogance replaced with a grudging acceptance. I'll deal with you later, you disobedient mutt. Lin Lang, after a moment of hesitation, nodded. I'll try. Oh, by the way, Adele, she added, her voice taking on a slightly hesitant tone. My family's house is about to be demolished. Actually, I could give you a better life. I could give you everything you've ever wanted. Wait, what? Demolished? Adele's eyes widened, her attention instantly shifting to Lin Lang. This is amazing. It was the classic rags to riches story, the dream of every young person struggling to make ends meet. Adele's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. She leaned in close, her excitement palpable. She truly lived up to her reputation for being honest. Honest in her greed, adorable in her eagerness. Lin Lang, overwhelmed by Adele's sudden enthusiasm, her senses reeling from the sweet scent that clung to Adele's skin, blushed furiously. Of course, she didn't think Adele was a gold digger. Adele was just happy for her. That's all. Adele had seen the dilapidated state of Lin Lang's house when she had walked her home the other day. She had tried to be polite, saying it had a rustic charm, but Lin Lang had known better. It was falling apart, a crumbling relic of a bygone era. It was hard to believe that in this modern age, someone could still live in a house that didn't even have hot running water. And in the heart of the city, no less. So, it was only natural that Adele would be excited for her, knowing that she was about to receive a life-changing windfall. She's still the same Adele. Kind, innocent, adorable. The most beautiful girl in the world. Yes, it's really happening, Lin Lang confirmed, her voice soft. The truth was, for years, the decision to demolish the house had been entirely up to her father. But he had been stubborn, clinging to the past, to the traditions of their ancestors, refusing to sell, even when government officials, some of them incredibly powerful, had come knocking, offering him a fortune. But he had already broken tradition once, for her sake. What was one more transgression? Besides, he knew how much she yearned for a better life, for the comforts of modern living. When Lin Lang had successfully formed a bond with the Gu realm, becoming its host, she had essentially walked through the gates of hell and emerged victorious. Her father, his heart filled with relief and pride, had finally made a decision. He had told her that he was going to demolish the entire Tang family estate, everything except for the ancestral shrine, and sell the land to developers. Lin Lang had been speechless, tears streaming down her face as she hugged her father, her heart overflowing with gratitude and love. Tang Wuying had been speechless as well. It had been so long since he had held his daughter like this, felt her warmth, her love. In that moment, he had realized how foolish he had been, clinging to the past, denying her a better life. With the money from the sale, the Tang family would finally be able to live comfortably. And with Lin Lang's newfound power, who knew? Perhaps she could even restore the Tang family to its former glory. The moment Tang Wuying had made his decision, a new billionaire had been born. To put it in perspective, imagine the Tang family estate being located in the heart of Shanghai, in one of the most expensive neighborhoods in the city. The Celeste family's wealth was mostly tied to their holdings in the West. And Celeste, as a student, had limited access to her family's resources. But Lin Lang, she was about to become the ultimate, demolition generation, billionaire. And now, she could finally say those words to Adele with absolute confidence. I'll take care of you. If she could add a time limit to that promise, Lin Lang would have chosen, forever. Celeste, meanwhile, felt a pang of jealousy. She could sense the shift in Adele's attention, the way her eyes lit up, the way her body leaned in closer to Lin Lang. Even Lin Lang had to fan herself discreetly, her cheeks burning with a blush she couldn't control. She had never experienced this side of Adele before, this unrestrained enthusiasm, this closeness. Adele was peppering her with questions, her breath tickling Lin Lang's cheek, her excitement contagious. Lin Lang, lost in the throes of her own innocent crush, didn't even think twice about answering every single one of Adele's questions, her heart soaring with each touch, each shared laugh. She felt like she would tell Adele anything, even her bank account password if she asked. No, she would even sneak back home and steal her family's bank cards, their savings books, even their family register, and give them all to Adele. Wait. Why would I steal the family register? Different sequences meant different classes, and naturally, different training grounds for their magic training lessons. So Adele had to part ways with Celeste earlier than she would have liked. Celeste was clearly reluctant to leave, but due to the nature of their relationship, she didn't beg or plead. She was more like a lovesick admirer, her gaze lingering on Adele long after she had turned away, a mixture of longing and adoration in her eyes. As for Lin Lang, well, she was probably thrilled to finally have Adele all to herself. Only when Adele and Lin Lang had disappeared from sight did Celeste finally tear her gaze away, rejoining her own group of classmates. Her actions, of course, did not go unnoticed. The whispers started immediately, a chorus of mocking laughter and disdain. Who was she with just now? That lowly sequence 5, again. She's really pushing her luck, isn't she? Birds of a feather flock together, I guess. But Celeste ignored them, their words washing over her like water off a duck's back. She knew what was truly important to her now. The lesson hadn't officially started yet, but the students were allowed to practice within the designated training area, which was protected by a magic barrier. Several elemental vampires were already showing off, boasting about how much their elemental refinement levels had increased. In the center of the training ground, a battered target hung precariously from a metal frame. It looked like it was about to fall apart, and yet, no one had managed to destroy it. Stone pillars conjured from earth magic, ice arrows, wind blades, they had all failed to shatter the target completely. The closest anyone had come was a Sequence 2 vampire whose elemental refinement level was rumored to have reached level 7. Her wind blade had left a deep gash in the target, far more impressive than the superficial scratches the others had managed to inflict. It had been her most powerful attack, and she had been met with a chorus of cheers and applause. The teacher, who was in charge of the Sequence 2 magic training class, had been observing from a distance, her hopes rising as she witnessed the wind blade attack. Could this be it? Could she finally have a true prodigy in her class? But the target had remained intact, and her hopes had been dashed. Seriously? That's it, If she had to give an assessment, she would say that the wind-wielding vampire's power was superficial. She had focused on form over substance, on style over power. Her technique was flashy, but her foundation was weak. As for her elemental refinement level, well, there was a good chance she had exaggerated her progress. Just as the teacher was about to give up and start the lesson early, a wave of intense heat washed over the training ground. Even she felt a surge of pressure, a palpable shift in the air. Her eyes widened as she spotted the source of the heat, a golden-haired girl, the one everyone else avoided like the plague, standing in the center of the training ground, her gaze fixed on the distant target. Her hair, a cascade of golden sunlight, whipped around her face, her movements radiating a confidence, a power that was undeniable. The scar on her cheek, pulsing with a faint blue light, only added to her allure, a touch of danger that made her even more captivating. A bow and arrow, forged from fire and imbued with the essence of flames, materialized before her, the flames swirling and dancing with a life of their own, a testament to her mastery of fire magic. She nocked an arrow, her gaze unwavering, her focus absolute. And then, with a soft whoosh, the flaming arrow shot towards the target, its trajectory perfect, its speed breathtaking. Bullseye. But the arrow didn't stop there. It exploded upon impact, the force of the blast shattering the target into a million pieces, the fragments raining down like confetti. The other Sequence 2 vampires stared, speechless, their jaws slack with disbelief. Silence descended upon the training ground. Even those who had been mocking and belittling Celeste just moments ago were now rendered speechless. The teacher, her eyes shining with approval, clapped her hands enthusiastically. The other students, though reluctant, followed suit, their applause hesitant and uneven. "If I'm not mistaken," the teacher said, her voice laced with admiration, "your elemental refinement level has reached level 7, hasn't it?" Celeste nodded silently, confirming her suspicions. Her classmates groaned, a chorus of envious sighs and frustrated whispers. They were all sequence 2s, some of them even more arrogant and privileged than Celeste. They had looked down on her, mocked her, dismissed her as a pathetic weakling. And now, she had proven them all wrong. Most of them were stuck at level 5, a few having reached level 6. The wind-wielding vampire had only recently reached level 7, and her power, achieved through shortcuts and trickery, was unstable, unreliable. Celeste, on the other hand, her power was real, her talent undeniable. The teacher's next words were like a slap in the face, a harsh reminder of their own mediocrity. "A true prodigy," she declared, her voice filled with pride. "You're leagues ahead of the others. Tell me, what's your name?" Celeste blinked, confused. She had simply destroyed a battered old target. What was the big deal? She didn't know that the target had been specially designed by the teacher, its durability far beyond the capabilities of a typical first-year sequence 2 vampire. The teacher had allowed them to practice on it, to leave their marks, to give them a false sense of accomplishment. But shattering the target, that was a whole other level of difficulty. Celeste's talent, combined with her hard work and determination, had given her the power to rival even the most gifted sequence 1s. At least, that's what the teacher believed. As long as she didn't encounter those truly monstrous beings, those outliers who even among sequence 1s were considered freaks of nature, like Dorothy, or Hermione. "Celeste," she said, her voice soft but steady. "A lovely name. I'm Sheena, your instructor." "Thank you. Teacher Sheena. Tell me, how did you manage to shatter the target?" Sheena, a vampire herself, leaned in close, her curiosity piqued. She caught a whiff of a delicate blood fragrance, and her eyes widened as she noticed the bandage on Celeste's neck, strategically placed to conceal a bite mark. Who could it be, she wondered. Who could this proud, talented girl have given herself to so willingly? In vampire society, offering your blood to another vampire had a special significance. It was a sign of trust, of submission, of love. Celeste hesitated, unsure how to answer the teacher's question. She couldn't tell her the truth, could she? That she had been able to summon that level of power because she had imagined the target as Tang Linlang and Hermione. Meanwhile, on another training ground, a much less impressive one, Tang Linlang, who was still clinging to Adele's side, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! She rubbed her nose, her brow furrowing in confusion. Asterisk, what was that? Am I getting sick? Asterisk. Linlang? Adele asked, her voice laced with concern. She offered Linlang a tissue. Linlang accepted the tissue, her cheeks flushing. Suddenly, even if she was getting sick, it didn't seem so bad. It's getting colder now, especially with winter approaching. You should wear a jacket, Linlang. Yes, I will. You too, Adele. Take care of yourself. I'll take care of you too. For Linlang, who was naturally shy and introverted, even uttering those simple words of concern was a challenge. She stumbled over her words, her cheeks burning with a blush that made her even more adorable, even more irresistible. Adele smiled, her heart melting. She couldn't resist nuzzling her cheek against Linlang's, their bodies brushing against each other. Cuddle time. On. Linlang froze, her entire body turning pink, as if she were about to explode. Poor Linlang was putty in Adele's hands. It's just a way for friends to show their affection, Adele said, her voice innocent, her explanation blatantly false. Is that so? Linlang's gaze darted around, her cheeks still burning. She nodded slowly, her voice barely a whisper. I see. Cuddle time with Adele. Gathering her courage, she wrapped her arms around Adele, standing on her tiptoes to reach her cheek, nuzzling against her soft skin. So soft, so warm. Adele, caught off guard by Linlang's sudden boldness, giggled. That tickles. She's so easy to tease. She's practically begging me to take advantage of her innocence. What are you two doing? A stern voice startled them, and they quickly separated, their cheeks flushing even redder, as if they had been caught making out behind the bleachers. Thankfully, the teacher, a strict but fair woman, didn't press the issue. She simply glared at them, making sure they had gotten the message, and then moved on, her gaze sweeping over the other students. Adele and Linlang exchanged a relieved glance. They had dodged a bullet. Linlang's heart was racing. Adele had seemed just as worried about being caught as she was. Did that mean that Adele also saw their relationship as something more than just friendship? The thought sent a thrill through her, a wave of giddy excitement. But Adele, oblivious to Linlang's inner turmoil, was already focused on the upcoming lesson. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Adele might not have been the most magically gifted student, but she was determined to make the most of this class. She followed the teacher's instructions, focusing on sensing her own magic, manipulating it, shaping it in her mind. She had heard that human scientists were studying magic, trying to understand its properties, to find a way to control it, even to replicate it. If they succeeded, well, it would be like creating modern-day hex tech. But there was also a theory that magic originated from a higher dimension, and that the human mind was the only thing capable of accessing and utilizing it. Adele shivered, a sudden realization hitting her. If that was true, then where did she come from? Wasn't her original world that higher dimension? It didn't make sense. She was a transmigrator, a being from a higher plane of existence. So why was she still so weak? What's wrong with me? Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the figure standing outside the training grounds, her gaze fixed on Adele. It was a girl with long, silver blue hair, her features elegant, her demeanor regal. She had stopped walking, her eyes drawn to Adele, her entire world seemingly shrinking until only Adele remained, her image painted in vibrant colors against a backdrop of gray. Her blue eyes, usually cold and distant, softened slightly, a flicker of warmth melting the ice that had encased them for so long. She watched, amused, as Adele struggled to control her meager magic, her movements clumsy, her efforts endearing. It was like watching a child playing with sticks, pretending they were a knight's sword. But the true knight, the one wielding the real sword, the one with the power to conquer armies, well, she was the one watching from the sidelines. If it hadn't been for the unexpected arrival of a certain someone, Hermione might have spent the entire class simply watching Adele, lost in her own little world, her heart filled with a contentment she hadn't felt in a very long time. But the sky had darkened, storm clouds gathering, a tempest brewing. Hermione. Fancy meeting you here. Ah, I understand now. You're thirsty. Aren't you? Dorothy, her pink pigtails bouncing with every step, her smile as sweet as poison, approached Hermione from behind, her voice laced with a playful mockery. She moved with an effortless grace, as if she owned the place, as if this entire academy were her personal playground. Her tone, however, shifted abruptly, the playful lilt replaced with a seriousness that was unsettling, almost unnatural. Seriousness, it was a word that didn't quite fit Dorothy, the carefree vampire princess who lived for her games, her whims. But I'm afraid I have to decline your request, Hermione, she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper. Lately, I've been feeling a bit possessive. Adele was still focused on trying to increase her magic refinement level from a pathetic 0.5 to a slightly less pathetic 1, completely oblivious to the silent war brewing outside the training grounds. Hermione's expression was unreadable, her aura growing colder, more menacing, with each passing moment. Dorothy, on the other hand, maintained her usual cheerful facade, her smile as sweet as poison, her eyes gleaming with a hidden amusement that sent shivers down your spine. Both of them were Sequence 1 vampires, both renowned for their power, their strength. And yet, there had never been a true confrontation between them, a decisive battle that would settle the question of who was stronger. Dorothy only did what amused her, and Hermione lacked the competitive drive to challenge her. They had sparred once, during the year-end ranking assessment, but it had been a half-hearted affair, neither of them truly pushing the other to their limits. The instructors had initially declared it a draw, but the academy's higher-ups had intervened, forcing them to choose a winner. Hermione, who didn't care for titles or rankings, and who considered Dorothy a friend, had conceded defeat. But now Hermione had someone, worth fighting for. She wouldn't back down so easily this time. "I'm not someone you can manipulate at will, Dorothy," she said, her voice calm, her gaze meeting Dorothy's without a hint of fear or subservience. The temperature plummeted, a chill wind whipping through the air, frost forming on the leaves and petals of the nearby flowers. Hermione wasn't playing games. Dorothy's eyes, narrowed to slits, their crimson color deepening, finally opened fully, their gaze locking onto Hermione. Hermione was taller, her silver blue hair and sharp features giving her an aura of cold, aloof elegance. But even her imposing presence couldn't overshadow Dorothy. Dorothy simply smiled, her carefree demeanor unwavering, her smile as disarming as ever. She effortlessly neutralized Hermione's aura, the icy chill unable to penetrate her defenses. As a familiar vampire, Dorothy was protected by her familiar, Azathoth. The specifics of their bond were unknown, but it was clearly powerful enough to shield her from Hermione's magic. And then, with a mere thought, Dorothy turned the tables, unleashing a wave of oppressive energy that washed over Hermione, sending shivers down her spine. It felt like an abyss had opened up before her, a bottomless chasm filled with an ancient, unknowable presence. Something was watching her from the darkness, its gaze cold and calculating. Even Hermione, the Ice Queen, felt a chill creep into her heart. "You're not serious, are you, Hermione?" Dorothy asked, her voice light, almost teasing. She was still willing to forgive Hermione, to let this go. All Hermione had to do was back down, to concede. An apology wasn't necessary. That would be too humiliating. Just a simple retraction of her earlier statement, and Dorothy would forget this ever happened. After all, they were friends. Hermione was one of Dorothy's few friends, even if her importance had diminished somewhat in light of Adele's arrival. But Dorothy's chaotic, impulsive nature needed someone like Hermione, someone stable, someone reliable, to keep her grounded. If Dorothy lost everyone she cared about, well, the consequences were unimaginable. Azathoth might just decide to destroy the world. But despite the pressure, the fear that was gnawing at her, Hermione stood her ground, her gaze fixed on Adele's distant figure. Adele, a lowly sequence 5, and yet, she gave Hermione strength, a reason to fight, a purpose she had never known before. It sounded ridiculous, didn't it? A wry smile curved Hermione's lips, a smile that surprisingly suited her face. She just didn't smile very often. She was always so cold, so distant. Even Adele had only seen her smile a handful of times. As for Dorothy, well, she was mesmerized by that smile, a flicker of jealousy igniting within her. Why had Hermione never smiled like that when they were together? Why was it only for Adele? It's not fair. Why am I always left out? Aren't we friends? We are friends. Dorothy's eyes darkened, the crimson color deepening, as if blood were about to spill from their depths. She took a step forward, her hand shooting out to grab Hermione's collar. Ice instantly encased her hand, frost spreading up her arm, threatening to engulf her entire body. But Dorothy didn't flinch. She was like a doll, impervious to pain. If only it were that simple. "I won't ask again, Hermione," she said, her voice low, dangerous. "Answer me." Hermione took a deep breath, her gaze meeting Dorothy's. She had underestimated Dorothy's power. All those practice sessions, those simulations, they hadn't prepared her for this, for the sheer intensity of Dorothy's aura, the raw power that radiated from her. But even if she was facing a brick wall, she would keep hitting it until it crumbled. "I won't say it again either, Dorothy," she said, her voice firm, unwavering. "I won't let go. My feelings for Adele are real. She's not your toy. And she's not mine. I'm not afraid of you. And I won't leave her. I challenge you to a duel. 3 days from now, at the ranking tournament." The ranking tournament, held every Monday, was a chance for the upperclassmen to test their skills against each other, to earn points for their respective classes, and to climb the ranks within the academy. "If I win, you'll leave Adele alone. And if you lose?" Dorothy asked, a smile curving her lips. It was a silent smile, but somehow, it seemed tinged with sadness. Hermione's eyes, cold and blue as glacial ice, narrowed. "I won't lose. Unless I'm dead." When Adele's class ended, both Hermione and Dorothy were gone. Sequence ones, when deciding the fate of their prey, had an unspoken agreement to avoid each other. But Adele, well, she was no longer mere prey to them. She wandered over to a nearby flower bed, her gaze drawn to a frost-covered flower. She picked it up, her brow furrowing in thought. Did it freeze because it was dying, or did it die because it froze? She gently brushed the frost away, revealing the delicate petals beneath. The ice melted in her hand, the water dripping through her fingers. Adele shivered. She wasn't particularly strong, her human heritage making her susceptible to the cold. She carefully buried the flower in the soft earth, hoping that it would bloom again in the spring, or perhaps nourish the other flowers. With a sigh, she stood up, dusting off her hands. She was about to head back to her dorm when a timid voice called out to her. "Adele? Are you done with class?" The voice sounded familiar, but Adele couldn't quite place it. There was a hesitancy, an awkwardness to the way the question was phrased, as if the speaker were nervous, unsure of themselves. Asterisk, maybe she's just shy. A bit of a social recluse, asterisk. And then, it hit her. Of course. She recognized the voice now. Her mind raced, piecing together the clues, identifying the speaker. She turned, her face brightening with a smile. Sharon. Asterisk, wait, no. Too enthusiastic. That'll scare her, asterisk. She quickly toned down her expression, forcing herself to appear calm, collected. But that didn't change the fact that Sharon was her next target. Sharon, hearing her name, her voice, froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was that really for her? Was Adele actually happy to see her? Maybe I'm just imagining things. Asterisk, Adele has no reason to be nice to me. To someone like me, asterisk. Doubt gnawed at her, her heart sinking. Her pale gold eyes, framed by her silvery gray bangs, flickered with a mixture of hope and despair. Why yes, it's me. I was just passing by. There was no just passing by. Sharon was Dorothy's loyal follower, her shadow. She had witnessed the confrontation between Dorothy and Hermione, the way they had both fought for Adele's attention, their jealousy a palpable force. Despair had washed over her. But at least, she still had her dreams. In her dreams, no one could take Adele away from her. Not even Hermione. Not even Princess Dorothy. This was one of the few things that gave her courage, a flicker of confidence in a world that constantly reminded her of her own insignificance. After Dorothy had left, Sharon had lingered, waiting for Adele's class to end. She had imagined countless scenarios, countless ways to approach her. But she wasn't good at pretending. Her affection for Adele, her admiration, was always evident, no matter how hard she tried to hide it. She was gentle with Adele, treating her like a goddess, someone to be worshipped, not touched. She had only tasted Adele's blood once, a single drop from a cut on her finger. Pathetic, compared to the other sequence ones. But Sharon didn't feel sorry for herself. The original Adele might have hated Dorothy, hated Hermione, hated those twins, but she had never truly shown any animosity towards Sharon. Sharon had always cherished that fact, clinging to it as if it were a lifeline, a sign that she was somehow closer to Adele's heart than the others. But the truth was, she was just a little less hated. What a coincidence. I just finished class 2. Adele smiled, her voice warm and inviting, as she approached Sharon. She wouldn't call Sharon out on her clumsy acting. In fact, she found it rather endearing. It even sparked a mischievous urge within her, a desire to tease her a little. Sharon's timid demeanor, her lack of confidence, her nervous fidgeting, it was like she was begging to be bullied. Adele wanted to see her cry, to hear her whimper and plead, to break her down until she was completely dependent on her, her every thought and emotion colored by Adele's presence. No. Stop it, Adele, You can't do that to her. Be nice. Be gentle, Freud had proposed that the human psyche was composed of three parts, the ID, the ego, and the superego. The ID was the primal, instinctual part of the mind, driven by base desires and impulses. The ego was the conscious, rational part of the mind, trying to mediate between the ID and the external world. And the superego was the moral compass, the internalized values and ideals that guided our behavior. Right now, Adele was caught between her ID and her ego, her desire to tease and torment clashing with her rational mind, her sense of, well, basic human decency. And surprisingly, it seemed like her superego was winning. Weird. Better read that again. To distract herself from her less-than-noble thoughts, Adele bit down on her tongue, hard. Are you all right, Adele? Sharon asked, her voice laced with concern as she heard Adele gasp in pain. Adele looked at her, her heart melting at the genuine worry she saw in her eyes. Even her long, silvery gray bangs, which almost covered her eyes, couldn't hide her concern. I'm fine. Just bit my tongue, Adele said, her cheeks flushing. It sounded stupid, but it was the truth. I guess I was just excited to see you, Sharon. You wanted to see me? Sharon stammered, her voice barely a whisper. You're happy to see me? It felt like fireworks were exploding in her brain, a dazzling display of light and color that left her breathless, her heart pounding so hard it almost hurt. But the pain was a welcome reminder that this wasn't a dream. This was real. Adele, sensing Sharon's hesitation, took a step closer. Sharon, overwhelmed, instinctively took a step back. No. What am I doing, ? If Adele pulled away now, if she misinterpreted Sharon's reaction, Sharon would never forgive herself. She would hate herself for being so cowardly, so incapable of holding on to the one person who brought her joy. But Adele, thankfully, didn't seem to notice. She simply took another step closer, closing the distance between them until their bodies were almost touching, their breaths mingling. Sharon's hair brushed against Adele's cheek, sending shivers down her spine. Adele reached out, her hand taking Sharon's in a gentle, reassuring grip. Just like in my dreams. Why wouldn't I be happy? Adele asked, her voice soft, her thumb gently caressing Sharon's palm, as if trying to share her warmth with her. You're different, Sharon. You're always so kind to me. You never force me to do anything I don't want to do. And you came here to see me, didn't you? I know. You're a good girl, Sharon. I really like you. Celeste, Master, are you done with class? Celeste, I kept thinking about you during training. Celeste, my heart and my lower abdomen felt so warm, the magic crest tingling with a pleasant heat. Celeste, is it because Master was thinking about me too? Adele's phone buzzed incessantly in her pocket. She pulled it out, her brow furrowing as she saw a string of messages from Celeste. Seriously? Now? And the content of those messages? Adele's expression faltered. After a moment, a wry smile curved her lips. No, I wasn't. She had been focusing on her class, not daydreaming about, well, anything, really. But after a moment of hesitation, she started typing, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She couldn't disappoint her puppy, could she? Sharon, watching her, her gaze lingering on Adele's profile, thought she looked beautiful, her expression focused, her movements graceful. They were walking side by side down a tree-lined path, the air filled with the sweet fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. It was a scene straight out of a dream, so beautiful, so surreal, that Sharon almost thought she was back in one of her own carefully crafted dreamscapes, safe from the harsh realities of the waking world. Sharon wasn't good at conversation. And to be fair, neither was Adele. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made so many enemies, wouldn't have pushed away Hermione, Dorothy. If only she had been more honest, more vulnerable, she could have lived a peaceful life surrounded by powerful allies. But the original Adele couldn't do it. So it was up to the current Adele to fix things. Sharon felt a sense of ease, of comfort, she had never experienced before. Adele was different. She was attentive, her voice gentle, her words carefully chosen to avoid hurting Sharon's feelings. She even made Sharon laugh, something that rarely happened. People who struggled with social anxiety often avoided conversations because they had never experienced a truly comfortable, enjoyable interaction. They lacked that safe space, that person who made them feel seen, heard, accepted. But Adele, she was giving Sharon that safe space. For the first time, Sharon wondered if maybe, just maybe, she could learn to be more open, more confident, more normal. Adele was giving her hope. Her expression brightened, her eyes sparkling with a newfound confidence. It was no exaggeration to say that her newfound confidence had transformed her, making her appear more attractive, more vibrant. But Adele wasn't doing this out of the goodness of her heart. She had an ulterior motive. Her pink eyes, usually bright and playful, darkened slightly as she turned to Sharon. "Sharon," she said, her voice casual, "I heard there's a new Chinese restaurant in the academy that's really popular. But I can't seem to find it. Do you think you could ask around for me?" She pulled out her phone, waving it in front of Sharon. "I have some messages to reply to. I'll wait for you here." And with that, she started typing, ignoring Sharon's hesitant expression. She knew Sharon wouldn't refuse. She was too kind, too eager to please, especially when it came to Adele. Sharon watched her, her heart sinking as she realized that Adele's attention was no longer on her. The comfortable bubble they had created shattered, the harsh reality of the outside world crashing back in. But I don't want to disappoint her. She glanced around nervously, clutching at the last vestiges of courage Adele had given her. Taking a deep breath, she approached a group of girls who were chatting nearby, her silvery gray bangs swaying in the breeze. Her heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of fear and determination warring within her. Whether she would succeed, well, that remained to be seen. Back to Adele. She was surprised by the sheer number of messages Celeste had sent her. They were filled with longing, with declarations of devotion, with apologies for her earlier outburst. Adele hadn't expected such a strong reaction. She had simply thought Celeste was being a bit too clingy, a bit too possessive. She needed a reality check, a reminder that she needed to focus on her own goals, not on Adele. If Celeste was a good girl, if she worked hard and proved her worth, Adele wouldn't hesitate to reward her, to indulge her desires, within reason, of course. As long as she didn't try to overstep her boundaries, to challenge Adele's authority. But Celeste's response, it was perfect. Exactly what Adele had hoped for. Such a good dog. Now, she had to reassure her, to soothe her wounded pride. "Adele, it seems you've realized your mistake. Adele, and your apology is very sincere. I'm pleased. Adele, to be honest, I wouldn't mind having you by my side all the time. Adele, do you think I don't enjoy being pampered and spoiled? Adele, but that's not going to change anything. Adele, it's just a temporary distraction, a way to avoid facing reality. Adele, Celeste, I don't want to be a plaything for those sequence ones forever. You understand that, don't you, Adele, we both want revenge. Don't forget the day your pride was shattered. Adele, you're my most trusted ally, my most loyal companion. Don't underestimate yourself. Don't give up. Adele, don't let those purebloods win. We can challenge their authority. We can rise above them. Adele, even a sequence 2 can overthrow a sequence 1. Adele, you won't disappoint me. Right? Celeste, reading Adele's message, tears streaming down her face, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hadn't been abandoned. And Adele, she had explained everything, her words sincere, her reasoning sound. Guilt gnawed at her. Adele was working so hard, fighting to break free from the shackles of the vampire hierarchy, and here she was, wallowing in self-pity, indulging in her own weakness. Asterisk I'm so pathetic. I'm not worthy of her, asterisk. She grabbed her phone, her fingers trembling as she typed her reply. Asterisk Celeste, yes, master. I won't disappoint you, asterisk. Asterisk Celeste, I'll work harder, I'll push myself to my limits. And if I ever feel like giving up, I'll look at your picture and remember why I'm doing this, asterisk. Celeste, for our freedom. For freedom. That sounds a bit too dramatic, even for me. Adele had thought she was the Chinibu one, but it seems Celeste was even worse. Asterisk well. Whatever works, I guess, asterisk. Asterisk Adele, I'm glad you understand. But what did you mean about a picture, asterisk? Adele, how did you get a picture of me? Asterisk Celeste, well, that's, asterisk. Asterisk Adele, never mind. It's not important. Are you free right now, asterisk? Asterisk Celeste, yes. I am, asterisk. Asterisk Adele, good. I order you to meet me at the new Chinese restaurant in 10 minutes, asterisk. Adele, pretend you ran into me by accident. Adele, the rest is up to you. Adele put her phone away, a mischievous smile curving her lips. She quickly adjusted her expression, her gaze softening as she turned to Sharon, who had finally returned from her quest. Poor Sharon. She looked like she had been through a war. Her shoulders were slumped, her head bowed, her lips pressed together in a tight line. Her cheeks were pale, her eyes downcast, the last vestiges of confidence she had gained shattered. The light that had been shining in her eyes, the spark of hope Adele had ignited, was gone. Asterisk I knew it. I'll never change, asterisk. Adele's presence, her kindness, had given Sharon a glimpse of a different life, a life where she could be confident, happy, even, normal. But her attempt at interacting with strangers had crushed her hopes, dragging her back down into the depths of her own insecurities. Sharon had been unlucky. The girls she had approached had been bullies, the kind who preyed on the weak. And Sharon, with her unremarkable appearance, her low-key demeanor, her silvery gray hair that screamed, low-ranking half-blood, well, she had been an easy target. What had started as a simple request for directions had turned into a verbal assault, a barrage of insults and mockery. They had treated her like an idiot, a joke. And in the end, they hadn't even given her the directions. Sharon had gone with a flicker of hope in her heart, and she had returned defeated, her spirit broken. Now, she had to admit her failure to Adele. I'm sorry. Adele. I couldn't find the Chinese restaurant. Sharon. Adele's voice was laced with concern, her expression softening as she saw the tears welling up in Sharon's eyes. She pulled Sharon into a hug, her arms wrapping around her small, trembling body. It's okay. It doesn't matter. If we can't find it, we'll keep looking. We'll find it eventually. And even if we don't, it doesn't matter. We can go to a Western restaurant, or anywhere you want. What matters is that we're together. Silly, what happened? Did they bully you? Adele looked up, her gaze settling on the three girls Sharon had approached, her eyes narrowing, a flicker of anger igniting within them. She had wanted Sharon to experience the difference between interacting with strangers and interacting with her, to make her more dependent, more attached. But she hadn't wanted her to get hurt. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Sharon, a sequence 1, could be bullied within the academy. But it had happened. Sharon's expression, her demeanor, confirmed it. And Adele wouldn't forgive those girls for hurting someone she cared about. She would make them pay. It wasn't an empty threat. She meant it. She memorized their faces, their features etched into her mind. She gently stroked Sharon's hair, her hand resting on her trembling back, her voice low, soothing. Sharon, I'll make them regret it. To anyone who knew their true identities, the scene unfolding before them would have been utterly baffling. Adele, a lowly sequence 5, the bottom of the barrel, and Sharon, a sequence 1, a powerful vampire who even in her weakened state was still a force to be reckoned with. If you were to ask anyone who was more likely to be bullied, who would be the one coming to the other's rescue, well, 99 out of 100 people would say Adele was the victim and Sharon was the protector. And the remaining 1% would probably just roll their eyes and call you an idiot for even asking such a stupid question. But reality, as it often did, had a way of defying expectations. Adele was the one comforting Sharon, the one vowing to avenge her. It seemed that personality truly did matter. It wasn't just about power. Adele memorized the faces of the 3 bullies, her gaze cold, her resolve unwavering. Sharon, enveloped in Adele's embrace, her cheek pressed against Adele's soft hair, her body trembling slightly, gradually calmed down. She clung to Adele, her touch almost desperate, her need for comfort palpable. She was like a small, frightened animal, a rabbit or a kitten, seeking solace in the presence of a trusted companion. Adele found it a bit ticklish, but she didn't mind. It meant her plan was working. Sharon was becoming dependent on her, her need for comfort and reassurance extending beyond the realm of dreams and into the harsh reality of the waking world. It had been an accident, really. Adele had simply wanted Sharon to experience the difference between interacting with strangers and interacting with her, to make her realize that the comfort and acceptance she craved could only be found with Adele. Of course, no one else was as kind, as gentle, as beautiful as Adele. She might have been a bit narcissistic, but she couldn't help it. But Sharon's attempt at socializing had gone horribly wrong. To think that a sequence 1 could be mocked and bullied, it was almost pitiful. Adele sighed internally. She couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh, to further damage Sharon's already fragile ego. So, she simply held her close, allowing her to bask in the warmth of her embrace, until it became, well, a bit too awkward, a bit too suggestive. She gently patted Sharon's back, a silent signal that it was time to let go. Sharon, thankfully, understood. She reluctantly pulled away, her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze fixed on the floor. Adele smiled, her fingers intertwining with Sharon's, their hands clasped together as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Sharon's heart skipped a beat. It was just like in her dreams. Could this really be happening? Adele, sensing Sharon's hesitation, decided to give her a little more encouragement, a taste of the sweetness that awaited her if she fully embraced this new reality. In the original story, Sharon had betrayed Dorothy for the sake of a dream, a figment of her imagination. Surely, she could do even more for the real Adele. "Come on, Sharon," Adele said, her voice cheerful. "I just logged into the Academy's forum using a secure connection. Someone must have posted the location of that new Chinese restaurant." She held up her phone, her smile widening as she saw the spark of interest in Sharon's eyes. Sharon hadn't even considered that option. The Academy's online presence, whether it was on search engines or encyclopedias, was carefully curated, a sanitized version of reality designed to keep outsiders in the dark. And ordinary people weren't allowed anywhere near the Academy, which meant there was very little information available online. The Academy's forum, however, was a different story. It was a hidden corner of the internet, accessible only to students and faculty. Adele had only just remembered its existence. It made sense, really. The original Adele had had no reason to access the forum. It was filled with information about containment procedures, about the exploits of upperclassmen, and, about other girls. Girls who had been a bit too forward, a bit too eager to, well, let's just say they had made Adele's life rather uncomfortable. "Okay," Sharon murmured, her voice soft, almost hesitant. It was a lovely voice, soft and sweet, like a chilled watermelon on a hot summer day. Adele found herself wanting to, well, let's just say that certain images, best left unexamined, flashed through her mind. They quickly found a post about the new restaurant, complete with pictures of the building and its surroundings. After a bit of careful scrutiny, Adele was confident that it was located near the Academy's South Plaza. Of course, there was an even easier way to find it, ask Celeste. Her sense of smell was impeccable. But that would make Adele seem too dependent on Celeste, which would only inflate her ego. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant, its traditional Chinese architecture a welcome sight. Were there different races of vampires? Of course, there were. They had different nationalities, different ethnicities, different cultures. Celeste, for example, was clearly a Western vampire, the kind people used to call vampires. But contrary to popular belief, most of them weren't afraid of sunlight, silver, garlic, or crucifixes. Sure, there might have been a few who had contributed to those stereotypes throughout history, but it was more likely that those rumors had been spread intentionally, a way to mislead their enemies, to make them underestimate their true power. Eastern vampires, on the other hand, mostly looked like Adele: black hair, dark eyes, delicate features. As for why Adele, an Eastern vampire, had a Western name, well, go ask the author. It was a bit awkward, but thankfully, no one seemed to care. And then there were the Middle Eastern vampires, those exotic beauties with their dark skin and alluring eyes. Ahem. Back to the story, asterisk. Adele and Sharon entered the restaurant and took a seat at a table for two. A waitress, her smile bright and welcoming, approached them, menu in hand. The academy was like a self-contained ecosystem, a miniature society with its own rules and customs. You could live a comfortable life here without ever having to venture outside. They had online shopping, food delivery, even robots that could deliver packages directly to your dorm room. It was the perfect environment for someone like Sharon, who preferred to stay indoors. It was clear that she rarely visited places like this, places that were crowded and noisy, filled with unfamiliar faces. She seemed nervous, her body tense, her shoulders hunched. She sat beside Adele, their bodies pressed together, seeking comfort, reassurance. Without releasing their auras, vampires could only distinguish each other's ranks by their physical traits, primarily their hair and eye color. Pure silver or gold hair, for example, was usually a sign of a high-ranking vampire. Dorothy and Hermione were exceptions. Dorothy had pink hair and crimson eyes, while Hermione had silver blue hair and icy blue eyes. Sharon's silvery gray hair, however, was fairly common among lower-ranking vampires, a clear indication of her mixed heritage. It wasn't hard to see why she had been targeted by those bullies. They preyed on the weak, and Sharon, a low-ranking half-blood, well, she had been an easy target. If she had been more assertive, more confident, or if she had been any other sequence one, well, those bullies would have been nothing more than cannon fodder, their humiliation a foregone conclusion. The last sequence 3 vampire who had dared to mess with Adele, well, Dorothy had simply expressed her displeasure, and the girl's family had disowned her, cutting her off completely. No one knew where she was now. The academy hadn't officially expelled her. After all, they were a neutral organization, not entirely under the control of the vampires. But they definitely favored vampires, especially high-ranking ones. Adele, unfortunately, didn't enjoy such privileges. Thankfully, she had achieved financial independence by taming Celeste. She was no longer the poor, struggling student she used to be, forced to live on a meager allowance. She ordered the couple's set menu, paying for it before Sharon could even reach for her wallet. Sharon's mind, meanwhile, was stuck on a loop, asterisk couple's set menu. Couple's set menu. Couples, asterisk. Her cheeks burned with a blush that rivaled the color of a ripe peach. She couldn't think straight. Adele, of course, had a perfectly reasonable explanation. "It's cheaper this way," she said, her voice innocent. "Look, if we order separately, we'll end up spending so much more. A penny saved is a penny earned. Unless, you don't want to pretend to be my girlfriend." "And no." Sharon blurted out, her cheeks flushing even redder. The waitress, observing their interaction, smiled knowingly. It seemed that the cute girl with the black hair and pink eyes had a thing for the shy girl with the silvery gray hair. And the feeling, judging by the way the girl with the silvery gray hair was practically melting under Adele's gaze, was mutual. Ding ding. Gaydar activated. One was clearly the pursuer, while the other was far from resistant to her advances. It was a recipe for a whirlwind romance. Fast forward to the bedroom. "All right, please wait a moment. Your food will be ready soon." 10 minutes later, the waitress returned, a tray laden with steaming dishes. And to their surprise, there was an extra item on the tray, a glass of pink liquid, something that looked like a cross between wine and juice. And there was only one straw. "This is a complimentary drink for couples who order the set menu," the waitress explained, her smile widening as she saw their curious gazes. It's our homemade peach wine. It's sweet and refreshing, with just a hint of alcohol. I'm not very good with words, so I wish you two a lifetime of happiness." And with that, she turned and left, her mission accomplished. Adele almost regretted not selecting the tip option when she had paid. If that wasn't good with words, then what was? Sharon stared at the glass of peach wine, her gaze lingering on the single straw, her thoughts racing. Adele picked up the glass, took a sip, and smiled. Delicious. Try it, Sharon. We really scored today." She offered the glass to Sharon, her expression innocent, her intentions, well, less so. Sharon, flustered, stammered, "But I. And. Try it, Sharon. Can't you drink alcohol?" Adele asked, her focus seemingly on the wrong thing. Or maybe, it was intentional. Sharon shook her head, her small chest rising and falling rapidly. "And no. Then what's wrong?" Sharon couldn't bring herself to say it. Sharing a drink with the same straw, it was basically indirect. But Adele clearly had no such thoughts. She was just trying to share a drink she enjoyed. Sharon was the one overthinking things, letting her imagination run wild. If Adele knew what she was thinking. Sharon didn't dare to imagine the consequences. So, she reluctantly took the glass, her lips parting hesitantly before finally closing around the straw. Her first impression was, sweet. So sweet. And then, as the alcohol, a tiny amount, spread through her system, she felt a pleasant warmth, a slight dizziness that made her head spin. Asterisk, and this is just an indirect kiss. What would Adele's real kiss feel like, asterisk? Would it be even sweeter, even more intoxicating? Her thoughts, fueled by the alcohol and the proximity of the girl she loved, spiraled out of control. She coughed, startled by her own thoughts. Adele gently patted her back, her touch soothing, reassuring. Sharon blushed, her voice barely a whisper. I choked. Take it slow. Adele's voice was like a gentle breeze, calming her nerves. Just as Sharon was starting to relax, a hesitant voice called out from behind them. Adele. Adele turned, her brow furrowing in curiosity. It was a girl with long, flowing golden hair, her gaze fixed on Adele, her expression a mixture of disbelief and jealousy. And of course, her gaze also lingered on Sharon. There was only one person who could elicit such a reaction from Celeste. Celeste's eyes widened, her eyelashes fluttering, as she processed the scene before her. Who is she? She demanded, her voice laced with a barely concealed anger. The waitress, observing the drama unfolding before her, perked up, her eyes gleaming with interest. Ding ding. Gaydar activated. What's going on here? Is this a love triangle? So Celeste is the real girlfriend? And Adele, is she playing both of them? Sharon's heart sank. She could sense the connection between Adele and the golden-haired girl, a connection she was clearly not a part of. She didn't recognize Celeste. Sharon's social circle was small, limited to a handful of people. She probably couldn't even name 10 people in the entire academy. And unlike Hermione, she wasn't the jealous type. She hadn't paid much attention to Celeste, even though she had been aware of her interest in Adele. She was devastated. But even so, she chose to trust Adele. Her hand, instinctively, tightened its grip on Adele's sleeve. Celeste. Adele said, her voice feigning surprise, as if she hadn't expected to see Celeste here. But she knew one thing, she had to protect Sharon. The restaurant was buzzing with excitement, the other patrons eager to witness the drama unfolding before them. It seemed that, enjoying a good show, wasn't just a human trait. Vampires were just as nosy. Adele, unfazed by the attention, squeezed Sharon's hand, her touch reassuring. She's my friend, she said, her voice firm, her gaze meeting Celeste's without a hint of fear. A very important friend. And Celeste, don't you think you're being a bit too controlling? You're always clinging to me, trying to monopolize my time. I told you, I'm not interested in a relationship right now. I need to focus on my studies. I'm not like you. I don't have your wealth or your connections. I need to work hard, to get a good job, to secure my future. Please stop interfering with my life, with my normal social interactions. Normal, social interactions. Celeste repeated, her voice trembling with anger. She gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the glass of peach wine with the single straw. I thought you had a phobia of germs. And yet, you're willing to share a drink with her. Her voice shook, her words laced with a barely concealed jealousy. You're basically, indirectly kissing. And you call that a normal social interaction? I'm embarrassed for you. All the money I've spent on you. Fancy dinners, expensive makeup, designer bags. You ungrateful little. I misjudged you. Asterisk audience. Asterisk. Asterisk audience, this is getting good. Popcorn, anyone, asterisk. Adele's face turned pale, then red, then pale again. Asterisk Celeste, you stupid dog. You're really going all out, aren't you, asterisk. I'll deal with you later. But Adele was a master of theatrics. Her expression instantly transformed, her eyes welling up with tears, her voice trembling with a convincing mix of hurt and betrayal. But that was my birthday. Those were birthday gifts. I was so happy, so touched. You were the only one who remembered my birthday, Celeste. I was so naive. I thought you were being kind. But it was all just a way to control me. You know. I kept all those gifts. I treasured them. Because they were from you. I couldn't even bring myself to use them. A single tear rolled down her cheek, her voice cracking with emotion. Here, take them back. Take them all back. Adele. Celeste's heart ached as she heard Adele's words, regret flooding her eyes. But Adele wasn't interested in explanations or apologies. She grabbed Sharon's hand, her own tears flowing freely now, and stormed out of the restaurant, deliberately bumping into Celeste's shoulder as she passed. Adele was small, but her anger lent her a surprising strength. Celeste stumbled, her heart sinking. She watched them leave, her expression a mixture of pain and longing. But Adele didn't look back. She led Sharon out of the restaurant, her grip tightening on Sharon's hand, her resolve unwavering. She couldn't keep up this charade any longer. Who knew what Celeste might say next? She might even blow their cover. As they were leaving, there was a slight complication. The three bullies who had tormented Sharon had apparently developed a sudden craving for Chinese food. They were entering the restaurant just as Adele and Sharon were leaving. They were surprised to see Sharon, the timid little weakling, actually managing to find the place. And as their gazes met, Adele's anger, fueled by her protective instincts, surged through the magic crest, alerting Celeste. Celeste instantly locked onto the three bullies, her senses screaming at her that these were the ones who had upset her master. And what better opportunity to vent her frustrations than this? A heartbroken, emotionally unstable sequence 2 lashing out at a group of unsuspecting bullies. It was perfectly believable, wasn't it? She might not be able to go toe-to-toe with someone like Hermione, but dealing with 3 low-ranking vampires, that was child's play. The bullies, initially annoyed by Adele's glare, started to mutter under their breaths, their words laced with a casual cruelty. But then, they turned, and their smug smiles vanished, replaced with expressions of pure terror. Celeste, her aura blazing, her eyes burning with a cold fury, stood before them, her power a palpable threat. Their cowardly instincts kicked in, their pleas for mercy pathetic, their attempts at justification falling on deaf ears. Celeste wouldn't be so easily appeased. As Adele and Sharon walked away, they could hear the bullies' screams echoing from within the restaurant. Adele smiled, a genuine smile this time, her heart filled with a warm satisfaction. Asterisk good dog. You did good, asterisk. Perhaps Celeste could have arrived a little later. That way, Adele and Sharon might have at least managed to eat something before being forced to flee the restaurant. But Adele didn't dwell on it. She simply took Sharon to a nearby supermarket, bought a loaf of bread and a couple of yogurts, and then led her to a shady bench, where they enjoyed their impromptu lunch. It was a simple meal, but they ate with gusto, their shared laughter echoing through the air. They were like a down-on-their-luck couple, their love unwavering despite their poverty. Sharon wasn't picky. She had eaten her fair share of convenience store meals. She was more worried about Adele, who seemed to be enjoying the bread and yogurt with a surprising enthusiasm. Sharon's thoughts drifted back to the scene at the restaurant, her heart pounding with a mixture of gratitude and a strange, unfamiliar excitement. Adele, she had protected Sharon, defended her against that other girl. And Celeste's words, they had revealed something important: Adele had a phobia of germs. Which meant, she shouldn't have shared her drink with Sharon. Especially not with the same straw. But she had. It meant, she didn't mind sharing her drink with Sharon. She considered Sharon acceptable. Clean. Pure. Maybe I'm special to her. The thought sent a wave of heat through Sharon's body, her cheeks burning with a blush she couldn't control. She quickly lowered her head, taking a large bite of bread, her silvery gray bangs hiding her face. She choked, her throat constricting. Adele, ever attentive, immediately set aside her own food and leaned over, her hand gently patting Sharon's back. "Slow down, Sharon. Is it too dry? I'll get you some water." "And no, it's okay. I'm sorry. This is all I could afford. I wanted to treat you to a nice meal at the restaurant, but, well, you know." "You know" referred to Celeste's unexpected arrival and the ensuing drama. After that public confrontation, there was no way they could have stayed at the restaurant. So, they had left their food behind, a potential bonus for the waitstaff. And now, Adele was broke. She sighed dramatically, hoping to elicit a bit of sympathy from Sharon. Sharon, realizing that Adele, the one who was actually poor and vulnerable, had spent her precious allowance on her, felt a surge of guilt. The bread in her hand suddenly felt incredibly heavy. "Adele, actually, I could." She wanted to tell Adele that even though she received very little support from her family, the human government provided her with a generous monthly allowance. And unlike the other sequence ones, who seemed to blow through their money on designer clothes and luxury goods, she was a simple girl, her expenses minimal. She had saved quite a bit of money. If Adele needed it, she would gladly give her everything she had. Her thoughts were an open book, her sincerity shining through. If Adele had been a gold digger, she would have pounced on this opportunity. But she was playing a longer game. "Could what?" she asked, her voice laced with a playful curiosity. I was just thinking that if you need money, Adele, I could give you." "Sharon, what are you saying?" "Eep." Sharon flinched, her shoulders hunching as Adele's voice rose in indignation. "How could I possibly take your money? Do you think I need your charity? And no. I didn't mean it like that. Whether you meant it or not, Sharon, if you think I'm only being nice to you because of your money, then I'm very disappointed in you." Adele bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a carefully crafted vulnerability. "Ever since Dorothy set her sights on me, I haven't had a moment's peace," she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Day after day, I've endured their torment, their mockery, their touch. Because of them, I can't even have normal friends, normal relationships. But I still crave those things. That's why I believed Celeste, why I thought she was being sincere. But now, it seems she's just like the others, a shallow woman who thinks she can buy my affection with material possessions." Sharon's heart ached. She felt like she had been stabbed. Shallow. I'm such an idiot, She should have realized that if Adele wanted wealth and power, all she had to do was submit to Dorothy. Dorothy could give her everything, far more than Sharon or Celeste could ever hope to offer. But Adele hadn't. Because she wasn't the kind of girl who could be bought. She just wanted a friend. Someone who cared about her. And Sharon, she hadn't even considered that. She was such a fool. Adele's voice softened, her words laced with a genuine sadness. "You're the only one who's ever been truly kind to me, Sharon. You don't crave my blood, and you've never been rough with me. I still remember that time you bandaged my wounds, wiped away my tears, whispered words of comfort in my ear. That's when I realized, you were different. I wanted to be close to you, to be your friend. Sharon finally understood. Adele had been so open, so affectionate, because Dorothy and the others weren't around. It was just the two of them, and Adele had felt safe, free to express her true feelings. So please, Sharon, don't ever say that again. This time. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. But remember this, I'm not a bad woman who only cares about money. Well, not only about money. I know. I know. Sharon stammered, her cheeks burning with a blush that spread down her neck. Her pale gold eyes, however, shone with a sincerity that Adele couldn't ignore. Adele smiled, her heart softening. She pulled Sharon into a hug, her arms wrapping around her small, trembling body. She didn't even mind Sharon's cheek brushing against her chest. Sharon, overwhelmed by this sudden display of affection, felt like she had been pulled back from the brink of despair, her heart soaring with a joy that was almost painful. Adele's chest might have looked flat, but it was surprisingly soft, surprisingly addictive. No tits, no sequence one, I guess. Anyway, the awkwardness, the tension, quickly dissipated as they held each other close, their bodies seeking comfort, reassurance. Sharon's perception of Adele shifted, her admiration growing. She was so selfless, so pure. In this materialistic world, her kindness was like a rare blue diamond, precious and irreplaceable. Next to Adele, even Sharon, a sequence one with a vast fortune, felt inadequate. But recognizing your own flaws, your shortcomings, was the first step towards self-improvement. Unconsciously, Sharon had found a role model, someone to aspire to, someone to, well, let's just say her feelings for Adele were becoming more than just friendship. After lunch, they walked back to Adele's dorm, their hands clasped together. Sharon, however, was starting to panic. When Adele had suggested going back to her dorm, Sharon's first instinct had been to run. She was terrified of Adele discovering her secret, that she had been secretly living next door to her, like a stalker. If Adele found out, Sharon didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Ending their friendship would be the least of her worries. I live in a different dorm building. It's quite far from here. Maybe we should just. You're not walking me home, Sharon? Adele asked, her voice soft, her pink eyes wide and innocent, her expression a masterpiece of carefully crafted vulnerability. Sharon's breath hitched. How could she possibly refuse? Okay. I'll walk you home, and then I'll go back to my own dorm. Yay! Who knew what Adele was planning? But Sharon was putty in her hands. All Adele had to do was bat her eyelashes, and Sharon would crumble. On the way back, Adele didn't bother giving directions. She simply walked beside Sharon, her gaze fixed on the ground. Sharon, oblivious, led the way, her mind racing. Do you know where I live, Sharon? Adele asked, her voice casual. Sharon's blood ran cold. I shouldn't know where she lives. I'm such an idiot. She scrambled for an excuse. No, I thought all the lower-classmen lived in this area. She's so kind, Adele thought, touched by Sharon's attempt to protect her pride. She hadn't mentioned Adele's low sequence ranking, only that she was a lower-classman. Of course, even among lower-classmen, those with higher sequence rankings received better accommodations, some even getting their own private apartments or villas. They didn't have to share rooms with roommates. Oh, okay, Adele nodded, her voice noncommittal. She took the lead, guiding Sharon towards her dorm. Sharon breathed a sigh of relief. And then, something unexpected happened. Something wonderful. Adele invited her into her room. Come in and sit for a bit. This is the first time I've ever invited a friend to my room. It feels special. And I'm happy. Aren't you happy, Sharon? Or is my room too shabby for you? Do you disapprove? Adele's emotions were always so intense, so genuine. When she was happy, her entire face lit up, her joy infectious. And when she was sad, or insecure, well, it felt like the world had turned gray, her voice as fragile as a flower wilting in the winter frost. You're my most important friend, Adele. How could I possibly disapprove? Adele smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She was facing away from Sharon, so she didn't have to worry about her expression betraying her true intentions. She closed the door, the lock clicking shut, sealing them inside. Sharon's heart skipped a beat, a strange, unsettling sensation washing over her. It felt like she had become the prey, and Adele was the hunter. It was a frightening thought. She couldn't understand where this feeling was coming from. She didn't believe Adele would ever hurt her. If there was any danger, she would assume it was coming from someone else, someone lurking in the shadows. She would protect Adele with her life. But the feeling quickly faded, leaving her feeling foolish for even entertaining such thoughts. It's Adele. There's no way she'd ever hurt me, Being with her, it's always safe, always happy. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, Sharon. Adele turned, her footsteps silent as she approached Sharon, her movements graceful, almost predatory. She wrapped her arms around Sharon's waist from behind, her warm breath tickling Sharon's neck. Sharon shivered, goosebumps erupting on her skin. It was a pleasant sensation, a mixture of fear and excitement that made her head spin. Hey Adele. You smell so good, Sharon. What kind of compliment was that? Sharon didn't understand. She only knew that Adele's embrace tightened, her body pressing closer, her touch possessive, almost desperate. Something was wrong. Adele's sudden shift in demeanor, her intensity, it was unsettling. But Sharon couldn't bring herself to pull away. She was addicted to Adele's touch, to the warmth of her body, to the feeling of being wanted, desired. Adele nuzzled against her neck, her breath hot on Sharon's skin. It tickles. On asterisk. After a moment, Adele seemed to realize what she was doing. She released Sharon, her body stiffening as she stumbled back, her back hitting the wall with a thud. Ugh. It must have hurt. She was fighting her instincts, her vampire nature, with everything she had. Sharon finally understood what was happening. Adele was experiencing bloodthirst. She craved blood, her fangs aching, her body trembling with a need she could barely control. Sharon. I don't feel right. Go. Leave me alone. Her voice shook, her lips pale, her fangs extended. But even in her weakened state, she was trying to protect Sharon, to push her away. She flung the door open, urging Sharon to leave, to escape. Sharon's heart ached. Her eyes, filled with a love that bordered on obsession, locked onto Adele. She closed the door, locking it, her movements swift, decisive. And then, under Adele's shocked gaze, she bit her lip, her cheeks flushing, her resolve hardening. She slowly began to undress. Her shirt fell to the floor, followed by her skirt. I'm not leaving, Adele, she said, her voice soft, her gaze unwavering. Let me help you with your bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, one of the most defining characteristics of vampires, was often referred to as their inherent flaw. However, some believed it was a curse, a divine affliction bestowed upon them by the gods. It was said to reside within the true blood left behind by the deceased deities. The true ancestors, having consumed this divine blood, inherited this curse and passed it down through their lineage. If a vampire failed to quench their bloodthirst, they risked transforming into a mindless monster, their sanity crumbling, their SAN points plummeting, as some might say. From this perspective, vampires were quite Lovecraftian indeed. Generally, a vampire's bloodthirst manifested once a week. In its early stages, it was manageable, controllable through willpower. Even the most ravenous, blood-obsessed vampire shouldn't experience it twice within such a short period. Therefore, Adele's sudden bloodthirst was undoubtedly a ruse. After all, she had just indulged in Celeste's delectable blood the previous night. The bite marks on Celeste's neck hadn't even faded. Or perhaps Celeste cherished them, unwilling to let them disappear. After all, high-ranking vampires possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Regardless, it was inconceivable for Adele to experience bloodthirst again so soon after draining Celeste. It defied all logic. Furthermore, the quality of Celeste's blood was exceptional. While not as potent as Hermione's or Dorothy's, it was still incredibly nourishing, akin to a human consuming a potent restorative tonic. It was impossible for Adele to experience blood thirst due to insufficient or low-quality blood. Adele was playing a game of information asymmetry. Sweet, innocent Sharon had no idea that Adele and Celeste were still very much connected. They were mistress and pet, after all. This made it even more improbable for Sharon to know that Adele had already satisfied her blood thirst with Celeste. Sharon's desire to help stemmed from genuine concern, a concern that had overwhelmed her rational thought. She had completely forgotten about the blood bags provided by the Academy, readily available in Adele's room. There was no need for her to offer herself. But in that moment, her mind, clouded by worry, had fixated on this as the only solution. High-ranking vampires were meant to be the predators, the wolves, the tigers, the apex predators of the vampire world. Lowly sequence 5s, on the other hand, were the prey, the sheep, the most vulnerable creatures in the food chain. And yet, in Adele's room, a scene that would have baffled any seasoned vampire was unfolding. The wolf was offering its neck to the sheep. Not for slaughter, but, almost. Sharon had exposed her most delicate point, allowing Adele to see the alluring blue veins pulsing beneath her pale skin. She had turned her head to the side, her cheeks flushed, her hand tucking a stray strand of silvery gray hair behind her ear. Adele's pink eyes darkened, a crimson hunger swirling within their depths. And then, without hesitation, she sank her fangs into Sharon's neck. Asterisk sweet. So sweet, asterisk. Adele finally understood the obsession Dorothy and the others had with her. Her blood was unique. Precious. And after experiencing high-quality blood, drinking from a blood bag was like, well, it was like chewing on tasteless wax. Bland, unappetizing, almost repulsive. Adele drank deeply, Sharon's soft gasps fueling her hunger, her excitement growing with each passing moment. On. Sharon cried out, a wave of pain coursing through her. It was a pain she had never experienced before. But even as the pain intensified, a strange joy blossomed within her. Was this the legendary, painful pleasure? The thought of easing Adele's suffering, of helping her regain her strength and composure, filled her with a sense of fulfillment, a giddy elation. Dopamine surged through her system, the pleasure centers of her brain lighting up, overriding the pain. She had surrendered completely, her arms wrapping around Adele's back, her body welcoming the touch, the bite, the draining of her life force. Her cheeks should have paled, her skin turning clammy, but instead, a feverish blush spread across her face. The more Adele needed her, the more she felt alive. Loved. Love was need. And Sharon needed Adele. And Adele needed her. Asterisk this. This is perfect, asterisk. Adele's embrace tightened, her fangs digging deeper as she lost herself in the moment, her earlier resolve to be gentle forgotten. Sharon was petite, delicate, her body fragile compared to Adele's. Adele's embrace, fueled by her blood thirst, was almost bruising, her sharp nails digging into Sharon's bare back. Sharon, unable to withstand Adele's strength, stumbled back, her legs hitting the edge of Adele's bed. The neatly made sheets and pillows wouldn't remain pristine for long. She offered no resistance as Adele pushed her onto the bed, straddling her, her position allowing for easier access to Sharon's blood. The room, sealed and silent, was filled with the sounds of their struggle, Sharon's soft moans mingling with Adele's ragged breaths. Time seemed to stand still. And then, finally, silence descended upon the room. Sharon opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused, her mind hazy, as she stared at the ceiling. It was a pure, pristine white. It was the first time she had been in Adele's room, not through her carefully constructed illusions, but in reality, as a friend, something more than a friend. The air was filled with dust motes, dancing in the sunlight streaming through the half-open window, like tiny, glittering fairies. Her breathing slowed, her heart rate returning to normal. She turned her head, her gaze settling on Adele, who was sleeping peacefully beside her, her arm wrapped around Sharon's waist, her expression serene, her lips curved into a contented smile. She looked so beautiful, so peaceful. Her hair was a mess, strands of black silk framing her face, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. Her lips, still slightly swollen from their earlier encounter, were a delicate shade of pink, their scent intoxicating. She was breathtaking. No words could adequately describe her beauty, her allure. Sharon felt herself drowning in her gaze, her heart overflowing with a love that bordered on obsession. She had no doubt that Adele was truly asleep. After all, she had exhausted herself during the magic training class, and then, well, Sharon had helped her with her bloodthirst. It was only natural that she would fall into a deep, peaceful sleep. But Adele was, of course, faking it. Firstly, it prevented any awkwardness, any explanations, once her bloodthirst subsided. Secondly, it allowed her to quickly shift the battlefield, to lure Sharon into her dreams, where she could, well, let's just say she had plans. And thirdly, well, there was a rather embarrassing reason. Even Adele, with her shameless personality, couldn't quite face Sharon after what had just happened. So, she was hiding, pretending to sleep. Don't think for a second that Adele didn't feel a shred of guilt, a flicker of remorse. She wasn't some heartless monster who would devour a girl and then discard her without a second thought. Sharon's sacrifice, her willingness to give Adele everything she had, it had touched Adele's heart in a way she hadn't expected. But as the minutes ticked by, Adele's eyelids growing heavy, her mind drifting toward sleep, Sharon still hadn't made a move. She simply watched Adele sleep, her gaze filled with a love that was both tender and possessive. If she could, she would have stared at her forever, memorizing every detail of her face, her body, her scent. For the first time, Sharon found herself wanting more. More than just dreams. She wanted the real Adele. Even if it meant embracing the harsh realities of the waking world. Asterisk because of you. I'm willing to face the cruelty of reality, asterisk. I tricked a shy, innocent girl into sleeping with me, and then I fell asleep. Adele woke from her nap with a jolt, her mind racing. That sounded like the title of a light novel. Maybe she should try writing one. It would probably be a bestseller in this world. But that wasn't the point. The point was, she had fallen asleep. And she couldn't remember anything about her dreams. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall a single detail. This is bad. Had she lost her ability to retain her memories from dreams? If so, it meant that no matter what Sharon did to her in her dreams, she wouldn't remember any of it. What's the point of having a dream harem if you can't even remember the good parts? Asterisk ahem. Focus, Adele, asterisk. There was another explanation, a more likely one, Sharon hadn't entered her dreams at all. She hadn't even tried. As Adele was pondering this, Sharon, who had been sleeping beside her, stirred, her eyes slowly opening. The most beautiful thing in the world was waking up next to the person you loved. It might not have been morning, and there might not have been a gentle breeze caressing their faces, but for Sharon, seeing Adele's sleeping face was enough to fill her heart with joy. You're awake, Adele. She whispered, her voice soft, her gaze filled with adoration. I forgot to say good afternoon. Can I say it now? Before Adele could even respond, she blurted out, good afternoon, Adele. Adele, who had been momentarily panicked by Sharon's sudden awakening, blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, her cheeks flushing. She instinctively snuggled closer to Sharon, her body seeking warmth, comfort, a touch that sent shivers down Sharon's spine. She was so vulnerable, so adorable, so irresistible. And they were in bed. Sharon's breath hitched, her heart pounding in her chest. Adele's movement, her closeness, sent a very clear, very exciting message. Good afternoon, Sharon. When did I fall asleep? Adele asked, her voice soft, her gaze meeting Sharon's. She was fishing for information, trying to gauge Sharon's reaction, to see if she had noticed anything off. You don't remember? Sharon asked, her voice barely a whisper, her pale gold eyes darting around, her cheeks burning with a blush that spread down her neck. They said love could transform a person, make them shine from within. And it was true. Even Adele, who was usually so critical, couldn't deny that Sharon, her hair tousled, her clothes askew, looked captivating. Her every movement, her every word, was laced with a shy, innocent sensuality that made Adele's heart race. And the way she phrased it, that made it sound like they had done something, well, something far more intimate than simply sharing a bit of blood. But the 2 bite marks on Sharon's neck were a clear indication of what had actually transpired. "You seemed so tired," Sharon continued, her voice soft, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. "You just fell asleep in my arms. It's a bit embarrassing, actually. I wasn't sleepy at all. So I just pretended to sleep, watching over you. I was going to be your human alarm clock, you know. Wake you up when it was time for class." Sharon's attempt at humor was surprisingly charming. "You have class this afternoon, after all." She didn't mention the fact that she had spent the entire time staring at Adele's sleeping face, her mind filled with, well, let's just say her thoughts hadn't been entirely pure. She wasn't stupid. She didn't want Adele to think she was some kind of pervert. Adele breathed a sigh of relief. "So she didn't try to do anything to me in my dreams. Thank goodness. Asterisk, I knew it. Sharon is too timid to, well, to take the lead, asterisk." Reassured, Adele snuggled closer to Sharon, her body seeking warmth, comfort, a touch that sent shivers down Sharon's spine. She had developed a fondness for cuddling lately. It was an unconscious act, a natural expression of her, well, of her inherent cuteness. Sharon's heart pounded in her chest, her bones aching with a mixture of pain and pleasure. She couldn't help but tighten her embrace, pulling Adele closer. Their eyes met, Adele's gaze innocent, trusting, her pink eyes shining with a warmth that melted Sharon's heart. "So, my human alarm clock, how long until it goes off?" Adele asked, her voice playful. "5 minutes." Sharon stammered, her mind still reeling from Adele's touch, her words betraying the fact that she knew Adele's nap schedule. 5 minutes. Adele repeated, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Before Sharon could even process what that meant, Adele's hand darted out, her fingers tickling Sharon's side, sending a wave of uncontrollable laughter through her body. "Ha! Stop it! Ha! Adele! Please! Spare me! Hee hee!" Sharon had no defenses against Adele's playful assault. She was completely at her mercy. Adele was enjoying herself immensely, her laughter echoing through the room as Sharon squirmed beneath her, her protests half-hearted, her body betraying her with its eagerness to be touched. And then, Adele suddenly stopped, her movements stilled. She felt a warm trickle running down her nose. She touched her nose, her fingers coming away stained with blood. Her vision swam, her body swaying. She didn't faint. She wasn't squeamish. If she were, she wouldn't have survived this long as a vampire. But she was definitely shocked. Sharon, her concern evident, scrambled out of bed, her gaze frantic as she searched for tissues. After a bit of frantic dabbing, Adele's nosebleed finally stopped. When Sharon asked what had happened, Adele blamed it on the dry weather and her recent overindulgence in spicy food. But she knew the real reason. She had been overdoing it lately. Drinking from both Celeste and Sharon, 2 high-quality blood sources, it had been a bit too much for her system to handle. She had gotten carried away. It was her first time being a vampire, after all, and she had been enjoying the perks. She'd have to be more careful in the future. But as she was berating herself for her gluttony, she didn't notice Sharon glancing at the blood-stained tissues in the trash can, her throat tightening, her fangs aching. Of course, she wouldn't do anything inappropriate. She might be insecure, but she wasn't desperate. She wanted to earn Adele's trust, her affection, her permission. She wanted to taste that precious blood, that sweet nectar, with Adele's consent. Until then, she would simply have to make do with the blood bags in the fridge. Patience, Sharon. Patience, They had wasted quite a bit of time, and if they didn't leave soon, they'd be late for class. They quickly got dressed and headed out. As they were leaving, Adele glanced at the door next to hers, her brow furrowing slightly. I wonder who lives next door, she said, her voice casual, as if she were simply making conversation. You won't believe this, but I've been living here since the semester started, and I've never even seen her. Sharon was too terrified to speak. But she must be a kind, gentle soul, Adele continued, her voice softening. Why? Because she's always so considerate. She never makes any noise. Adele smiled. It's not her fault that she's a recluse. People have different personalities. I admire outgoing, energetic people. But I also admire quiet, introverted girls. They're capable of love too, just like us. Sharon pondered Adele's words, her heart filled with a strange mixture of hope and despair. They parted ways at a secluded spot near the school building. Adele waved goodbye, and then, seeing that they were alone, she pulled Sharon into a hug. Even though the sun was hidden behind a cloud, Sharon felt a warmth spread through her body, as if she were bathed in sunshine. Friday afternoon seemed to fly by. Adele was settling into the rhythm of school life, her days filled with a mixture of boredom and, well, let's just say she was enjoying her newfound freedom. She had even developed a habit of accidentally dropping her pen during class, using the opportunity to steal glances at Linlang's legs, her gaze lingering on the smooth skin above her knee-high socks. Asterisk, it's not peeking if it's my wife. Right? Asterisk. Anyway, the afternoon classes ended without incident. Adele and Linlang parted ways at the classroom door. Sorry, Linlang, I have plans today. I can't walk you home, Adele said, her voice apologetic. Linlang's fists clenched. Who are you meeting? Celeste, Adele said, her voice casual. She had no reason to hide anything from Linlang. Linlang frowned, her expression a mixture of confusion and disapproval. Why? Why are you still seeing her? You don't have to put up with her anymore, Adele. If you need money, well, my family's house is being demolished. I'm going to be rich soon. It'll just take a while for the money to come through. Adele sighed, her expression softening as she reached out to gently stroke Linlang's hair. Linlang, I know you're worried, but Celeste and I are just friends now. Asterisk, well, friends who are also mistress and pet. But that's not important, asterisk. She's not a bad person. She might have made some mistakes in the past, but she's trying to change. Honestly, I think you two should try to get along. Give each other a chance. Adele didn't want her harem to be filled with drama and infighting. It would be a headache. Linlang sniffled, her expression unconvinced. She probably still believed that Celeste was manipulating Adele, using her wealth and influence to keep her under her thumb. Adele couldn't change her mind, not yet. She just had to maintain a delicate balance, to keep both of her wings happy. She would spend time with Celeste today, and then, well, maybe she'd take Linlang shopping next time. She waved goodbye to Linlang, her thoughts already drifting towards her upcoming date. Linlang watched her go, her gaze lingering long after Adele had disappeared from sight. Adele, her footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, made her way to the academy's outdoor parking lot, where a sleek, black car awaited her. A girl with long, golden hair, wearing sunglasses and a long trench coat, emerged from the car. Celeste, Adele smiled, her heart skipping a beat. She approached the car, and then, with a mischievous grin, she tossed her bag at Celeste. Fetch, puppy. Celeste caught the bag, her lips curving into a smile. But if I fetch, I can't call you master anymore. Her gaze was filled with a playful adoration. Adele, momentarily speechless, huffed, her cheeks flushing. And then, Celeste winked, her expression suddenly shy, her cheeks turning pink. Before Adele could react, Celeste took a deep breath, her fingers reaching up to slowly unbutton her trench coat, revealing her long, slender neck, and the black collar that encircled it, a stark contrast against her pale skin. In the center of the collar, a small, silver nameplate gleamed in the sunlight. It was intricately engraved with a single word. Adele. Asterisk, because of you. I'm willing to face the cruelty of reality, asterisk. I tricked a shy, innocent girl into sleeping with me, and then I fell asleep. Adele woke from her nap with a jolt, her mind racing. That sounded like the title of a light novel. Maybe she should try writing one. It would probably be a bestseller in this world. But that wasn't the point. The point was, she had fallen asleep. And she couldn't remember anything about her dreams. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall a single detail. This is bad. Had she lost her ability to retain her memories from dreams? If so, it meant that no matter what Sharon did to her in her dreams, she wouldn't remember any of it. What's the point of having a dream harem if you can't even remember the good parts? Ahem. Focus, Adele, asterisk. There was another explanation, a more likely one. Sharon hadn't entered her dreams at all. She hadn't even tried. As Adele was pondering this, Sharon, who had been sleeping beside her, stirred, her eyes slowly opening. The most beautiful thing in the world was waking up next to the person you loved. It might not have been morning, and there might not have been a gentle breeze caressing their faces, but for Sharon, seeing Adele's sleeping face was enough to fill her heart with joy. "You're awake, Adele," she whispered, her voice soft, her gaze filled with adoration. "I forgot to say good afternoon. Can I say it now?" Before Adele could even respond, she blurted out, "Good afternoon, Adele." Adele, who had been momentarily panicked by Sharon's sudden awakening, blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, her cheeks flushing. She instinctively snuggled closer to Sharon, her body seeking warmth, comfort, a touch that sent shivers down Sharon's spine. She was so vulnerable, so adorable, so irresistible. And they were in bed. Sharon's breath hitched, her heart pounding in her chest. Adele's movement, her closeness, sent a very clear, very exciting message. "Good afternoon, Sharon. When did I fall asleep?" Adele asked, her voice soft, her gaze meeting Sharon's. She was fishing for information, trying to gauge Sharon's reaction, to see if she had noticed anything off. "You don't remember?" Sharon asked, her voice barely a whisper, her pale gold eyes darting around, her cheeks burning with a blush that spread down her neck. They said love could transform a person, make them shine from within. And it was true. Even Adele, who was usually so critical, couldn't deny that Sharon, her hair tousled, her clothes askew, looked captivating. Her every movement, her every word, was laced with a shy, innocent sensuality that made Adele's heart race. And the way she phrased it, that made it sound like they had done something, well, something far more intimate than simply sharing a bit of blood. But the 2 bite marks on Sharon's neck were a clear indication of what had actually transpired. "You seemed so tired," Sharon continued, her voice soft, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. "You just fell asleep in my arms. It's a bit embarrassing, actually. I wasn't sleepy at all. So I just pretended to sleep, watching over you. I was going to be your human alarm clock, you know. Wake you up when it was time for class." Sharon's attempt at humor was surprisingly charming. "You have class this afternoon, after all." She didn't mention the fact that she had spent the entire time staring at Adele's sleeping face, her mind filled with, well, let's just say her thoughts hadn't been entirely pure. She wasn't stupid. She didn't want Adele to think she was some kind of pervert. Adele breathed a sigh of relief. "So she didn't try to do anything to me in my dreams. Thank goodness. Asterisk, I knew it. Sharon is too timid to, well, to take the lead, asterisk." Reassured, Adele snuggled closer to Sharon, her body seeking warmth, comfort, a touch that sent shivers down Sharon's spine. She had developed a fondness for cuddling lately. It was an unconscious act, a natural expression of her, well, of her inherent cuteness. Sharon's heart pounded in her chest, her bones aching with a mixture of pain and pleasure. She couldn't help but tighten her embrace, pulling Adele closer. Their eyes met, Adele's gaze innocent, trusting, her pink eyes shining with a warmth that melted Sharon's heart. "So, my human alarm clock, how long until it goes off?" Adele asked, her voice playful. "5 minutes." Sharon stammered, her mind still reeling from Adele's touch, her words betraying the fact that she knew Adele's nap schedule. 5 minutes. Adele repeated, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Before Sharon could even process what that meant, Adele's hand darted out, her fingers tickling Sharon's side, sending a wave of uncontrollable laughter through her body. Ha! Stop it. Ha! Adele. Please. Spare me. Hee hee. Sharon had no defenses against Adele's playful assault. She was completely at her mercy. Adele was enjoying herself immensely, her laughter echoing through the room as Sharon squirmed beneath her, her protests half-hearted, her body betraying her with its eagerness to be touched. And then, Adele suddenly stopped, her movements stilled. She felt a warm trickle running down her nose. She touched her nose, her fingers coming away stained with blood. Her vision swam, her body swaying. She didn't faint. She wasn't squeamish. If she were, she wouldn't have survived this long as a vampire. But she was definitely shocked. Sharon, her concern evident, scrambled out of bed, her gaze frantic as she searched for tissues. After a bit of frantic dabbing, Adele's nosebleed finally stopped. When Sharon asked what had happened, Adele blamed it on the dry weather and her recent overindulgence in spicy food. But she knew the real reason. She had been overdoing it lately. Drinking from both Celeste and Sharon, two high-quality blood sources, it had been a bit too much for her system to handle. She had gotten carried away. It was her first time being a vampire, after all, and she had been enjoying the perks. She'd have to be more careful in the future. But as she was berating herself for her gluttony, she didn't notice Sharon glancing at the blood-stained tissues in the trash can, her throat tightening, her fangs aching. Of course, she wouldn't do anything inappropriate. She might be insecure, but she wasn't desperate. She wanted to earn Adele's trust, her affection, her permission. She wanted to taste that precious blood, that sweet nectar, with Adele's consent. Until then, she would simply have to make do with the blood bags in the fridge. Patience, Sharon. Patience. They had wasted quite a bit of time, and if they didn't leave soon, they'd be late for class. They quickly got dressed and headed out. As they were leaving, Adele glanced at the door next to hers, her brow furrowing slightly. I wonder who lives next door, she said, her voice casual, as if she were simply making conversation. You won't believe this, but I've been living here since the semester started, and I've never even seen her. Sharon was too terrified to speak. But she must be a kind, gentle soul, Adele continued, her voice softening. Why? Because she's always so considerate. She never makes any noise. Adele smiled. It's not her fault that she's a recluse. People have different personalities. I admire outgoing, energetic people. But I also admire quiet, introverted girls. They're capable of love too, just like us. Sharon pondered Adele's words, her heart filled with a strange mixture of hope and despair. They parted ways at a secluded spot near the school building. Adele waved goodbye, and then, seeing that they were alone, she pulled Sharon into a hug. Even though the sun was hidden behind a cloud, Sharon felt a warmth spread through her body, as if she were bathed in sunshine. Friday afternoon seemed to fly by. Adele was settling into the rhythm of school life, her days filled with a mixture of boredom and, well, let's just say she was enjoying her newfound freedom. She had even developed a habit of accidentally dropping her pen during class, using the opportunity to steal glances at Linlang's legs, her gaze lingering on the smooth skin above her knee-high socks. It's not peeking if it's my wife. Right? Anyway, the afternoon classes ended without incident. Adele and Linlang parted ways at the classroom door. Sorry, Linlang, I have plans today. I can't walk you home, Adele said, her voice apologetic. Linlang's fists clenched. Who are you meeting? Celeste, Adele said, her voice casual. She had no reason to hide anything from Linlang. Linlang frowned, her expression a mixture of confusion and disapproval. Why? Why are you still seeing her? You don't have to put up with her anymore, Adele. If you need money, well, my family's house is being demolished. I'm I'm going to be rich soon. It'll just take a while for the money to come through. Adele sighed, her expression softening as she reached out to gently stroke Lin Lang's hair. Lin Lang, I know you're worried, but Celeste and I are just friends now. Well, friends who are also mistress and pet. But that's not important, She's not a bad person. She might have made some mistakes in the past, but she's trying to change. Honestly, I think you two should try to get along. Give each other a chance. Adele didn't want her harem to be filled with drama and infighting. It would be a headache. Lin Lang sniffled, her expression unconvinced. She probably still believed that Celeste was manipulating Adele, using her wealth and influence to keep her under her thumb. Adele couldn't change her mind, not yet. She just had to maintain a delicate balance, to keep both of her wings happy. She would spend time with Celeste today, and then, well, maybe she'd take Lin Lang shopping next time. She waved goodbye to Lin Lang, her thoughts already drifting towards her upcoming date. Lin Lang watched her go, her gaze lingering long after Adele had disappeared from sight. Adele, her footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, made her way to the academy's outdoor parking lot, where a sleek, black car awaited her. A girl with long, golden hair, wearing sunglasses and a long trench coat, emerged from the car. Celeste, Adele smiled, her heart skipping a beat. She approached the car, and then, with a mischievous grin, she tossed her bag at Celeste. Fetch, puppy. Celeste caught the bag, her lips curving into a smile. But if I fetch, I can't call you master anymore. Her gaze was filled with a playful adoration. Adele, momentarily speechless, huffed, her cheeks flushing. And then, Celeste winked, her expression suddenly shy, her cheeks turning pink. Before Adele could react, Celeste took a deep breath, her fingers reaching up to slowly unbutton her trench coat, revealing her long, slender neck, and the black collar that encircled it, a stark contrast against her pale skin. In the center of the collar, a small, silver nameplate gleamed in the sunlight. It was intricately engraved with a single word. Adele. You. Shameless. Despite her words, Adele blushed. She nervously glanced around, relieved to see no one paying attention. Then, she hurried towards Celeste, the warm glow of the setting sun stretching their shadows long and lean. It was a romantic silhouette worth remembering. A scene of one girl, rushing towards another. Reaching Celeste, Adele lightly pinched the soft flesh of her waist as punishment, eliciting a gasp from the other girl. Yet, the sensation in Celeste's abdomen was warm, devoid of pain or coldness. It proved that her master didn't reject her self-proclaimed title. Perhaps, there was even a secret delight. It was just that her master was too shy to admit it. Either way, Celeste was overjoyed that her boldness pleased her master instead of angering her. Her heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled down. Get in the car, Adele commanded, her gaze lingering on the snow-white neck where the collar adorned Celeste's throat. Celeste nodded and opened the door, about to return to the driver's seat. But just then, Adele tugged at the corner of her trench coat. Their eyes met, and Adele gave Celeste a knowing look, leaving the interpretation to her. Then, she slipped into the spacious back seat, intentionally leaving the door ajar. Celeste froze for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest. She pursed her lips, feigning composure, but her eagerness was evident in the haste with which she slid into the back seat. Finally, with a click, she shut the door, using the tip of her high-heeled shoe. Theirs was a lost paradise, found only in each other. Through the car windows, only two intertwined figures, one taller and one smaller, could be seen on the back seat. Faint gasps escaped the car, too quiet to be heard unless one was very close. Whether it was punishment or reward, Celeste offered no resistance under Adele's advances. Adele even untied her ribbon, letting her long, dark hair cascade down like a waterfall, spilling over Celeste's waist and chest. Then, she used the ribbon to bind Celeste's wrists, wrapping it around and around, tightening it slightly according to her own desire. It left faint red marks on the girl's delicate wrists, marks that would soon disappear. Slowly and deliberately, under Celeste's infatuated gaze, Adele tied a loose knot. It was the kind that Celeste could easily break free from with a little effort. Adele glanced at her playfully, her gaze traveling down Celeste's form, conveying a sense of pride. It was as if she was saying, "Go on, puppy. Try to break free." Celeste felt as if she were melting under Adele's charming and amorous gaze. Escaping was the last thing on her mind. She was utterly devoted to her master, just as Adele trusted her familiar implicitly. Their understanding transcended words, though it wasn't yet as profound as the telepathic connection between Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro, the Sequence 1 twins rumored to know each other's thoughts and feelings from a distance. However, it seemed like only a matter of time before Adele and Celeste reached that level of intimacy. Adele admired her handiwork with satisfaction. She then hooked her finger on the collar around Celeste's neck, her fingers brushing against the cold, silver nameplate. She felt the warmth where it touched Celeste's skin, contrasting with the coolness facing her. She felt the weight of her name, Adele, engraved on it. Her delicate fingers gently caressed the inscription, her mind awhirl with thoughts. Celeste had done this without being told. Adele's eyes deepened, and a subtle smile played on her lips. What a disobedient, bad puppy she was. She realized Celeste had probably been wearing the collar all afternoon, living, studying, interacting with classmates, and strolling around campus as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In the eyes of others, even those who disliked her, she was still the dignified and noble Sequence 2, perhaps with the added title of elemental genius, after her dazzling performance in the morning training session that impressed all the first years and marked her as a student worthy of special attention from the academy's instructors. But in Celeste's own eyes, she was nothing more than a fawning dog, yearning for her master's affection. The thought of the collar, a symbol of her belonging to Adele, sent thrills down her spine. It was a collar that her master had personally put on her. However, there was one small addition to the collar, a nameplate that Celeste had engraved herself. Without any assistance, she had meticulously carved it with a file, almost cutting her fingers in the process. It bore her master's name, Adele, a name so beautiful and warm. Celeste had pets when she was younger. She knew that if a pet got lost, people could use the nameplate on its collar to help it find its way back to its owner. Celeste would never get lost. However, she wanted to express her love for her master in the same way. Now, with her master's small hand clasping the nameplate and her master looking at her with such intensity, Celeste was overjoyed. She couldn't help but crave approval, a reward. So, she exhaled a sweet, orchid-like fragrance, her soft voice winding through the confined space of the car. "Master, do you like it?" Adele, however, seemed to be teasing her, or perhaps whetting her appetite, by remaining silent. Until she suddenly leaned down and kissed the silver nameplate. Her lips also brushed against Celeste's soft, snowy neck. Glancing down, Adele noticed two cute, brown scabbed bite marks on the side of Celeste's neck. Seeing this, the playful teasing in Adele's heart melted away. "I love it." As she spoke, Adele leaned her entire weight onto Celeste. The girl was so light. She embraced her, burying her face in Celeste's ample bosom and nuzzling gently. Celeste wished time could slow down, greedier than ever. She wanted to freeze time at this beautiful moment. But that was obviously not what she truly desired. She could already envision a future hand-in-hand with her master, filled with even more beautiful and blissful moments to experience, enjoy, and cherish as memories. So, let time slow down a little, just enough for her and her master to savor each other's presence, to linger in this moment for a while longer. Overwhelmed by Celeste's sudden display of affection, Adele seemed to have forgotten something important. Something crucial. Something about this area. About this open-air parking lot. It wasn't that she wasn't familiar with it. In fact, she should have recognized it. And she should have had a vivid memory of it. Because that day, after Celeste had cornered her in the locker room, Hermione had rescued her and brought her to where she had parked her car, which was none other than this parking lot within the academy. In other words, Hermione was in the habit of parking her car here when she commuted to and from school. And indeed, that was the case. As Sequence 1s, they had their own permanent, free parking spaces in this area. Since Hermione was too lazy to buy another parking space, she had made it a habit to park here. Therefore, as Adele and Celeste were intimately entangled in the back seat, lost in their own world, it never crossed Adele's mind that the Ice Queen might coincidentally walk past Celeste's car, dragging her tired body. Even though she was tired, Hermione still wore a smile on her face. Those who knew Hermione well would be astonished by this sight. The Ice Queen, smiling to herself as if she were lost in a pleasant daydream. It was almost unbelievable. But there was a reason for it. Hermione had spent the entire day searching for a way to defeat Dorothy. She had even humbly sought advice from several seniors within the academy. These seniors had not only answered her questions but had also shared some secrets with her. Hermione was thrilled with the information she had received. In addition, her teacher had praised her progress during their private training session. All these factors contributed to the current scene of Hermione walking alone towards her car, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, her smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a frown and a look of utter disdain. In broad daylight, how could someone, in the academy, know less? It was truly outrageous. Shameless. Apparently, as Hermione passed by Celeste's luxury car, she happened to hear faint, yet unmistakable, sounds of intimacy coming from within. The car, which was swaying slightly, seemed to indicate that something improper was happening inside. Cursing under her breath, Hermione, though belonging to the more conservative faction of vampires, knew better than to pry into other people's business. So, she quickened her pace, her cheeks flushing crimson. It seemed that even the elegant and pure Ice Queen couldn't escape the reality that as a vampire, the closest to humans, her body still craved physical intimacy. Craved love. And love encompassed not only the mutual attraction and infatuation of souls but also the pleasure and beauty of physical intimacy. However, Hermione had never imagined seeking such experiences and pleasures from other girls. The only girl she could think of, the girl who haunted her every thought, was Adele. Unconsciously, Adele's every frown and smile, every move and gesture, filled Hermione's mind, making her ache with longing. Her body grew warm, and Adele's voice echoed in her memories. Her voice was soft and gentle, always hesitant and sweet, her shyness resembling that of a kitten or a bunny. And then, she would softly call her name. Hermione. Hermione is amazing. Hermione, can I hug you? Hermione, I like dash. It was a beautiful fantasy, one that even the always composed Hermione couldn't help but lose herself in. But suddenly, Adele's smiling face in her mind shattered into pieces. The girl's voice faded away like the tide receding. Hermione froze, her entire body stiffening. She had just remembered the soft gasps she had heard coming from the car earlier. It had sounded familiar, but she couldn't place it at the time. But as Hermione's imagination ran wilder, the gasps slowly merged with Adele's voice in her memory. When the almost insane possibility took root in Hermione's heart, she forgot to breathe. Her ice-blue pupils contracted sharply, turning into deep blue dots. At the same time, frost spread over the grass within 100 meters, and flower petals withered instantly, fluttering down like snowflakes. This level of magical reaction was enough to attract the attention of the Academy's guards. Although Hermione quickly regained control of her terrifying power, the frozen, frost-covered surroundings would soon tell the story of what had transpired here. The story of a sequence one's sudden loss of control. And what had triggered Hermione's loss of control, was a seemingly insignificant, innocent girl. Hermione gasped for breath, her chest heaving. She turned around. Step by step, the Ice Queen walked back towards the car, her pupils still trembling violently. Almost at the same time that Hermione lost control, the car stopped shaking. It seemed that someone inside had also realized something. As if a giant red character had suddenly appeared above Adele's head, with a terrifying exclamation mark. Danger! Hermione's steps faltered, losing their usual decisiveness. It was as if she were afraid of facing a reality she couldn't accept. Such an emotion, surfacing in the one known as the Ice Queen, was baffling. This only highlighted the significance of Adele in Hermione's heart. She needed a stroke of luck, a reason to dismiss the terrifying thought that had taken root in her mind. However, this luck couldn't be fabricated by her own retreating thoughts. In other words, regardless of the outcome, acceptable or not, Hermione had to press on. She had to know the truth. Taking a deep breath, Hermione focused on the car's rear window, trying to see through the tinted, privacy-protected glass. She hoped to discern the situation inside, to identify the two figures within. Just moments ago, as Hermione's imposing aura enveloped the car, both Adele and Celeste froze mid-action. Adele's eyes were wide with panic, while Celeste's blazed with a fiery determination, a fervor that transmitted itself through their magical connection, setting Adele's own body ablaze. A blush burned on her face. Celeste, however, remained oblivious to the trouble she had caused. In her mind, this was the moment to dedicate herself, even sacrifice herself, for her beloved Adele. Only when Adele tugged sharply on the rein around her neck did the wild mare refocus on her master, who was currently straddling her. "What do you think you're doing, you silly dog? Idiot, fool!" Adele hissed, her voice a mixture of urgency and exasperation. "Have you forgotten that you are my familiar and I am your master? You're being impulsive, seeking momentary pleasure," Adele continued, her voice trembling as her grip tightened on Celeste's disheveled collar, her knuckles turning white. "Are you content to leave me all alone in this world?" Tears welled up in Adele's eyes. In her gaze, Celeste saw only herself. It was all about her. The flames in Celeste's eyes were instantly extinguished by the waves of Adele's sadness, replaced by a torrent of tears that streamed down her cheeks. "Master. Celeste stammered, at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say, how to explain, apologize, or beg for forgiveness. She had fully realized her mistake. She was a stupid, incompetent dog. But even so, it was Adele's responsibility as her master to guide her foolish familiar. The next moment, Celeste clutched the nameplate on her collar, then released it. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder and clearer. Adele didn't believe she possessed exceptional hearing. But perhaps in such a critical, dangerous situation, one's hidden potential could be unlocked. She chose the riskiest and boldest approach. And Celeste, her loyal familiar, obeyed her master's command without hesitation. The renewed sounds from within the car caused Hermione to stop a few steps away. Her entire body stiffened as if encased in ice, her eyes darkening with displeasure. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her expression hardened. She couldn't bring herself to take another step closer. To witness such a vulgar act in broad daylight, her upbringing, her aristocratic education, her sense of decorum, and her own dignity wouldn't allow it. The sudden, heightened sounds of a girl's unrestrained moans, devoid of any dignity, made her cringe. The voice was unfamiliar, belonging neither to Adele nor anyone she knew. Under such circumstances, to proceed based on a fleeting misperception would be a grave mistake. Not only would she be intruding on others, but she would also be subjecting herself to humiliation. Yes, Hermione had convinced herself that the soft, seductive voice she thought belonged to Adele was merely her imagination. Besides, witnessing such a filthy scene would be nothing short of humiliating for someone like her. With a cold snort, she turned to leave. However, a lingering unease and a flicker of doubt stopped her. In that moment of turning away, she fought back the rising nausea and snuck one last glance through the car window. The setting sun cast long shadows inside, and she could just make out the silhouettes of two figures. Though blurred, she could still discern their figures and features, a blonde girl, clearly in a submissive position and seemingly quite content to be so, and a black-haired girl on top. Hermione couldn't make out many details. But from a glance, the blonde girl seemed to have a more mature figure. Though she couldn't see her face, most of the moans were coming from her. The black-haired girl, on the other hand, had a more petite frame. Hermione could only see her back, a slender and delicate back that stirred a strange urge to get closer. She resembled Adele in her physique, her hair length, but it couldn't be Adele. It couldn't be the kind, innocent, pure, and gentle Adele. The delicate and lovable Adele. Her Adele. Adele would never do anything so vulgar. Nor would she be so dominant, so relentless, like the black-haired girl in the car. It was like a scene of a small lion and a mature sheep. The lion, though small, was still a predator, while the strong and large sheep could only become its prey. Hermione swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry. She finally tore her gaze away and turned to leave. She couldn't bear to watch this humiliating spectacle any longer. It was disgraceful. A vampire with such distinct golden blonde hair should be of high rank. In contrast, the petite girl with long, black hair seemed utterly ordinary. In other words, what was happening in that car defied all logic. A lower-ranking vampire, perhaps even a human, was dominating a higher-ranking one. This anomaly unsettled Hermione. She couldn't accept such a thing. It was a complete disregard for order and hierarchy. Nor could she accept the thought of a delicate, lovely girl like Adele doing the same to her one day. And she couldn't even begin to imagine herself reacting in such a submissive way as the blonde girl. Hermione's cheeks burned. Unbidden, inappropriate fantasies had crept into her mind. She shook her head, trying to banish those disturbing images. With long strides, she walked towards her own car, got in, started the engine with a growl, and sped away. Only the thrill of driving could quiet her mind, even if just for a while, allowing her to forget this awful episode. It was enough to know that the girl in that car couldn't possibly be Adele. Similarly, the blonde girl couldn't be Celeste. Hermione had heard about Celeste's recent accomplishments. She had heard how Celeste, instead of succumbing to shame and humiliation, had become the fastest girl in her year to reach the 7th level of elemental refinement, earning the title of genius. Such a Celeste wouldn't easily submit to anyone, especially not an ordinary vampire who was clearly inferior to her in every way. So, even though the two girls in the car perfectly matched Celeste and Adele's appearances, Hermione's understanding of them led her to conclude that her worries were completely unfounded. The two in the car couldn't be Celeste and Adele. Just like how Hermione firmly believed that she could never be dominated by Adele. Both scenarios were practically impossible. Events with a probability approaching 0. Shortly after Hermione left the parking lot, Celeste and Adele, finally convinced that the coast was clear, relaxed completely. There was no more need for pretense. The truth was, they hadn't actually done anything. They had merely been acting, fueled by their imaginations and perhaps a few questionable movies they had seen. "I'm exhausted." "Phew." Adele mumbled, her voice soft and breathy, as she rested her head on Celeste's disheveled chest, using her soft bosom as a pillow. Celeste, still panting, mistook Adele's exhaustion for something else and chimed in with misplaced eagerness, "Then, Master, how about next time I'm on top?" "Ow." She was rewarded with a swift knock on the head. The blonde girl clutched her reddening forehead, her face scrunching up in a pitiful expression. "Bad dog. Always trying to overstep your boundaries." Adele huffed, pinching Celeste's waist in retaliation. "And no. I wouldn't dare." Celeste whimpered. Seeing Celeste's remorseful attitude, and still catching her breath, Adele decided to let her off the hook. They had managed to navigate that close call. Hermione hadn't become suspicious, nor had she discovered anything. It was a stroke of luck. If Hermione, with her current power, had discovered them, 10 of them wouldn't have stood a chance against the Ice Queen's wrath. Celeste would be done for, and Adele wouldn't fare much better. If Hermione had any Yandra tendencies, well, Adele might as well kiss her freedom goodbye and prepare for a lifetime of confinement. Adele had saved her precious dog. However, recalling Celeste's reaction still irked her. Celeste had been ready to sacrifice herself without a second thought. Such a sacrifice would have been foolish and utterly meaningless. Fortunately, Celeste wasn't completely unreasonable. She had listened to Adele's suggestion in the end. By understanding and exploiting Hermione's psychology and habits, they had managed to escape unscathed. But they couldn't relax just yet. Adele counted down in her head. After about 10 seconds, she tore herself away from Celeste's embrace. She couldn't afford to indulge in this comfort any longer. "Get in the driver's seat," she instructed Celeste, pushing herself off the other girl and climbing out of the car. Once Celeste was behind the wheel, Adele ordered, "Drive. Get us out of here. And Celeste, from now on, you are forbidden from parking in this lot. And get a new car. That shouldn't be difficult, right?" With the current state of the used car market, especially considering Celeste's wealth, getting a new car was a trivial matter. "It's not a problem at all, master." "I understand," Celeste replied, her voice subdued. "You disagree?" Adele asked, noticing Celeste's almost sullen expression through the rearview mirror. Adele's heart softened. The scolding she had prepared for Celeste died in her throat. "No, master. I don't disagree," Celeste said, her voice barely a whisper. "A good soldier accepts punishment. Weakness is a sin," she continued, her voice thick with emotion. "The only thing that pains me is that you had to sacrifice yourself for me. For someone useless like me." Adele's heart ached. The feeling of being wronged, that she had seen in Celeste's eyes, it wasn't for herself, but for Adele. "It's all right, Celeste. I'm not blaming you," Adele reassured her, her voice softening. "And you're not useless. You're not weak. The only difference between you and Hermione is time. You have limitless potential, potential even I can't predict." That was a lie. According to the original story, Celeste's time was running out. There was no potential left to speak of. But this wasn't the original story anymore. Adele was here now, and she would do everything in her power to protect her precious dog, to protect Celeste. She would rewrite Celeste's ending. Celeste had a future again. A future filled with endless possibilities. Who said a sequence 2 couldn't surpass a sequence 1? Adele was only a sequence 5, yet she aspired to make all those sequence 1s meow at her feet. The car sped away from the school, Celeste driving Adele around the city center until Adele suddenly spoke up. "Stop at the mall ahead. Let's walk around and unwind a bit." "You sure it's not for shopping?" Celeste asked tentatively. Adele's cheeks flushed, and she rolled her eyes playfully. "Oh, you know me so well. But even if it is for shopping, you'll still buy me whatever I want, right?" "Of course, master. I'll buy you anything you desire." Celeste quickly declared her loyalty, which, to be fair, she had always demonstrated. "Humph, that's what I thought," Adele said smugly, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Once Celeste parked the car, Adele immediately linked her arm with Celeste's and led her into the mall. Celeste basked in the affectionate gesture. Adele was never stingy with rewards for her obedient pet. They strolled through the mall, chatting and laughing. Adele had been sincere about wanting to cheer Celeste up. However, Celeste wasn't wrong either, Adele also had a shopping itch to scratch. Perhaps it was just a woman thing. In any case, after an enjoyable evening of chatting and shopping, Celeste dropped Adele off at her apartment near the school. However, contrary to Celeste's hopes, Adele had no intention of staying the night. After dropping off her shopping bags, Adele pulled out her new phone and ordered a ride back to the academy. "Why, aren't you staying, master?" Celeste asked, her voice small and laced with disappointment. She had hoped to experience the lessons from that night once more. To her surprise, Adele, who had been all gentle and affectionate just moments ago, suddenly turned cold. "A master doesn't need to explain everything to her familiar," she stated, her voice firm. "You just need to follow my orders." "Sometimes, Celeste, I wonder if I've spoiled you too much." Adele knew when to be warm and when to be ruthless. Under Adele's chilling gaze, Celeste crumbled. Her shoulders trembled as she knelt down and kissed Adele's foot, her eyes filled with remorse and devotion. A sincere apology to her beloved master. "I'm sorry, my master." Adele simply hummed in response and turned to leave, her heart strangely unmoved. After a sweet reward, a firm hand was needed. Celeste needed this time to reflect on her actions. Consider this a cooling-off period, Adele thought to herself. Otherwise, next time they encounter another sequence 1, Celeste might just cause even more trouble. As for why Adele chose to return to her tiny dorm room instead of staying at Celeste's luxurious apartment, she couldn't shake off the strange absence of Sharon in her dreams that afternoon. She wanted to see if Sharon would visit her dreams tonight. Adele's reason had won over her emotions. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Because that night, in her dorm room, it wasn't Sharon who appeared in her dreams. It was a knock on her door in the dead of night. And Hermione standing on the other side. Hermione. Adele stammered, her initial surprise impossible to fake. Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly. Before answering, she scrutinized the girl she couldn't get off her mind, searching for any recent changes. The moment their eyes met, Hermione was captivated by Adele's breathtaking beauty. The girl's long, black hair cascaded down her back like a silken waterfall, shimmering under the starlight. It lent an ethereal glow to Adele's figure, as if the entire world revolved around her charm. When Adele gazed back, her gentle, affectionate pink eyes seemed to hold nothing but Hermione's reflection. Her softness, her cuteness, everything about her leaped into Hermione's mind through that gaze. It was inescapable, not that Hermione wanted to escape. Was this Adele's true, innocent nature, or a carefully crafted facade? Hermione didn't want to be suspicious. The mere thought of Adele harboring secrets, of her not being the kind, pure girl Hermione believed her to be, was agonizing. However, the scene she had witnessed at the academy parking lot that evening had shaken her to her core, leaving her deeply troubled and haunted. Hermione had tried to soothe her nerves with a hot bath and warm milk before bed, hoping to forget the entire ordeal by morning. But it was futile. The moment she closed her eyes, the image from the parking lot resurfaced. The petite, black-haired girl on top of the blonde, their bodies moving rhythmically, the moans, the things they did, things Hermione couldn't even bear to name. Hermione was forced to watch, unable to speak, to intervene. Then, the black-haired girl turned around, and it was Adele's face. She smiled, a chilling, predatory smile that shattered the illusion of innocence. At the same moment, the blonde beneath her looked up. It was Celeste. Celeste's eyes held a triumphant glint, a look of pride and satisfaction as she gazed down at Hermione. It was as if she was saying, "You lost, loser. Adele is mine, my master. We played you for a fool. It was exhilarating to do it right in front of you. You may have humiliated me, but I'm the one who wins in the end. You'll end up alone, with nothing." Hermione's eyes flew open. Frost covered the room. Her hand flew to her forehead, trying to quell the sudden dizziness. She couldn't stay here tonight. Not until the servants had thoroughly cleaned the room. So, where could she go? The answer, it seemed, had presented itself. She found herself standing before Adele's dorm room, in the dead of night, her knuckles rapping against the wood. She was worried, even, afraid. Yes, even the Ice Queen was capable of fear. She was afraid that Adele wouldn't be there, that her roommate would answer the door and tell her that Adele wasn't around tonight. If that happened, Hermione would probably wander aimlessly until Adele returned. But thankfully, it was Adele who opened the door. Not her roommate, and she hadn't spent the night elsewhere. Especially not at that woman's place. Hermione's relief was short-lived, quickly replaced by a fresh wave of anxiety as she registered Adele's surprised expression. Could it be that Adele didn't want to see her? But before that thought could fully form, Adele was already pulling her inside, glancing left and right as if hiding a treasure. "That was close," Adele whispered, her voice a soft murmur against Hermione's ear. "I almost didn't hear you over the dorm manager. It would have been troublesome if she had caught you. Just last week, a girl was caught bringing her girlfriend back to the dorm. They were both severely punished. Next time, they might even be expelled and sent to another academy." Adele held Hermione's hand in hers, rubbing her cold palms. She even breathed warm air onto them, her concern genuine. Her attentiveness, the care and affection in her eyes, slowly melted the frost of suspicion and doubt that had gripped Hermione's heart, replacing it with a fiery warmth. Shame washed over Hermione. How could she have doubted Adele, even for a moment? Despite her suspicions, Adele had welcomed her without a moment's hesitation, without questioning her motives. In fact, she seemed overjoyed, as if Hermione had made a special trip just to see her. Her surprise and bewilderment stemmed from not expecting Hermione's arrival, though it was clear that, deep down, she had hoped for it. As for the flicker of panic in her eyes, it was because of the dorm manager. And the story about the girl who was punished for bringing her girlfriend back. Hermione blushed. Weren't they doing the exact same thing right now? Was this Adele unconsciously revealing her own feelings, her attachment to Hermione? Treating her like a girlfriend? Hermione's eyes sparkled, her heart pounding. If she could be Adele's girlfriend, she would spoil her rotten. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Perhaps she hadn't been thinking straight all day. The confrontation with Dorothy, the harsh words she had spoken. And then, that scene in the parking lot, with those girls who looked so much like Adele and Celeste. It was infuriating. How dare that girl look so much like Adele? She possessed none of Adele's purity and innocence. And that blonde, she was just like that dog, Celeste. She deserved to be beneath someone, collared and leashed. It was her rightful place. Hermione maintained her cool, composed facade, but inside, a storm raged. Still, she wouldn't let Adele see it, wouldn't let her worry. "I just missed you," Hermione confessed, her voice barely a whisper. Her ice-blue eyes, usually cold and sharp, held a newfound tenderness. That was her answer, the reason for her unexpected visit. Adele's eyes widened slightly at Hermione's words, then softened. I knew it." Under Adele's gaze, Hermione felt exposed, as if her every thought and heartbeat were laid bare. Suddenly, Adele stepped forward and embraced her. Her body was cool against Hermione's, but her embrace was tight, her warmth seeping into Hermione's very being. "I missed you too, Hermione," Adele whispered. In the entire academy, perhaps even the entire world, only Adele could share such intimacy with the Ice Queen. They stayed embraced for a long moment before finally separating. Adele took Hermione's hand and led her towards the stairs. "But next time," Adele said casually, her voice light and teasing, "you could always let me know you're coming." Adele's expression was calm, her tone nonchalant. Hermione suspected nothing. However, beneath the surface, Adele was trembling with relief. She couldn't bear to imagine what might have happened if she had chosen to stay at Celeste's apartment, missing this encounter with Hermione. Even now, despite her outward composure, a cold sweat clung to her back. Hermione nodded, her lips pressed together. She took the opportunity to observe her surroundings. The building was small and cramped, the decor modest. However, everything was spotlessly clean. The first floor housed the living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The second floor had 2 bedrooms, one for Adele and one for her roommate. "Careful, don't bump your head," Adele warned softly. They were at a sharp turn in the stairwell, and the ceiling jutted out at an awkward angle. Hermione, with her statuesque figure, had to duck slightly to avoid hitting her head. Adele, on the other hand, had no such issues. Hermione was touched. Adele had noticed such a small detail. It meant that she cared. The thought filled Hermione with warmth. They reached the second floor, standing in the hallway between their rooms. Hermione glanced at the closed door of Adele's roommate's bedroom. A thought crossed her mind, perhaps she could arrange a swap, move into this room, and be closer to Adele. The living conditions were far from ideal, but the prospect of being near Adele made even the pampered Hermione willing to compromise. She couldn't help but wonder about the girl who had the privilege of being Adele's roommate. What good karma had she accumulated in her past life to deserve such luck? No, that wasn't the problem. The real issue was, what if this roommate fell under Adele's spell? What if she harbored inappropriate desires towards her? If Hermione lived next door, she could. Adele was about to open her bedroom door when she noticed Hermione's lingering gaze on the adjacent room. That wasn't just any roommate living there. It was Sharon. Adele decided to intervene, just in case. As if on cue, Hermione voiced her curiosity. "Adele, what's your roommate like?" Even if Hermione couldn't bear to live in such cramped quarters permanently, she could at least ensure that no one else encroached on Adele's space. Her pure, innocent Adele shouldn't be tainted or coveted by others. Unconsciously, Hermione's thoughts took on a possessive edge, a hint of her domineering nature. It was a side she only revealed to those she held dear. "My roommate," Adele murmured, shaking her head. "Honestly, Hermione, I don't really know her. She keeps to herself." We haven't even spoken since the semester started. She seems to prefer solitude. I respect her choices, so I don't intrude. And she's never bothered me either. Hermione raised an eyebrow, surprised. Such a person existed. But if she had no interest in Adele, no desire to interact with her, and preferred to be alone. Hermione reconsidered. Perhaps there was no need to banish this girl from the sanctuary where her heart resided. Modern civilization had tempered even the most ancient beings, including Hermione. They had learned to respect individual differences. While their aristocratic upbringing sometimes reared its head, they were far more tolerant than their ancestors. "Well, come on in, Hermione," Adele said, pushing open her bedroom door and gesturing for Hermione to enter. "Welcome to my humble abode. I hope you don't mind the lack of space." "Not at all," Hermione replied, stepping inside. "Anywhere you are is filled with your scent. And I love it." "My scent? You're making me blush," Adele teased, her cheeks turning a delicate shade of pink. She leaned into Hermione's touch, her shyness feeling increasingly natural. To Hermione, this was a sign that Adele had accepted her. In the past, Adele had always seemed distant, her heart out of reach. But now, it was as if a special room had been built within Adele's heart, just for her, waiting for her arrival. "Welcome home," Adele seemed to be saying. There were other rooms too, of course. One for Dorothy, one for Celeste, one for Sharon. They said the human heart had 7 apertures. Adele, it seemed, had many more. Such a fickle girl. There would be many more to come. Filled with anticipation, Hermione stepped into Adele's room. The door clicked shut behind them. At that same moment, in the adjacent room, a pair of silver-gray eyes watched through the peephole. The girl's body slumped against the door, all strength draining away. She slid to the floor, hugging her knees to her chest, a heartbroken sob escaping her lips. Hermione. It was Hermione. She couldn't win. Not against her. Never against her. Adele had taken Hermione to her room. What were they doing in there? Whatever it was, Adele wouldn't be able to resist. And there was nothing she, Sharon, could do to stop it. Just like in the past, she could only watch helplessly as Adele was turned into a plaything in the hands of Dorothy and the others. No, she couldn't even bear to watch. All she could do was imagine the girl she loved being subjected to Hermione's desires. It was a tragedy. And as with most fantasies, it was far more intense and cruel than reality. In Sharon's mind, it was as if Adele had already been claimed by Hermione. Meanwhile, inside Adele's room, Hermione sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, her usual regal composure gone. She felt like a nervous schoolgirl who had been invited to her crush's room for the first time. Her heart ached with a bittersweet longing. Could this be love? Hermione didn't understand it, but she couldn't deny the way it made her feel. Adele's room was small, minuscule compared to Hermione's own bedroom. It was probably smaller than Hermione's bathroom. But it was neat and organized. A desk piled high with books and papers, a testament to Adele's diligence. A neatly made bed with a cute cat plushie resting on the pillow, a reminder that despite her circumstances, Adele was still a girl at heart. A vanity table with a few inexpensive cosmetics and a cracked mirror. Hermione's heart ached as she took in her surroundings. Her girl deserved better. A better life, a better environment. But Adele didn't seem to mind. She smiled, a shy, genuine smile that lit up her entire face. "Come sit here, Hermione," she said, patting the spot beside her on the bed. "I apologize, this place is a bit cramped. And I didn't have time to prepare any snacks or anything." "Don't worry about it," Hermione reassured her, sitting down beside her. "Just seeing you is enough." Adele tilted her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Just seeing me? You're not staying." Staying." Hermione's shock was evident. But beneath the surprise, a thrill of excitement shot through her. It was as if a wave of happiness had crashed over her, leaving her dazed and breathless. It took her a moment to compose herself. "Is that all right?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Of course. Adele replied, her eyes shining. At that moment, Hermione felt like the luckiest girl in the world. Coming here tonight was the best decision she had ever made. And the surprises didn't end there. Before Hermione could fully process the fact that she was allowed to stay, Adele brushed her hair over her shoulder, revealing the delicate curve of her neck. Her skin was pale and smooth, almost translucent in the dim light, the blue veins beneath pulsing with life. Adele's breath hitched slightly, her pink eyes sparkling. She reached up and untied the ribbon holding her hair, her shoulders tensing slightly. The movement revealed a sliver of her elegant collarbone, a tantalizing glimpse of the beauty hidden beneath. Hermione held her breath, her gaze glued to Adele's every move. Adele's eyes met hers, a playful glint in their depths. She bit her lip, her teeth grazing her plump lower lip. "Tonight," she whispered, her voice a breathy murmur. "You can have me, Hermione." The light in Adele's bedroom wasn't bright, but it was enough to cast two intertwined shadows on the wall. The restraint Hermione had imposed upon herself for Adele's sake crumbled under the weight of the girl's seductive words. Her carefully controlled emotions surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Adele entirely. Adele closed her eyes, feeling like she was adrift in a deep, blue abyss. Her body felt weightless one moment, heavy the next. At first it was like plummeting into the depths, her consciousness fading with the increasing pressure. Then, the tide turned, carrying her back to the surface, where the sun-kissed waves gently deposited her on the warm sand, the cries of gulls and the caress of the sea breeze washing over her. Surprisingly, it felt nice. Adele's eyes fluttered open, landing on the soft glow of the ceiling light. She blinked and the light slowly came into focus, along with the face of the silver-haired girl hovering above her. Hermione. She was breathtaking, ethereal. Adele's senses returned, pulling her back from the brink of unconsciousness. She heard Hermione whispering her name, her voice soft and gentle, her touch featherlight. As if Adele were a precious, fragile porcelain doll that could shatter at any moment. Hermione cupped Adele's delicate face in her hands, her touch reverent. She leaned down and placed a tender kiss on Adele's forehead, then her brow, her delicate nose, her flushed cheeks. And finally, her lips. Those soft, rosy petals, a masterpiece of creation. The kiss was light, a mere taste, yet it sent a jolt of sweetness through Adele's entire being. Hermione, it seemed, preferred to savor the best for last. Unlike Adele, who believed in indulging in delicious things while she could, before she missed her chance and regretted it later. Adele was greedy. Even if she couldn't stomach another bite, she would still stuff herself silly. It was that insatiable hunger that had driven her to tame Celeste, to draw Sharon into a dream realm painted with the colors of reality, and to seduce Hermione into her current state. It was painful at times, but Adele didn't regret it. Especially not when Hermione was being so gentle, so considerate. Despite her own unfulfilled desires, she had stopped, worried about pushing Adele too far. Hermione's lips trailed down to Adele's neck, and Adele felt a strange, wet sensation. It tickled a little, but it was also strangely comforting. Hermione was licking her wounds, helping them to heal faster, to fade back into her porcelain skin. Rumor had it that human scientists were studying the regenerative properties of vampire saliva. Some wealthy humans, privy to the secrets of the night, even paid exorbitant prices for the saliva of high-ranking vampires. Vampire saliva was said to have miraculous healing properties. And Hermione's, it seemed, was particularly potent. Adele, on the other hand, well, her saliva was about as effective as a human's. Otherwise, Celeste and Sharon wouldn't still be sporting her bite marks. Of course, both girls were somewhat reluctant to let the marks fade completely. A little ointment would have healed them without a trace, but some scars, it seemed, were meant to be treasured. "Is it over?" Adele asked, her voice weak and languid. For some reason, being claimed by a sequence one was utterly draining. Even though Hermione had held back, had consumed less blood than usual out of consideration for her. And no, Adele wasn't faking her exhaustion to elicit sympathy from Hermione. Although, the end result was probably the same. Hermione lifted her head, her gaze lingering on Adele's flushed cheeks. She nodded, fighting the urge to kiss her again. I'm a little tired. Adele stretched languidly, like a cat waking from a nap. Good. She mumbled contentedly. Hermione couldn't help but smile, watching Adele with adoration. Relief washed over Adele. It was finally over. Tears welled up in her eyes, tears of exhaustion and relief. Before she could even lift a hand to wipe them away, Hermione was already there, gently dabbing at the corners of her eyes. Adele basked in Hermione's attentiveness, a sweet smile gracing her lips. But the tender moment was short-lived. Adele's stomach chose that exact moment to growl loudly. Pfft. Hermione couldn't contain her laughter. Adele blushed, glaring playfully at the girl still straddling her. Hermione. Don't laugh. I'm sorry, my Adele, Hermione apologized, her lips twitching with amusement. It's just cute. If word of this ever got out, the entire academy would be in shock. No one would believe that the Ice Queen, the aloof and regal Hermione, was capable of offering a genuine apology. Adele, still pretending to be annoyed, rolled over, turning her back to Hermione. But she couldn't resist peeking back at her every few seconds. Did she really think Hermione wouldn't notice? Hermione shifted her position, lying on her side facing Adele. She propped herself up on her elbow, her silver blue hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. She reached out towards Adele, her hand hovering hesitantly before settling on Adele's waist. A comforting caress. Come on, don't be mad at me. If the students were shocked before, now the entire academy, faculty included, would be picking their jaws up off the floor. The Ice Queen, the indomitable Hermione, was acting coy. Humph. Adele tried to sound annoyed, but her heart fluttered at Hermione's touch. She didn't pull away. Emboldened, Hermione leaned closer, reveling in the warmth of Adele's skin beneath her fingertips. Adele, however, began to tremble as Hermione's touch grew bolder. Hermione. She whined, her voice soft and pleading. You're being mean. You're full and satisfied, but you don't care about my body, or my feelings. Hermione froze, her hand instinctively retreating. Guilt gnawed at her. She wasn't used to comforting others. Usually, it was the other way around. But with Adele, Hermione didn't question her instincts. She racked her brain, trying to figure out how to comfort Adele. She had been selfish, driven by her own desires, forgetting that Adele might not be able to handle it, might be feeling overwhelmed. For the first time, Hermione felt a flicker of uncertainty, a touch of anxiety. She didn't want to ruin things with Adele. It was clear to her now that Adele was different. She was special. Hermione didn't care about their social standing, their difference in rank. All that mattered was the bond growing between them, the intimacy they shared, the longing to be near each other, always. I'm sorry, Adele, Hermione said, her voice sincere. She didn't reach out this time, knowing it would be too much. Instead, she did something completely unexpected. Like a large, affectionate cat, she nuzzled her cheek against Adele's hair, peppering her shoulder with light kisses. Adele, sensitive to every touch, let out a soft gasp. She turned to face Hermione, her cheeks flushed. All right, I forgive you, she mumbled. I was just, a little sad. It felt like you didn't care how I felt. Like I was, nothing special to you. No different from before. Hermione, you're not like Dorothy, right? Adele's voice, fragile as spun glass, pierced Hermione's heart. Never. Hermione exclaimed, her voice urgent. She couldn't bear the thought of Adele misunderstanding, of her image being tarnished in Adele's eyes. My feelings for you, here, feel. Before Adele could protest, Hermione took her hand, her grip firm yet gentle. She guided Adele's hand to her chest, pressing it against her left breast. Against the soft, yielding warmth that made Hermione's heart race. Adele was speechless. Hermione, oblivious to the suggestive nature of her actions, gazed at Adele with an intensity that stole her breath away. Can you feel it? She whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. My feelings for you. Adele nodded, her eyes shining. Then, whether intentionally or not, she gave Hermione's breast a gentle squeeze. Hermione gasped, biting back a moan. Adele didn't seem to notice, or perhaps she didn't care. She leaned closer, her eyes fixated on Hermione's chest. "It's beating so fast," she murmured, a hint of wonder in her voice. "It's a beautiful sound." A comfortable silence settled between them, Adele's expression softening. She was back to her usual self, the warm, innocent girl Hermione knew and loved. She released Hermione's hand, her cheeks still flushed. "Hermione," she murmured, her eyes drifting closed. "Yes. Could you make me something to eat? I'm a little sleepy. I'll take a nap. I hope I wake up to a delicious midnight snack made by you. It'll be ready when you wake up." Hermione leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Adele's forehead. Then, she rose from the bed and tiptoed out of the room, careful not to make a sound. Downstairs, in the kitchen, Hermione surveyed the contents of Adele's refrigerator with a sigh. 2 eggs, a wilted head of lettuce, and half a bag of noodles. It was enough for a simple bowl of noodles with vegetables, but surely Adele, who had just satisfied her craving for blood, deserved something more. Hermione knew Adele wouldn't complain. In fact, she would probably be delighted with anything Hermione made for her. But Hermione had standards. And now, those standards extended to Adele as well. Hermione, why is Adele so poor? It's baffling, Adele, let them eat cake, 1. Hermione pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The vampire on the other end of the line was one of her family's most trusted associates, a powerful figure in the city, wealthy beyond measure. Yet, he addressed Hermione with the utmost respect, his tone bordering on subservient. Hermione's request was simple: prepare a feast and deliver it to this address immediately. Some resources, it seemed, were always at her disposal. While she waited, Hermione set about cooking the noodles. It was the thought that counted. Whether or not Adele would even touch them was another matter entirely. Half an hour later, Adele stirred awake to Hermione gently shaking her shoulder. She opened her eyes to find Hermione's face inches from hers. If she hadn't woken up then, well, Adele was pretty sure she would have been subjected to a fate similar to Sleeping Beauty. Suddenly, she regretted waking up at all. Hermione, realizing Adele was awake, quickly pulled back, her cheeks flushing. "Adele, I made you something to eat. Come downstairs." You're the best, Hermione. It's the least I could do." Despite her words, Hermione couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness at Adele's praise. As they made their way downstairs, Hermione's gaze lingered on the door across from Adele's. "Adele," she began, a hint of curiosity in her voice, "perhaps we could invite your roommate." "No. I mean, she's not really the social type," Adele blurted out, her tone a little too eager. Hermione frowned, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. "All right," she said slowly. If Adele had sounded even slightly more flustered, Hermione might have suspected her of hiding another girl in this apartment. But that was ridiculous. This was Adele they were talking about. She probably blushed at the mere thought of holding hands. Besides, after what Hermione had witnessed in the parking lot, well, she couldn't imagine Adele engaging in such behavior. Downstairs, Adele stared at the dining table in astonishment. It was laden with food. An absolute feast. Meat, seafood, delicacies from all over the world, both Eastern and Western cuisine. And in the center of it all, a simple bowl of noodles in clear broth with wilted lettuce. Adele was overwhelmed. Hermione watched her expectantly. To her surprise, Adele walked past the lavish spread and headed straight for the bowl of noodles. She sat down and picked up her chopsticks, taking a bite with a contented sigh. Her gaze lingered on the other dishes, a flicker of longing in her eyes, but she resisted the temptation. "Adele. Why aren't you trying the other dishes?" Hermione asked, confused. Adele looked up, her cheeks slightly flushed. "My appetite isn't very big," she explained. "Besides, I told you I wanted to eat something you made yourself. This is all a bit much, Hermione. I appreciate the gesture, but I could never eat all of this. It would be such a waste. Love means being considerate, she continued, her gaze meeting Hermione's. In the end, the thing I want, the thing I choose, is this bowl of noodles that you made for me. She picked up another strand of noodles with her chopsticks and brought it to her lips, her eyes closing in contentment as she savored the taste. When she opened her eyes again, they were sparkling. These noodles are delicious, she said, her gaze locking with Hermione's. But, it would be even better if someone fed them to me. Imagine being hand-fed by the Ice Queen, the formidable Hermione. It seemed like an impossible fantasy, yet here it was, unfolding right before their very eyes. And the recipient of such an honor? None other than Adele, the seemingly unremarkable Sequence 5, usually relegated to breathing the stale air of the bottom rung. How had she earned the attention, the affection, of a goddess who resided among the clouds? Hermione carefully lifted a strand of noodles with her chopsticks, blowing on it gently to cool it down before offering it to Adele's waiting lips. Adele wasn't used to being pampered. She came from humble beginnings. But Hermione treated her with the care and tenderness one would reserve for a precious princess. Adele slurped the noodles down with a satisfied sigh. The broth, though simple, was flavorful, warming her from the inside out. Her gaze flickered to the side, landing on a plate of peeled lobster meat. A flicker of longing crossed her features before vanishing just as quickly. Hermione caught the fleeting look but didn't comment. She understood. Adele was a proud girl with a strong sense of self-worth. Hermione had gotten carried away, ordering far too much food. However, a wave of warmth spread through Hermione's chest as she watched Adele savor the simple noodles she had made. It meant that Adele cared, that she valued Hermione's efforts, her intentions. Still, Hermione knew that no one could resist the allure of such a luxurious spread. Just because Adele possessed a strong sense of pride and self-respect didn't mean she was immune to the pleasures of good food. It seemed a little persuasion was in order. In the end, Adele couldn't refuse Hermione's insistence. Fine. She mumbled, her cheeks turning a delicate shade of pink. You win. I'll try some. Finally, she thought, her heart singing. Time to feast. Adele had gone through great lengths to convince Hermione that she preferred the simple noodles, resisting the temptation to drool over the extravagant spread. It wasn't that Hermione's cooking was bad. Not at all. But to call it the best in the world would be a stretch. Noodles were noodles, after all. And lobster was, well, lobster. Still, Adele kept her appetite in check, sampling only a few bites of the other dishes. The rest would be carefully stored away, to be enjoyed later. It was the thought that counted. And the image she was trying to project. It was a shame she couldn't invite Sharon, her roommate/secret stalker, to help her finish it all. Adele believed in sharing her blessings. But she couldn't risk revealing that she knew Sharon's true identity just yet. After dinner, Adele and Hermione cleaned up together, washing the dishes side by side. Adele was amazed that Hermione, the Ice Queen herself, would willingly subject herself to such a mundane task. It was, in fact, Hermione's first time washing dishes. She endured the unfamiliar feeling of greasy water on her fingers, meticulously cleaning each plate and utensil. All because she couldn't bear the thought of Adele lifting a finger. Adele, touched by Hermione's thoughtfulness, leaned against her, her gaze soft and affectionate. They felt like a real couple, sharing a quiet evening together. Bickering, making up, enjoying a meal, cleaning up afterwards. Hermione, lost in thought, couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. She had everything money could buy, a life of luxury and privilege, yet she had never experienced the warmth, the simple joys of domesticity, until now. In that moment, hidden from Adele's view, a steely determination hardened in Hermione's eyes. Not just for today, but for all the days to come, for a lifetime with Adele. She would win against Dorothy, no matter the cost. But she wouldn't burden Adele with this knowledge, not yet. Hermione had never understood the meaning of worry, of fear, until now. She couldn't bear the thought of Adele being afraid for her. So, she would walk this path alone, clearing a path for their future, one thorny obstacle at a time. That night, Hermione stayed in Adele's room. They slept in the same bed, but there was no impropriety, their goodnight kiss as chaste as a knight's vow. Hermione held Adele close, her embrace tight and possessive. The next morning, Hermione slipped away before Adele woke up, leaving behind a delicious breakfast on the table. Adele reached for Hermione instinctively, her arms meeting only empty sheets. She frowned, pushing her messy hair out of her eyes as she made her way downstairs. Her bare legs, pale and smooth in the morning light, brushed against each other with each step, an alluring sight. Downstairs, a plate of ham sandwiches, toast with jam, and a glass of milk awaited her. And a note, written on a bright pink sticky note. Adele's heart skipped a beat as she peeled it off the table. Don't skip breakfast. Love, Hermione. The handwriting was elegant, a testament to the Ice Queen's refined upbringing. But it was the message itself that made Adele's cheeks burn. The word love, stark and bold, jumped out at her. If Adele remembered correctly, Hermione wasn't the type to express her feelings openly. She was aloof, reserved, and sometimes frustratingly tsundere. And yet, here she was, using the L word so casually. She was changing, becoming more direct, more open with her affections. But then why leave without a word? Was she still shy? Was it easier to express her feelings on paper than to say them out loud? Or, was she afraid that she wouldn't be able to say them again? Was this her way of ensuring that Adele knew, just in case? Of course, the Ice Queen, with her unwavering confidence, believed she would emerge victorious. But some fears, it seemed, transcended even the strongest of convictions. Having someone to care for, someone to cherish, had turned even the indomitable Ice Queen vulnerable. Only Hermione knew the turmoil in her own heart as she penned those two little words. Adele, oblivious to Hermione's inner struggle, felt a pang of disappointment, a shadow of sadness darkening her mood. Why, Hermione, why didn't you tell me? Adele was powerless against those who showed her genuine affection. And so, despite her best efforts, Hermione had wormed her way into Adele's heart. The delicious breakfast suddenly lost its appeal. But she forced herself to eat every bite. It was what Hermione would have wanted. By the time she finished, her stomach was uncomfortably full. And for some reason, she felt oddly aroused. Adele shook her head, banishing the inappropriate thought. As she cleared the table, her gaze fell on the door across from hers. Half an hour later, Adele stepped out of the apartment. Only then did Sharon, like a creature of the night emerging from its lair, dare to leave her room. She crept down the stairs, her footsteps silent as a whisper, her small frame almost blending into the shadows. She moved like a ghost, her pale face, a consequence of years spent in the darkness, devoid of any color. Her silver-gray hair and hunched shoulders gave her a timid, almost fragile appearance. She wanted a glass of water. That was all. But the aroma of noodles, wafting from the dining table, stopped her in her tracks. She assumed it was Adele's breakfast. Maybe she had just stepped out for a bit. Sharon decided to have her water and retreat back to her room, back to the safety of her self-imposed isolation. But as she approached the table, a note, propped up against a bowl of noodles, caught her eye. Don't forget to eat breakfast, mysterious roommate. Adele. Sharon picked up the note, her heart clenching. Even to a stranger, a reclusive roommate she had never met, Adele extended kindness and consideration. She was too good for this world. It was Saturday, so Adele had the day off. She decided to use this time to explore the world of the novel, to uncover the secrets Hermione was keeping from her, and to prepare herself for the inevitable encounter with the witches. The witches were humans who had fully succumbed to their darker impulses, transforming into powerful beings. It was said that a villain was 3 times stronger after turning evil, and a hero 7 times weaker after turning good. The witches were far more powerful than they had been as humans. Logically, with Adele's current abilities, she shouldn't have been assigned any missions involving witches. But this was the protagonist we were talking about. Trouble had a way of finding her. Next week, Adele would embark on her first mission. The magic training sessions were merely a prelude to the real deal. There was one more session before her first assignment. If Adele remembered correctly, it was during that session that her magic refinement level would finally reach level 1. From 0.5 to 1. A momentous occasion, indeed. And so, Adele, the weakest link in the entire academy, would be assigned the easiest mission imaginable, along with a few other unremarkable classmates. Mission: search for traces of foreign races. How easy was it? Let's just say that in a world teeming with hidden foreign races, some with legal identities, some without, it wouldn't be difficult to find a discarded soda can or water bottle with traces of foreign energy. It was like going out for a leisurely stroll and picking up trash along the way. The instructor would then evaluate that evidence and give Adele a passing grade. It was a formality, really. After all, a talentless vampire like Adele would most likely end up stuck in some remote village or town, working as a glorified clerk for a government agency, compiling reports and retrieving data on foreign races in the area. 2 jobs for the price of 1. But Adele was the protagonist, and trouble had a way of finding her, even when she wasn't looking for it. Her first mini-boss, a tutorial boss, so to speak, would make her grand entrance soon. The vengeful witch. Mortally wounded and with only days left to live, the witch was determined to spread her hatred, to make the world suffer as she had suffered. She would set her sights on Adele, the lone wolf who strayed from her team, and turn her into a witch as well. Adele's own simmering rage, her burning desire for revenge against the vampires, would draw the witch to her, like a moth to a flame. She would see Adele as a kindred spirit. And so, Adele, both her human and vampire blood tainted by the witch's magic, would be branded a foreign race, destined to walk a lonely path. Thus began her journey to power, her ascent through the ranks. To the outside world, she would still be the unremarkable Sequence 5. But in secret, her powers as a witch would grow, her true strength hidden from view. It was a classic case of hiding your strength and biding your time, a trope often used to set up satisfying underdog victories later in the story. It was also a convenient way to explain the protagonist's rapid power growth. However, the current Adele had only one thing to say about that. If you're going to write a hidden power story, at least make it satisfying. Why make the protagonist suffer even more? Why make the tiger get ridden by the very creatures it was supposed to devour? The thought sent shivers down Adele's spine. But she was here now, in this world, as the protagonist. And she would change the course of the story. She spent the entire day at the Academy Library, poring over ancient texts, absorbing information like never before. When she finally returned to her apartment, exhausted but her mind buzzing with newfound knowledge, the first thing she checked was the dining table. The note was gone. As was the bowl of noodles. Sharon had eaten it, washed the dishes, and put everything away. It was a start. Adele hoped that one day, Sharon would finally confide in her, confess her sins, and seek forgiveness. And Saint Adele, in her infinite mercy, would forgive Sharon's transgressions and welcome her as her loyal follower. The thought brought a smile to Adele's face. It was time for some well-deserved relaxation. She declined invitations from both Celeste and Tang Linlang, content to spend the evening curled up in her room, scrolling through her phone. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Late that night, a knock on the door shattered the silence. Adele frowned. It couldn't be for Sharon. So who? Could it be Hermione again? Sharon carefully tucked the pink sticky note between the pages of her favorite book. It would have been more practical to pin it up on her bedpost or desk, like many people did with photos of their loved ones, a source of comfort and inspiration during difficult times. But Sharon, introverted as she was, couldn't bring herself to do that. She preferred to suffer in silence, her feelings hidden from view, even from those she cared about most. Her love was a quiet, powerful force. That day, she spent her time as usual, curled up with a book, enjoying the comforting presence of Adele, even if it was just through a shared wall. To Sharon, being in the same apartment, even in separate rooms, was enough. Suddenly, the sharp sound of the doorbell shattered the peaceful silence, sending a jolt of anxiety through Sharon. She clenched her fists, then released them, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Was it Hermione again? How greedy could she be? Was she going to spend the night with Adele again? Do those things with her? Sharon's imagination, as usual, was far more vivid and cruel than reality. It was a source of both pain and pleasure. In truth, Hermione's feelings for Adele were far deeper and more respectful than Sharon could comprehend. Perhaps she was waiting for the right moment, the perfect time, to consummate their relationship. In other words, nothing had happened between Hermione and Adele the previous night. But in Sharon's mind, a helpless Adele had been subjected to Hermione's desires all night long. And yet, despite her exhaustion, Adele had still managed to find the strength to make breakfast for her, a gesture of kindness that both warmed and tormented Sharon's heart. Would Adele repeat the same mistake tonight? Sharon's thoughts spiraled, her imagination painting a vivid, agonizing picture. Adele, on the other hand, didn't overthink things. She heard the doorbell, got up from her desk, and headed downstairs. Maybe it was just a food delivery Hermione had ordered for her. She did have Adele's address, after all. Although Adele hadn't finished the leftovers from last night, she was planning on having them for a late-night snack. But if Hermione had ordered more food, well, she wouldn't complain. However, when she opened the door, even the ever-optimistic Adele couldn't help but freeze, her smile fading. Her pink eyes widened in surprise, her lips parting as if to speak, but no sound came out. The silence, however, was short-lived. Adele might have been speechless, but the beautiful girl standing before her, dressed in a flowing gown like a princess gracing a humble dwelling, was anything but. With a mischievous glint in her crimson eyes, she stepped forward and planted a delicate kiss on Adele's cheek. "Adele, I'm here to play," she purred, her voice a seductive whisper. Princess." Adele stammered, her voice barely a whisper. There was only one person Adele would address as princess. Dorothy. Dorothy, however, didn't appreciate the formality. She took the opportunity to nibble playfully on Adele's earlobe, eliciting a soft gasp from the startled girl. Adele was so much fun. Unlike Sharon, who, despite her initial intrigue, had turned out to be utterly boring. In the beginning, Dorothy had been fascinated by Sharon. She had found her weakness, her fragility, her victim complex, oddly appealing. She had caught a glimpse of something dark and dangerous lurking beneath Sharon's meek exterior, a fleeting moment of raw ambition, a desire to disrupt the established order, to burn the world down. It was intriguing to see such grand aspirations in someone so seemingly insignificant. But as Dorothy got to know Sharon better, she realized that the girl was, in fact, a complete waste of space. Her entire existence seemed to revolve around seeking validation from others, a pathetic joke. And yet, despite her disdain, Dorothy had kept Sharon around. Perhaps she had a soft spot for lost causes after all. Adele, however, was too preoccupied with her own anxiety to care about Dorothy's hidden depths. Even if Dorothy was secretly a kind soul, she was still a lion, and Adele was a mere kitten. A swipe of her tiny claws wouldn't even faze Dorothy. But a gentle pat from the lioness could crush her. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Dorothy asked, tilting her head. "Of course, come in," Adele said quickly, realizing that Dorothy didn't appreciate the formal address. Although their encounter on the rooftop had been brief, it had cleared the air between them, dispelling the misunderstandings and resentment that had been building up. They could now interact with each other normally. Or at least, on the surface. Adele was still terrified of her. She couldn't help it. She stepped aside, gesturing for Dorothy to enter. Technically, Adele should have consulted her roommate before inviting a friend over. But even if it hadn't been Sharon, Adele doubted anyone would dare to object to the presence of someone like Dorothy, or Hermione for that matter. Dorothy smiled, accepting Adele's hand and intertwining their fingers. Even Adele couldn't resist the captivating aura that surrounded the princess, her mind momentarily blank. When she came to her senses, her hand was firmly clasped in Dorothy's. Adele's cheeks burned. What was happening? Wasn't Dorothy supposed to be the crazy one? Why was she so good at flirting? Dorothy's touch was possessive yet gentle, leaving Adele with the distinct feeling that there was no escape. "What brings you here?" "Dorothy?" Adele asked, her voice barely a whisper. Since Dorothy had made it clear she didn't like being addressed formally, Adele opted for a more casual, intimate approach. She closed the door behind Dorothy, ensuring their privacy. Not that the dorm manager would dare to question Dorothy, even if she had seen her. Dorothy seemed pleased by Adele's informality. She gazed into Adele's eyes, her expression sincere. "You weren't contacting me, so I came to see you," she said simply. It was basically the equivalent of, "I missed you." But Adele wasn't exactly feeling touched. More like, terrified. "I've been busy, with schoolwork and exams," she lied, her heart pounding. Busy was the perfect excuse. Adele could already envision a future where she would be enjoying a romantic evening with Hermione, or perhaps someone else, when Dorothy would suddenly call, demanding to know her whereabouts. And Adele, trapped between a rock and a hard place, would lie through her teeth, whispering sweet nothings into the phone while trying to stifle her moans. I'm out jogging." Such a deceitful little minx. It was tempting to lock her up and punish her thoroughly. Dorothy, however, wasn't satisfied with Adele's vague answer. She leaned closer, her crimson eyes boring into Adele's. Adele, caught off guard, instinctively stepped back. Her evasive maneuver only fueled Dorothy's suspicions. Had Adele been up to something behind her back? The thought of sharing Adele with anyone else was unbearable. Dorothy's possessive instincts roared to life. "Don't move," she commanded, her voice low and husky. Despite the lack of any overt use of her powers, Adele's body, conditioned by years of being bullied, obeyed instinctively. She stood frozen, like a timid rabbit caught in the headlights. Dorothy's face was inches from Adele's neck now. Her fangs lengthened, her crimson eyes darkening. The sweet, intoxicating scent of Adele's blood was almost too much to bear. Dorothy's instincts screamed at her to sink her fangs into that delicate skin. But she resisted. She remembered what Adele had said on the rooftop. She hated being forced, hated being treated like an object. But she didn't hate Dorothy. In fact, she wanted to be closer to her. And Dorothy had hurt her. "Don't make the same mistake again, Dorothy." She took a deep breath, forcing her cravings down. As a Sequence 1, she possessed a level of self-control far beyond that of ordinary vampires. Anything less would be unbecoming of her rank. A vampire who acted solely on instinct, devoid of any restraint, was nothing more than a savage beast. Dorothy contented herself with taking a deep sniff, her keen senses analyzing the scent clinging to Adele's skin. "Hermione's scent," she murmured, her voice cold. "The faint smell of the sea. I didn't used to mind her. But now, she's an annoyance." Her voice, though devoid of any elemental magic, sent a chill down Adele's spine. It was no wonder people said to never mess with a familiar-type vampire. Their powers were subtle, insidious, and often unpredictable. Unlike strength-type vampires, whose power was straightforward and physical, or elemental and ability-type vampires, whose powers could be countered once their nature was understood. The word most often used to describe familiar-type vampires was "geary." Their powers were drawn from otherworldly entities, beings not of this world. And some of them, well, they became eerie themselves. Prone to madness, to losing control, to succumbing to corruption. Some even sacrificed themselves to summon powerful creatures from other realms. The 12 true ancestors of the vampire race, beings who possessed near immortality, were not all still alive. Only 7 were known to be active. No, 6. Tang Linlang's family, along with other elite vampire hunter families, had orchestrated an attack that had left one of the true ancestors grievously wounded, still recovering from her injuries. Incidentally, that true ancestor's descendant was the current president of Cromwell Academy's Black Feather Society, a Sequence 1 who harbored a deep hatred for humans. As for the remaining 5 true ancestors, 3 were missing, 1 was in a deep slumber, and the last one was confirmed dead. Rumor had it that she had sacrificed herself to summon a powerful being from another realm. Whether it had caused any major disasters was unknown. Both human and vampire authorities had kept the incident under wraps. The point was, familiar-type vampires were terrifying. And Dorothy, the apex predator of the current generation, was one of them. Her potential was truly frightening. In fact, Dorothy was under constant surveillance whenever she was at the academy. Hermione, however, wasn't considered a threat significant enough to warrant such attention. That spoke volumes about Dorothy's power. Outside Adele's apartment, a faint breeze rustled the leaves of a nearby tree. Seemingly empty air shimmered for a moment, and a transparent figure materialized. A woman with short, black hair, dressed in a skin-tight black suit. A human with supernatural abilities. She observed the scene inside, her gaze sharp and calculating, pinpointing Dorothy and Adele's location. Reporting in, she said into a hidden earpiece. No unusual activity detected. Affirmative. She's meeting with a vampire. The woman knew that Adele was a half-vampire, but like the vampires who refused to acknowledge her human heritage, most humans didn't consider her one of their own. Meeting her little girlfriend, perhaps, a playful voice crackled through the earpiece. So the rumors about the vampire's open attitude towards love and affection are true. Keep observing, a more serious voice commanded. Report everything. Every detail. The woman in the black suit, however, was less than thrilled about her assignment. Even, their preferred positions, she asked, her voice flat. Silence met her question. So. Dorothy and her little girlfriend were already at that stage. A cough broke the silence. Nightingale, the more serious voice said. That's enough for tonight. Let's respect the princess's privacy. If the vampires found out that humans were spying on their princess, monitoring her every move, even her intimate moments, well, it would be a diplomatic nightmare. Besides, it was simply undignified. Understood, Nightingale replied. And just like that, she vanished, melting back into the shadows. The wind was the only witness to her departure. Meanwhile, inside Adele's apartment, the situation had escalated quickly. Adele had said something that had angered Dorothy. And now, she was pinned to the floor, her hair a tangled mess, Dorothy looming over her. Adele looked defeated, her resistance broken. But there was a spark of defiance in her tear-filled eyes, a refusal to submit completely. Dorothy, however, was at her limit. Her eyes blazed crimson. Adele, she hissed, her voice dangerously low. Why? Rewind 5 minutes. Adele had just opened the door to welcome Dorothy. But instead of a warm greeting, Dorothy had opted for a more intimate approach. She nuzzled Adele's neck, her fangs grazing the delicate skin, inhaling deeply. The scent of books. Adele had been reading today. Dorothy wasn't fond of reading herself, but she found the image of Adele lost in a book strangely appealing. It had a certain, intellectual charm. But there was another scent, a faint, fresh scent that couldn't be ignored. Hermione. A woman Dorothy was starting to despise. They used to be friends, able to converse freely and share their thoughts. But that was no longer the case. As Dorothy had said, she's become an annoyance. Dorothy also noticed the lack of any bite marks on Adele's neck. Had Hermione, that woman, recently licked Adele's wounds with such tenderness and affection? Dorothy's gaze turned icy, sending a shiver down Adele's spine. Dorothy. Adele whimpered, pleading with her to stop. When? Dorothy asked, her voice sharp. What? Adele stammered, her eyes darting around nervously. It was clear to Dorothy that Adele was hiding something. Are you going to lie to me, Adele? She pressed, her voice hardening. Adele took a deep breath, the cold air stinging her lungs. She couldn't withstand Dorothy's intense scrutiny. Hermione, she was here yesterday, she admitted reluctantly. She was thirsty. So I let her. Before she could finish her sentence, Dorothy's arms were around her, crushing her in a tight embrace. Adele gasped for air, struggling in vain against Dorothy's powerful grip. To an outsider, it might have looked like a passionate reunion between two lovers who had been apart for too long. But Adele felt like she was suffocating. I don't want to share you anymore, Dorothy whispered, her voice a mixture of possessiveness and desperation. Don't disobey me, Adele. She was struggling to maintain control, to keep her powers and emotions in check. Dark, destructive thoughts flickered at the edges of her mind, urging her to obliterate everything in her path until she found satisfaction. Or perhaps, oblivion. What do you mean, disobey? Adele retorted, her voice surprisingly steady despite the situation. Even now, facing Dorothy's wrath, she refused to cower. You want me to go back to being the way I was before? Is that what's best for you? She asked, her voice laced with bitterness. What was the point of our conversation then? You were the one who pushed me towards them, Dorothy. Hermione, Sharon. You created this situation, she continued, her voice rising. And I was willing to accept it, to submit to your whims. But I won't let you erase everything with a wave of your hand, as if nothing ever happened. Things have changed, Dorothy. You can't just pretend it never happened. The bullets have already been fired, leaving wounds that can't be healed. Just like, my body, bears the marks of Hermione. She turned away, her cheeks burning with shame. Since Dorothy had already discovered her secret rendezvous with Hermione, Adele decided to shift the blame. It was Dorothy's fault. Adele was blameless, as always. And while she was at it, why not provoke Dorothy a little? See how she reacted, how deeply she cared. After spending so much time with the sequence 1s and 2s, Adele's fear of Dorothy, though still present, had lost its paralyzing grip. Dorothy's arms loosened slightly, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Adele's words had hit her harder than she expected. Hermione's marks, on Adele's body. Her pink hair trembled, a strange greenish tinge appearing for a fleeting moment. As the dizziness subsided, rage filled Dorothy's heart. She shoved Adele, sending her crashing to the floor. Adele squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact. This is it. I went too far, She was probably going to be punished severely now. But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, she felt a gentle hand cradling her head, another supporting her back. She opened her eyes to find Dorothy hovering over her, her expression a mixture of anger and concern. Even in her rage, Dorothy had instinctively protected Adele from harm. Dorothy's feelings for her, they were real. A pang of guilt flickered in Adele's heart, but she quickly suppressed it, focusing on maintaining her act. She whimpered, tears welling up in her eyes. But even in her apparent weakness, a spark of defiance remained in her gaze. It was that spark that tormented Dorothy the most. Adele, why? She whispered, her voice cracking with pain. And so began the scene that had made Nightingale, the human observer, avert her gaze. Adele turned away, a single tear rolling down her flushed cheek. Why? You ask me why? Who should I ask? She choked out, her voice thick with emotion. You were the one who turned me into this, Dorothy, she continued, her voice gaining strength. I finally accepted it, built new relationships with Hermione and Sharon, became their friend. And now, with a single word, you want to destroy everything I've worked for, chain me to your side, and make me your exclusive possession. What did I do to deserve such disrespect? Tears streamed down her face, and she bit her lip so hard that it drew blood. The light in her eyes seemed to dim, and she closed them, shaking her head slowly. Fine, do whatever you want, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I'm just a toy to you, after all. She tilted her head back, exposing her delicate neck, her eyes still closed. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter. But Dorothy, clutching her head, let out a cry of pain, her body trembling. Adele's despair, was it directed at her? Was Adele truly disappointed in her? She stumbled back, bumping into the wall, oblivious to the pain. No, no, she screamed, her voice raw with agony. It was as if another being was trying to claw its way out from within her. Don't let it happen, Dorothy. Adele will die, everyone will die, This wasn't what Adele had hoped for. She stared at Dorothy in horror, her own fear momentarily eclipsing her carefully crafted act. What the hell was happening? Why was Dorothy losing control? Of course, Adele wasn't exactly in a position to question anyone's sanity right now. She was the one who had instigated this entire mess, after all. Her intention had been to force Dorothy's hand, to make her acknowledge and accept Adele's relationships with Hermione and Sharon. Otherwise, Adele would be trapped, Dorothy's sole possession, her wings clipped. Hermione would never stand for it. She would try to rescue Adele, and Celeste, loyal as ever, would undoubtedly follow. Even Sharon, timid as she was, might find the courage to defy Dorothy. But they were no match for Dorothy. It would be a massacre. That wasn't the future Adele had envisioned. So she had taken a gamble, hoping to persuade Dorothy through sheer force of will. But it was clear now that her plan had backfired spectacularly. The priority now was to calm Dorothy down before she completely lost control. Had Dorothy ever lost control before? Yes. During a mission. The author hadn't provided any details. After all, the story was told from Adele's perspective, and the other villainesses were merely side characters, their actions often glossed over. But the little information the author had provided about that mission, that incident, that disaster, was enough to make Adele's blood run cold. Everyone died. Witches, foreign races, humans, vampires, everyone involved in that mission perished. Except for Dorothy. She stood amidst the rubble, untouched, as if she were an angel descended from heaven. It must have been a beautiful sight. But Adele knew that if that scene ever played out again, she wouldn't be around to witness it. She had to stop Dorothy, and fast. She had caused this mess, and she would fix it. She couldn't rely on Sharon. The girl would probably just make things worse. If Sharon came rushing to her rescue, driven by misplaced concern, it would be the end for all of them. Dorothy stumbled back, clutching her head, her voice a pained whisper. Adele. Adele. I'm here, Adele said, her voice trembling. I'm here, Dorothy. She gathered all her courage and embraced Dorothy, holding her tight. She couldn't help but notice how soft and delicate Dorothy felt in her arms, a strange warmth spreading through her. Dorothy seemed to calm down slightly in her embrace, but it wasn't enough. She didn't seem to hear Adele's pleas. No matter how many endearments Adele whispered, how many titles she bestowed upon her. My princess. My Dorothy. My wife. My wings. My dog. Dorothy remained unresponsive. But if a hug had worked, then there was only one thing left to do. In a swift motion, Adele reversed their positions, pinning Dorothy to the floor. She bit down on her lip, drawing blood. It hurt like hell, but she had no other choice. Then, she closed her eyes and pressed her lips against Dorothy's, pouring all her desperation into the kiss. She wasn't optimistic about its effectiveness. If this didn't work, well, she would have to go all the way. Even if it meant dying at Dorothy's hands, at least she would die a romantic death. Adele had always fantasized about dominating Dorothy, about making the proud princess submit to her desires. But did she have the ability? Could Adele, the bottom in all her relationships, actually top someone? It seemed impossible, and yet, at this very moment, the unthinkable was happening. Dorothy, the highest-ranking Sequence 1, the princess of the vampire race, was lost in a haze of passion, her body melting beneath Adele's touch. Like a traveler who had crossed a vast desert, parched and desperate for water, Dorothy drank deeply from Adele's offered lips, her fangs grazing the delicate skin, drawing blood. Their bodies were pressed together, so close that Adele could hear both her own racing heart and the frantic beating of Dorothy's. Adele took full advantage of the situation, knowing that once Dorothy regained her senses, there would be hell to pay. Dorothy's physique was the most youthful Adele had ever seen. She lacked Hermione's and Celeste's statuesque figures and commanding presence. Her dominance stemmed from a deeper, more primal place, a chilling aura that emanated from her very soul. But she wasn't petite and delicate like Sharon or Adele either. She possessed a perfect balance, a youthful charm that hovered between the innocence of a child and the allure of a woman. Sharon's demeanor was timid, her body frail. Adele, on the other hand, exuded a captivating blend of innocence and sensuality. Her features and figure were youthful, but not weak. She was slender and graceful, her curves perfectly placed. Despite her seemingly flat chest in the academy uniform, Adele's hidden assets would become apparent at the upcoming ball, when she would don a glamorous evening gown. Her cleavage, both ample and alluring, would be on full display. And her pert little bottom, well, that was a sight to behold. Thankfully, it wasn't summer yet. Otherwise, Adele in her tight shorts would be the most breathtaking scenery on campus. Just imagining giving that round, peachy bottom a playful pat, sending shivers down her spine, was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Dorothy was slightly taller than Adele, a vision of youthful perfection. A true princess, worthy of her royal bloodline. Normally, Adele would have been content to admire Dorothy from afar. But at this moment, she felt like she was about to pass out from blood loss. Hermione had been considerate, holding back last night, focusing on building intimacy and savoring the moment. Dorothy, however, was insatiable, her hunger a force of nature. Adele had offered her blood willingly, to help Dorothy regain control, to replenish her strength after her encounters with Celeste and Sharon. But that didn't mean she wanted to be drained dry by 2 sequence ones in a row. The only consolation was that Dorothy's madness seemed to be receding with each kiss, each drop of blood she consumed. Her initial roughness, the almost violent way she had kissed Adele, had softened, replaced by a gentle exploration, a true appreciation for the art of kissing. The furrow in Adele's brow, a testament to the pain she had been enduring, slowly relaxed. Time lost all meaning as they sank deeper into the embrace. Dorothy's eyes fluttered open, clear and innocent, like a newborn gazing upon the world for the first time. Then, color seeped back into them, a kaleidoscope of emotions, complex and layered. At first, she seemed to look through Adele, her gaze unfocused. But slowly, Adele came into focus, her image solidifying in Dorothy's eyes. Dorothy's gaze softened, a flicker of vulnerability replacing the usual coldness. Her grip on Adele's wrists loosened, a silent surrender. But the moment was fleeting. Dorothy's mind cleared, and the full realization of what had transpired, of Adele's audacity, crashed over her. Ow. That hurts. Adele cried out as Dorothy's grip tightened, her fingers digging into Adele's wrists. She went limp, the pain overwhelming. She pulled back, gasping for air, trying to free her hands from Dorothy's grasp. But Dorothy, fully awake now, wasn't about to let her go. Their positions reversed, and Adele found herself back in her usual submissive role, pinned to the floor, her wrists held captive above her head. So this was what they meant by, the punishment is worse than the crime. She had saved Dorothy from succumbing to madness, but at what cost? Well, to be fair, she was probably going to end up in this position regardless of Dorothy's mental state. At least she had managed to top Dorothy for a few glorious moments. Small victories. Dorothy's breath was hot and ragged against Adele's skin, sending shivers down her spine. Her mind was in turmoil. She knew Adele had acted out of concern, trying to help her. But her pride, her sense of dominance, wouldn't allow her to simply ignore what had happened. She was a princess, a queen, born to rule. Submission was not in her nature. She needed an explanation, a way to save face. Adele. She said, her voice strained. I'll give you one chance. Beg for my forgiveness. Adele, however, had nothing to apologize for. Especially after their earlier argument. She closed her eyes, turning her face away, refusing to acknowledge Dorothy's presence. Adele. I hate it when you're stubborn. Dorothy growled, her patience wearing thin. With a sudden rip, Adele felt her shirt being torn open, the cold air hitting her exposed stomach. What are you doing? She cried, her eyes flying open, fear gripping her heart. Dorothy's eyes blazed crimson, a predatory smile curving her lips. Granting your wish, she purred, her voice a seductive whisper. I'm going to make you my possession, Adele. Dorothy. Adele cried, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and indignation. What did you do to me? A strange, heart-shaped mark had appeared on her lower abdomen, similar yet distinct from the one she had seen on Celeste. And Adele could swear that she had never entered into any kind of master-familiar contract with Dorothy. Examining the mark more closely, she realized that while it resembled a heart, it was far from perfect. Instead of smooth curves, it was jagged and thorny, a tangle of vine-like lines interwoven with a delicate five-petaled flower at its center. It looked, imprisoned, trapped within a cage of thorns. Dorothy met Adele's gaze with a cold smile, her silence speaking volumes. Her slender fingers traced the outline of the mark, sending a shiver down Adele's spine. It tickled, a sensation that Adele desperately wanted to hide from Dorothy. Instead, she forced herself to remain still, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What did I do to you?" Dorothy purred, her voice a seductive whisper. "Perhaps you should ask yourself what you've been doing behind my back. You little flirt. Maybe they're right. Maybe I should tie you up, lock you away," she continued, her voice turning cold and sharp. It was the calmness that terrified Adele the most. There was nothing more frightening than a madman regaining his senses. Or a normally meek person snapping. They had calm madman covered. What about meek person snapping? A chill ran down Adele's spine. She glanced nervously at the door across from hers. Sharon's room. Silence. As if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. She didn't dare to speak, her defiance reduced to a glare as Dorothy tilted her chin up with a delicate finger. Then, the tears came, flowing freely down Adele's cheeks. If Adele had pursued an acting career, she would have won every award imaginable. It was her defense mechanism. She might have glared at Dorothy, but she was crying now. They were even. "Please don't hurt me anymore." Dorothy's initial anger gave way to a pang of guilt. Adele's tears were like tiny stones, each one hitting her heart with a dull thud. She had thought herself invincible, her heart impenetrable. Until Adele, fragile as a flower petal, drifted into the river of her heart, carried by the current, sinking deeper and deeper. It hurt. It hurt so much. Dorothy took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She couldn't bring herself to blame Adele. "You're such a scaredy cat," she mumbled, her voice softening. "I thought all that reading would have at least taught you the name of this little charm." Her fingers danced along the edge of the heart-shaped mark, sending another shiver through Adele. "It's a chastity curse," she explained. "It won't affect you in any way, as long as you behave. But if you betray me, if you decide to be a bad girl." She pressed her fingertip against Adele's soft stomach, eliciting a gasp. A faint red mark appeared on Adele's skin. "But I'm sure you wouldn't do anything like that, would you, Adele?" Adele didn't answer. Her world had suddenly turned gray. What was the point of living if she couldn't flirt with pretty girls? As its name suggested, the chastity curse was a magical spell that ensured a woman's fidelity. It was usually inscribed on the lower abdomen, causing excruciating pain during intercourse with anyone other than the caster. In severe cases, it could even be fatal. At this moment, as Dorothy's hand rested on Adele's stomach, the thorny vines of the curse seemed to retreat, like snakes slithering back into their den, revealing the delicate flower at its center. It was as if the curse itself was offering its heart to its master. Even Adele's mind felt the subtle influence of the magic. Suddenly, Dorothy seemed incredibly appealing. Her legs trembled, and a sweet, intoxicating scent wafted from her skin, a subtle hint of arousal. Adele, mortified, tried to pull away. To her surprise, Dorothy released her wrists. "Go on," Dorothy said, her voice a husky whisper. "Run away." Adele didn't hesitate. She fled upstairs, seeking refuge in her room. She didn't care what Dorothy did next. She could go wherever she pleased. A strange sense of boldness had taken root in Adele's heart, giving her the courage to defy Dorothy. It wasn't that Dorothy wasn't terrifying. But her actions, her words, spoke of a deeper affection, a genuine concern for Adele's well-being. She had chosen to bind Adele with a chastity curse instead of claiming her outright, had even allowed her to pursue other relationships. For Dorothy, who craved control above all else, this was an unprecedented compromise. She was willing to change for Adele. What more proof did she need? Adele, however, was a master of pushing boundaries. The kinder Dorothy was, the more she dared to test her limits. She hadn't learned her lesson yet. Dorothy's anger flared as she watched Adele disappear down the hallway. "Stop right there," she commanded, her voice sharp. Eep. Despite her brave facade, Adele froze, a pathetic squeak escaping her lips. Dorothy, her footsteps heavy with anger, climbed the stairs and grabbed Adele by the waist, pinning her against a door. What are you doing? Adele whimpered, her face burning with shame. But what mortified her the most was the fact that Dorothy had pinned her against Sharon's door. Oh God, she's going to find out. Adele's voice was barely a whisper, as if she were afraid of being overheard, afraid of Dorothy discovering Sharon's presence. But Dorothy already knew. Only the oblivious Adele was unaware. During their argument, a surge of uncontrolled psychic energy had emanated from the room across from Adele's. And Dorothy recognized that energy signature all too well. Sharon, it was her. Hermione was one thing. But her own trusted follower, living with Adele behind her back, who knew what they were up to. They were all defying her. Dorothy had never been so insulted. And so, she would punish Sharon. She would break her spirit. Right here, right now, with the girl she loved, she would make Sharon listen to Adele's sweet, helpless cries. If it rekindled the spark of rebellion Dorothy had glimpsed in Sharon's eyes all those years ago, well, Dorothy would welcome the challenge. Perhaps Sharon's betrayal was something she had secretly desired all along. Dorothy licked her lips, her crimson eyes darkening. Adele trembled in her grasp, a helpless lamb caught in the lioness's gaze. The commotion outside Sharon's door continued for what felt like an eternity. Adele tried to stifle her moans, but they escaped through her fingers, a stark contrast to the triumphant laughter, the sounds of kissing, the teasing whispers coming from the girl behind her. This symphony of suffering, like a monstrous beast gnawing at her soul, tore Sharon's heart to shreds. The frail, silver-haired girl sat huddled on the floor inside her room, biting her lip so hard she drew blood, her face buried in her trembling arms. Tears mixed with blood, falling silently onto the floor. Asterisk plop. Plop, asterisk. Numbness slowly enveloped her, erasing the pain, the passage of time. A bone-chilling cold seeped into her very being, threatening to freeze her heart solid. Would it be less painful to simply die like this? Sharon's life revolved around two people, besides her parents, Dorothy and Adele. And as time went on, they had become even more important to her than her own family. Sharon wasn't stupid. Her longing for her father's approval had been a futile pursuit, a desperate attempt to fill the void in her heart, to feel loved. But as she grew older, she realized that familial bonds meant little in the vampire world, where strength was the only currency that mattered. She had let go of that yearning. As for her mother, Sharon hadn't seen her since she had been brought back to the vampire world. Her face was fading from memory, erased by time. Dorothy, however, had been the first ray of light in Sharon's bleak existence. She had rescued Sharon from a life of neglect and loneliness, offering her a level of respect and kindness she had never dreamed of. Even though Sharon knew it was just a whim, a passing fancy for the princess, she was eternally grateful. She had nothing to offer in return, her own life devoid of any meaning or purpose. But if she could pave the way for Dorothy's future, she would gladly sacrifice herself. Sharon didn't understand the human saying, a scholar dies for his confidant. Dorothy wasn't her confidant. But she had given Sharon a new life. From that moment on, Sharon had lived not just for herself, but for Dorothy. If Adele hadn't appeared, her bright smile like a shooting star catching Dorothy's eye and igniting a spark in Sharon's own heart, Sharon would still be Dorothy's loyal follower, her devotion unwavering. But the sounds coming from behind the door, each moan a dagger to her heart, were shattering her carefully constructed world. For a fleeting moment, a moment Sharon herself might not have even registered, her usually timid, watery eyes turned dark and cold, a terrifying glint flickering in their depths. Adele sank to the floor, her legs trembling. Dorothy adjusted her dress, her tongue darting out to lick a smear of blood from her lips. She smiled, a satisfied purr rumbling in her chest. Perfect. Meh, average, she said aloud, her voice a playful taunt. Adele's fists clenched. She wanted to punch Dorothy, to wipe that smug smile off her face. But her body felt weak and heavy, her anger reduced to a pathetic tremor. Regret filled her heart. Why had she antagonized Dorothy? A few sweet words, a bit of flattery, that's all it would have taken. But no, she had to push Dorothy's buttons, challenge her authority. And now she was paying the price. Drained dry, literally, in front of Sharon's door. In vampire culture, exchanging blood was considered a more intimate act than sex. So, among vampires, the most devastating insult wasn't, "she's easy," but, "her blood is so sweet." So, while Dorothy hadn't physically violated Adele, she had claimed her in a way that was perhaps even more satisfying. Adele could only hope that Sharon hadn't heard anything. She had tried her best to stifle her moans, to keep her voice down. The silence from Sharon's room offered a sliver of hope. Perhaps Sharon was already asleep. Adele truly didn't want to inflict this kind of emotional torture on the poor girl. Besides, she knew why she had defied Dorothy. It was for Hermione, for Celeste, for the chance to continue her relationships with them. She had pushed Dorothy's boundaries, testing her limits, hoping to force her hand. And in a way, she had succeeded. The chastity curse was Dorothy's ultimate compromise. It meant that Adele was allowed to have normal, platonic relationships with other girls. But any attempt to engage in anything more intimate, to offer her blood or to receive it, would result in excruciating pain. And if Adele dared to stray, the curse would punish her in Dorothy's stead. Adele hated pain. Wah! Her path to becoming a true heartbreaker had hit a major roadblock. Dorothy, having asserted her dominance, released Adele. She wiped her lips, as if savoring a delicious treat, and descended the stairs with an air of haughty grace. Adele, still weak and shaky, remained on the floor, leaning against Sharon's door. She glared at Dorothy's retreating figure, her teeth gritted, then forced a smile as Dorothy glanced back at her. It wasn't a particularly convincing smile. Dorothy wasn't stupid. She knew Adele was seething with resentment, her forced pleasantries a mere facade. But there was something strangely alluring about Adele's reluctant submission, her forced smile hiding a simmering rebellion. It made Dorothy want to drag her back into the room and ravage her all over again. As if sensing Dorothy's dark thoughts, Adele's smile vanished, her gaze dropping to the floor. "By the way," Dorothy said casually, stopping at the bottom of the stairs. "Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Come to the training room. I have a little surprise for you." "I have classes," Adele replied, her tone noncommittal. Dorothy's gaze sharpened, as if she could see through Adele's clothes, stripping her bare. It was an unsettling feeling. I'll try to make it," Adele mumbled, her voice barely a whisper. Dorothy nodded. Much better, she thought. She should have put Adele in her place sooner. The girl clearly responded better to a firm hand. Her parting glance, however, made Adele feel like an insignificant insect. Adele wanted to clarify something. She was not a manipulative little tease who preyed on the weak and cowered before the strong. Once the tingling sensation, strangely pleasant despite the circumstances, had subsided, Adele managed to pull herself up, using Sharon's door for support. She glanced at the closed door, her heart heavy. There was no sound coming from within, but as with a dormant volcano, there was no telling when it might erupt. Adele sighed. She suspected that Dorothy's actions had been a deliberate attempt to intimidate Sharon, using Adele as a pawn. And the worst part was, Adele was probably a pretty effective pawn. "Just you wait, Dorothy," Adele thought, her fists clenching. "I'll get you back for this." She entered her room, closing the door gently behind her. The first thing she did was grab her pillow, using it as a stand-in for Dorothy, pummeling it with her fists, squeezing it, even straddling it and grinding against it, imagining she was riding Dorothy, her hands gripping Dorothy's pink pigtails like handlebars. "Call me daddy, you bitch," she growled. "I'm gonna dominate you." After a while, her anger subsided, replaced by a wave of embarrassment. She pulled out her phone, hoping to distract herself. Her gaze landed on a message from Celeste. It was full of sweet nothings, mundane details about her day, nothing special. But as Adele read through it, a warm feeling spread through her chest. She couldn't help but smile, imagining Celeste's radiant smile, her unwavering devotion. Silly dog, she murmured, shaking her head. She typed out a quick reply, not expecting an immediate response. It was late, after all. Most people would be asleep by now. But a second later, her phone buzzed with a notification. A message from Celeste, full of emojis and excited ramblings. Had Celeste been waiting up just to talk to her? Whether or not that was the case, Celeste's presence lifted Adele's spirits. She sent Celeste a video call request. A few seconds later, Celeste answered, her face lighting up with surprise and delight. The background revealed that she was at the apartment Adele had given her, lying in the very bed they had shared that night. Adele's eyes narrowed. Was her little dog yearning for her master's scent? Humph. Celeste, meanwhile, was like a curious puppy, her eyes darting around Adele's room, taking in every detail. She had never been inside Adele's dorm before, and her curiosity was evident. She got so caught up in her observations that she forgot about Adele for a moment. When she finally looked back at the screen, Adele was staring at her, her pink eyes wide and slightly accusatory. Celeste froze, her breath catching in her throat. Bark like a dog, Adele commanded, her voice flat. Huh? Celeste blinked, confused. But Adele's expression remained stern, her youthful features somehow managing to be both adorable and intimidating. Hesitantly, Celeste let out a soft, woof. Adele's expression softened slightly. Encouraged, Celeste barked louder. Woof. Woof woof. Adele couldn't help but giggle. Celeste, mistaking it for amusement, barked even louder, her tongue lolling out, her entire body wagging with enthusiasm, even though she lacked a tail. Woof. Woof woof. Good girl, Adele said, her eyes crinkling with amusement. I'll give you a bone later. Thank you, master. Celeste exclaimed, her tail wagging even harder, despite its non-existence. She wasn't sure what a bone entailed, but she was excited nonetheless. Then, Adele's next words wiped the smile off her face. By the way, Celeste, take off your skirt. Dorothy would never have imagined that Adele could be so cunning. Logically, the chastity curse would only activate upon physical intimacy. The threat of excruciating pain, like a slap on the wrist for every stolen candy, was supposed to deter Adele from straying. But Dorothy, times had changed. If physical contact was off limits, then Adele would simply not touch. A little virtual voyeurism, a feast for the eyes, would suffice to satisfy her rebellious urges. The more Dorothy tried to control her, the more Adele wanted to defy her. And for this particular act of rebellion, Celeste, her loyal dog, was the perfect accomplice. Sharon was too pitiful to be dragged into this. Hermione was too noble. And Adele couldn't bear to shatter the pure, innocent image she had cultivated in Tang Linlang's mind. And so, under the cover of night, the two girls engaged in a series of increasingly scandalous acts, their hushed whispers and giggles filling the air. By the time the video call ended, Celeste was clutching her pillow, her eyes squeezed shut, her cheeks still flushed. She had obeyed Adele's every command, every instruction, even those that had made her blush crimson with shame. But what surprised Celeste the most was how exhilarating it had felt. Her body, now bound to Adele as her loyal familiar, responded with a fervor that bordered on intoxication. There had been moments of hesitation, of fear, but one look at Adele's satisfied, flushed face was enough to banish all doubts. Celeste was content to be a puppet in her master's hands, her every move controlled by Adele's whims. As the night deepened, Adele drifted off to sleep, a contented smile gracing her lips. Celeste, however, remained wide awake. And someone else was still suffering. In the room next door, Sharon sat huddled on the floor behind the door, her silver-gray hair framing her pale face, her golden eyes dull and lifeless. Like a piece of gold buried in dust, its value hidden from view. The clock ticked steadily downstairs, each tick a hammer blow to Sharon's heart. She stared blankly ahead, her gaze unfocused. She was a shell of her former self, a walking corpse. If Dorothy had seen her now, she would have been even more disappointed. Why didn't Sharon fight back? Even Adele, the weakest of them all, had more courage. Was Sharon, a sequence 1, truly inferior to a mere half-vampire? Perhaps Dorothy, more than anyone else, wanted Sharon to rekindle her rebellious spirit. She had been at the top for so long, she had almost forgotten the thrill of being challenged. Hermione's cold defiance, her harsh words, they had angered Dorothy, yes, but they had also excited her. If life was a game, then the games that excited Dorothy the most were those where she had to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds, to defeat powerful bosses with limited resources. She would have been a huge fan of the Souls series. In fact, she was a bit of a gaming addict. The constraints of modern society, the rules that bound even someone as powerful as her, frustrated her. Until she reached a level where she could challenge the true ancestors, she had to find other outlets for her thirst for challenge. If Adele wanted Dorothy to leave her alone, she might want to consider using her knowledge of the future to her advantage. Perhaps she could recreate those challenging games, the ones that had captivated Dorothy in her previous life. Or she could simply leak the ideas to a talented game developer. The goal? To torment Dorothy within the virtual world, to make her suffer. And maybe add a rule where Dorothy had to bark like a dog every time she died. Adele drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with images of her stepping on Dorothy's face with her white-stockinged foot, crushing the princess's arrogant smirk. But the dream shifted, fading into a blank, white void. Adele frowned, her mind slowly returning to consciousness. Sharon. Thankfully, Sharon wasn't in the mood for dream peeping. Otherwise, Adele's carefully cultivated image would have been shattered. No one's white moonlight would be a cruel, domineering girl who enjoyed stepping on people's faces and putting them in collars. Adele's heart skipped a beat. But when she spotted Sharon, huddled in the distance, her figure small and forlorn, she realized that Sharon hadn't invaded her dreams. She could proceed with her plan. Taking a deep breath, Adele calmed her nerves. She reminded herself of her role in this dreamscape. She was Sharon's closest friend, her lover. And as Sharon's lover, seeing her in such a state of distress, well, Adele knew exactly what to do. With a gentle smile, her pink eyes filled with concern, she approached Sharon and embraced her from behind, showering her neck with soft kisses. There was no lust in her touch, only a desire to comfort Sharon, to soothe her pain. Sharon had managed to hold back her tears when she was alone. But now, enveloped in Adele's warmth, her heart soothed by Adele's pure, loving energy, the tears came unbidden, flowing freely down her cheeks. She sobbed, a torrent of pent-up emotions finally released after years of silent suffering. Even Adele was moved by Sharon's vulnerability. Her embrace tightened, her kisses becoming more fervent, her every touch filled with genuine affection. Finally, exhausted from crying, Sharon leaned against Adele, her sobs subsiding into quiet sniffles. She looked so fragile, so utterly broken. Adele stroked her hair, whispering soothing words, kissing her forehead. And in that moment, something shifted within Sharon. The spark returned to her eyes. Alone, she had been too strong, too proud, to even consider defying Dorothy. But in Adele's arms, even in her weakness, she found a newfound courage, a reckless determination. Like a moth drawn to a flame, she would fly towards the sun, even if it meant burning to ashes. She would rescue Adele from Dorothy's clutches, even if it meant sacrificing herself. Would the future change? Or would it, fueled by Adele's actions, arrive even sooner? Adele found herself in a rather amusing predicament. Sharon, bless her heart, only sought comfort and affection in the dream realm. In reality, she remained oblivious to Adele's nighttime shenanigans, allowing Adele to maintain their normal, platonic relationship. Meanwhile, within the dreamscape, Adele reveled in Sharon's soft, fragrant embrace, her mind racing. Perhaps one day, Sharon would realize that Adele retained her consciousness even within the dream. Would Sharon feel betrayed, hurt by the deception? Or would she prefer to remain blissfully ignorant? Adele's eyes narrowed. She needed to plan for the future. But honestly, Sharon wasn't much of a concern. So what if Adele was deceiving her in her dreams? Sharon was the one invading Adele's mind, after all. And wasn't Adele being a good girlfriend? Offering comfort, affection, even the occasional cuddle. What more could Sharon ask for? Adele was a shameless heartbreaker, but she had no qualms about her actions. Besides, she had made a crucial discovery. Whenever Sharon entered her dreams, Adele remained conscious. She could use that time, where time flowed at half the speed of reality, to do whatever she pleased, without sacrificing any sleep. It was like having a cheat code. It reminded Adele of those classic web novels where the protagonist had access to a secret training ground or a magical artifact that allowed them to cultivate at an accelerated pace. While everyone else trained for a day, the protagonist could train for 10, their progress surpassing everyone else's. Combined with the protagonist's innate talent, it was a recipe for dramatic last-minute breakthroughs and stunning victories against seemingly insurmountable odds. It was a cliché, but it was a satisfying one. Adele couldn't help but imagine a future where she faced a critical situation, a challenge that required a significant boost in power. With Sharon's help, she could gain twice the training time, honing her skills, mastering new techniques. Hooking up with Sharon was like acquiring a personal cheat code. Adele's patience with Sharon grew, her affection deepening. After all, she was Sharon's lover in the dream realm. It was her duty to be attentive and caring. As for who was topping whom, well, that was a discussion for another time. Hopefully, Sharon would never figure out how to use her dreamwalking abilities for anything more nefarious. Otherwise, Adele wasn't sure how she would react. Would she maintain her top status, or would she succumb to the allure of being a bottom for love? Adele sighed. Sometimes, being too popular was a curse. But one thing was certain, the chastity curse didn't seem to affect her in the dream realm. She had been cuddling with Sharon, stroking her hair, caressing her face, and the curse hadn't reacted at all. Take that, Dorothy. Even the most cunning plans had flaws. And Dorothy, despite her intelligence, was far from infallible. In just one night, Adele had discovered 2 ways to get close to girls without triggering the curse. Either Dorothy's magic was outdated, or Adele was simply, exceptionally talented in certain areas. Monday morning. Adele woke up feeling refreshed and energized. She stretched languidly, her thin sleep shirt riding up, revealing a sliver of her pale, slender waist. As she made her way downstairs to the bathroom, she paused outside Sharon's door, her gaze lingering. It was the second day of her coexistence with the chastity curse. You won't break me, she thought, her determination hardening. Adele was a free spirit, and she refused to be controlled. There were 2 ways to break the curse. Either find a mage more powerful than Dorothy, a risky proposition, or abstain from any kind of intimacy, hoping that the curse would weaken over time. But that would mean giving Dorothy exactly what she wanted. Adele refused to surrender. After a quick breakfast, she set off for her classes, her mood dampened by the prospect of meeting Dorothy at the training room later that afternoon. Just then, Tang Linlang, also on her way to school, spotted Adele from afar. She hurried over, her face lighting up with a smile. Tang Linlang had undergone a transformation. She was more confident, more outgoing. Wealth and privilege had a way of empowering people. Adele, lost in her thoughts, didn't notice Tang Linlang approaching. She wasn't prepared for the enthusiastic hug that followed. Or perhaps it wasn't that unusual. Girls were often physically affectionate with each other, after all. Some even enjoyed groping each other's breasts. Normally, Adele would have been surprised, then delighted, by Tang Linlang's sudden hug. She would have returned the embrace and engaged in a friendly conversation. But today was different. The moment Tang Linlang's soft body pressed against Adele's back, a jolt of pain, like an electric shock, shot through her lower abdomen, spreading throughout her body. Adele gasped, her body instinctively recoiling. Before the shock of the curse's punishment could fade, she pushed Tang Linlang away, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and regret. It was too late. Tang Linlang stumbled back, her face ashen. She stared at Adele, her eyes wide with disbelief and hurt. Adele, was she afraid of her? Did she hate her? Why? Questions swirled in Tang Linlang's mind, each one a fresh wound to her heart. Linlang, Adele said, her voice trembling. The aftershocks of the curse still lingered. She took a step towards Tang Linlang, wanting to explain, to apologize. But Tang Linlang took a step back. Seriously? The chastity curse had finally reared its ugly head, disrupting Adele's life in a way she hadn't anticipated. It was a harsh reminder that she couldn't hide behind a screen or within the confines of a dream forever. Reality was where she lived, and reality demanded interaction, intimacy, connection. She couldn't afford to hurt those she cared about. The thought of causing pain to someone she loved, it was unbearable. Adele's lips tightened, and her eyes welled up as she recalled Linlang's instinctive step back. But she wouldn't give up. She took another step towards Tang Linlang, her heart pounding. Tang Linlang's heart ached, a storm of emotions swirling within her. But seeing Adele's heartbroken expression, her own pain seemed to fade into insignificance. Even the sharp, stabbing sensation in her chest, the feeling of her heart breaking, became bearable. She stood frozen, waiting for Adele to approach, bracing herself for whatever came next. Comfort or rejection, she would accept it. But Adele would never intentionally hurt Linlang. She wanted to hug her, to reassure her, but the curse held her back, a constant threat. Instead, she reached out and gently caressed Tang Linlang's cheek, her touch lingering for a fleeting moment before she withdrew her hand. Even that brief contact almost triggered the curse. Linlang, there's something wrong with me, Adele said, her voice trembling. Please don't misunderstand. I'm trying to fix it. But, for now, we can't be as close as we used to be. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she turned away, unable to meet Tang Linlang's gaze. Her cryptic explanation only fueled Tang Linlang's curiosity. But seeing Adele's distress, she knew better than to press for answers. Despite the unease gnawing at her heart, she followed Adele into the classroom. The morning passed quickly, leaving little time for explanations. Adele had opted for the playing the victim card, hoping to pique Tang Linlang's curiosity and distract her from the pain of rejection. Linlang would understand. She would make excuses for Adele, worry about her well-being. Adele was a good judge of character. She had no doubt that Linlang would come around. And when the time was right, when Linlang's heart was completely devoted to Adele, that's when she would reveal the truth. Tang Linlang was an ally, a valuable one. She would remain by Adele's side, offering unwavering support, throughout this entire ordeal. Why hide anything from her? Wouldn't it be more fun to rebel against Dorothy's tyranny together? And that's exactly what happened. Adele spent the morning moping at her desk, her despondent mood casting a shadow over Tang Linlang's own spirits. Linlang's imagination ran wild, conjuring up all sorts of scenarios. The worst one. Adele had been brutally assaulted last night, leaving her traumatized and unable to tolerate any kind of physical intimacy. Adele, what? It was a horrifying thought, but strangely plausible. Well, plausible for any other innocent girl. But Adele, she wouldn't be this broken if Dorothy had simply had her way with her. The chastity curse, however, was a different story. It was an insult, a violation of her freedom, a barrier preventing her from getting close to her beloved wives. The second class ended, much to Tang Linlang's relief. She dug her nails into her palms, trying to quell her anxiety as she approached Adele, who was slumped over her desk, her head resting on her arms. Adele wasn't asleep. She heard Linlang's footsteps approaching, a bittersweet smile curving her lips. The time had come. It was time to play the role of the innocent victim, the poor little bunny bullied by the school's biggest baddie, Dorothy. And Linlang would believe her. She would accept Adele, flaws and all. Tang Linlang stood beside Adele's desk for a long moment, her heart pounding. Finally, she spoke. Adele. She began hesitantly. Do you want to go to the bathroom? The break between the second and third classes was always long, giving Adele ample time to tell Tang Linlang everything. Well, almost everything. Who would reveal information that could potentially harm them? Adele certainly wouldn't. Tang Linlang's face hardened as Adele recounted Dorothy's actions, her voice trembling with indignation. Her hatred for vampires, with the notable exception of Adele, reached new heights. Most people considered Adele a vampire. But there were a few who insisted that she was human. As for Adele, she would embrace whichever identity suited her best at any given moment. They were in a secluded bathroom stall, their voices hushed. Adele sat on the closed toilet seat, her cheeks burning with shame as she slowly lifted her shirt, revealing the heart-shaped curse mark on her lower abdomen. In that moment, she understood how Celeste must have felt. It was so humiliating. But Tang Linlong's reaction was far more dramatic than Adele had anticipated. Her vision blurred, and she had to grab the stall door to keep herself from collapsing. Adele felt a pang of guilt. Linlang was taking this way too hard. But then, she tried to see things from Linlong's perspective. It was like witnessing the aftermath of a brutal assault, the perpetrator leaving behind a permanent mark on her beloved, a symbol of ownership. It was enough to make anyone faint. Adele. Linlang whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She was on the verge of tears, but she fought to maintain her composure, focusing on comforting Adele. Does it hurt? Can I do anything to help? Despite her own distress, her first instinct was to care for Adele. Adele's lips trembled, but she shook her head, her eyes filled with despair. Linlang, thank you, she whispered. But, there's nothing we can do. Because of this curse. I can't even hold hands with the girl I love. A confession, delivered in a moment of vulnerability, like a beacon of hope piercing through the darkness. Adele didn't reveal the identity of the girl she loved, but Linlang already knew. From this day forward, she would dedicate herself to avenging Adele, to climbing to the pinnacle of power. She would make Dorothy pay for what she had done. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. There must be a way, Linlang said fiercely, her voice trembling with emotion. I swear, I'll find a way to break this curse. And no matter what happens, I'll always be by your side, Adele. Always. Adele offered a weak smile, grateful for Linlang's unwavering support. But Linlang could see the pain behind the facade, the effort it took for Adele to maintain her composure. She turned away, her own eyes welling up. Just then, Adele's voice, soft and hesitant, broke the silence. Linlang, I need to use the bathroom. Could you turn around? Linlang, still reeling from Adele's revelations, only now remembered where they were. The bathroom. And what people did in bathrooms, well, it was obvious. But Adele hadn't asked her to leave, only to turn around. Linlang's heart pounded as she obeyed, her mind a jumbled mess. Adele, however, couldn't resist a mischievous grin. She lifted the toilet seat, carefully placing a layer of tissue paper on either side. Then, slowly, deliberately, she began to remove her skirt. Her movements were graceful, languid, imbued with an unexpected sensuality. The rustling of fabric against skin sent shivers down Linlang's spine. Her shoulders trembled, and the soft sound of running water, like a gentle stream cascading over rocks, only intensified the heat building within her. Her head felt light, her thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Adele's presence was the only anchor she had left. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity. Finally, Adele finished her business and approached Linlang from behind, her hand gently tugging on the hem of Linlang's skirt. Linlang, she whispered, her voice soft and vulnerable, with a hint of a whine. I'm done. Shall we go back to class? Linlang snapped out of her daze, her first instinct to cover her nose. She could feel a warmth spreading through her nostrils, the telltale sign of an impending nosebleed. Thankfully, she regained control before her imagination could run wild. But she couldn't help but think, who's the one who's really done here? But saying that out loud would ruin everything. Why yes, of course, she stammered, nodding quickly. She felt Adele's fingers clinging to her skirt, and her heart ached for the girl. If it weren't for Dorothy, for the cruel curse she had inflicted. Adele would be holding her hand, snuggling against her, perhaps even inviting her over to her house on a sunny afternoon. All those thoughts, all those frustrated desires, coalesced into a single, burning rage. Dorothy, I'll kill you. Adele looked adorable, clinging to Linlang's skirt like a lost puppy. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes, fixed on Linlang's retreating figure, held a mixture of emotions. Linlang deliberately slowed her pace, savoring the moment, wishing it could last forever. But all journeys must end. They arrived back at the classroom, and a wave of disappointment washed over Lin Lang as Adele released her grip on her skirt, their paths diverging. Even though she was back in her own seat, Lin Lang felt like a part of her was missing, a piece of her heart left behind with Adele. She couldn't focus on the remaining classes, her mind replaying every moment she had spent with Adele. Adele, however, listened attentively. She had discovered that the more she resisted something, the longer it seemed to drag on. But if she immersed herself in it, like in her classes, time seemed to fly by. The lessons passed quickly, and Adele absorbed the knowledge with ease. It was a win-win situation. Lin Lang, however, remained distracted, her chin resting on her hand, her gaze distant, her thoughts far away. The teacher called her out several times, but she barely registered it. Only when the bell rang, signaling the end of class, did she snap out of her daze. Her eyes immediately sought out Adele, who was already packing up her things. Lin Lang scrambled to gather her own belongings and hurried over to Adele's side, her heart pounding. "Adele," she blurted out, her voice barely a whisper. Can I treat you to lunch? At that fancy Western restaurant outside the school. My family is rich now." Adele couldn't help but smile at Lin Lang's awkward yet endearing invitation. It seemed Lin Lang was still bothered by the fact that Celeste had treated Adele to a fancy meal. But Adele quickly masked her amusement, her expression turning soft and understanding. "Congratulations, Lin Lang," she said sincerely. "But for lunch, we don't need to go anywhere fancy. I think, it's not about the food, but the company. Even a simple bowl of instant noodles would be delicious, if I'm sharing it with you." She paused, then added, "as long as it's not pickled cabbage flavor." Lin Lang, though confused by the last part, nodded eagerly. She understood the message Adele was trying to convey. If Adele was willing to eat instant noodles with her, but insisted on a fancy restaurant with Celeste, well, the difference in their status, in their level of intimacy, was clear, wasn't it? In the end, Lin Lang, despite her lack of social graces, didn't actually take Adele to eat instant noodles. They ended up at the fancy Western restaurant, after all. Lin Lang, despite being the one treating Adele, was far more nervous and flustered than her guest. Thankfully, Adele was there to guide her through the intricacies of Western dining etiquette, preventing any major faux pas. The server's expression, however, was priceless when Lin Lang, the seemingly unassuming girl, pulled out her credit card to pay the bill. It was a small victory, but a satisfying one nonetheless. After lunch, Adele walked Lin Lang back to her new apartment before heading home herself. The Tang family's ancestral home was undergoing renovations, and the government, eager to prevent any further delays, had demolished the entire street, leaving only the ancestral shrine intact. The compensation for the demolition had been generous, turning Lin Lang's father into one of the wealthiest men in the city. But he was a simple man, content with his life, uninterested in material possessions. It was clear that the money would ultimately end up in Lin Lang's hands. A mischievous smile curved Adele's lips. Or perhaps, in mine, she thought. Her Lin Lang was so sweet, so easy to manipulate. As they parted ways, Adele, risking the wrath of the chastity curse, leaned in and kissed Lin Lang's cheek. A jolt of pain shot through her lower abdomen, but she ignored it, forcing a smile. Don't cry, Lin Lang. "I'm fine," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Really? I'm fine." Lin Lang's eyes overflowed with tears. Adele looked so pure, so innocent, like an angel descended from heaven. She wanted to hug Adele, to hold her tight, to merge their bodies into one, never to be separated again. But fate, it seemed, was determined to keep them apart. Lin Lang, tongue-tied and awkward, couldn't find the words to comfort Adele. She watched Adele walk away, her figure disappearing into the distance, her heart aching. As she turned to leave, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. "Theoretically," she murmured, her voice cold and hard, "if the caster dies, the curse is broken, right?" She lacked the power to carry out her threat, not yet. But in the future, with the Tang family's assassination techniques and the power of the Gu realm at her disposal, it wasn't entirely impossible. But she didn't want to wait that long. So, she would have to resort to other means. Perhaps, hire a foreign assassin to eliminate Dorothy. But that was a serious violation of school rules. Colluding with foreign races, harming fellow students. Lin Lang hesitated. But the image of Adele's pain, the memory of her heartbroken expression, fueled her resolve. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, drawing blood. Noontime slipped away as quickly as it had arrived. Adele woke up in her soft bed, stretching languidly with a contented sigh. She murmured, the sheer comfort almost bringing tears to her eyes. Sharon hadn't visited her dreams, nor had she returned to the apartment. But Adele wasn't concerned with the whereabouts of the sequence ones. She had her own problems to deal with. She stumbled downstairs, her throat parched. A glass of water, however, did little to quench her thirst. She opened the mini fridge, a standard feature in all vampire dorms, and pulled out a blood pack. It was a low-quality one, intended for sequence 5s like herself, the bottom of the barrel. Adele frowned at the murky liquid sloshing around inside the translucent pouch. With a haughty sniff, she tossed it back into the fridge. Then, she grabbed her phone and sent a message to Celeste. Adele, bring me a better quality blood pack when you come to school this afternoon. Fresh, if possible, asterisk. By now, Adele had fully embraced her vampire identity. Blood was a necessity, a vital part of her existence. Half vampires might be more tolerant of thirst than purebloods, but they couldn't survive without it. Celeste's response was immediate, her voice eager and breathless. Celeste, of course, Adele. Anything else you need, asterisk. Adele, anything else? Wear a thigh garter. Gotta boost my attack speed, asterisk. Celeste. Confused but determined to please her master, Celeste hurried over to her closet, searching for a thigh garter. If she couldn't find one, she would simply buy one on her way to school. Adele's wishes were her commands. Outside the classroom, a lone figure stood in the hallway, her delicate features framed by a cascade of blue silk, her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink, her beauty enhanced by the warm sunlight streaming through the windows. She was waiting for someone. It was obvious. When a voluptuous girl with long, golden hair finally arrived, panting slightly from her hurried pace, the blue-clad girl's face lit up with a smile. But the smile quickly faded, replaced by a playful frown. "You're late, silly dog," she chided. Celeste simply grinned, her heart filled with a secret joy. She had caught the fleeting glimpse of genuine happiness in her master's eyes before Adele had schooled her features into a more neutral expression. Without offering any excuses for her tardiness, Celeste presented Adele with a blood pack, chilled to perfection in her car's mini-fridge. Adele's gaze, however, was drawn to the black thigh garter adorning Celeste's leg, just above her knee, a tantalizing glimpse of her smooth, pale skin beneath the sheer black stockings. She hummed in approval, taking the blood pack from Celeste and draining it in a few long gulps. Then, her brow furrowed, and she looked at Celeste with surprise. If she had been paying closer attention, she would have noticed the slight pallor of Celeste's complexion from the start. "Celeste, is this your?" Celeste simply smiled shyly, her silence speaking volumes. Adele's gaze softened, and she reached out, stroking Celeste's hair. "Good girl." It was clear that Celeste had sacrificed her own blood to fulfill Adele's request for freshness. It was a selfless act, one that placed an additional burden on Celeste's already weakened body. Adele remembered tasting Celeste's deliciousness just a few days ago. But for Celeste, her own discomfort was irrelevant. As long as she could please her master, her heart was content. And strangely enough, the chastity curse didn't activate when Adele touched Celeste's hair. It wasn't that the curse had malfunctioned. Adele realized that her touch had been purely affectionate, devoid of any lustful intent. The chastity curse, true to its name, only reacted to physical contact that was fueled by desire. To test her theory, Adele let her gaze drift lower, towards the thigh garter. The moment her eyes landed on it, a jolt of pain shot through her lower abdomen, traveling down her legs like an electric shock. "Eep," she yelped, jerking her hand back, her shoulders trembling. Master! Celeste cried, her concern overriding her usual caution. She had forgotten to address Adele formally. Thankfully, they were alone in the hallway. But even if Adele punished her later for her slip-up, Celeste wouldn't regret it. Don't come any closer, Adele said, her voice breathless. I'm fine. She clutched her chest, her heart pounding, her breathing ragged. She was anything but fine. But she couldn't let Celeste know about the curse. She didn't want Celeste, who had finally given up on her rivalry with Hermione, to start a new one with Dorothy. All her efforts would be wasted. Besides, Celeste was her precious dog. She would be heartbroken. I'm going back to class, Adele said, forcing a smile. I'll talk to you later, Celeste. Master. We talked about this. That's for private. Ugh. Adele stomped her foot, pretending to be annoyed, and hurried back to her classroom. Celeste was truly a handful. But punishing her, it felt wrong. Who else in this world was as devoted to her as Celeste? Back in the classroom, Adele was immediately greeted by Tang Linlang's concerned gaze. Was it Adele's imagination, or had Linlang been crying? Her eyes were red-rimmed, but her expression was resolute. Adele offered a cheerful greeting, and Linlang's mood visibly improved. Adele had finished the blood pack in the hallway. She didn't want to reveal her vampire side to Tang Linlang. Besides, deep down, she still considered herself more human than vampire. As she settled back into her seat, the bell rang, signaling the start of the next class. And it was during that class that the homeroom teacher made a surprise announcement. The rest of the day would be dedicated to observing the ranking battles at the training ground. The ranking battles were a major event for upperclassmen, a way to assess their abilities, to determine their place within the hierarchy, and to allocate resources accordingly. Adele frowned. She remembered Dorothy's request, her insistence that Adele meet her at the training ground. And the strange smile that had played on Dorothy's lips. A sense of foreboding settled over Adele. Adele was unaware of the brewing conflict between Hermione and Dorothy. She simply had a feeling, a gut instinct, that Dorothy's surprise involved Hermione. It would explain Hermione's unexpected visit on Friday night, her uncharacteristic behavior. Something major must have happened, or was about to happen, to make Hermione act so out of character. And her abrupt departure the next morning, it all pointed to a single conclusion. Hermione, the Ice Queen, and Dorothy, the Vampire Princess, were about to clash. But to confirm her suspicions, Adele needed to go to the training ground. She abandoned her messy desk, her textbooks left open, and hurried out of the classroom, her pink eyes filled with anxiety. Even in her haste, she was a vision of grace, her slender legs carrying her swiftly down the hallway, her blue skirt swirling around her. Tang Linlang followed Adele to the door, her hand reaching out as if to stop her, to ask what was wrong, to offer her assistance. But she hesitated, perhaps sensing the urgency in Adele's movements, and let her go, her hand falling to her side. She wished Adele would run towards her with the same fervor. The primary function of Cromwell Academy was to filter. Like a sieve, it separated the strong from the weak, the loyal from the rebellious, guiding each student towards their rightful place within the vampire hierarchy. It was the unspoken purpose of most vampire academies. And the ranking battles were a particularly effective method of identifying the most promising individuals. They were held regularly for second and third year students, while the first years observed from the sidelines. The fourth years, having already matured and chosen their paths, were exempt from this brutal assessment. It was a chance to prove oneself, to earn recognition, to secure valuable resources. Some students relished the opportunity, eager to make a name for themselves, to defy expectations, to overcome the limitations of their bloodlines and conquer those of higher rank. There had been instances where lower-ranking vampires had triumphed over their superiors, shocking the audience and earning the admiration of their peers. The academy seemed to encourage such upsets. It was a very human concept, after all, anyone could rise to the top, regardless of their origins. Unlike the vampires, who clung to their rigid bloodline hierarchy. But more often than not, the ranking battles simply reinforced the existing power structure, the higher-ranking vampires crushing their inferiors without mercy. At the training ground, the Student Council and the Black Feather Society maintained a clear division, each organization responsible for overseeing their designated areas. But at the boundary between their territories, the animosity between the two factions was palpable. On one side, the Student Council, representing the humans. On the other, the Black Feather Society, representing the vampires. It was a rivalry that had plagued the academy for years, a headache for the administration. But if harnessed correctly, it could also be a powerful motivator, pushing both organizations to excel. Today, unfortunately, the Student Council president was absent. As a third-year student, she was more interested in missions than in petty squabbles for rank. She was a woman of action, a no-nonsense leader who inspired her followers with her unwavering determination. Under her influence, the Student Council had developed a reputation for efficiency and ruthlessness. The Black Feather Society, led by the enigmatic Lady Edith, was known for its cunning and brutality. At this moment, Lady Edith sat perched on a raised platform, her gaze cold and calculating as she surveyed the ants below. It was tea time, and a selection of delicate pastries and a steaming cup of Darjeeling tea were arranged before her on a silver tray. Lady Edith was known as the Black Veil Lady, due to the black veil she wore constantly, covering the lower half of her face, leaving only her piercing purple eyes visible. Some whispered that her beauty rivaled that of Hermione and Dorothy, while others claimed she was a hideous monster, her face disfigured beyond recognition. But Lady Edith didn't care about rumors. She let people talk. Just as she would let them bleed if they dared to speak ill of her behind her back. Freedom of speech had its limits. Today, however, Lady Edith's mood was unusually bright. The woman she loathed, the one who had humiliated her, was nowhere to be seen. And she had heard a particularly interesting rumor. Dorothy and Hermione, once friends, were now enemies. Could anything be more entertaining? Lady Edith had cancelled all her other engagements to witness this spectacle. Besides, regardless of who won, it would weaken one of the Academy's major factions. Currently, there were three main power blocks within the Academy. The Student Council, led by Litumi, comprised mostly of human elites, with a few token vampires. Then there was the Black Feather Society, Lady Edith's domain. And finally, well, it wasn't exactly an organization, more like a loose alliance of sequence ones led by Dorothy. Hermione, the Amaterasu twins, the one who had dropped out, and, oh yes, Sharon. Lady Edith often forgot about Sharon. The girl was so weak, so insignificant. She would obey anyone who gave her an order, even fetching water for the sequence threes. It was a waste of her noble bloodline, really. Sharon was already seated in the audience, far from the action. Lady Edith spotted her, and Sharon, as if sensing her gaze, immediately lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the floor. She was dressed in a simple white shirt and pants, her pale skin almost translucent, her slender frame looking fragile and easily breakable. Her messy silver-gray hair obscured her eyes, making her look like a frightened creature, peeking out from behind a curtain of silver. Lady Edith's lips curved into a smile, hidden behind her black veil. But her attention was quickly drawn to a more captivating figure. Dorothy, the vampire princess, resplendent in a crimson and black Gothic gown, a black lace choker adorning her slender neck. She held a bouquet of blue roses, their fragrance intoxicating, her boots clicking against the floor with each graceful step, a rhythm that echoed in the hearts of those around her, quickening their pulse. She seemed annoyed by her early arrival, her pink lips pouting slightly. But no one would dare to call the princess cute, even though it was the most fitting description. Lady Edith despised humans, which was why she had made the Black Feather Society exclusive to vampires. But her feelings towards Dorothy were more complex. Dorothy's royal status meant that she would never bow to anyone. Lady Edith, despite her desire to recruit talented individuals, would never be able to sway Dorothy to join her organization. It would be a pointless endeavor, a surefire way to undermine her own authority. Dorothy was a force of nature, a power Lady Edith could never control. Some even claimed that Dorothy, even alone, was a force to be reckoned with, a third faction within the Academy. Hermione, the twins, they were merely ornaments, enhancing Dorothy's already formidable power. Many believed that Hermione, with her mastery of elemental magic, would prevail in this conflict. But Lady Edith had a different opinion. She was certain that Dorothy would win, or at the very least, wouldn't lose. She set down her teacup, her lips curving into a smile. She descended the platform, her movements graceful and fluid, and approached Dorothy, bowing respectfully. Dorothy extended her hand, her expression impassive. Lady Edith took it, her touch reverent, and pressed a kiss to Dorothy's pinky finger, a gesture of fealty. The vampire kiss of fealty. The location of the kiss carried specific meaning. A kiss on the ring finger, for example, symbolized a romantic relationship. Rumor had it that the human tradition of wearing wedding rings on the ring finger originated from this ancient vampire custom. "Congratulations on your victory," Lady Edith said, her voice laced with amusement. Dorothy, however, ignored her. Her gaze was fixed on the entrance to the training ground. A girl stood there, panting slightly, her cheeks flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Adele. She had arrived just in time. And she had witnessed the exchange between Lady Edith and Dorothy, her eyes widening in surprise. As Adele's gaze fell upon her, Dorothy instinctively withdrew her hand from Edith's grasp, as if she didn't want Adele to misunderstand their relationship. It was a strange reaction, considering Dorothy's immense power and her usual disregard for Adele's feelings. Edith's expression was unreadable as she turned her gaze towards Adele, a strange mix of emotions flickering in her purple eyes. Adele, uncomfortable under Edith's scrutiny, decided to give Dorothy a taste of her own medicine. With a haughty sniff, she walked past them and headed towards the audience, her gaze fixed on Sharon. Sharon, startled by Adele's sudden appearance, stood up from her seat, a welcoming gesture. But Dorothy's sharp gaze immediately silenced her. The silver-haired girl clenched her fists, her body trembling. But she stood her ground, refusing to cower before Dorothy's silent threat. She would remain standing until Adele reached her side. "Is that her, the prize that completes your collection?" Edith asked, her voice laced with amusement. Dorothy simply glanced at her, then turned and walked away without a word. Edith's smile remained in place, her posture unchanged, even as Dorothy's retreating figure disappeared into the crowd. Only when Dorothy was out of sight did her expression cool, a layer of frost settling over her features. She turned her gaze back towards Adele, who was chatting animatedly with Sharon. Or rather, she was entertaining Sharon, drawing the shy girl out of her shell. Expecting Sharon to initiate conversation was like expecting a rock to sprout wings and fly. Beside Edith, Vicky, the vice president of the Black Feather Society and one of Edith's most trusted sequence ones, spoke in a low voice. Adele, a first-year half-vampire. Rumored to possess the ability to charm others. A temptress, then, Edith murmured, her eyes narrowing. "If you're curious, President." "No," Edith interrupted, her voice firm. After a moment, she added, in a voice barely audible, "Not yet, at least." While Edith was observing Adele, Adele was observing her, her gaze lingering on Edith and her companion, Vicky, whose attire resembled that of a medieval sorceress. Edith was undeniably beautiful, with her classic features, her raven hair, and her piercing purple eyes. The black veil she wore constantly only enhanced her allure, adding an air of mystery and intrigue. What secrets lay hidden beneath that veil? What beauty awaited those who dared to unveil her? Unfortunately for Edith, Adele already knew the answer. And knowing the truth made her want to stay as far away from Edith as possible. Edith's face, hidden beneath the veil, was indeed lovely, meeting the expectations of those who imagined her to be a breathtaking beauty. But the moment she opened her mouth, the illusion shattered. Beneath the veil, Edith was a monster. Not in the "she's so ugly, I wish she didn't have a mouth" kind of way. But in the slit-mouthed woman urban legend kind of way. Long, jagged scars extended from the corners of her lips to her ears, held together with crude stitches. The mere thought of it made Adele shudder. Besides, she had the benefit of hindsight. In the original story, Adele had fallen for Edith's charms, seduced by the promise of acceptance and belonging within the Black Feather Society. She had believed that even a low-ranking half-vampire like herself could find respect and recognition among Edith's followers. She had accepted Edith's offer of friendship, had joined the Black Feather Society, and had paid a terrible price. Edith had subjected her to relentless bullying and abuse, inflicting unspeakable horrors upon her. By the time Adele had escaped, her initial hope and optimism had turned into a burning hatred for all vampires. It was a pivotal moment in the story, setting the stage for Adele's eventual transformation into the Blood Queen, her thirst for revenge consuming her. Knowing Edith's true nature, knowing the horrors that awaited her within the Black Feather Society, Adele would never fall for Edith's lies again. She would never join the Black Feather Society. Edith, sensing Adele's gaze, smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. As if, Adele thought, rolling her eyes. Edith could put on a friendly facade all she wanted, but Adele wouldn't be fooled. But then, a thought occurred to Adele. The reason the protagonist in the original story had been so vulnerable to the Black Feather Society's bullying was because she was alone, isolated, rejecting any kind of connection with other vampires. She hadn't tamed Celeste, hadn't forged a deep bond with Tang Linlang, hadn't reconciled with Dorothy, hadn't earned Hermione's protection or Sharon's obsessive devotion. Come to think of it, maybe I could actually thrive in the Black Feather Society, Adele murmured, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Sharon, her hands folded neatly in her lap, leaned closer, her brow furrowed. "What did you say, Adele?" she asked, having missed Adele's quiet musing. "Oh, nothing," Adele replied, forcing a smile. Under normal circumstances, she would have taken Sharon's hand, showering her with sweet nothings. But the curse prevented any such intimacy. "Damn you, Dorothy." Sharon nodded, and at that moment, Hermione entered the training ground. Adele spotted her immediately, her eyes lighting up. She stood up and waved enthusiastically, hoping to catch Hermione's attention. Hermione saw her and smiled, her usually cold features softening with warmth. Dorothy saw it too, her face darkening with displeasure. Even with the chastity curse in place, Adele was still flirting. Adele, why? Adele was a master of attracting unwanted attention. She was like a tank in a video game, drawing all the aggro. The problem was, she wasn't tanking the damage herself. She was expecting Hermione to bear the brunt of Dorothy's wrath. But that was a burden Hermione had already chosen to carry when she decided to challenge Dorothy. So, Adele wasn't exactly throwing Hermione under the bus. Besides Dorothy's annoyance, there were a few others whose emotions were also running high. Celeste, seated among the sequence twos, her gaze fixed on Adele. Tang Linlang, who had quietly taken a seat behind Adele, her heart pounding. And further back, two identical girls, their gazes also drawn to Adele. The Amaterasu twins, staunch members of Team Dorothy, Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro. Despite being identical, they were easy to distinguish. Kuro, the elder sister, was outgoing and boisterous, with black hair and black stockings. Shiro, the younger sister, was quiet and introverted, with silver hair and white stockings. And both were blessed with ample bosoms, dispelling any "one twin is flat-chested, the other is busty" clichés. "Look, a lone cupcake," Kuro said, licking her lips, her eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. It had been a while since the twins had tormented Adele. Life, even for sequence ones, was full of distractions. And what better way to relieve stress than to pick on a helpless little girl? Just thinking about Adele's delicious blood made Kuro's fangs lengthen, her mouth curving into a cruel smile. Shiro, the quieter twin, set down her book and glanced at her sister. "Don't call me an idiot in your head." Kuro snapped, her childish outburst strangely endearing. "Humph. And don't you dare think, just block me out then. We're twins. We have a psychic connection." But their telepathic link could be severed if one of them chose to close her mind. And it also had a limited range. So, separating the twins, either through physical distance or through strategic maneuvers, was key to defeating them. Shiro rolled her eyes, her expression a mix of exasperation and affection. "Who wants to be psychically linked to an idiot like you?" But despite their bickering, the twins were close, their bond unbreakable. And they shared the same opinion about Adele. A single glance was all it took for them to reach a silent agreement. "After school, we feast. But Kuro, Shiro asked mentally, their conversation taking place entirely within their minds. What? Have you heard about Dorothy and Hermione fighting over the cupcake? That's ridiculous. She's just food. Perhaps. But a flicker of doubt lingered in Shiro's eyes. Adele's worst fears had materialized. Dorothy and Hermione ascended the platform, one from the left, the other from the right, their synchronized movements causing a ripple of excitement throughout the crowd. Amidst the murmurs and whispers, they approached the headmistress, a figure shrouded in a shimmering gold robe, her eyes closed as if in a perpetual slumber, and requested a change of opponents. The reason for this unprecedented move was obvious. Dorothy, her expression as haughty as ever, met Hermione's calm yet defiant gaze. They had chosen each other. The headmistress, Winona, was a legendary mage known as the Stargazer. Her youthful appearance belied her true age, leading many to mistake her for a mere girl. Her long, flaxen hair, cascading down to the floor, seemed to defy gravity, its ends floating effortlessly above the ground, untouched by dust. Her serene, closed-eyed expression lent her an air of otherworldly detachment, like a princess secluded in an ivory tower. Her constant companion, a fluffy white griffin chick with soft golden wings, nestled contentedly in her arms, completing the image. The griffin, a mythical creature resembling a lion with the wings of an eagle, was a symbol of power and majesty, often depicted as a noble steed. Its smaller, more feline cousin, the griffin chick, was said to possess an unparalleled affinity for magic, making it a prized companion for legendary mages. In other words, if you spotted a griffin chick, you could be sure that a legendary mage was nearby. Winona didn't respond immediately to the student's request. The griffin chick, sensing the shift in atmosphere, let out a soft chirp and burrowed deeper into her arms. A gentle smile curved Winona's lips as she stroked the chick's feathers. "Conflict is pointless," she said, her voice soft yet carrying, as if it echoed directly in the minds of everyone present. But who can resist a good catfight? Dorothy and Hermione. Although she hadn't explicitly stated it, it was clear that Winona had granted their request. She enjoyed watching girls fight. She was a fan of drama. It seemed that even legendary mages weren't immune to a little bit of mischief. Rumor had it that many students had been forced to share their snacks with Winona's griffin chick. The little creature had a voracious appetite, devouring anything in sight, from expensive pastries to savory meat dishes. Students would often return to their dorms, eager to enjoy the treats they had saved for later, only to find their refrigerators empty, a single golden feather or a tuft of white fur the only evidence of the culprit's identity. Despite numerous complaints, Winona had never addressed the issue. It was as if she were saying, "Who dares to question my authority?" Dorothy and Hermione bowed respectfully, acknowledging Winona's decision. It seemed that even the rebellious Dorothy knew better than to defy a legendary mage. Their battle was scheduled for the middle of the afternoon. Some worried that their clash would destroy the training ground, unleashing uncontrollable forces. But when they voiced their concerns to Winona, the Stargazer simply replied, "There will be no disaster today." Her words, imbued with the weight of prophecy, calmed their fears. Word of the upcoming battle spread quickly, reaching Adele's ears in no time. Adele, unaware of Winona's prediction, panicked. She had to stop them. She didn't want Hermione to get hurt. It seemed that even in Adele's mind, Hermione was the underdog in this fight. As for Dorothy, well, Adele wouldn't mind seeing someone teach her a lesson. But just a small lesson. Adele still believed that Dorothy could be redeemed. She couldn't sit still any longer. "Sharon. I need to go to the bathroom," she said, her voice trembling. She had to find Hermione, or Dorothy, and convince one of them to back down. "Do you want me to come with you?" Sharon offered hesitantly. "And no, it's fine," Adele replied quickly, cutting her off. Sharon's face fell, but as an introvert, she was skilled at hiding her emotions. She forced a smile. "Well, come back soon." Adele nodded absently and hurried away, following the path Hermione had taken. At the same moment, on the other side of the audience, the Amaterasu twins observed Adele's departure. They exchanged a knowing glance, a silent agreement passing between them. Hermi dash. Adele called out, her voice breathless from running. But before she could finish Hermione's name, darkness swallowed her whole. Hermione, thinking it was her imagination, turned around. Seeing nothing but empty space behind her, she frowned, then shook her head, dismissing the strange sensation. Focus on Dorothy, she thought. She's the priority. Unbeknownst to her, two figures, one dressed in black, the other in white, were carrying Adele away, one holding her waist, the other her legs. They hurried towards the nearest empty classroom. Is it just me, or is Adele getting heavier? Kuro asked, her brow furrowed. Think positive, Shiro replied. Maybe she's not getting fat. Maybe she's pregnant. Adele, her consciousness slowly returning, groaned inwardly. Their conversation was a testament to her recent good fortune, the abundance of delicious food and high-quality blood she had been enjoying. She was, in every sense of the word, well-nourished. As for her current predicament, well, she had been knocked unconscious by a sequence 1 psychic attack. Again. It was like a vampire version of Conqueror's Hockey, incredibly effective against weaker opponents. But just like last time, when Hermione had knocked her out, she quickly regained consciousness. She just couldn't let her captors know that. She would play the role of the clueless little fool, answering their questions obediently. As for the identities of her captors, well, Adele had already figured that out. The Amaterasu twins. Dorothy's mischievous little henchwomen. Adele had no love for these two. Kuro, the elder twin, was openly malicious, a classic villain who acted on her every whim. Hence the sudden attack. Shiro, the younger twin, was more insidious, often pretending to be helpful while secretly plotting mischief. She was the mastermind behind most of Kuro's antics. And both were incredibly powerful. Kuro could manipulate gravity, while Shiro could control gravitational pull, even creating tides. But this was a fictional world, where the laws of physics were flexible, to say the least. Taking their abilities literally would be a mistake. If they could truly manipulate fundamental forces, they would be practically invincible. In the context of the story, Kuro's gravity manipulation was more like the ability to make things fall down. And Shiro's gravitational pull was more like the ability to attract things. They were ability-type vampires, unlike Dorothy, who was a familiar type, and Hermione, who was an elemental type. Adele hadn't expected to encounter the twins at a time like this. But fate, it seemed, had a twisted sense of humor. They reached an empty classroom, and the twins, acting simultaneously, tried to open the door. Kuro pulled, Shiro pushed, and the door remained firmly shut. It seemed that even twins weren't always in sync. They exchanged a glare, their minds no doubt filled with colorful insults. A close sibling relationship wasn't about being polite and agreeable all the time. It was about arguing, making up, and moving on. Adele, though unable to hear their thoughts, sensed their shared animosity. They would take out their frustration on her. She was in trouble. Big trouble. They deposited her on a table, their movements as casual as if they were arranging a doll. The curtains closed, manipulated by a combination of gravity and gravitational pull. The lights flickered on, illuminating Adele's pale skin, making her look even more delicate and vulnerable. Adele's breath quickened, her eyes wide and unfocused. The twins' voices, laced with a predatory amusement, echoed in her ears. I prefer Adele when she's obedient, Shiro said, her voice a soft purr. Kuro chuckled. That's no fun. The best part is hearing them scream, she said, her voice laced with a sadistic glee. The struggle, the despair. She reached out and stroked Adele's cheek, her touch cold and unsettling. Adele shivered involuntarily. Ha, that's no fun, Kuro grumbled. You go first, Shiro said. I'll take my turn when she wakes up. Their conversation, so casually cruel, was like a symphony of horror to Adele's ears. They're both insane. She had known they were villains, but their blatant disregard for any pretense of decency was shocking. Dorothy. Hermione. Stop fighting. Someone save me, Behind the closed doors and drawn curtains of the classroom, a sinister scene was unfolding. Two identical girls, their beauty both captivating and chilling, surrounded Adele, who lay on the table like a porcelain doll, her usual defiance replaced by a vacant, almost childlike innocence. Her eyes, once bright and mischievous, were now dull and lifeless. Her chest rose and fell with each shallow breath, her skirt, manipulated by some unseen force, swaying gently despite the lack of any breeze, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her smooth thighs and the lacy edge of her white panties. Kuro, her crimson eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, leaned in, her hot breath tickling Adele's neck, staining the delicate skin with a blush. Shiro, standing before Adele's unfocused gaze, mirrored her sister's actions, her hand reaching out to caress Adele's cheek. But her touch, though gentle, held a hint of possessiveness. The air thickened with a heady mix of arousal and anticipation. Then, disaster struck. A jolt of pain, like an electric shock, coursed through Adele and the twins simultaneously. Kuro gasped, her eyes widening in surprise and anger. Shiro recoiled, clutching her hand to her chest, her breath catching in her throat. Adele's reaction was even more dramatic. Her scream, high-pitched and laced with terror, echoed through the classroom, attracting the attention of students outside. But curiosity was quickly replaced by indifference. Few were willing to intervene in the affairs of the powerful at Cromwell Academy. The vampire hierarchy was strict, and those who dared to cross a higher-ranking vampire often faced severe consequences. The human students, on the other hand, had been taught to respect vampire traditions, to avoid interfering in their internal affairs. Even those with a strong sense of justice knew that their actions would likely be met with punishment from the academy authorities. Over time, apathy had become the norm. Bystanders turned a blind eye, their hearts hardened by years of witnessing unchecked cruelty. It was this culture of indifference that allowed the higher-ranking vampires to act with impunity. As long as they confined their tyranny to their own kind, sparing the human students, no one would dare to challenge them. This was why Adele, a half-vampire caught between two worlds, belonging to neither, had been so vulnerable in the past. And even now, despite her newfound connections, she was still at the mercy of the powerful, a plaything for those who craved her blood and her body. Someone should suggest that the Amaterasu twins change their names to Kuro the Black Hole and Shiro the White Dwarf. It would be a fitting tribute to their insatiable appetites. And now, it was Shiro's turn to speak. As the shock of the curse subsided, she used her powers to lift Adele's shirt, revealing the heart-shaped mark on her smooth, flat stomach. A chastity curse. Dorothy or Hermione, she murmured, her brow furrowing. Eek! Adele cried, startled by the sudden exposure. She had just pretended to regain consciousness, and now her clothes were being ripped off, leaving her feeling vulnerable and exposed. Her acting was impeccable, perfectly capturing the fear and confusion of a girl who had woken up in a strange place, surrounded by predators. Anyone would have believed she was an innocent lamb, helpless in the face of danger. Screech crack bang. A strange sound, a mix of metal scraping against wood and something shattering, echoed through the room. Adele flinched, her gaze drawn to the source of the noise. A metal chair, crushed and twisted under the immense pressure of Kuro's powers, lay flattened on the floor, reduced to a thin sheet of metal. Adele shuddered, imagining that force directed at her own body. I'm going to die. I'm going to die, asterisk. If she had to choose between her virginity and her life, well, she would choose life. There was no point in being a martyr. Control yourself, Shiro said calmly, glancing at her sister, whose face was contorted with rage. But despite her calm demeanor, Shiro was equally frustrated. Their little tea party had been interrupted, their anticipation for a taste of Adele's delicious blood thwarted. It was an unforgivable insult, a humiliation for a vampire of her status. But Shiro was better at hiding her emotions. But Kuro protested. It's a chastity curse. You know what that means. We can't have Adele today. It's like putting a lock on a shared cupcake. Who does that? Kuro's words, spoken so casually in Adele's presence, were a testament to their disregard for her feelings. She was just a toy, a tasty treat, not worthy of any consideration. And Adele, bound and helpless, could only remain silent. It has to be her, Shiro said, settling gracefully into a chair, her voice laced with resignation. Hermione wouldn't stoop to such a petty tactic. Dorothy. Kuro growled, her fangs digging into her lower lip. If it weren't for this damn curse, she would be sinking her fangs into Adele's lips right now. Vampires were greedy and self-serving creatures. At least, most of them were. And Kuro, who lacked both the inclination and the ability to hide her true nature, was a prime example. She and her sister might have been part of Dorothy's faction, but their loyalty was superficial, a flimsy bond easily broken by conflicting interests. Even now, the mere thought of Adele being locked away as Dorothy's personal treat was enough to infuriate them. If faced with a more serious conflict of interest, they would turn on Dorothy without hesitation. Dorothy, it seemed, was surrounded by enemies. Hermione was determined to defeat her. Sharon's loyalty had been shaken by recent events, and she might even betray Dorothy in the future. And the Amaterasu twins were nothing more than fair-weather friends, their allegiance conditional upon their own selfish desires. Dorothy had become isolated, her power base crumbling around her. And the catalyst for her downfall was none other than Adele, the embodiment of femme fatale. Adele, still playing the role of the helpless victim, couldn't help but feel a smug satisfaction. Ha. You can't have me. I'm too spicy for you, you wicked witches, asterisk. Kuro's mouth watered as she watched Adele, her fangs lengthening. Even Shiro, the more composed twin, was growing impatient. The frustration of seeing such a delectable treat, yet being unable to savor it, was unbearable. You, Shiro said, her voice cold and sharp. Take off your clothes. She figured she could at least enjoy the view. Adele squeaked, her body instinctively recoiling, like a prey animal sensing a predator's approach. Seriously? But she should have known better. Shiro, like herself, was selfish and greedy. After all, just last night, Adele had commanded Celeste to strip for her during their video call. Perhaps the only difference was that Adele still possessed a flicker of humanity, a spark of empathy that prevented her from becoming a true monster. She hadn't fallen in love yet. But if she ever did, well, even a self-centered schemer like Adele might be capable of selfless devotion. No, please, Adele whimpered, hoping to appeal to Shiro's mercy. Tears welled up in her eyes, reflecting Shiro's stunning beauty. Shiro's silver hair, her lashes, even her eyebrows, were a pristine white, her eyes a deep crimson, more like the color of fine wine than blood. She was the epitome of vampire beauty, a vision of ethereal grace. If Shiro was the moon, then Kuro, with her black hair and crimson eyes, was a solar eclipse, a dark and chaotic force, yet undeniably captivating. Shiro's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Adele thought her plea had worked. But then Shiro spoke, her voice as cold as ever. I won't ask again. Take off your clothes. Her tone was calm, yet it sent a shiver down Adele's spine. Shiro sat back in her chair, crossing her legs, her gaze unwavering. Adele felt like a trapped animal, her every move scrutinized, her escape impossible. Adele's heart pounded, a wave of panic washing over her. This was the most desperate situation she had faced since arriving in this world. Trapped in a closed room with two powerful vampires, no way to call for help. Self-rescue was out of the question. She glanced at the door, and Kuro, sensing her defiance, intensified the pressure of her powers, focusing it on Adele's wrists and ankles. Ugh! Adele cried out as invisible shackles, heavy and unyielding, bound her limbs, pinning her to the table. She was helpless, a fish on a chopping block. A little self-awareness goes a long way, Kuro said, approaching Adele and breathing hot air onto her earlobe. I wouldn't want to hurt our precious little cupcake, she purred. But if you keep refusing our hospitality, well, we'll have to take matters into our own hands, won't we? The toolbox on a nearby shelf suddenly burst open, a pair of sharp scissors flying out, slicing through the air, snipping a few strands of Adele's hair before landing in Shiro's outstretched hand. Shiro's gaze was cold, but a hint of cruel amusement flickered in her eyes. The severed strands of hair drifted to the table, and Adele's face paled. She knew that those scissors could just as easily slice through her throat. As Shiro approached, scissors glinting in the light, tears streamed down Adele's face, gathering at the tip of her chin before falling, one by one, shattering on the floor. But she couldn't even sob, her voice choked with terror, her body frozen in fear. Shiro, however, seemed pleased by Adele's distress. She clicked the scissors open and closed, a rhythmic sound that grated on Adele's nerves. Then, she leaned in, the sharp blades tracing the hem of Adele's skirt, slowly slicing upwards. Soon, Adele's skirt would fall away, revealing her bare legs, then her shirt, then her bra, then. This was the punishment she had chosen. And she would swallow it, bitter and humiliating as it was. Adele's spirit broke, her eyes turning dull and lifeless. As the fabric of her skirt gave way beneath the sharp blades, a thought crossed her mind. What am I even doing here? She was pathetic, utterly powerless in the face of true strength. She had been so caught up in her games, in manipulating those around her, in relying on the protection of others. This was her wake-up call, a brutal reminder of her own insignificance. The tragedies that had befallen the protagonist in the original story, they could easily happen to her. She had realized it too late. Adele's nose burned, her eyes overflowing with tears. She closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. Clang! A sudden sound, sharp and unexpected, jolted Adele back to awareness. She opened her eyes, her body trembling. Shiro had dropped the scissors, her gaze fixed on something behind Adele. "Stop crying," she said, her voice cold and dismissive. "It's ruining my appetite." Adele's skirt, now hanging by a thread, exposed most of her thigh, her reddened knee, and the edge of her white panties. She clutched at the remaining fabric, her heart pounding. Had Shiro had a change of heart? Or was she simply annoyed by Adele's tears? Adele suspected it was the latter. Kuro, who wasn't constantly reading her sister's mind, frowned in confusion. But before she could question Shiro's sudden change of heart, Shiro's voice echoed in her mind. **window**. A small, fluffy creature, its silhouette resembling a cat with feathery wings, peeked in from behind the curtains. It seemed curious, ready to enter the classroom. Kuro's jaw dropped. The headmistress's, Griffin Chick. Hermione couldn't shake off the unease that had settled over her since hearing that interrupted cry. Even with the looming battle against Dorothy, even in this moment when she needed to be at her most focused, her mind was elsewhere. Her gaze swept across the training ground, her Ice Queen aura silencing the whispers and murmurs around her. Adele was nowhere to be seen. The first years weren't participating in the ranking battles, but they were expected to attend, to observe and learn. Adele was a diligent student, both academically and magically. But perhaps the world was inherently unfair. Some were born with power and privilege, their starting line already miles ahead of others. For Adele, those advantages were a distant dream, a goal she could only strive for. But she never gave up. It was that unwavering spirit, that inner strength, that drew Hermione to Adele, among her many other qualities. The more Hermione got to know Adele, the more she fell for her. Adele possessed a light, a spark, that even a sequence one like Hermione lacked. The battles commenced, but Hermione's gaze remained unfocused, her anxiety growing with each passing moment. Dorothy took it as a challenge, a sign of disrespect. Hermione gritted her teeth, determined to end this quickly. Only after defeating Dorothy could she search for Adele, could she finally find peace of mind. She unleashed her full power from the start, aiming for a swift, decisive victory, consequences be damned. The training ground was protected by powerful wards and barriers, designed to contain any magical outbursts. But the moment Dorothy and Hermione clashed, the temperature plummeted, the air turning icy cold. Snowflakes swirled around them, transforming the training ground into a frozen wasteland. The protective barrier activated, a translucent dome shimmering into existence, encasing the entire arena. Frost spread across its surface, snowflakes clinging to it like icy jewels, separating the combatants from the audience. The students gasped, their faces pale with awe and fear. Even Lady Edith, the president of the Black Feather Society, couldn't help but be impressed, a flicker of envy in her eyes. She had always believed that she was on par with Hermione, perhaps even slightly stronger. But reality had shattered her illusions. Not only was she no match for the student council president, that human monster, but even Hermione, Dorothy's supposed second-in-command. She clenched her fists, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and frustration. Asterisk, if I continue like this, I'll disappoint Mother, asterisk. Beside her, Vicky, her loyal vice president, watched the battle unfold with a stoic expression. Winona, the headmistress, however, simply smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. The instructors and professors, seasoned veterans of countless magical duels, were also impressed by Hermione's power. She was one of the most gifted elemental-type vampires in history, having reached the 8th level of elemental refinement at such a young age. And the power she wielded seemed to surpass even that level, approaching the realm of high-level magic, spells usually reserved for those who had reached the 9th level. Celeste, who had been hailed as a genius for reaching the 7th level, was almost 2 levels behind Hermione. Even Celeste, seated among the audience, couldn't deny the awe and fear that gripped her. It was as if she had just climbed a small hill, her heart filled with confidence, only to find a towering mountain range blocking her path, its peaks hidden in the clouds, its depths unfathomable. A wave of despair washed over her. She whispered her master's name, her only solace in this moment of uncertainty. Adele. Master. I need to find Master, she thought, her resolve hardening. She turned towards the section where the sequence 5s were seated, her gaze searching for Adele. But she only saw Tang Linlang, her expression frantic, her eyes scanning the crowd. Celeste's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Ignoring the stares of her classmates, she jumped up and ran towards Tang Linlang, her heart pounding. She had to find Adele. On the battlefield, the clash between Hermione and Dorothy reached its peak. Hermione had the initial advantage, controlling the environment, turning the entire training ground into her personal domain. Ice shards and frostbite slashed at Dorothy's face, drawing blood. But Dorothy simply smiled, her amusement growing with each wound. Thanks to Azathoth's blessing, she hadn't felt pain in a long time. It was exhilarating. But if this is your full strength, Dorothy said, her voice cold and mocking, then you've disappointed me, Hermione. She unleashed her counterattack. The abilities of familiar-type vampires could be broadly categorized into 4 levels: Blessing, Possession, Summoning, and Advent. Blessing was the most basic level, granting the vampire various benefits depending on the nature of their familiar. Enhanced psychic abilities, increased strength, and a variety of other enhancements. Dorothy, relying solely on Azathoth's blessing, turned the tide of the battle. She moved like a monster, her strength and speed rivaling that of a strength-type vampire. She closed the distance effortlessly, her movements blurring, her attacks overwhelming Hermione's defenses. She even managed to conjure rudimentary fire magic, matching Hermione's icy blasts blow for blow, transforming the training ground into a chaotic landscape of fire and ice. And her psychic attacks were relentless, insidious whispers of madness and despair, chipping away at Hermione's sanity. Meow. A sudden meow, echoing in the depths of her mind, snapped Hermione out of her trance. Clarity returned, but at a cost. She had left herself open. Dorothy's fist connected with her jaw, sending her flying. Dorothy stood over her, her pink hair swirling around her like tentacles, her smile cruel and triumphant. You should be honored, she purred. I rarely go all out. Hermione had anticipated this outcome. Dorothy was even stronger than the simulations had predicted. But Hermione had faced countless simulated Dorothys, had memorized every move, every counter. She had lost her focus, distracted by her concern for Adele. And Dorothy had exploited that weakness. There was no easy victory here. Hermione spat out a mouthful of blood. She wanted to continue, to fight until she could fight no more. She might still lose, but there was a chance, a slim chance, that she could win. But this battle had been about Adele. And if Adele, the reason for this fight, the anchor that kept Hermione's heart from succumbing to despair, if she was gone, Hermione would abandon everything to find her. No matter the cost. The flames of Dorothy's magic consumed Hermione's icy domain. The protective barrier, sensing the sudden drop in magical energy, deactivated, the snowflakes that had clung to its surface dissolving into nothingness. Dorothy watched Hermione flee, her brow furrowed. But then, she shrugged. Why bother analyzing her opponent's motives? Hermione had lost. She was afraid. And Dorothy had won. She was always the winner. She turned towards the audience, her chest swelling with pride, seeking Adele's approval. Adele, I won. But Adele was gone. The headmistress's griffin chick. Kuro's voice was laced with confusion. The small, fluffy creature peeking through the curtains paused, its curiosity piqued by the commotion inside the classroom. Both twins were pondering the same question. Asterisk, how did it get here? Does it have anything to do with the headmistress? Asterisk. Such was the unspoken understanding between twins. It's probably unrelated to the headmistress, Shiro said after a moment of contemplation. Her gaze flickered towards Adele, who lay on the table, her skirt strategically torn, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her smooth, pale thighs. Adele shivered, her pink eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The realization that Shiro was truly capable of terrible things had broken her spirit, reducing her to a whimpering mess. Gone was the sassy, defiant Adele who had tormented Celeste and the others. Adele was, without a doubt, a master of exploiting kindness and cowering before strength. Shiro sensed a subtle shift in Adele's demeanor. She remembered the old Adele, the one who had been more resilient, more defiant. But that had made her less entertaining. This new Adele, however, was softer, more vulnerable, more appealing. Perhaps the rumors circulating around the academy were true. Not just the ones about Dorothy and Hermione fighting over her, but also the more outlandish ones, like Adele and Hermione are in love, and Dorothy is the heartbroken ex. It wouldn't be surprising for Adele to soften up if she was truly in love. And the chastity curse mark on her stomach seemed to support that theory. But regardless of Adele's relationship with Dorothy and Hermione, it didn't change the fact that the Amaterasu twins viewed her as their personal plaything, a source of amusement and nourishment. Besides, exchanging blood servants was a common practice among vampire nobles. So, shall we continue? Kuro asked, glancing at her sister. Shiro nodded, her initial enthusiasm waning. But if her sister was still interested, she was happy to be an observer. Do whatever you like, she said, her voice laced with a hint of boredom. But that chastity curse, it's such a nuisance. We can't even touch her. Kuro licked her lips, her gaze fixed on Adele. She moved behind Adele, wrapping her arms around her in a loose embrace, her long black hair cascading down Adele's chest. Don't worry, she purred, her voice a seductive whisper. We can still have fun. Even without touching. For example, we could take our little pet for a walk, after we strip her naked. Tisk, you're so predictable, Shiro said, a cruel smile curving her lips. No, please, don't, Adele whimpered, her voice breaking. This was the most helpless she had ever felt, trapped in a closed room with two monsters who viewed her as nothing more than a toy. Their cruelty was so casual, so effortless, that even Dorothy, in all her madness and arrogance, seemed almost tame in comparison. And Hermione, the cold, aloof ice queen, well, she was practically an angel. Adele missed Celeste, her loyal dog. And Tang Lin Lang, with her sweet naivete and unwavering determination. Even Sharon, the timid little angel. Adele swore that if she ever escaped this, she would change her ways. She would become a good girl. But promises made in moments of desperation were easily forgotten once the danger had passed. And Adele, with her penchant for mischief, well, she probably wouldn't change at all. Kuro ignored Adele's pleas, her smile widening as she picked up the scissors from the floor. As a high-ranking vampire, she had been taught that there was no need to suppress her desires. She was a descendant of a true ancestor, her bloodline destined for greatness. Of course, that kind of thinking didn't fly at a human-run academy. Kuro and Shiro, despite their arrogance, were smart enough to restrain themselves. This place was teeming with powerful individuals, from the enigmatic humans to the monstrously talented vampires like Dorothy and Hermione. But with Adele, a powerless half-vampire, well, they could do whatever they pleased. The scissors gleamed in Kuro's hand, their sharp blades reflecting the light. As she approached Adele, the girl sobbed uncontrollably, squeezing her eyes shut. And then, something unexpected happened. Meow. A soft, inquisitive meow echoed in Adele's ears. She felt a weight settle on her shoulder, as if a small, fluffy creature had landed there. She opened her eyes, and a pair of round, blue eyes, like sapphires, stared back at her. The creature's body was soft and warm, its golden wings fluttering gently. Boo! Before Adele could react, the winged cat licked her cheek, its rough tongue sending a strange tingling sensation across her skin. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but it wasn't unpleasant either. It was simply odd. But it was clear that the creature was being affectionate. Adele remembered the twins' conversation. This must be the headmistress's griffin chick. Adele didn't know much about the creature itself, but she knew that Winona, its owner, was incredibly powerful. In the original story, she had even faced a true ancestor head-on. A true legendary mage. But what did that have to do with her pet? Adele was surprised by the griffin chick's appearance, but she wasn't exactly reassured. Still, if the twins, out of respect for Winona, decided to spare her, well, that would be the best possible outcome. If she could escape this, she would stay far, far away from these two witches. Until she was strong enough to seek revenge. As expected, Kuro frowned, her annoyance evident. Asterisk damn this stupid cat. Why did it have to show up now, asterisk. But, she had made sure the classroom was sealed. How had the griffin chick gotten in? She glanced at Shiro, who was deep in thought, her brow furrowed. Then, Shiro pulled a dried fish snack out of her pocket, a mischievous smile curving her lips. Here, kitty kitty, she called out, tossing the fish across the room. The griffin chick immediately abandoned Adele, its attention captured by the treat. It swooped down, snatching the fish in its beak. Adele and Kuro stared at Shiro, their expressions identical. Asterisk where the hell did you get that, asterisk. Even Kuro, Shiro's twin sister, was surprised by this unexpected development. Despite being twins, they had their own quirks and habits. Shiro always carried snacks for stray animals and pets. But she was also incredibly cruel and ruthless towards Adele. Perhaps it was because Adele wasn't her pet yet. But what truly baffled Adele was the fact that the headmistress's griffin chick had abandoned her for a dried fish snack. That greedy little glutton. Hope, so briefly ignited, flickered and died. But the world wasn't done tormenting Adele just yet. Just when she thought all was lost, her eyes widened, a spark of hope igniting within them. Even Kuro and Shiro tensed, their expressions turning wary. Because they heard Hermione's voice. Adele's wife had arrived. Finding Adele wasn't a difficult task for Hermione. In fact, it was surprisingly easy, thanks to the Amaterasu twins' blatant disregard for discretion. The Ice Queen stormed into the Academy's security office, demanding access to the surveillance footage. The images of Adele being abducted in broad daylight, practically snatched from under Hermione's nose, filled her with a rage that bordered on madness. And the realization that Adele had been so close, that she had been looking for Hermione when she was taken, it tore at Hermione's heart. The student council members rushed to the security office, eager to appease the enraged Ice Queen, to negotiate, to offer assistance. But Hermione was already gone. The vice president, her heart pounding, reviewed the footage Hermione had been so fixated on. When she saw the Amaterasu twins, two of the most powerful sequence ones in the academy, her shoulders slumped with relief. This was an internal vampire matter. Let them fight amongst themselves. It would only benefit the student council, and the academy as a whole, if they weakened each other. As for Adele, well, the vice president felt a pang of sympathy for the poor girl, the academy's newest heartthrob. But there was nothing she could do. Adele was a half-vampire, after all. Even in times of peace, there was an unspoken tension between the races, a deep-seated mistrust. Individuals might betray their own kind, but entire races rarely did. As her beloved president often said, mercy towards foreign races is cruelty towards one's own. Hermione followed the trail of clues from the surveillance footage, leading her to the classroom where the Amaterasu twins were holding Adele captive. The sight of the closed door, not a sliver of light escaping from within, filled her with a dread that chilled her to the bone. She imagined the horrors Adele might be enduring, the blood and tears, the violation of her innocent body. Her vision blurred, her mind reeling. A low growl, a sound of primal rage, escaped her lips, like a wounded lioness defending her cub. The Ice Queen was supposed to be elegant, composed, in control. But what good was elegance, what good was power, if she couldn't protect those she cared about? Aha! Her scream, filled with fury and despair, shattered the classroom windows, ice shards exploding outwards. Kuro and Shiro, caught off guard, scrambled to defend themselves. They hadn't expected Hermione to react so violently, to unleash her full power from the start. Ice shards, sharp as razors, sliced through their defenses, drawing blood. And the blood itself seemed to freeze, Hermione's magic spreading like a virus, invading their magical circuits. If Hermione succeeded, the twins would suffer severe injuries, a type of true damage that bypassed all defenses. Fuck. Kuro cursed, using a particularly vulgar phrase common among vampires. Hermione's ruthless attack had caught her completely off guard. Shiro's mood was equally dark. They had underestimated Adele's importance to Hermione. Adele, however, was unharmed, her initial shock and fear giving way to a wave of relief and gratitude as Hermione stormed into the room. Hermione had deliberately avoided hitting her with her ice magic. And the griffin chick, despite its gluttony, had flown to Adele's side, its tail swishing through the air, creating a golden circle that deflected any stray ice shards. Adele's eyes widened in amazement. That little winged kitty is so powerful. She didn't know the griffin chick's name, but kitty would do for now. The griffin chick, as if sensing Adele's admiration, tilted its head proudly, then nestled in Adele's arms, ready to enjoy the show. Unlike Winona, its stoic owner, the griffin chick was playful and curious, its mischievous nature tempered by a surprising kindness, a protective instinct towards those weaker than itself. Adele, so, I'm the weak one now. Well, she couldn't argue with that. She was probably one of the weakest beings in the entire academy, even weaker than some magical creatures. It was no wonder the griffin chick had deemed her worthy of protection. Adele was touched, but also slightly embarrassed. The area around the classroom was now deserted, a 50-meter radius cleared by the sheer intensity of the battle between Hermione and the Amaterasu twins. Adele, the prize they were fighting over, watched the spectacle unfold, her heart pounding with excitement. Her snow princess had come to rescue her. She preferred that title to the more distant Ice Queen, even though another girl, a girl Adele would rather forget about, had already claimed the princess title. Hermione, her silver blue hair flowing behind her, emerged from the cloud of dust and debris, her ice blue eyes blazing with a mix of love and rage. But when her gaze landed on Adele, her expression softened, like ice melting into spring water. Adele's eyes overflowed with tears. Hermione. She whispered, her voice choked with emotion. She tried to climb off the table, her legs shaking, but she stumbled, almost falling. Hermione's heart clenched at the sight of Adele's torn clothes, her skirt slashed open, revealing her bare thighs, a fresh cut marring her cheek. Fury and protectiveness surged through her. But Adele's safety was her priority. She unleashed a wave of ice magic, pinning the twins in place, then rushed to Adele's side, scooping her up in her arms, a Princess Carrie. Their eyes met, their hearts pounding in unison. A spark, a jolt of electricity, passed between them. Asterisk shit. The chastity curse, asterisk. The tender moment was shattered by a surge of pain that ripped through Adele's body. Dorothy, I'll kill you. As the chastity curse activated, both Adele and Hermione cried out in pain. Adele's cry was a sharp, piercing shriek, while Hermione managed to stifle hers, a low grunt escaping her lips. Hermione, with her deep understanding of magic, immediately recognized the nature of the curse, the source of its power. A wave of anger and relief washed over her. Anger, because the curse originated from Dorothy, not the Amaterasu twins. Relief, because it meant that the twins, like herself, had been affected by the curse's backlash. They hadn't violated Adele, hadn't inflicted any lasting harm. It was a small mercy. Hermione, despite the searing pain coursing through her veins, could have endured it, could have held Adele close. But to prove her love by hurting the one she cherished, that was a perversion of true affection. With a grimace, she gently placed Adele on a nearby chair, breaking the physical contact and ending the curse's backlash. Adele gasped for breath, her heart pounding, her hand clutching her chest. But her gaze remained fixed on Hermione, filled with trust and admiration. Hermione met her gaze, her own eyes soft with concern. "Rest," she said, her voice firm yet gentle. "I'll handle this." Those simple words, spoken with such conviction, filled Adele with a sense of security. "Okay," Adele whispered, nodding obediently. Her heart fluttered, her mind filled with images of Hermione, her A-game on full display. It even sparked a few, inappropriate thoughts. If Hermione prefers to be the dominant one, maybe I could be her, you know. Under normal circumstances, Adele would never be so honest with herself. But the danger, the shared pain, had amplified her emotions, revealing a hidden vulnerability. Perhaps being the pampered one, the one who was protected and cherished, wasn't so bad after all. And maybe her fingers wouldn't get so tired. Adele blushed, shaking her head. "What am I thinking?" The griffin chick, perched on the table beside her, tilted its head, chirping softly. Adele scooped it up, burying her face in its soft feathers. "You greedy little thing," she mumbled. "I can buy you fish snacks too. Don't eat their food anymore. They're bad people. Understand?" Meow. The griffin chick chirped, its head cocked in confusion. It probably thought, how could someone who carries fish snacks and feeds stray cats be a bad person? But the reality was, some people could be kind to animals yet utterly ruthless towards their own kind. Adele sighed. Trying to reason with a magical creature, she was the real fool here. Hermione, facing the twins alone, held her own. The classroom furniture became weapons in the twins' hands, hurled towards Hermione with a combination of gravity and gravitational pull. But Hermione, manipulating the water pipes hidden within the walls, created a steady stream of ice, forming shields to deflect their attacks and launching icy projectiles in return. But the twins had the advantage of numbers. While Hermione was focused on casting a spell, Kuro and Shiro exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They split their efforts, one defending, the other attacking, their movements perfectly synchronized. Hermione couldn't defend against Kuro's close-quarters combat while maintaining her magical barrage. And if she focused on Kuro, she would leave herself open to Shiro's gravitational attacks. And Adele would be an easy target. The tide of the battle turned, and Hermione found herself struggling to keep up. Then, a burst of flames illuminated the room, catching Hermione's eye. Surprise and gratitude warred within her. Celeste had arrived, intercepting Kuro's attack just in time. But she didn't even spare Hermione a glance. "Don't get any ideas," she said coldly. "I'm only doing this for Adele. If she wasn't here, I'd be on their side." In other words, if Adele wasn't in danger, Celeste would have gladly joined the twins in taking down Hermione. But her loyalty to Adele trumped her desire for revenge. It was a strange alliance, two sworn enemies united by their shared affection for a single girl. "Celeste." Adele whispered, her voice filled with emotion. Celeste's expression softened as she heard her master's voice. Hermione snorted, her pride still intact. But she wouldn't be foolish enough to say something like, "I could protect Adele without your help." Adele's safety was more important than her own ego. Kuro and Shiro exchanged a wary glance. Hermione was one thing. But who was this newcomer? Celeste wasn't powerful enough to intimidate them, but her arrival had addressed Hermione's biggest weakness, being outnumbered. And then, Tang Linlang joined the fray, rushing into the classroom with reckless abandon. As a weak human, her presence here was an act of courage bordering on insanity. But she wasn't here to help Hermione or Celeste. She was here to rescue Adele. She had no love for vampires, regardless of their faction. Let them tear each other apart. All she cared about was Adele's safety. Once they escaped, Lin Lang would convince Adele to join the student council. It was the only way to protect her from the predatory vampires, to provide her with a powerful shield. Of course, getting a half-vampire into the student council wouldn't be easy. But Lin Lang would find a way. She would do whatever it took to ensure Adele's safety. Stop. Lin Lang, stop. Adele called out, her voice weak. Lin Lang had already helped her off the chair, and if Adele didn't protest, she would be carried out of the classroom, away from the danger. But Celeste and Hermione were fighting for her. She couldn't abandon them. They might not blame her, but she would never forgive herself. She would stay. She would share the burden, the danger, with her wives. Adele knew she was weak, powerless. But that wasn't an excuse to run away. She could at least be a cheerleader. And with her charm and charisma, she would be a damn good one. Tang Lin Lang, seeing the determination in Adele's eyes, sighed softly. She knew Adele was a kind soul, her heart pure and untainted by hatred. Even after enduring countless acts of cruelty from those vampire princesses, she harbored no resentment, only a bewilderment and a strange desire to repay evil with kindness. It seemed foolish to many, but the reality was, Adele's unwavering optimism had touched the hearts of those around her, creating this miracle. Two powerful vampires, Hermione and Celeste, willing to risk everything for her. Lin Lang, it's okay, Adele said, her voice soft and reassuring. We have to trust Hermione and Celeste. Tang Lin Lang, unable to refuse Adele, nodded reluctantly. But then, a thought occurred to her. Adele, can you stand up on your own? Adele blinked, confused. Was she being underestimated that much? Sure, her legs were a little shaky, the adrenaline from her encounter with the twins still coursing through her veins. But standing up? Of course she could do that. Yes. I can, she declared, puffing out her chest, trying to sound brave. Her attempt at bravado was so adorable that Tang Lin Lang couldn't help but stare, her heart melting. If only I could have Adele all to myself. But such a thought was pure fantasy. A wistful sigh escaped her lips. Since Adele could take care of herself, Lin Lang decided to contribute to the fight. Kuro and Shiro, already struggling against Hermione and Celeste's combined elemental magic, suddenly found themselves facing a new threat, a swarm of strange, slender insects, slithering towards them with insidious stealth. Sister, watch out! Shiro cried, her voice sharp with alarm. The insects descended from the ceiling, a scene terrifying enough for any girl, regardless of her supernatural abilities. Kuro was furious. Why was everyone interfering with her fun? Adele was just a toy. Hermione, are you insane? Are you trying to start a war between the vampire factions? She dodged the insects, her gravity magic crushing them into dust before they could reach her. But Kuro and Shiro didn't realize that Hermione wasn't the only one who had lost her mind. Celeste, the unexpected golden-haired warrior, was already a force to be reckoned with. And now, another figure entered the fray, her presence sending a chill down everyone's spine. Her pink hair swirled around her like living tendrils, her footsteps echoing in the hearts of those around her. Debris and dust flew towards her, only to be pulverized into nothingness by an invisible force. Dorothy, the vampire princess, had arrived. But her usual playful, manic grin was absent. Her expression was dark, her crimson eyes burning with a cold fury. A wave of bloodlust, thick and suffocating, washed over the room, overpowering Celeste's scorching heat and Hermione's icy chill. Gravity couldn't pull it down, and gravitational pull couldn't draw it in. Shiro shuddered, her instincts screaming at her to flee. The momentary lapse in concentration gave Hermione an opening. An ice dagger materialized in her hand, piercing Shiro's arm. Aha! Shiro screamed, her blood staining her sleeve and skirt. She stumbled back, clutching her wounded arm, her teeth gritted against the pain. Run, sister, she gasped. We have to go. Shiro. But Kuro, Her eyes blazing with rage, refused to retreat. She wasn't as cunning as her sister. If they fled now, they could lay low, wait for Dorothy's anger to subside. But Kuro couldn't abandon her sister, not when she had been injured, humiliated. It was a common human flaw, this ability to feel one's own pain so acutely, to be outraged by the suffering of those we love, yet to be blind to the pain we inflict on others, on those who are equally cherished by someone else. Dorothy's arrival had sealed the twins' fate. They were doomed. 10 minutes later, the Student Council and the Black Feather Society arrived, like cleanup crews after a disaster. Lady Edith, the president of the Black Feather Society, met Lin Baiyuan, the acting president of the Student Council, at the entrance to the ruined classroom. Edith chuckled, gesturing for Lin Baiyuan to enter first. "After you," she said, her voice deceptively sweet. Lin Baiyuan, feeling the weight of Edith's gaze, swallowed nervously. "Then I won't stand on ceremony," she said, her expression serious. Years of working alongside the Student Council president had shaped her personality, her demeanor reflecting her leader's no-nonsense approach. She had no patience for pleasantries or fake smiles. She was direct, efficient, and utterly ruthless. And that, Edith thought, as she watched Lin Baiyuan enter the classroom, was precisely why she found her so annoying. The damage was extensive. The classroom was a wreck, the entire building in danger of collapsing. Lin Baiyuan, filled with a sense of responsibility, stepped inside, her heart heavy. This had happened on her watch, while the president was away. She covered her nose with a handkerchief, trying to block out the acrid smell of smoke. Fire magic, despite its destructive power, had one major drawback, the lingering stench of burnt flesh and charred wood. Ice magic, in comparison, was clean and refreshing. The battle was over. Even a fool could tell who had won and who had lost. But among the victors, Dorothy, Hermione, and Celeste, Adele, the small, delicate girl with black hair and pink eyes, looked out of place, like a lost lamb who had wandered into a den of wolves. And yet, it was this lamb who had sparked the conflict between Dorothy and Hermione, their animosity simmering, threatening to erupt into another battle at any moment. As for the losers, Lin Baiyuan didn't know how to face the Amaterasu twins. They were battered and bruised, slumped against the wall, barely clinging to life. Kuro was unconscious, while Shiro's eyes fluttered open, her gaze unfocused, her expression a mixture of pain and bewilderment. For a moment, both twins had thought Dorothy was going to kill them. But just when they had given up hope, when they believed no one could stop the enraged princess, Adele had intervened, pleading for their lives. It was an exaggeration, of course. As sequence ones, the twins were incredibly resilient. But they were temporarily incapacitated, their bodies covered in wounds, their bones broken, their state so pitiful it was nightmare-inducing. Like broken dolls. But one fact remained unchanged. They had been saved by Adele, their supposed victim. T/N. Author notes. Adele wasn't being a saint though. She hadn't forgiven them. She simply felt that Dorothy had punished them enough, and she knew Dorothy wouldn't actually kill them. She still disliked the twins, and she would definitely get her revenge later. Lin Baiyuan averted her gaze from the battered Amaterasu twins, her heart still pounding. She approached Dorothy, the vampire princess, and bowed respectfully. "Princess Dorothy, Miss Hermione," she began, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. "First, I need to confirm whether this incident was an internal vampire dispute. This will help us determine the appropriate level of involvement for the Student Council and provide the necessary assistance. It will also allow us to transfer the case to the appropriate authorities for further investigation," she added, nodding towards Lady Edith, the president of the Black Feather Society, who had just entered the ruined classroom. In other words, she was passing the buck. This was a vampire matter, not a Student Council concern. Interfering in vampire affairs could lead to criticism and even punishment. Dorothy ignored her, a reaction Lin Baiyuan had come to expect. Hermione, however, nodded curtly. "We'll handle everything," she said, her voice cold. "The explanations, the compensation, everything." "Excellent," Lin Baiyuan replied, relieved. With the student council out of the picture, Adele wanted nothing more than to escape this tense, volatile atmosphere. Now that the common enemy had been defeated, the underlying tensions between Dorothy and Hermione were resurfacing, threatening to erupt into another conflict. Adele had had enough excitement for one day. She just wanted to go home, to the safety of her dorm room, or perhaps the apartment she shared with Celeste. This place no longer felt safe. Surrounded by predators, she finally understood that she was just a little bunny. Her confidence, the bravado that had allowed her to manipulate even sequence ones, had vanished. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Celeste and Tang Linlang couldn't help her, and she certainly couldn't help herself. Dorothy and Hermione each grabbed one of her arms, their grip tightening, making Adele feel like a doll being fought over by two children. One wrong move, and they might tear her apart. Even the Amaterasu twins, powerful sequence ones, had been reduced to whimpering messes. And Adele, she had no power at all. She had stopped Dorothy from finishing off the twins, not out of any misplaced sympathy for them, but because she had seen a reflection of her own potential fate in their broken bodies. It wasn't about saving them. It was about saving herself. But even now, she couldn't shake off the fear, the lingering terror. Tears welled up in her eyes, her throat tightening with unshed sobs. Dorothy and Hermione's grip on her arms intensified, their argument escalating, pushing Adele to her breaking point. I want to go home, she whimpered, her voice barely audible. It wasn't an act, a calculated attempt to garner sympathy or manipulate those around her. It was a simple, heartfelt plea, the desperate cry of a girl who wanted to escape, to hide from the horrors of this world. She was afraid, even of Hermione and Dorothy, the ones who had just saved her. Tears streamed down her face, her sobs echoing through the ruined classroom. Even the Griffin chick, sensing her distress, circled her ankles, chirping softly, as if trying to comfort her. Hermione, her heart clenching at the sound of Adele's sobs, stopped arguing, her anger fading. She had been so foolish, wasting time on petty squabbles and insults, forgetting what truly mattered. Adele was trying to pull away, to escape her grasp. A sharp pain stabbed at Hermione's heart. She loosened her grip, giving Adele the freedom to choose. Dorothy, hearing Adele's heartbroken plea, "I want to go home," was also affected, though she tried to hide it. But a wave of self-doubt washed over her. Why Adele? Why her? Why did this girl have such a hold on her emotions? Why did she feel such anger, such joy, such madness, such tenderness, all because of Adele? It was baffling. Dorothy couldn't explain it. She tightened her grip on Adele's arm, just for a moment, making the girl tremble. Then, she lowered her gaze, her pride momentarily forgotten, and released Adele's arm. Her fingers brushed against Adele's sleeve, lingering for a fleeting moment before finally withdrawing, her gaze averted. "Go," she seemed to be saying. "Before I change my mind." Adele had been terrified, expecting Dorothy to lash out, to punish her for her weakness. But Dorothy had let her go, had granted her a moment of freedom. She didn't feel relief, only a sense of exhaustion, a weariness that settled deep within her bones. Perhaps some forms of love were simply too heavy, too suffocating. Adele knew she didn't have the freedom to love equally. Or perhaps she was simply traumatized by her encounter with the twins, her spirit broken. Maybe in a few days, she would be back to her old self, bouncing between Hermione and Dorothy, playing her games. But regardless of the reason, she was desperate to escape. She wiped her tears and turned to leave. But then, Celeste called out to her. "Moss, Adele." Adele looked up, her eyes wide and teary, her expression so vulnerable it made Celeste's heart ache. Even Celeste, usually so stoic, had tears in her eyes. It seemed that a familiar could, to some extent, share their master's emotions. And Celeste, who loved Adele with all her heart, was deeply affected by her master's distress. She removed her jacket and offered it to Adele. Adele, confused, stared at her. Celeste pointed at Adele's skirt, the fabric hanging precariously, slashed open by Shiro's scissors. Adele realized that even a slight breeze could expose her, could cause the entire skirt to unravel. Unlike Hermione and Dorothy, who had been consumed by their own rivalry, Celeste was the only one who had noticed Adele's vulnerability, her need for protection, her desire for dignity. Tears welled up in Adele's eyes again. But Celeste, loyal dog that she was, probably wouldn't want her master to cry for her. Adele tied Celeste's jacket around her waist to avoid any accidental exposure. Then, she gave Celeste a precious hug before turning to leave. The hug didn't trigger the chastity curse because it wasn't about lust at all. It was about a deeper, purer feeling. Perhaps the trigger for the chastity curse was related to the secretion of hormones in the human body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accurately target Adele or other lewd villains. With Adele's departure, the impactful farce that began with snatching someone came to an end. The twin sisters seemed to be the biggest losers. It would have been fine if they had only provoked Hermione. But they even dragged Dorothy, the vampire princess, into this mess. For vampires, who had a strict hierarchy engraved in their blood and souls, this was no less than a rebellion. Naturally, this was a conflict between royalty and nobility. Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro were also descendants of true ancestors. Even if they were punished by the vampire elders for this, it would be more bark than bite. When it came to conflicts between descendants, the vampire elders were obviously more inclined to let them resolve their own issues. This was where they truly lost. They lost to Dorothy and Hermione without any ability to fight back, and with no justifiable reason for revenge in the future. They were battered and bruised, bearing the scars of humiliation and shedding countless drops of royal blood. If it were just external injuries, it would be fine, but they lost both face and dignity, suffering severe internal trauma. Dorothy and Hermione actually went all out against them for that lowly sequence 5. It was conceivable that for a long time to come, Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro would have to recuperate in a special sanatorium until they fully recovered. Before that, Adele could live a peaceful life for a long time. As long as she didn't tempt fate again. The second biggest loser was Dorothy. After this battle, the so-called Dorothy faction became history. Hermione became her rival, Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro were injured by her own hands. Sharon didn't need to be mentioned, her presence was too low. Any other high-ranking vampires who wanted to get close to Princess Dorothy would probably feel a chill in their hearts when they saw the fate of Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro. The Black Feather Society took the opportunity to win over a large number of wavering vampires. Edith must be laughing behind their backs. Also worth mentioning was that she even paid Adele a visit, hoping to invite her to join the Black Feather Society. Edith, known as Miss Black Veil, had a beautiful dream. If she could win over Adele, then to some extent, Adele could become a factor influencing Hermione and Dorothy at certain critical moments, right? Falling for a weak and incompetent low-ranking vampire was a taboo for blood nobles. Therefore, Edith would only use Adele as a hostage. Perhaps she would show Adele false affection to win her loyalty. But to expect her to be sincere, that was definitely impossible. If, in the world of the original novel, that Adele knew, Edith and some members of the Black Feather Society had done cruel and terrible things to the original Adele, who naively joined the Black Feather Society, then in this world changed by Adele, Edith had personally experienced that kind of incident, so naturally, she wouldn't have any bad intentions towards Adele. But this didn't mean that she treated Adele as an equal vampire. It was probably more like looking at a tool, right? So if Adele chose to join the Black Feather Society, she would receive certain resources and protection in the academy. And because of Edith's fear of Hermione and Dorothy, Adele wouldn't be harmed by anyone within the Black Feather Society. It sounded like a decision with all benefits and no harm. But for the current Adele, who was withdrawn and traumatized, she didn't want to be involved in another power struggle. Therefore, even though Edith visited Adele twice while she was sick at home, the noble Miss Black Veil was only met with a closed door. Adele refused to even see her, let alone communicate. A hypocritical smile danced in Edith's eyes. Even though she still couldn't see Adele this time, she wouldn't give up. She tried other ways to contact Adele. Such as leaving a note at her door. Sending Adele an email. Asking Adele's classmates to pass on a message to her if they saw her. The message was simple and easy to understand, and the persistence it revealed was touching. Miss Adele, I will visit you again soon, like stars following the moon. It basically meant, you are like the pure and beautiful moon, the one and only bright moon in the vast sky, and I am just a dim star, following you because of your attraction. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a confession. And the next time would be Edith's third visit. Considering that the original author basically copied the history of Earth when creating the world view of this book, even among vampires, they also revered the monarch who visited the thatched cottage 3 times. The significance of 3 visits was profound. Edith deliberately imitated this, attracting the attention of almost the entire academy. And Adele's subsequent response would become even more captivating. No wonder people said that Edith's leadership and hype skills were even greater than her strength. Being entangled by such a person became a headache for Adele, who was on vacation. But she neither agreed nor explicitly refused. Therefore, the girl's true attitude became intriguing. Thursday, it was the 3rd day of Adele's sick leave. The teachers were very tolerant and didn't urge her to return. They just sent Adele the lecture notes via email, hoping that she wouldn't forget to study on her own during her break. Tang Linlang also repeatedly expressed her desire to come over and help Adele catch up on her studies. Unfortunately, Adele seemed to be still immersed in the shadow of that day and rejected Tang Linlang's offer. She only said that she needed to calm down and rest. In Tang Linlang's view, Adele, who was always hardworking and studious, now even had an aversion to studying. It was conceivable how terrible the torture and severe blow she had suffered that day were. The girl gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Every time Adele's figure appeared in her mind, Tang Linlang's hatred for vampires intensified. One day, she would make the entire vampire race pay a heavy price for Adele. But what Tang Linlang didn't know was, in the small but secure room, Adele was lying lazily on the bed. The girl pouted her thin pink lips as she looked at the tutoring message Tang Linlang sent her. I finally got a long vacation, why do you have to talk about such a bad mood thing, referring to tutoring? You're such a silly girl, Linlang. If what you really want to do is something else, I'm not opposed to it. In short, studying was a no-go. But if it was lewdness, lewd things. Adele tossed her phone aside and fell into deep thought after a long time. On the surface, it just looked like an ordinary daydream of a pubescent girl. But in reality, Adele was thinking about something very important to her life. It was also the legendary argument between Adam and Lilith. As everyone knew, in Western legends, Adam was the first human created by God. And Eve was the first woman created by God from Adam's rib. However, there was also a legend that the first woman, before Eve, was actually Lilith. Adam and Lilith had a huge fight over who should be on top during intimate moments. In the end, neither could convince the other, and Lilith ran away in anger, becoming the ancestor of the so-called succubi in later generations. Thinking about it this way, who was on top and who was on bottom was indeed a matter of profound significance. However, Adele wasn't as stubborn as Lilith in myths and legends. She was a typical example of someone who adapted to the situation, a cowardly little green tea. But at this moment, she was rarely not thinking from her own perspective, not following her usual selfish habit of doing whatever she wanted. Adele was thinking, if it was Tang Linlang, would she prefer to be on top, or on bottom? If it was Hermione, what would it be like? Would Hermione compromise to take care of her? Should she also show some response to Hermione's gentleness? If it was Dorothy, well, this woman would definitely not be willing to wrong herself. And Celeste. And Sharon. The figures of the girls passed through Adele's mind one after another. This became the root of Adele's current dilemma. Should she cater to their preferences? Or should she stick to her own preferences and be the proud one? Sigh, it was so troublesome. Indeed, being a heartless bad girl was much easier than being a good girl. This was a rare occasion for Adele to think about others. It could almost be said that she was about to transform into a good woman. It was a pity that no one seemed to know. Even Adele herself would soon forget about this and start her happy otaku life. Not having to go to school was so great. She could sleep in, play games to her heart's content, and order takeout whenever she wanted. It was Adele's ideal life. After 3 days of rest, Adele no longer looked depressed and pitiful. She thought she would be down for a long time, but her amazing body quickly adjusted. Perhaps it was when her stomach was growling and the snacks she ordered were delicious and appetizing. Perhaps it was when she felt lonely and bored, tried playing games, and then couldn't stop. Perhaps it was when she realized that many moments in daily life were beautiful, and she shouldn't just focus on those painful and sad memories. Although Adele was still very weak now, optimism was an inexhaustible treasure for her. It was worth mentioning that during these 3 days, Adele didn't just reject Tang Linlang's request. In fact, she rejected Dorothy, Hermione, and even Celeste, all with the reason of wanting to be alone. Celeste was both heartbroken and absolutely obedient to her master's orders. Dorothy and Hermione, on the other hand, rarely forced their way into Adele's room. In other words, they both actually respected Adele's feelings. Adele didn't know if there was any competition between Dorothy and Hermione in this regard. It was like a competition where, whoever couldn't help but use force on Adele first would lose Adele's love in a sense. As for Sharon, who secretly became Adele's roommate, although she was always by Adele's side next door, during these 3 days, she never invaded Adele's dreams, not even for a moment. The more a girl had experienced pain, the more she knew how to be gentle with others. With Sharon guarding next door, Adele actually felt much more at ease. As for why she was neglecting them, firstly, Adele really just wanted to be alone and wallow in her emotions at that time. Other people's concern might only cause more harm during this time. Secondly, when Adele's mentality had almost recovered, she suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity to practice the absence makes the heart grow fonder theory. As everyone knew, couples being together all the time wouldn't necessarily deepen their feelings. But being apart for a short period of time might have a miraculous effect, making it easier to break through certain psychological defenses and achieve a home run in love. That's why there was the saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder. It could be said that this was Adele's multi-layered strategy, take it or leave it. But unlike the other girls who tacitly and gently chose to respect Adele's feelings, there was a willful little creature who would always barge into Adele's room for no reason in the middle of the night, making her helpless. Tonight, it came again, carrying the bright moonlight and gentle breeze, stopping at the window of Adele's room. It formed a cute and light shadow on the closed window, and at the same time, a soft and delicate meow could be heard. Meow. The principal's catbird. Its name seemed to be First Snow. Ever since they met that day under the noses of Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro, this little female cat seemed to have taken Adele as her short-term meal ticket. Every night, it would come on time for food and petting. It was like treating Adele as a servant who provided food and massages. If Adele deliberately delayed and didn't open the window for it, it would act so aggrieved. How could a kitten be so cutely manipulative? Well, you know what, it seemed like it really could. In the end, Adele couldn't refuse the cuteness of the little catbird, First Snow. Coming, you little glutton. Although Adele complained, she never shortchanged First Snow on cat food. And also because of this little creature, Adele's bedroom was now fully equipped with cat food, cat toys, scratching posts, and other pet essentials. It made her already small space even more cramped. Adele opened the window, and the snow-white kitten with golden wings instantly flew in, excitedly circling around Adele. It even made cute, purring sounds. Finally, it landed on Adele's shoulder, rubbing its fluffy little head against Adele's soft cheek. Hee, it tickles, little cutie. Adele walked towards the small bag of cat food in the corner, squatted down, and poured the cat food into the small bowl that First Snow usually ate from. With a clatter, the small bowl was instantly filled with fragrant and expensive cat food. Adele was the type who, if she had a bite to eat, would definitely share it with those around her. Her recent days weren't tight, with Celeste's intimate payment limit. As long as Adele didn't buy luxury goods, she could basically eat and drink well every day. It was no problem to support a kitten. The cute First Snow let out an excited meow, jumped lightly from Adele's shoulder, and then started munching on the cat food. First Snow had a slender and well-proportioned figure. She wasn't the kind of chubby kitty that was popular on the internet now. But looking at its gluttonous appearance, Adele started to worry that in a few months or half a year, it might really become the legendary, chubby kitty. If the principal came to her for trouble then, she would be doomed. But Adele was curious, since First Snow was the pet of the legendary mage, Stargazer, a very rare juvenile catbird, why did it come to her place every day for food and petting? Couldn't it eat its fill at home? This puzzled Adele. But she just had to change her perspective to understand. What did First Snow eat at her real master, Winona's place? Precious dried monster meat, rare magic plants, and various magic materials that mages dreamed of. Winona had her own alchemy lab, and First Snow could go in and out freely, okay? She was used to delicacies and nourishing soups, so she actually loved Adele's junk food. Yes, it was very clear that the so-called high-grade cat food that Adele could provide was junk food for First Snow, the catbird who had lived a luxurious life since childhood, comparable to snacks like spicy strips and potato chips. If Adele realized this, her blood pressure would definitely skyrocket. The imported cat food she bought at a high price was actually junk food. But for now, let Adele enjoy the warm moment of watching the kitten eat. As long as she didn't ruin this warmth herself. If you have a conscience, considering I feed you every day, steal me some magic scrolls from the principal. Or at least some high-level potion formulas. Adele said greedily as she stroked First Snow's arched, fluffy back. Meow. What scrolls and formulas? First Snow didn't understand these things, meow. But if Adele was talking about those parchment scrolls that she often used to sharpen her claws, it wouldn't be a problem to bring them to Adele. Meow. This meow meant, okay. Adele wasn't sure if First Snow could understand her words. But just feeling the emotions conveyed in its meow was enough to make Adele happy. Anyway, she wouldn't lose anything, and if First Snow really understood her words and brought her some good stuff, it would be a huge profit. Investment, starting from kittens, no. Not even sparing kittens. It was getting late, Adele petted First Snow for a while, then opened the window. Then she went to the bathroom downstairs to wash up and get ready for bed. The meaning was clear, the cute little kitten should go home after eating, Adele couldn't keep her company all the time. And when Adele finished washing up and returned to her bedroom, First Snow was indeed gone. As for the window, it was gently closed by First Snow, along with the curtains. Click. The light went out, and the entire bedroom instantly became pitch black. Only after her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness could she see the faint moonlight filling the room. In the quiet night, it had a calming magic. Adele exhaled leisurely, and at the same time, took off her camisole dress. The dress slid down her fair skin, piling up like petals, picked up by Adele, and finally hung on the hanger. In the white moonlight, Adele, wearing only cotton underwear, got into her warm bed, a natural allure in her purity. Closing her eyes, it was comfortable and cozy. She reached out and hugged the pillow beside her. Usually, Adele would hug a pillow to sleep depending on her mood, she didn't have any particular habit. But why was the pillow so soft and warm today? It felt like hugging a slender, soft little girl who hadn't fully grown yet. But how was that possible? She didn't have a little girl hidden away, how could there be a little girl here? Adele tried her best to convince herself that it was just an illusion. But the involuntary silence and her gradually stiffening body made Adele realize that she could no longer ignore the fact that something was terribly wrong. Adele's mind suddenly went haywire, wondering if she had lost her memory. Had she forgotten about kidnapping a little girl and bringing her home? But that couldn't be. Although she did think little girls were really cute. But weren't big sisters more appealing? Of course, the process of raising a little girl into a big sister was also very exciting. Ahem, anyway, take a deep breath first to ease the current tension. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Calm down, calm down. Adele started to comfort herself. At least the little girl she was hugging was still warm, right? If it were cold, Adele would have fainted from fright. Then tomorrow, she would be greeted with a pair of silver handcuffs, and the second half of her life would probably be spent in prison. But it seemed that in her current situation, she was also going to spend it in prison. Finally, After a series of mental struggles, Adele slowly opened her eyes towards the little girl in front of her. But she didn't expect that the other party had been staring at her all along. Even in the darkness, her light blue, crystal-like eyes still emitted a natural brilliance. So pure that it seemed to wash away all the filth in Adele's heart. Adele was stunned. Because she suddenly felt like she had seen these eyes somewhere before. Especially the distinctive, vertical pupils that were impossible to ignore. The next moment, Adele's heart skipped a beat. An almost whimsical thought, along with the little girl's exclamation, turned into an undeniable reality, slapping Adele in the face. Meow. About the kitten I've been feeding recently suddenly turning into a cat girl and crawling into my bed to repay my kindness. If she wrote this story, it might not become a bestseller, but it should be enough to make a living, right? But when such a light novel plot unfolded before Adele's eyes, her feelings were a bit complicated. Especially when first Snow looked at her with those pure and clear eyes, like the purest jade, blinking innocently. Adele's heart was filled with guilt. Why? Because in Adele's eyes, first Snow's body was completely exposed before her, without any defense or cover. Just like when she was still a cat. Only lacking fur to cover her petite and adorable body. The cat ears on her head and the tail behind her were still as lively and agile as ever. Adele's no longer pure heart formed a stark contrast with the cat girl's pure beauty, both in heart and body. Not to mention, first Snow smiled cutely, her eyes narrowed. She even purred softly. Rubbing against Adele's body, using her little head to nuzzle her chest, her palm. Meow. Meow meow. With her subconscious act of acting cute, Adele felt a warm rush of blood to her nose. The kitten's body was so soft and fragrant. But in this situation, if she had a nosebleed, or rather, triggered the chastity curse, Adele would probably be greeted with silver bracelets and join Orange and some unpleasant seniors. So she quickly covered her nose and turned her face away. Stop, stop, First Snow. The girl grabbed First Snow's shoulders, pushing away the young cat girl who was clinging to her. This made the pure and sincere First Snow feel incredibly aggrieved. Her soft, white-furred ears drooped, and her tail curled up. The little creature's big, pitiful eyes welled up with tears. As if they could fall at any moment, leaving wet marks on the pillow. Meow. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Why did the big sister she liked suddenly push her away? Did the big sister hate her? Just thinking about this terrifying possibility made First Snow start sobbing. Her small, round shoulders trembled slightly, and her delicate nose turned red. Her cherry lips were like fallen petals, even if they remained at their most beautiful moment, they would soon fade and turn into fragrant mud. Seeing First Snow's appearance from the corner of her eye, Adele's heart almost melted, aching as if it was being squeezed tightly. But First Snow's eyes were still full of longing. No matter how Adele rejected her, pushed her away, there was still light in her eyes. There was still a thought, unwilling to believe that the big sister would abandon her, hate her. It was the most innocent and pure trust. Adele couldn't let her down. She finally couldn't bear the guilt and torment in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she thought, whatever. Chastity curse, if you have the guts, electrocute me to death. If you can't, I'll be back in 18 years. This cat girl, I'm petting her today. With a clear mind, Adele mustered her courage and faced First Snow's pure and clear eyes once again. It was said that the older people got, the more they knew, the more complicated their thoughts became, the less lively and gentle their eyes would be, eventually becoming deep and gloomy. At this time, when they looked at a pair of truly innocent, childlike eyes, people would subconsciously want to avoid them. Because they were afraid of seeing their own filth and dirt in those pure and flawless eyes. For Adele. She was afraid of seeing her lewd self in First Snow's eyes. With a death wish, Adele responded to First Snow, the cat girl transformed from a catbird. She no longer hesitated, hugging her tightly. Sharing each other's warmth, feeling each other's heartbeat. Thump, thump. First Snow's tears fell like pearls. But it was because of joy, because the big sister she trusted and adored had accepted her. Adele, sister, meow. Adele's body trembled. For a moment, she even forgot about the chastity curse. She was more incredulous about what she had just heard. "First Snow, was that you talking?" "Meow." "First Snow, talking, meow." First Snow's voice was like that of a cute and clever little girl, soft and sweet, with a hint of a cat's coquettishness. Adele's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, if she continued to stay with First Snow like this, she was afraid she would switch from being a big sister lover to a lolicon. If she experienced the joy of raising a daughter at such a young age. Adele was really worried that she would never be able to go back. Fortunately, this feeling, which was also a form of heart flutter, didn't trigger the chastity curse. This further proved that the trigger condition for the chastity curse was likely related to the hormones released by the human body when experiencing lust. The magic and science of this world could actually be integrated. And Adele obviously didn't have any sexual impulses towards First Snow, the cat girl transformed from a catbird. She just thought First Snow was so soft and cute that she was almost melting from her cuteness. Love and love were different. Adele's love for First Snow was probably the kind of love that wanted to protect, care for, and cherish. And her love for Celeste, Hermione, and the others, was a more advanced, sublimated love that wanted to possess them. Since being with First Snow wouldn't trigger the chastity curse, Adele could finally relax. She could finally do whatever she wanted to the cute little cat girl. Ahem. She let out a long breath under the covers in the darkness and finally began to seriously examine First Snow, the catbird lowly with a very petite and childish body, whom she was hugging. The principal's catbird. Although she had heard that magical creatures had the ability to shape-shift, like the legendary Zowu, legendary creature, that could transform into an orange cat, this was her first time witnessing it with her own eyes. Her nervousness dissipated, and curiosity filled Adele's heart. After all, it was a cat girl transformed from a catbird. Her original fur had disappeared, and she was completely naked, to the point where Adele was worried that she would be sent to jail if she looked at her too much. Her distinctive features were her long silver white hair that reached her waist, and her soft cat ears and tail, which were no different from before. In fact, while Adele was observing First Snow was also looking at Adele with her clear and pure big eyes. Adele was wearing a thin, soft nightgown, her chest flat, and there seemed to be some mysterious, magical patterns engraved on her lower abdomen. First Snow didn't like those patterns, but Adele didn't seem to mind, so she didn't dwell on it. "Can I touch First Snow's ears?" Adele suddenly asked. First Snow's soft body shrank back slightly. "Meow. Meow." She instinctively responded in her usual language. As for human language, it was her second language. She could use it, but because she lacked spoken practice, she would stutter a bit. But Adele should be able to understand the general meaning after a little thought. "It tickles, but Adele, you can, meow." First Snow translated for herself, her voice still sweet and childish. She seemed to be still a juvenile catbird, far from reaching maturity. But it didn't matter, for Adele, it was cute enough. A real cat girl. And she even let people touch her. This fulfilled one of her past wishes. Her outstretched hand even trembled with excitement. Finally reaching First Snow's cat ears, Adele gently stroked and kneaded them, feeling satisfied. And First Snow, under Adele's skillful petting technique, closed her eyes and revealed a comfortable expression, even extending her little paws. This was the so-called mangosteen blooming. It meant that when cats were comfortable, they would open their paws, revealing the pink pads inside, which looked like a blooming mangosteen. First Snow was like this at the moment, so comfortable that she spread her palms and cute little toes. It seemed that whether it was a catbird or a catgirl, they were no different from ordinary kittens. Thinking of this, Adele's movements became even more skillful and bold. At the same time, Adele noticed that on First Snow's fair and slender back, below her shoulder blades, a pair of golden wings were curled up obediently, still emitting a holy light in the dark night. This should be the biggest difference between catbirds and the beast-eared race among other foreign races. There was a race called beast-eared race among foreign races. There were beast-eared girls, who looked like humans with smooth skin, but with fluffy ears on their heads and tails on their butts. There were also those covered in fur and scales, who looked like beasts in every way, but walked upright like humans. In human terms, furry lovers, huh? Adele was a firm supporter of the beast-eared girl faction. She respected furries, but couldn't quite accept them. Unfortunately, times had changed, and it seemed that more and more people liked furries now. Adele couldn't understand this. If the cat girl that first Snow transformed into was the kind covered in fur, Adele wouldn't be surprised, but frightened. Fortunately, first Snow's shape-shifting as a catbird was a cute little cat girl. And she even took the initiative to get into her big sister's bed to warm it up. "You're my little warm blanket, aren't you? Hee hee, rub, rub." First Snow felt that Adele was clearly closer to her after she transformed into a human. Based on this, the little girl thought to herself. Then I should try to appear in this form when I'm with Adele, meow. It could be seen that First Snow was a simple and approachable little angel cat. As for Adele, if she continued to rub against First Snow like that, even First Snow would treat her as a weird older sister, and fly away, never to talk to her again. Adele seemed to realize this too, and quickly restrained her perverted side, pretending to be a gentle lady. "First Snow, do you want to stay and sleep with me tonight?" "Meow, it's not impossible, meow." First Snow seemed to hesitate for a moment, but eventually gave an affirmative answer. "Won't the principal worry about First Snow?" Adele quickly asked. "Principal? Why you mean Principal Winona?" Adele hesitated and felt nervous when she directly addressed Principal Winona by name. What if this big shot in the magic world could sense her calling her true name? And then she discovered that Adele was abducting her cute little catbird, and even tricked her cute little catbird First Snow into bed. Then Adele would be doomed. She wouldn't be able to stay in this school, let alone the entire magic world. Although the truth was that First Snow herself felt that Adele's bed was soft and fragrant, so she went to sleep in it on her own initiative. First Snow seemed to react when she heard the name from Adele's mouth, her blue crystal-like eyes suddenly lit up. Is Adele talking about Xiao Wei, meow? Li li li. Xiao Wei. Adele was instantly shocked by First Snow's words. That was the principal of Cromwell Academy, the Stargazer, one of the 12 Pillars legendary mages in the magic world. The one who had fought against the vampire true ancestor in the original novel. But in the mouth of the little catbird First Snow, she became Xiao Wei. Adele didn't know whether to call First Snow innocent or something else. Seeing Adele's shock and fear, First Snow was a little at a loss. Xiao Wei is Xiao Wei, meow. I grew up watching Xiao Wei, meow. First Snow said, feeling a little aggrieved, thinking that Adele didn't believe her, her eyes glistening with tears. Adele hurriedly comforted the little catbird. Okay, Xiao Wei is Xiao Wei, there's a girl in the village named Xiao Wei. At this moment, Adele didn't care if she was offending the principal. After all, compared to the cute silver-haired cat-eared lowly, what was the distant principal? But she then realized that there seemed to be even more shocking news in First Snow's words besides Xiao Wei. Wait, hold on, First Snow, did you just say, you grew up watching Xiao Wei? Meow. First Snow's eyes were clear and innocent, she couldn't possibly be lying. It was precisely because of this that Adele felt a sense of dizziness, as if her worldview had been overturned. After calming down, she swallowed hard and asked First Snow nervously, her voice trembling. Then. First Snow, how old are you now? First Snow tilted her head, her cat ears twitching. I don't remember, meow. But Xiao Wei is a dummy, meow. She never plays with First Snow. Adele will play with First Snow, meow. And there's delicious food, meow. Purr. So did she just trick a legal catbird lowly, who might be several times older than her but still looked like a child, into her hands with just food, drink, and fun? But just like a mushroom that lives for a day doesn't know about the waxing and waning of the moon, and a cicada that lives for a season doesn't know about spring and autumn, humans, as creatures with a lifespan of at most 100 years, were indeed like ignorant insects compared to the long-lived foreign races and magical creatures. The innocent First Snow probably wasn't lying. Catbirds were such long-lived creatures. First Snow, who hadn't even finished her juvenile period, had already witnessed the rise of a legendary human mage, accompanying Principal Winona for an unknown number of years, and still calling her by the name she used when she was a child. When Principal Winona grew old, or when Adele herself grew old, only First Snow would still be young, her eyes as pure and dust-free as ever. Lifespan comparisons were the worst. Adele quickly shook her head, determined not to think about such messy things. She just needed to know that First Snow was a very cute cat girl. Most importantly, she let people touch her. Adele hugged First Snow again. First Snow giggled, as if Adele had touched her ticklish spot. It was a beautiful and heartwarming scene. Until they were tired from playing, Adele and First Snow cuddled up and fell asleep. First Snow hugged one of Adele's arms and rubbed her cheek against Adele's shoulder. Even her soft, white tail was restless, wrapping around Adele's thigh. It was said that a cat and its tail are actually two different creatures. This was evident in the way the tip of First Snow's tail, as if possessing its own consciousness, occasionally swayed back and forth. Like a soft little brush, it brushed against Adele's thigh, occasionally touching the girl's sensitive areas. The strange sensation seemed to make Adele fall into an indescribable dream. She could be heard letting out soft gasps and mumbling in her sleep. Ugh, and no more Hermione, ah. Celeste. What do you want to do to your master? Ugh, bad, bad dog. As the dream deepened, the atmosphere of lust around Adele became stronger. Even without a real partner, she was almost reaching the trigger condition for the chastity curse, causing the magic attached to it to burn and release. If that happened, Adele might wake up from a shock-like pain in her dream. And the originally beautiful night would become terrible. But at this moment, First Snow suddenly opened her still sleepy eyes and murmured in a small voice. No, disturbing Adele and First Snow sleeping, meow. The moment her voice fell, the chastity curse mark on Adele's lower abdomen suddenly burst into a dazzling light. After the light faded, Dorothy's magic completely dissipated like smoke. Adele's lower abdomen was once again smooth, white, and clean as new. But First Snow suddenly felt that Adele, without the patterns on her lower abdomen, seemed to be lacking something. I'll give Adele a new one next time, meow. First Snow, who made this decision entirely based on her heart, showed a pure and innocent smile once again. But if Adele saw this smile with her own eyes, she would probably only feel terrified, like falling into an ice cellar. What was wrong with this world? In the morning, a cry of surprise came from Adele's room. Whoa! Why are my panties wet? The one who exclaimed was, of course, Adele herself, who had just woken up from her sleep. As for First Snow, she had already flown away, or rather, winged away, early in the morning. But as for the reason why her panties were wet, Adele should know it herself. About that crazy dream. Adele had never had such a realistic dream in her life. Of course, except for the times when Sharon invaded her dreams and she became conscious. It was so strange. In the dream, Adele remembered that she was first on a date with Hermione. Then, for some reason, Celeste barged in, and the bad puppy didn't listen to her at all, disobeying her orders and acting boldly towards her master. Finally, Dorothy found them and caught them in the act. Fortunately, Adele woke up early, otherwise, she felt that she would have been hanged and whipped, or even drowned in a pig cage by Dorothy in the dream. But why couldn't she forget such a dream the moment she woke up? Adele blushed and went to the bathroom to wash up. She also changed into a new pair of panties, because the sticky feeling was uncomfortable. She didn't know if Sharon had gone out, or if she had stayed with her silently for a few days while she was on leave, without disturbing her in her dreams. Because when Adele went downstairs, she saw that the door next door was still closed. But for Adele, who had such a strange dream, it was better to go on a date and have fun with Sharon in her dreams at night, at least it was good for her physical and mental health. It was worth mentioning that when Adele woke up in the morning, First Snow, the cat girl, was no longer by her side. Perhaps First Snow woke up and left as a cat. But there were no signs of the door being opened, and the windows were tightly closed, making it seem like First Snow could walk through walls. Wall walking technique, there seemed to be such a magic spell. First Snow, as a rare magical creature of the long-lived species catbird, was naturally gifted with magic. And she had been following the legendary mage, the principal. After so many years, even if First Snow had only learned a little bit, it would be enough for her to walk sideways in the magic world. But with First Snow's gluttonous and playful personality, Adele thought it was better not to have high hopes for her magic skills. Anyway, she could get away with anything just by acting cute, meow. And she had the principal as her strong backing. Why bother learning magic? In other words, just slack off, sleep in a big mansion, and meow 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 in the magic world. Adele deeply felt that life is better as a cat. Some cats were born in Rome, while some Adeles were born as workhorses. Pfft. The girl spat out the foamy water in her mouth and wiped her mouth with a tissue. Why do I always feel like I've forgotten something? Adele muttered to herself as she walked out of the bathroom. 5 minutes later. Ah dash. The girl screamed and ran back to the bathroom. She lifted her skirt in front of the full-length mirror. If someone asked Adele at this moment, "Where's your tattoo?" Adele could only answer in confusion. "I don't know." That's right, what Adele had overlooked, what had truly disappeared, was the chastity curse Dorothy had cast on her. But after the initial shock, Adele thought carefully. Wait, isn't this a good thing? Could it be that the chastity curse Dorothy cast had a time limit? And it disappeared when the time was up? Or? Adele stroked her chin, putting on a cute thinking expression. Images and words like white hair, cat ears, lowly, tail, unremovable, flashed through her mind. Could it be that First Snow helped her break the chastity curse? But the chastity curse could only be lifted by the caster themselves, or someone whose magical skills were far superior to the caster, right? That basically ruled out First Snow herself. Little First Snow was gluttonous and playful, she didn't seem to have anything to do with a great mage. Oh wait, she did, because her master was a legendary mage. Since even First Snow was ruled out, Adele was truly puzzled about why her chastity curse suddenly disappeared. But since it was a good thing, she decided not to think about it anymore. Adele's mood changed quickly. Just like a few days ago, when she was terrified by the twin sisters and swore to be a good woman, she had completely forgotten about it, and only felt that it was great to be on leave at home. And she continued to enjoy the care from Hermione, Celeste, and Tang Linlang with peace of mind. They sent her good morning and good night messages every day, as well as all kinds of luxurious takeout desserts. Just because she complained to Celeste that she didn't get the character she wanted in a mobile game, Celeste immediately recharged her account with 10,648 yuan. In the end, Adele lived up to expectations and successfully got her desired character to max level. So the fate in max fate actually meant changing your fate with money. Speaking of Celeste, the loyal puppy must have missed her terribly these past few days, unable to eat or sleep well. And it just so happened that her chastity curse had mysteriously disappeared from her body today. Thinking of this, Adele returned to her room and quickly lay down on the bed in a comfortable position, then opened her phone and sent several messages to Celeste. Adele, Celeste, I miss you. Adele, come and keep me company today. These were straight balls that even straight girls couldn't catch. One of the biggest lessons Adele learned in her limited experience of flirting was: don't mess around with fancy tricks, just go for it. Women who couldn't express their feelings directly deserved to end up alone. Hermione, I feel personally attacked. It was conceivable how excited Celeste was when she received these messages from Adele. She replied with several messages in a row, but unfortunately, Adele was busy leveling up her mobile game character, so she didn't have time to read or reply. But it didn't matter, because about 10 minutes later, a supercar roared its engine and arrived downstairs at Adele's dormitory, waiting for someone. Celeste had obeyed her master's order from last time and changed her original car to this one. Anyway, what happened in the parking lot that day must never be revealed. Especially not to Hermione. The supercar stopped, and Celeste got out of the car. The golden-haired girl's face was full of anticipation, but if you looked closely, you could still see the exhaustion under her delicate makeup, which even foundation couldn't completely hide. While Adele was complacent about her legitimate leave and enjoying her leisurely life at home every day, someone was worried sick about her, unable to eat or sleep well. She didn't know if others would be like this, but Celeste was always like this. Fortunately, vampires had a good foundation, plus there was makeup, so it wasn't noticeable unless you looked closely. Otherwise, she would have blamed herself for appearing before her master in such a tired and haggard state. Celeste looked up at the window of her master's bedroom and saw the closed curtains. Then she looked down at her phone, there was still no reply. But the girl was very patient, she didn't feel discouraged, and she didn't do anything more ostentatious that might trouble her master. Celeste just stood downstairs at Adele's dormitory, waiting devotedly. Ignoring the scorching sun, she could only smell the fragrance of flowers and grass. Ding! Suddenly, her phone rang, signaling a new message. Celeste's eyes lit up, and she quickly flipped to the chat interface with her master. Adele, the key is under the second flower pot on the window sill of the left window by the door. Remember to put on shoe covers when you enter. Adele, my bedroom is on the left side of the second floor. Be quiet when you go upstairs, don't disturb my roommate. Celeste's breathing quickened as she received permission from her master. She immediately followed Adele's instructions and found a key hidden under the second flower pot. She didn't know if others had this habit, but Adele didn't have confidence in her ability to be prepared, but she was very confident in her ability to be forgetful. So she would hide a spare key somewhere by the door. This way, if she ever forgot her key, she wouldn't be locked out and homeless. This habit had its advantages, but the disadvantage was that if someone discovered it, it could cause big problems. But Celeste was allowed to know this secret. Adele peeked out from the window, quietly observing Celeste's movements. Seeing that Celeste had opened the door and entered the apartment, Adele quickly returned to her bed and curled up into a pitiful posture. About 30 seconds later, a soft knock came from Adele's bedroom door. Come in, Celeste. Adele's voice sounded weak, and when Celeste heard it, her heart tightened. She knew that her master was still deeply trapped in the shadow of that day's events, unable to extricate herself. But as her master's subordinate, she couldn't do anything to help her master, she couldn't even share her master's sadness. Every time she thought of this, Celeste's heart felt like it was being pierced by needles and swords. It hurt so much that she almost bled. Creak. The door opened softly, and Celeste entered her master's bedroom for the first time, her expression and movement stiff. Compared to novelty and anticipation, she felt more nervous and apprehensive. The lights weren't on in Adele's bedroom, even though it was daytime, but for a room that wasn't particularly well lit, sometimes it was better to turn on the lights, to make one's mood brighter and more positive. Apart from the lights being off, the rest of the room's furnishings were no different from those of an ordinary academy girl. It could be seen that Adele was a rather simple girl. There were no luxurious elements in the entire room. The most luxurious thing was her love. But she always shared it kindly and gently. Celeste was so envious, she had also thought about how good it would be if she could have it all to herself. But later, she gave up on that thought. This was her awareness as a subordinate. What right did she have to interfere with her master's preferences and life? Apart from silently supporting her master and becoming her strength, she shouldn't be greedy for more. It sounded a bit humble and pitiful. But sometimes, it was precisely because of this that Celeste could receive Adele's extra attention and care. Celeste gently closed the bedroom door, trying not to make any sound as she walked in. Then, she came to Adele's bed and knelt down obediently, always maintaining a lower position in front of Adele, and said softly, "Master, I'm here to take care of you." On the bed, which wasn't big, not a double bed, but not as small as a single bed, a small figure curled up, seemingly still resting, came into view. It made people worry, feeling a pang of heartache and bitterness. Celeste couldn't help but sniff. It was said that, the subordinate's magic pattern could share the master's emotions. But why couldn't she feel her master's sadness? She hadn't felt it at all in the past 3 days. This made Celeste fall into deep self-doubt. She knew that the problem couldn't be with her master. That would be like saying that Adele had been having a blast these 3 days, not feeling depressed or sad at all, and spending every day enjoying her vacation. How was that possible? Therefore, the problem could only be with herself. Celeste deeply realized this. She was an incompetent subordinate, an incompetent puppy. She couldn't be with her master when her master was sad. She couldn't share her master's sadness, couldn't bear this sadness and sorrow for her master when she was grieving. She felt incredibly guilty and self-reproachful for this. But her tolerant and benevolent master, Saint Adele, was still willing to forgive her, allowing her to come to her side and serve her. Celeste realized even more that she had almost lived a meaningless and empty vampire life. Fortunately, under the redemption of her master, Saint Adele, she had already walked onto the right path. Next, it was time to walk the path and follow the way. Adele didn't respond to Celeste's words at first. She just tried to maintain a pitiful posture, especially like a vulnerable herbivore, exposing her defenseless back. If the other party was a carnivore, and saw her as prey, she would definitely pounce on her. That would fulfill Adele's vague expectations. She occasionally had the desire to be forcefully possessed. To be held tightly. Unfortunately, Celeste was more than just clueless. She was incredibly clueless. Adele really didn't know what was going on in Celeste's mind. Adele couldn't help but complain inwardly, but she was still willing to give Celeste another chance. Until another long silence passed, except for the dust particles in the air changing positions, the positions of both people and objects in the entire room remained unchanged. Adele's fist hardened. She had to admit the fact that was making her extremely unhappy at this moment. That was, she had successfully trained Celeste. So successfully that it was infuriating. It was conceivable that without Adele's order, Celeste wouldn't even move half a step. Even though Adele had made it so obvious, almost writing the word seduction on her forehead. At this moment, there was only one sentence that could describe Adele's feelings. Adele, Celeste. I hate that you're like a piece of wood. Since that was the case, Adele wouldn't pretend anymore. She was laying her cards on the table. Celeste, come and serve me. I'm going to supermarket sweep you. Celeste blushed furiously. The suggestive words that came out of her master's mouth. She vaguely understood, to serve in bed. After all, living in an eastern city, Celeste had watched some historical dramas. She knew that when a concubine slept with the emperor, it was called serving in bed. But what did supermarket mean? Why did her master want to supermarket her? Although she didn't understand what it meant, her heart still started to race with anticipation. Yes, master. Celeste didn't hesitate much before taking off her extra skirt and climbing onto her master's bed. Shy as she was, her master's orders were always her top priority. Celeste could overcome anything for them. That's why Adele said, Celeste had been successfully trained by her. Although this success was now starting to show its troublesome side. Because if she didn't just treat Celeste as a tool, as a useful dog, Celeste's obedience would make their relationship a little strange. Adele might be troubled by the uncertainty of whether Celeste truly loved her, or if it was just the modification of the subordinate's magic pattern, driven by orders to love her. The girl turned around, annoyed and frustrated, meeting Celeste's eyes as she climbed onto the bed. Master. Celeste immediately stopped, kneeling obediently beside Adele. Her face was also flushed, and she didn't dare to look directly at Adele at this moment. Because she understood the meaning of serving in bed. So she took off her dark skirt, revealing her soft, white body and the black lace lingerie that perfectly matched Adele's preferences. The cleavage formed by her arms pressed against her body made one wonder if they could really bury their face in it. Seeing Celeste's timid and hesitant appearance, Adele was instantly furious. If she had to take the initiative every time, how could she prove that this relationship was meaningful? Celeste, how could you prove your love and desire for me? That's why. Celeste, you're an idiot. She grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at Celeste forcefully. But the girl's strength was limited, especially for a delicate girl like Adele. The pillow was soft, and it didn't hurt when it hit someone. But even though it didn't hurt, Celeste didn't even dodge. This was an attitude problem. What kind of problem? The problem of being too well behaved. You're a sequence 2 vampire noble, a capitalist heiress, an elemental genius. You, be more arrogant. Even subordinates could be close to their masters. The disappointment in Adele's eyes made Celeste completely confused. She didn't understand what she had done to displease her master. But her master's emotions made her even more afraid. She blinked her emerald green eyes helplessly. Then she lowered her head and apologized sincerely. Even though the girl didn't know what she had done wrong at all. But apologizing should be fine, right? I'm an idiot, I'm sorry, master. Adele looked like she was about to cry from Celeste's behavior. So, to be a master like her, it was really embarrassing. It was said that in a relationship, whoever truly falls in love first is the loser. Adele didn't have any real feelings for Celeste at first. She might even dislike and fear her a little. Because Celeste had tried to do something terrible to her. If it weren't for Hermione's intervention, perhaps Adele's body would have already been defiled by Celeste. And if it had really come to that, Adele and Celeste would have been impossible. But since Celeste was willing to give her entire body and soul to Adele, becoming her devoted subordinate, and after spending time together, Adele gradually found that she could no longer simply treat Celeste as a useful tool. Force was reciprocal. Then what about feelings? Wasn't it the same? Celeste, like the element she adapted to, possessed the warmth and heat of fire. She melted the ice in Adele's heart that held prejudice against her. But Celeste built a high wall called loyalty in her own heart. On one side of the wall was Celeste's self-suppressed feelings and desires for Adele. On the other side of the wall, it actually blocked Adele's love from entering. It was as ridiculous as a loyal knight rejecting the queen's coronation. But as Adele laughed, why did she feel sad? You're an idiot, of course you are. There's no bigger fool in the whole world than you. Celeste heard a hint, no, far more than a hint of sadness in her master's tone. It wasn't just through hearing, Celeste's magic pattern finally came into play again. Connecting her to her master with trembling pink eyes, almost like a spiritual connection. Adele bit her lip lightly. If she hadn't held back, she might have shed tears of shame in front of her subordinate. Unlike Celeste, whose eyes were red and unhidden. She seemed to be empathizing with Adele. Even the most insensitive person would have noticed something unusual in Adele's words and attitude at this moment. But it contradicted Celeste's original intention of serving her master. Making her afraid to confirm. The atmosphere between them suddenly became silent. Celeste's heart was in turmoil, she didn't dare to look into her master's eyes. She also yearned for and desired her master in her heart. Adele was like the most beautiful flower on a branch, the honey-colored fruit it bore, fragrant and tempting. If only she was qualified to pick it. Celeste's pupils trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but recall the scene in the locker room that day. At that time, she had committed an unforgivable crime against her master. Her body and soul were stained black as ink, she had already lost her qualifications as a person. It was her master's forgiveness, her tolerance and love, that cleansed the filth from her body and soul, giving Celeste a chance to redeem herself. But Celeste still didn't think she was qualified to touch her master on her own initiative. If it was her master's order, she would resolutely carry it out. But without an order, Celeste became a puppet without a clockwork, hesitant and at a loss. But in Adele's heart, she no longer treated her as a puppet. Why was Celeste so stupid? Even with Adele's obvious hints, she was still hesitant. Ultimately, it was precisely because she also had deep feelings for Adele. There was a kind of love that was a hand reaching out but afraid to touch. Fate always played jokes on those who loved each other. It was precisely because Adele liked Celeste that she hoped Celeste would reach out to her, that was something she allowed. But on the other hand, because Celeste loved Adele deeply, she could do anything for Adele, regardless of the consequences. Except for reaching out, touching, and caressing. Adele suddenly felt very sad. Even after figuring this out, she still felt very sad. The sadness of her feelings not being reciprocated. The sadness of Celeste being an incredibly stupid dog. She turned away, burying her head under the covers, her petite body seemingly trembling, faint sobs could be heard. Leave. I don't want to see you anymore. Celeste. But the true words in her heart were often the opposite of reality. "You stupid dog, if you really dare to leave." But the sound of picking up a skirt and then the creaking of the door opening could be heard from behind the door. Only Adele was left in the room again. All this indicated that Celeste had really left. Obeying Adele's orders. At the very moment when she didn't want Celeste to show her loyalty. Boundless sadness and sorrow overwhelmed Adele's body and soul. The dam in her heart burst. She cried, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. As if she wanted to shed all the tears she should have shed in the past 3 days. Her heartache was unbearable, she had never felt such pain before. She felt like she was blind to have fallen for this stupid dog, Celeste. Stupid dog. Stupid dog, stupid dog. Stupid dog, sob. The girl cried until she was exhausted, her tears soaking the pillow. Exhausted from crying, she fell asleep. Unaware of north, south, east, or west, unaware of day or night. She didn't know how much time had passed. Adele finally struggled to open her sore eyes, which felt like they had been punched twice, aching as if they had been filled with chilly water. Her mind was blank, and life seemed meaningless. It was a bit like waking up after a hangover, the whole world felt illusory and meaningless. What was the point of being the protagonist? The person she liked was an idiot. What was the point of becoming a witch and becoming stronger soon? The person she liked was an idiot. What was the point of being so beautiful, delicate, and easy to push down? The person she liked was an abstinent idiot. She was tired, this idiotic world could just end. Adele's eyes were as dull as ashes from burned flowers, she turned to look at the emptiness in the room. But she didn't know if it was because she was too sad that she was hallucinating. Why was there a blonde, big-breasted idiot kneeling in this emptiness? Edie. Celeste's illusion seemed to notice that Adele had woken up and slowly looked up at her. It was only at this moment that Adele noticed that Celeste's eyes were red and swollen. The tears she shed were probably no less than Adele's. And Adele had fallen fast asleep. But Celeste had to suppress her voice, crying silently so as not to disturb Adele's rest. Not to mention that she had been maintaining this kneeling posture for who knows how long. Adele stared at Celeste blankly. For a long time, she didn't know what to say, she couldn't even think, her mind was blocked. And Celeste also looked at Adele, with eyes that Adele had never seen before, filled with bone-deep tenderness. With a slight blink of her eyelashes, a crystal-clear teardrop fell. Plop. It was as if it had fallen onto Adele's heart, making her ache for no reason. Then Celeste, supporting herself on the edge of the bed, stood up with her legs that had become stiff from kneeling for too long. Adele didn't know what she was going to do. The only thing she knew was that it wasn't under her orders. The girl's eyes widened slightly, a mixture of nervousness and a strange, trembling anticipation. She watched as Celeste took a deep breath and approached her. Closer and closer, closer and closer. At first, there was a distance between them that made Adele feel lonely, then it was as if Celeste was within reach, and then she could vaguely smell the other's body fragrance and the soft scent of her hair. Celeste stopped her movements once, but then, as if after a great mental struggle, she chose to follow her heart and lean towards Adele again. Finally, she even straddled Adele, who was lying flat on her back, kneeling on either side of Adele's waist, her hands reaching out to support herself beside Adele's ears. Adele was at a loss, her legs involuntarily clenching together, the sensation almost making her cry out. But even if she didn't moan, it couldn't change the fact that Adele's face was flushed red like the sunset. What are you doing?" Her weak voice sounded pitiful, not intimidating at all, but rather endearing. Where was the demeanor of a heroine, where was the awareness of being Celeste's master? Hearing Adele's question, perhaps even Celeste herself thought it was an interesting question. An interesting, but meaningless question. What was she doing? Although it was already obvious. But if she disappointed her master again and again at this moment, even Celeste wouldn't forgive herself. What her master needed was a serious answer, a decisive answer. An answer that wasn't because of her orders, but came from the depths of her own heart. Celeste gripped the sheets on both sides of Adele's body so tightly that they wrinkled, almost tearing. At the same time, she took a deep breath. The scent of her master, the fragrance of a young, innocent girl, was intoxicating, maddening. Celeste's lips were thin and beautiful. At first, they parted slightly, then closed shyly, like a flower bud, and finally opened again, as if to kiss. As if she had made a great determination. I want to. Time seemed to stand still, the air solidified. The world contained nothing but the two of them. Adele's heart leaped like a fish out of water. She looked at the cloud that had been drifting in the sky for a long time, a cloud that was once a shadow, waiting for the seasonal rain. The gentle, sweet, and nourishing seasonal rain. Celeste gritted her teeth and finally uttered the words that had been hidden in her heart for so long, drowned by tears and anxiety time and time again, but still surfaced in the end. Adele, I want to supermarket sweep you. My master, I love you. The cloud, filled with rainwater, finally released, a torrential downpour. The straightforward words were like a storm of wind and rain, slapping Adele in the face. Leaving her dazed and confused. Eh. Adele's face instantly turned incredibly red. After she understood what kind of bold words Celeste had just uttered, it was like a snowball rolling down from the mountaintop. A small snowball at first, after merging with the snow and ice along the way, finally gained unstoppable momentum and power. Like a truck. Running over Adele. Before Adele could react or answer, her slightly parted pink lips were sealed with a kiss. A deep and suffocating kiss, making her brain hypoxic, forgetting all thoughts. Only acting on instinct, to possess, or to enjoy. It was like a scene of spring, with flowers blooming and birds singing, a scene of love and affection. Clear streams flowed, and it was their destiny to quench the thirst of those who were parched. A pure and elegant lily bloomed quietly by the stream. In short, Celeste had a great time afterward. You bad dog, bad dog. Adele picked up the messy skirts and clothes from the bed and threw them at Celeste, who had already gotten out of bed, venting the shame she felt in hindsight. But what harm could it do to hit the girl's plump and slender body? It was nothing more than a playful act of coquetry. A look of satisfaction appeared on Celeste's face. At the same time, she looked at her master with gentle, forgiving eyes. It was this look of hers that made Adele angry. A smug look, as if she wanted everyone to know what she had done. Did it feel good? Did it feel good to overstep your bounds? Ugh, this bad dog. Adele finally threw everything she could find on the bed at Celeste. And Celeste endured it all silently, with a blissful expression on her face. Until her master's delicate body lost its strength, and she started panting weakly and seductively. At the same time, she continued to scold Celeste relentlessly. Ha, huff, bad dog. But this title, which should have been humiliating, sounded like a great compliment to Celeste. And for some reason, the more her master called her that, with contemptuous eyes and insulting words, the more a strange excitement surged in the depths of Celeste's heart. Please, please insult me more, master. Adele was tired from scolding, her body exhausted from the previous activity. Celeste seemed to have sensed this and crawled back onto the bed towards her master, clutching something in her hand. Eep. Adele noticed Celeste's movements and intentions and let out a cute exclamation. She was the master, and Celeste was the subordinate. But after that, embarrassing activity that she couldn't even talk about, Adele suddenly felt an inexplicable fear toward Celeste, as if she had realized the difference in their physiques and strength, and had completely despaired, no longer able to resist. When Adele saw Celeste crawling towards her, her first thought wasn't to order her to stop. Instead, she shrank back towards the corner, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. What are you going to do? Adele's face turned red and then white as she imagined what was about to happen. She murmured, her shoulders huddled together, trembling constantly. And no more, my body can't take it anymore, sob. If they continued, her body really wouldn't be able to handle it. It would break. Celeste, don't do that. But Celeste seemed to not understand Adele's words. She pried open Adele's knees and lifted one of her slender, white legs. Eek. Adele subconsciously closed her eyes tightly. She could order Celeste to stop, but she instinctively didn't. She only pleaded softly. After Adele closed her eyes, an unknown amount of time passed. There was no strange feeling from her body. Neither comfortable nor painful. Nothing at all. So she finally felt relieved and opened her eyes in confusion. She saw Celeste carefully putting a soft, white cloth on her leg. "Let me help you get dressed, master." Celeste seemed to see Adele's confusion and told her her original intention with a smile. She didn't know that Adele's expression instantly turned disappointed. As if saying, "That's it." This was something Celeste hadn't expected. What was even more unexpected was that Adele suddenly stomped on her face with her fragrant foot. Ouch! Celeste fell back, and Adele took off the soft cloth that was halfway on. Then she threw it at Celeste's face, who was lying on the other side of the bed. "I overestimated you, stupid dog." Adele sighed helplessly. But then, a genuine smile appeared on her face. "But it's enough, Celeste, you did very well today." This was praise from her master, and Celeste trembled with excitement upon hearing it. "You have to be this smart next time, but don't be too smart for your own good. Do you hear me?" Adele instructed. What else could Celeste do but nod vigorously in response? As for what her master meant by smart and too smart for her own good, Celeste thought about it for a moment and instantly understood. Being smart meant understanding and realizing her master's needs, and then satisfying her master. And, being too smart for her own good. "I understand, master." Adele nodded, her face slightly flushed. "That's more like it. Now, carry me to the bathroom for a bath." "See, can I?" Celeste's expression was full of surprise. It made Adele want to grab another pair of panties and throw them at her face. "It's not a matter of whether you can or not. It's a matter of my legs being too weak to walk." "You stupid dog, bad dog, idiot dog. Do you have to make me say it so embarrassingly before you're satisfied?" However, Celeste happily accepted her master's scolding and insults. Because the more angry her master was, the more it proved her ability. Although this was Celeste's first experience in her life, she unexpectedly possessed a talent. A talent that was too embarrassing to talk about. And unlike Adele, who was exhausted, Celeste was still full of energy. She stood up respectfully, then bent down and picked Adele up in a princess carry. She left the bedroom and walked towards the bathroom on the first floor. Her steps were steady, Adele barely felt any bumps. She indulged in the warmth of Celeste's embrace, her eyes slightly narrowed, as if enjoying it. But suddenly, her gaze paused. Then, Adele blinked, her eyes following the stairs upwards, landing on the door next door that was always closed. The soundproofing of this apartment, to be honest, wasn't good enough to make Adele feel at ease. Thinking that poor Sharon might be inside, hearing some inappropriate sounds, Adele's heart couldn't help but ache. If possible, Adele would of course prefer to, with Celeste at a more appropriate time. But at that time, her emotions had reached a point where they had to be released. Naturally, she couldn't be considerate, couldn't consider Sharon's feelings. But to say that Adele didn't feel any guilt about this was impossible. She felt sympathy, care, and mostly closeness towards Sharon. There was also a little bit of love, like a budding flower, waiting to bloom, needing a warm spring and a fruitful autumn to blossom and bear fruit. Soon, Celeste's footsteps landed on the first floor, and Adele slowly looked away. They arrived at the bathroom, the light inside dim. After Celeste put Adele down, she turned on the heater. There was no bathtub in the bathroom, so Adele had no choice but to sit on a pitiful little stool, hugging her arms. Soon, Celeste turned on the shower, and the sound of water spraying filled the air. After adjusting the temperature, the golden-haired girl dared to spray the water on Adele's body. First her smooth, white shoulders and back, then the rest of her body. Adele closed her eyes, letting the warm water wash over her tired body, feeling a sense of rejuvenation. Celeste didn't pay attention to her own body, she was just immersed in the task of cleaning her master's delicate body, or rather, serving her. By the time she finally finished washing Adele, both her hair and every part of her body, Celeste herself was drenched by the splashing water, her whole body cold. She gasped for the first time. As a vampire who controlled the fire element, her reaction at this moment was a bit embarrassing. But Adele didn't care about that, she only cared about Celeste's feelings. Adele suddenly turned around and hugged her tightly, burying her face in Celeste's chest. Trying to convey warmth to her in this way. There was a lovely height difference between Celeste and Adele. They stayed in this position in the bathroom for a long time. Until Adele took the initiative to let go of the embrace, wrapped herself in a towel, and silently left the bathroom. Celeste finally came back to her senses, wondering if she was being too clingy to her master. She looked at her master's back, her eyes soft and smiling. Because, she couldn't help it. She couldn't change her love for her master. A new round of showering began in the bathroom, Celeste enjoying the temperature her master had just experienced. Could this be considered hugging her master? Outside the bathroom, Adele walked up the stairs wrapped in a towel. When she reached her bedroom door, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at the door next door. Mustering her courage, Adele walked towards Sharon's bedroom. She stood at the door, her eyes wandering, her hand raised slightly, then hesitantly lowered. In the end, she didn't try to knock on her roommate's door. She perfectly portrayed the image of a young girl who felt deeply troubled, full of guilt and embarrassment. Or maybe this was reality. When pretense becomes reality, reality becomes pretense. Adele adjusted her tone and spoke softly, with the nervousness of facing a stranger roommate. "Excuse me, is anyone in the room? If there is, please allow me to apologize. I'm sorry, I brought a girl into the dorm without your permission, and did that kind of thing. I'm really sorry. Perhaps you've heard rumors about me from other parts of the academy. Maybe some people think I'm pitiful, some say I'm a green tea bitch, some say I'm promiscuous, some say I seduce sequence ones. I'm powerless to clarify these things, good or bad." Adele showed a bitter smile that was so extreme, it was hard to imagine how she could swallow it down. But only today's matter. I don't want it to spread. Although I know I might not be qualified to ask this, especially since I caused you so much trouble today. But I really have no other choice, I'm the weakest vampire, I can only beg. Tears welled up in Adele's eyes. If someone looked out through the peephole on the door, they would be able to see Adele's pitiful state clearly. And no one could be so cold-hearted as to not feel for her, right? So please. Please keep this a secret for me, okay? Even though I'm so incompetent, I still want to protect her reputation, I don't want others to find out that she's with someone like me. I don't want her to be hurt by the sequence ones. When Adele talked about her, meaning Celeste, the tenderness and attachment in her eyes were touching. Of course, it would also make those who liked her feel incredibly heartbroken. And Adele continued, because she hadn't received a clear answer from Sharon yet. I've always believed that feelings are the only thing in this world that is equal. In the past, people said it was lifespan, but in fact, there were long-lived species in this world. Even within the same race, there would be different lifespans due to different qualities and abilities. Therefore, even lifespan and time weren't fair and equal. As a sequence 5, I can like a sequence 2, I can like a sequence 1, isn't that interesting? If I could happen to be liked by them too, that would be the happiest thing in the world. I'm not afraid to tell you this, even if you might laugh at me. I like Ice Queen Hermione. Her elegance and nobility, her warm heart beneath her cold exterior, are very attractive to me. I also like Celeste, who's willing to work hard for me. She's a genius, her goal is to surpass that Hermione, although it's very difficult, I like that she works hard. Oh, and I also like that. Sequence 1 you probably don't know, Sharon, the cute girl with beautiful silver gray short hair. She's too low-key and quiet, even I was shocked when I found out she was a sequence 1. She's not arrogant and scary like the other sequence 1s, on the contrary, she's a very gentle and shy person. I like being with her, it feels like bathing in the warm, soft sunlight. She's a bit too insecure. If possible, I hope she can be more lively and smile more. Because she looks really beautiful when she smiles. Ah, sorry. I said so many irrelevant things without realizing it. I'm really stupid, my heart is always involuntarily drawn to them. Actually, what I really want to say, and what I hope you can understand is, I like them, it has nothing to do with them. It was my actions that were wrong, so I'm willing to apologize for it. Please don't blame them, don't spread any rumors that are harmful to them. As for my own reputation. Adele gave a bitter smile, looked up at the peephole, and said sincerely. You can trash it however you want, that kind of thing, compared to them, is worthless. Having said that, Adele was ready to use her real trump card. The tears she had been holding back finally flowed from the corners of her eyes, drawing delicate, sad, and beautiful trails down her cheeks. If you're still not satisfied with my apology, I'm willing to move out of this dorm and give you peace and quiet. And no. An unexpected response came from inside the door. And no. Sharon's response was too hasty, she completely forgot to disguise her voice. Fortunately, she had been silent for too long before this. And the human voice was like a machine that needed lubrication. If it hadn't been used for too long, the first sound that came out would more or less be different from the original voice. It would sound a bit strange. Thanks to this, and of course, Adele deliberately pretending not to notice, Sharon could continue her disguise with peace of mind. Pretending to be the reclusive and withdrawn roommate who had never met Adele. Starting her first conversation with Adele in so many days. Adele also pretended to be surprised, completely ignoring the fact that her roommate's voice sounded familiar. Compared to Sharon, Adele's acting was obviously much better. You mean, you're willing to let me stay in this dorm? Really? Hearing this, Sharon realized that Adele didn't seem to be very curious about her voice, she even seemed to have completely ignored it, and immediately felt relieved. Then, she deliberately lowered her voice and replied, pretending to be someone else. Of course. I don't care about your romantic experiences. The people you like, are also very good. When Adele mentioned that she liked Sharon, Sharon's heart almost stopped from the sudden happiness. It was enough to make her ignore the people Adele mentioned before, who showed that Adele was promiscuous. Sharon continued, adding details to her stranger roommate persona. I just like peace and quiet, you're a very good roommate. You've always taken good care of me, respected my personality and habits, so don't worry, I'm not very concerned about your affairs. Thank you for the plane you just gifted me while still trying to play it cool. You don't have to move out, otherwise, if I had a different roommate, I, a loner, might be disliked. I won't spread rumors either, after all, I don't have any friends. It sounded pitiful, but it was the truth. Dorothy, that kind of existence, couldn't be considered Sharon's friend. It's just that in the future, please restrain yourself a little. Don't do that kind of thing in the dorm. Sharon's face was burning red, she was too embarrassed to even finish her sentence. Even in her dreams, when she could do whatever she wanted to Adele, the boldest thing she had ever done was kiss Adele's cheek. Anything beyond that, her brain would short-circuit, she couldn't imagine it. It was like, module missing, unable to render. If Adele's purity level was 1, then Sharon's might be over 100. Also, if Adele wanted to tease Sharon at this moment, she could pretend to be stupid and ask, okay, if Celeste is not allowed, can I do it with Sharon in the room? Then Sharon's brain might experience another, even more severe, short-circuit. Ahem, but let's not bully the pure and kind Sharon like this. Even Adele was starting to feel guilty. One day, she would also comfort Sharon's somewhat hurt heart. As compensation for Sharon. But for today's matter, it was best to just let it go like this. As for next time, she definitely shouldn't choose such an easily misunderstood location to vent her feelings. The most fortunate thing for Adele was that it was Sharon who lived next door, not someone else, like Hermione or Dorothy. Otherwise, Adele couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. I promise this is the last time, thank you for your understanding. My roommate is different from what I imagined, she's actually a very gentle person. Really? Of course it's true, not disturbing others is also a form of gentleness. My roommate has a reassuring personality and aura. Sharon blushed and fell silent, seemingly embarrassed by the compliment. She was such an easy girl to understand. A girl who made people want to tease her, but also want to care for and cherish her. Adele smiled slightly and continued. If there's a chance, I hope one day we can have afternoon tea together. I can invite you to try the strawberry cake I made myself. Strawberry cake, it sounded sweet and delicious, and it was made by Adele herself. Sharon swallowed silently. But her personality made it impossible for her to express her expectations directly. At the same time, she wasn't ready to reveal her identity to Adele. Ideally, she hoped that Adele would never know that she had lived next door to her, that she had been a despicable dream invader. So Sharon simply remained silent, unable to give Adele a promise. Adele naturally gave Sharon a way out. Ahem, don't worry about it, these are just my random thoughts. My roommate can live according to her own personality and habits, there's no need to cater to me. The important thing for roommates living together is to create a comfortable space. But if you ever want to change your lifestyle, want to step out of your room and interact with people. Adele puffed out her chest slightly under the peephole. You can always come to me, I'll do everything I can to help you. I'll be your first friend, if you don't mind. After she finished speaking, there was no response from Sharon's room. But Adele had expected this. She smiled understandingly, then turned to leave, as if she was going back to her own room. But before opening her door, the girl suddenly stopped, turned around again, and said in a belated tone. I almost forgot something important. If possible, roommate, could you please tell me your name? You don't have to give me your real name, I won't pry into the secrets and your past behind your name. I just think, maybe we could become friends. I won't bother you on my own initiative, roommate. But if you ever need my help, I'll never refuse. Sharon understood Adele's kind personality, and she was willing to believe Adele's words. But, could she, who was hiding her true identity, really become friends with Adele? Hesitation and the fear of disappointing Adele intertwined in Sharon's heart. In a daze, Sharon didn't even realize that she had spoken a name. Xiao Meng, you can call me Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng. Adele's eyes lit up. What a cute name, Xiao Meng, Xiao Meng. Adele tried practicing the name. But it made Sharon feel embarrassed. Fortunately, Adele quickly restrained herself and stopped bothering her stranger roommate. Then, with a soft bang, Adele returned to her bedroom. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. After the embarrassment subsided, Sharon suddenly felt a little lonely. Maybe it was because she hadn't had such a long conversation with Adele in a long time. So she craved more. After returning to normal, she felt a sense of loss. Sharon's eyelashes drooped slightly. She leaned against the door, hugging her knees. As time passed, the light in the bedroom, where Sharon didn't turn on the lights and had drawn the curtains, gradually faded, becoming dark. But Sharon felt that this was reassuring. There was just one thing, it wasn't suitable for inviting people in. Celeste returned to her master's room. Because she entered the bedroom with her right foot first, she was punished to kneel in front of Adele. Celeste didn't dare to speak, for fear of further punishment from her master. And she obeyed without hesitation. After all, even if her master's orders were unreasonable, she had to carry them out. But sometimes, when her master vaguely expressed that she wanted Celeste to improvise, she couldn't be as clueless as she was before. When it was time to improvise, she definitely couldn't disappoint her master. As for why she was being punished, the clever Celeste naturally understood. It was because her master was dissatisfied with her being too smug and complacent. The happier Celeste was, the brighter her smile, the more easily it would remind Adele of those embarrassing memories related to her. That Celeste, bad dog. So strong. Didn't even know how to trim her nails. She would shave her fur next time. Anyway, even though it felt really good at the time, and she tacitly allowed Celeste's transgressions, when she thought about it afterward, Adele would still be angry and take it out on Celeste. At this time, Celeste could only pray for herself. Who told her to have such a willful master? The saying, painful yet happy, probably described it perfectly. Celeste thought to herself. It would be best if she didn't provoke her master. But just because she didn't want to provoke her, it didn't mean that Adele couldn't shove a gun in her face. So this was the scene in Adele's room. Adele was playing mobile games. Celeste was kneeling as punishment. Adele was eating snacks. Celeste was kneeling as punishment. Adele stepped on Celeste's face with her foot. Celeste couldn't help but stick out her little tongue. Adele was so embarrassed that she ran away in defeat. The embarrassed girl extended Celeste's punishment time. Half an hour more. Then accompany me to eat. I'm going back to your house tonight. Hearing this, the dejected expression on Celeste's face, which had been caused by the extended punishment, instantly brightened, and she licked her lips, making them moist and alluring. Seeing her craving look, Adele was instantly furious. Why did she look like a dog seeing a bone? No, wasn't that saying she was the bone? Wasn't that enough just now? Are you a teddy bear? Adele's flick landed on Celeste's forehead, immediately leaving a faint red mark that would disappear in a few seconds. Celeste's expression remained unchanged, but Adele's finger hurt from the flick. However, in front of her subordinate, Adele had to maintain her dignity as a master, so she endured the pain and glared at Celeste with slight dissatisfaction. The golden-haired girl chuckled foolishly. You still dare to laugh? And no more. Celeste really stopped laughing. But the expression on her face was still sweet. It seemed that Adele had given her too much sweetness today, enough for her to savor until next month or even longer. Before half an hour had passed, Adele forgave Celeste. Or rather, she was hungry herself, so she started clamoring for Celeste to drive her out for a ride and to the nearby snack street. Of course, Celeste readily agreed. Her gaze towards Adele was full of love and tenderness. Behave yourself a little, idiot. On the snack street, there were couples everywhere. Celeste suddenly wrapped her arm around Adele's, their actions intimate and even exceeding the boundaries of normal same-sex friends. Adele blushed and looked away, tugging at the corner of Celeste's skirt. But what's wrong with a rich heiress spoiling the little woman she likes? Celeste's words turned the tables, actually using the persona Adele gave her to satisfy her own desires. Adele tasted the bitter fruit of her own actions. But there were people everywhere, they might run into students from the academy, even Tang Linlang from her class. So Adele had to endure it for now. Actually, she was so angry that her teeth were itching, thinking that she had to get even tonight. Upholding the dignity of a top, Adele was duty-bound. The two of them ate, strolled, and chatted about school matters. The current Celeste had already rewritten her original ending. Her magic refinement level had even made a breakthrough because of Adele, becoming a famous vampire genius among the first years and receiving the favor of several teachers. If nothing unexpected happened, Celeste should be able to get a very sought-after internship task in the upcoming internship activity. Referring to the kind of tasks that were easy and had generous rewards. As for Adele, she envied Celeste's experience while helplessly saying that she could only get the leftover scraps of internship tasks. And that was indeed the case. In her previous life, she was assigned the task of collecting traces of foreign races. It was a kind of clue-gathering task, mainly to assist vampires or humans who were carrying out capture missions. She was completely treated as a useless clerical worker. But Adele wasn't discouraged by this. Because she, who had read the original novel, knew very well that her first time becoming stronger was during this internship activity. Vengeance witch, oh vengeance witch. Others might treat her as a terrifying entity to be contained, not something that students at this stage could handle. Even Hermione and Dorothy would probably fail to successfully contain her. But Adele couldn't wait to meet this important experience pack in the early stages of the plot. If nothing unexpected happened, the internship tasks should start next Monday. That was, 3 days later. Adele planned to take leave until Monday. She had never taken such a long leave before. It was the school that, considering the serious impact of this kidnapping incident, and the fact that it involved a fight between several sequence ones, decided to try their best to satisfy Adele's requests, as she was a key victim. Even the teacher who approved Adele's leave said to her, "Adele, why don't you rest for a while longer in the dorm? I'll try my best to help you with your studies, and I'll also arrange an award for you at the end of the semester, don't worry about that. She got a free award and a free vacation. Although it was wrong to say this, but Adele really wanted to thank Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro. Mainly because apart from the initial fright, she didn't actually suffer much real harm. On the contrary, Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro had lost their ability to move and were probably sent to some rehabilitation center for treatment. It was a case of lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own feet. She could skip classes and take leave, but Adele didn't want to miss this internship task. However, Celeste secretly worried about her master's safety. Although it was disrespectful for a subordinate to say this, her master's strength was really worrying. The Academy's internship tasks would indeed be assigned according to the different sequences of the vampires. But even the lowest level tasks carried the risk of encountering foreign races disguised in the human world. These foreign races had their own unique abilities, and no one knew what their purpose was in disguising themselves in the human world. But the only thing that was certain was that they didn't want their lives to be disturbed, and the best and easiest way was to eliminate the people who discovered them, right? Foreign races didn't have the same moral values as humans and vampires nowadays. The reason why vampires were included was because they were the foreign race that had been integrated and bound with humans for the longest time, influencing each other. As a result, most vampires also had human moral values, but they were still inherently more brutal than humans, who advocated equality. With Master Adele's strength, if she encountered them, who might not have any moral values. Celeste gritted her teeth secretly. It was likely to trigger a defeat CG. Adele. Or rather, a defeat CG would be a good outcome. In the worst case, Adele might be in mortal danger. So Celeste had already started to think about whether she should use her money and power to secretly manipulate things so that the task assigned to her master Adele would become completely harmless. At this time, someone would definitely ask, are there any tasks safer and more harmless than collecting traces of foreign races? There actually were. Going to the office of an official organization to organize foreign race files. Completely abandoning the possibility of going out to fight and becoming a reserve clerk. Adele, that kind of thing. No way. If Adele knew that the opportunity to become stronger, which she had been waiting for so long, and which was basically a free experience pack from following the plot, might be lost because of her subordinates' arbitrary actions, she guaranteed that she would make Celeste unable to get out of bed for a day, no, a week. But tasks were dead, people were alive. Even if the task was really changed, Adele would probably still follow the original plot. Anyway, Adele had no psychological burden when it came to leaving the team without authorization if necessary. At most, she would be given a demerit by the school and be labeled as someone who shirked her duties. Adele walked from one end of the snack street to the other, witnessing the hustle and bustle of the city, filling her stomach with various snacks. Celeste's hands, which were originally empty, were now filled with bags of snacks like tanghulu, grilled gluten, and iron plate squid. Her master's appetite wasn't big, but she was picky about what she ate. Often, Adele would take 2 bites to taste something and then wouldn't want to eat it anymore. The rest could only be finished by Celeste. Food shouldn't be wasted. This was also Adele's way of dealing with her small appetite and gluttony. After all, Celeste spoiled her, so why wouldn't she take advantage of it? But when her master's gaze fell on the fragrant grilled corn in the distance, Celeste couldn't help but gulp. It wasn't because she was craving it, but because she was really full. Corn on the cob could be considered a main course, and her master had a bird's appetite. She would probably take 2 bites and then leave the rest to Celeste. Fortunately, this time Adele saw Celeste's feelings, or rather, through the spiritual connection between master and subordinate, realized that Celeste was already very satisfied. "Humph, if you don't want to eat it, then don't," the girl said arrogantly. "Celeste, I'm thirsty." As Adele's words fell, Celeste hurriedly handed her the Gu-Ming milk tea, Starbucks Frappuccino, and the street vendor's rock sugar pear drink she was carrying, for her master to choose from. When did I buy so many? Adele was suffering from choice overload. Celeste opened her mouth slightly, then closed it helplessly. "Master, you ask me, who should I ask? Why don't we buy another cup of, I love you, you love me?" In the end, Adele happily made a decision. Celeste's expression could only be described as dumbfounded. But seeing her like this, Adele laughed happily. I'm just kidding, you're so serious. Because it's something related to Master, I have to take it seriously. Adele and Celeste were standing in a deserted corner, so Celeste could slightly break the rules Adele had set for her and call her Master in public. Hearing Celeste's response, Adele narrowed her bright pink eyes slightly. Celeste, you're very good. But not smart enough. I want you to guess what I really want to drink. As Adele spoke, she leaned toward Celeste's chest. Her gaze swept up from Celeste's chin and nose, finally landing on her clear, emerald green eyes. She saw Celeste's slightly trembling pupils. And her bobbing Adam's apple, the sexy curve of her neck. Then, shall I take Master home now? She said, home, not temporary residence or anything else. Adele didn't deny it, she smiled and nodded slightly. Celeste, guessed it right. The pleasant night passed quickly. The next day, Celeste got up and went out early. Adele felt the movement beside her and woke up from her dream, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The girl was wearing a well-fitting silk nightgown, her dazed appearance as she sat up was endearing. Leaving such a girl's side, instead of continuing to cuddle, was undoubtedly a sin. Where are you going? Celeste. Adele's voice was soft and sleepy, filled with confusion. Master, today is Friday. Huh? What about Friday? I've only heard of KFC's Crazy Thursday, I haven't heard of Crazy Friday. Celeste chuckled. But she still explained in a gentle and slow voice. Master, Friday means that today is not a holiday, I have to go back to school for class. What? Adele suddenly woke up. It was like someone who was sleeping soundly, suddenly having the thought, oh no. Am I going to be late for school, and then immediately rolling out of bed, washing up, changing into their school uniform, and packing their backpack. But when they reached the door, they often realized that it was actually the weekend and they didn't have to go to school at all. In Adele's case, she instantly realized that she was still on leave and didn't have to go to school at all. But Celeste was different. She couldn't stay with her like yesterday anymore. Damn it. An inappropriate word came out of the girl's mouth. Master, please restrain yourself. Celeste couldn't imagine such a scene in her mind, her pure and innocent master using foul language, but her master always managed to turn it into reality. But this wouldn't affect Master Adele's image in Celeste's heart. Because she understood very well that the closer people were, the more real they would be with each other. So although Celeste would advise her master not to use words that would damage her image, she was actually secretly happy that her master didn't care about her image in front of her. This was also why Celeste felt that the idiom, to treat each other with the respect due to a guest, wasn't a good one. To respect each other like guests, it felt like living together, would be very stressful, always having to wear a mask. But this was just Celeste's personal opinion. Perhaps there were also many couples who liked that kind of distant and respectful way of getting along. Seeing Celeste's serious appearance at this moment, Adele grumbled inwardly. Who was the one moaning so seductively last night, telling me to restrain myself, But on the surface, she still nodded. I know, you go to school, it's just me being alone at home. It's just that when I'm thirsty, no one will pour me water, when I'm hungry, no one will buy me food, when I'm cold, no one will hug me. I'm fine. Adele even deliberately put on a heartbreaking smile. The kind of strong smile that someone who was lonely but still forced themselves to say they were fine would have. Celeste's eyes instantly turned red. Don't take it so seriously. It was better to stop teasing Celeste, Adele thought. This girl was too serious. But it also reflected from the side that she had almost poured all her emotions and feelings into Adele. She truly treated Adele as her most precious treasure. I'll prepare breakfast for you, master, and then leave. I'll also come back as soon as possible tonight to be with you. Ahem, no need, Celeste, just focus on your own things. Adele's eyes darted to the side guiltily. I might not stay here all the time, I'll get bored too. Also, thank you for last night, my beloved subordinate. Adele's gaze fell on Celeste's fair neck and the obvious small bite mark on it. Some vampires thought it was very shameful to be sucked blood by their own kind and would try their best to cover up the teeth marks. But some, like Celeste, saw it as a kind of showing off. Although not many people would envy her for this. Especially since Adele's bite marks were very small, it was easy to tell that she was a weak vampire. But as long as Celeste herself felt happy, it was fine. Hearing her master's thanks, especially the word treat, Celeste felt a little shy and a little happy. She nodded, then turned to prepare breakfast for her master. After everything was ready, she set off for school. Adele didn't intend to get up now. She started thinking about where she should go to have some fun today. Since Celeste had to go to school, Hermione was probably the same, and Tang Linlang was also a diligent and studious girl who wouldn't skip class. Dorothy was the type who went to school or not as she pleased, and the school wouldn't restrict her too much. But Adele didn't want to go to Dorothy. Or rather, she was avoiding Dorothy as much as she could. How could she take the initiative to look for her? And speaking of which, the chastity curse on her lower abdomen had mysteriously disappeared. If Dorothy found out. It was a sunny morning with a gentle breeze, but Adele suddenly felt a chill and shivered. If Dorothy found out, she would be doomed. In her nervousness, Adele even had the ridiculous idea of, should I draw another one with ink, which was like burying her head in the sand. Who would do such a stupid thing? 5 minutes later. Adele stood in front of the mirror, lifted her skirt to reveal her white lower abdomen, and started trying to draw a basic outline with a black pen. Starting with a heart. But the next moment, her hand trembled, and the heart she was drawing broke off. Bang! The sound of the pen being thrown to the ground, followed by Adele's scream. Why am I really doing this stupid thing? In the end, she wasted another few minutes washing the ink off her stomach. As a result, her stomach was still cold and a little uncomfortable, she had to keep holding it with her hand. With Adele's weak constitution, if she didn't pay attention to keeping warm, she would probably catch a cold again. But speaking of colds. Adele suddenly touched her chin. Pretending to be sick wasn't a bad idea either. Yes. The girl clenched her right hand into a fist and then slammed it into her open left palm. It was settled. If she encountered Dorothy, she would just pretend to be sick. Depression, bipolar disorder, mania, there was always one that would suit her. Adele didn't want to go back to school for the time being, so she went to the living room to enjoy the breakfast Celeste had made for her. It was a simple but nutritious sandwich, fresh fruit salad, and milk. Adele took a bite of the sandwich and slowly chewed on it while opening the school's private forum on her phone. If she was tired of reading news from the ordinary world, Adele, as a vampire, could also check out the gossip and entertainment within the vampire community. This was an experience that ordinary humans couldn't enjoy, a glimpse into another unfamiliar and mysterious magical world. And maybe, by pure chance, Adele could find information about witches on the forum. Especially the Vengeance Witch. Adele's coveted experience pack. She seemed to be a big sister too, it would be great if she could be saved. But then Adele wouldn't be able to become stronger. Sigh, it was such a dilemma. Also, Adele suddenly thought, since she could encounter the Vengeance Witch, it meant that her range of activity was near Dongdu City, maybe she was even hiding in Dongdu. Any woman she passed by on the street could be her. This brought up a question, why did the Vengeance Witch fall from being a human ability user to becoming a witch? What kind of revenge was she seeking? Perhaps someone would ask, shouldn't these things be mentioned in the original novel? But the truth was, the original author didn't put any effort into describing such minor characters, in short, she was heartless. Like Celeste, her fate was originally supposed to end abruptly when she stole the potion and challenged Hermione. Then her storyline would be completely cut off and disappear, and there would be no Celeste in the future. She was a tool to advance the plot. And the Vengeance Witch was almost the same, a dying villain witch, a model worker who provided experience points in the early stages. She met the heroine, believed that Adele could inherit her flame of revenge, and since she didn't have much time left, she turned Adele into a witch, leaving her the power of revenge. And then, that was it. This big sister died, tool number 2. The heroine Adele's experience pack. The author never thought about introducing her background and past. After all, it seemed like a waste of space to introduce someone who had no future. Even her appearance was only briefly described as hair as black as ink, eyes deep purple. That's why Adele said the original author was heartless. She didn't know that the characters she wrote about were actually living people in another world. Fortunately, Adele saved Celeste, preventing her life from ending in the challenge against Hermione. As for this experience pack, which big sister? Adele thought to herself, she, a weakling, couldn't save her. Protect her from being hunted down by the elite human organization? No way. She couldn't even protect herself in her current situation. And Adele really needed to become stronger. She dreamt of becoming stronger every day. Because only in this way could she ensure her own safety. To avoid being taken away as a toy by crazy noble girls like Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro again. At most, Adele would use the power of the vengeance which left her to help her fulfill her wish for revenge as much as possible. As for the rest, Adele was powerless to help. So, vengeance, which big sister, please take your experience pack lunchbox. Thank you. At the same time, in a petty bourgeois café in Dongdu, a tall, sexy woman was silently waiting for her coffee. She fit the image of a typical urban beauty in most people's imaginations, an elegant black slip dress, a choker around her neck that caught the eye. With long, straight black hair, her deep purple eyes looked no different from black under normal circumstances, only revealing their magnificent purple color when they caught the light. Ever since she entered the café, customers started leaving one after another for no reason. And the coffee she was waiting for hadn't arrived yet. But she still waited patiently, picked up a magazine from the bookshelf, and silently browsed the information and scenic pictures on it. It seemed like she was still attached to this world. However, the vengeance witch's desire for revenge outweighed everything. She could even sacrifice everything. She was the one who would set this world on fire. Finally, after her, another girl pushed open the glass door of the café and walked in. Wearing a school uniform, she still had a childish air, a young girl. Perhaps even smaller than Adele, like an elementary school student. She came to the woman's table and sat down, resting her chin on her arms on the table, staring at the woman in front of her with a serious expression, as if sulking. Under the girl's neat, short black hair, her delicate, doll-like face looked even more world-weary than the vengeance witch. Even the woman herself was stunned for a moment, then she showed a strange smile. Only then did the waiter, who had been replaced, come over and serve them coffee. The mature woman accepted it readily. The delicate doll-like girl showed no interest at all. Her gaze remained fixed on the vengeance witch's face. Their conversation began with one sentence. "You're more like a witch than me." Adele tried searching for information about the vengeance witch on the school forum. Unfortunately, she found nothing. So she changed her approach and used witch as the keyword. This time, she found a lot of relevant information. Adele started reading from the most recent posts. After browsing through them, she discovered that the vampire students in the academy were incredibly hostile towards witches. They had the attitude of, witches were created by you humans, but we vampires are the ones risking our lives, why? As for the voices of human ability users, they were very weak. Any rebuttals would immediately be drowned out by dozens of replies. The student population at Cromwell Academy was indeed dominated by vampires, with a ratio of about 80% to 20%. So it was no wonder that humans rarely used the school forum, leaving it to become a haven for vampires. But it was true that witches were originally fallen human ability users. It was said that regardless of gender, fallen male ability users were also called witches. There was no point in arguing about this. If they were unhappy, they should go find the first witch who fell. It was because of her that this title existed. If the first fallen human ability user was male, the outcome would naturally be different. And it was only in recent years that witches were officially classified as a foreign race, no longer treated differently. Before that, humans couldn't even decide whether to exterminate witches. The prevailing view at the time was that they still had the possibility of turning back into humans. So they should try their best to contain and redeem them, rather than kill them without mercy. This was easy to understand. Humans weren't a ruthless race, on the contrary, they were the most emotional race. Because those ability users, before they fell and became witches, were all seniors who had shed blood and been injured for humanity. They had once fought on the front lines, sacrificing countless times. They had made great contributions to protecting humanity and the world. Even after they fell, there were still many of their former relatives, friends, leaders, and subordinates who hoped to find a way to reverse witchification. But in the end, they were disappointed. At the same time, the disasters caused by witches became increasingly uncontrollable and unmanageable. Vampires also suffered heavy casualties because of the witch issue, and sometimes they were even hindered by their human ability user companions. This was a fatal problem in battle. Many vampires paid a heavy price in blood and tears because of human sympathy for their so-called compatriots. Such incidents happened repeatedly, and the consequence was that many vampires became alienated from humans. After all, vampires were fighting desperately for humans, but humans didn't treat vampires as their own, and even sympathized with the enemy. Who could stand that? Let alone normal vampires, even vampire traders would despise this. Seeing the growing dissatisfaction within the vampire race and its widespread impact, the human higher-ups finally classified witches as a foreign race in recent years, and one of the most dangerous foreign races. When facing them, they had to be annihilated at all costs, without any mercy. Only then did the controversy within the vampire race gradually subside. So in the eyes of vampires, witches were probably even more hateful than other foreign races. This made Adele, who was both human and vampire, and would later become a witch, feel complicated. Whatever. Adele muttered somewhat aggrievedly. Just go with the flow. She continued browsing the forum posts, and soon, a piece of information caught her attention. But it was actually related to the unknown student council president of the academy. The student council president was currently on a mission, and she was nowhere to be seen in the entire academy. Even the student council became low-key. In stark contrast was Edith, the president of the Black Feather Society, and her series of high-profile actions, including her attempt to recruit Adele, which became a popular topic. According to rumors from anonymous users on the forum, the student council president might have been sent to deal with a mission related to a witch. Adele quickly extracted the key information. Student council president, witch, both in Dongdu. Was it possible that the student council president's mission was related to that vengeance witch? Thinking of this, Adele became excited and started searching for information about the student council president. The results surprised her. This beautiful little girl in the photo was the student council president of Cromwell Academy. The point wasn't her beauty. After all, most vampires and ability users were good-looking. The stronger a person was, the more perfect their body evolved, and the more beautiful they became. The point was that she was exceptionally petite. To describe it with a somewhat inappropriate adjective, she was about the same size as an elementary school student, maybe a 5th or 6th grader. The academy even had her uniform tailored to fit her cute figure. At the same time, her cold and world-weary pure black eyes were also impressive. However, despite her small stature, like a young girl, the entire student council's reputation was built on her leadership and strength. Outsiders' most common evaluation of her was ruthless and taciturn. She was a rare and highly sought-after doer in the organization. However, it was worth mentioning that according to the information on the forum, this student council president was extremely exclusive towards foreign races. She could be said to be a natural human supremacist. Even vampires, who were their partners, couldn't expect a good look from her. This was a bit troublesome for Adele. Because she didn't have a good impression of the Black Feather Society, even if Edith tried to recruit her with courtesy, she couldn't make up her mind to join. The student council was within Adele's consideration. Unlike the heroine in the original novel, who was hurt in the Black Feather Society and eventually chose to stay away from any organization, Adele actually wanted to take the group favorite route. It was basically joining an organization and then currying favor with everyone, flirting, making friends. And obviously, there weren't many organizations to choose from in the entire academy, mainly the Student Council and the Black Feather Society. As for other small organizations or clubs established by students, they were too weak and useless. Would she join them just to eat and wait for death? But even without joining, she was already eating and waiting, ahem. But the Black Feather Society was too dark, it was full of high-ranking vampires with a deep-rooted sense of hierarchy. Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro were their true portrayal. Everything revolved around themselves, trampling on the dignity and even lives of others. Adele didn't know if Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro would change after this setback. Anyway, for Adele, a sequence 5, entering the Black Feather Society would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. So forget it. Then the student council became Adele's only goal. But the leader of the student council happened to be a human supremacist who excluded vampires. This was a bit tricky. But Adele wasn't completely discouraged. Because she knew that even in the student council, which was mainly composed of human elites, there were also vampires. So how these vampires joined the student council became Adele's top priority. If she could find relevant information, Adele might be able to follow their example and successfully join the student council. Time flew by, and Adele unknowingly spent several hours on the forum. Even her forum level went up. It was conceivable how many posts she had replied to during this time. The ID, Blood Empress, gradually became known. Most of the forum sisters, seeing this name, which was comparable to Hermione's Ice Queen, guessed that the owner must be a very powerful Sequence 1 vampire. Little did they know that the owner of the ID, Blood Empress, Adele, was actually one of the weakest existences in the entire academy. But who said she couldn't borrow the tiger's might? Moreover, what Adele was borrowing was her own future might. The title, Blood Empress, was originally an honorary title created for Adele by later vampires. In contrast to the Black Emperor of vampire history. But the Black Emperor created the Golden Age of vampires. And the Blood Empress brought about the end of vampires. It sounded very inspiring. But the future belonged to the future, to Blood Empress Adele. What did it have to do with the current weak Adele? Closing the forum, Adele lay on the bed that still carried Celeste's scent, enjoying the fragrance and sense of security, while lost in thought. Although she knew that she could become stronger through hard work, this didn't stop Adele from wanting to slack off at this moment. She just wanted to gain power effortlessly and without effort. She never hid her greedy nature. As long as it didn't affect the interests of others, this could actually be considered a cute trait. Greedy, but with principles. Suddenly, her phone rang, making Adele frown slightly. Who could it be at this time? She picked up her phone in confusion, and the caller ID on the brightly lit screen showed. Hermione. Adele was startled and sat up abruptly from Celeste's bed. Why did it feel like she was being caught red-handed by her current girlfriend? While the ringtone was still playing, Adele calmed down a little before answering Hermione's call. Hello. Before Adele could finish, she heard Hermione's voice, confused and slightly cold, coming from the other end of the phone. Adele? Why aren't you in your dorm? Hermione, how did you know? Adele's heart skipped a beat. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds, and then Hermione chose to be honest. Perhaps it was because Hermione couldn't lie to the girl she loved. I'm downstairs at your apartment now. I bribed the dorm manager, she said you left the dorm last night, with a blonde girl. It was Celeste, right? Adele was speechless. This damned power of money. The worst thing about it was that everyone else had it, but she didn't. Are you still with Celeste now? Hermione's tone on the other end of the phone was unexpectedly calm. Adele originally thought that Hermione would be very angry. But actually, the calmer she was, the more terrifying it felt. And no, Celeste, she went to school. Then where are you now? Celeste's house, in a residential area not far from the school. Adele answered truthfully. Lying about this would only damage her pure image in Hermione's heart. Although, spending the night with Celeste had already damaged it, right? Adele couldn't imagine the mental struggle Hermione went through to be able to talk to her so calmly now. But hearing this calmness that was suppressing her true feelings, Adele felt even more afraid and uneasy. As everyone knew, it was more terrifying when honest people exploded. Unknowingly, Hermione seemed to have joined the ranks of honest people. To prevent the resentment in Hermione's heart from building up, Adele quickly continued before Hermione could speak. Hermione, are you worried about me? I'm fine, Celeste and I didn't do anything. We didn't do anything last night. This was true, because Adele and Celeste did it during the day in the school dorm. As for the night, they spent it strolling through the snack street and resting. So Adele was a good girl who didn't lie, meow. She's my friend, you should know that. I've been on leave at home for a few days, and my mood has improved a little, so I wanted to go out for a walk. She happened to contact me online, and I agreed to hang out with her. Hermione, don't you trust me? The classic green tea line was here. Don't you trust me? The power of this sentence was that Adele shifted the blame to the other party. Even if Adele was wrong, wasn't Hermione also wrong for not trusting her? This punch had at least 20 years of power behind it. Hermione was silent for a while, she was trying to convince herself to believe Adele's words. To convince herself that what Adele said was true. After a whole night, she, a delicate and seductive girl, was at Celeste's house, and nothing happened between her and Celeste, who liked her. If an ordinary person encountered this situation, they would definitely shout, "You're kidding me." But Hermione always believed that Adele had a very pure quality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attracted the attention and affection of so many people, but being promiscuous could also achieve this effect. So she finally decided to believe Adele's words. I believe you, Adele. I'm happy that your mood has improved. It's just a little jealous that Celeste could be with Adele immediately. Jealous that Adele didn't consider her and her feelings first. But she didn't continue, instead changing the subject. It's nothing, I happen to be free today, can I come see you, Adele? The Ice Queen was used to hiding her emotions and true feelings. Like an iceberg floating on the sea, what was exposed might only be a tenth of its true size. Adele knew this very well, Hermione's tsundere nature. So the calmer she appeared on the surface, the more upset she might be inside. At this time, Adele couldn't just ignore it. Hermione wants to come see me. If I wasn't worried about troubling Hermione, I would have gone to see you long ago. The girl's excited voice came from the phone, making Hermione, who was clutching her phone tightly, feel a little dazed. Adele said that she didn't come to see her because she was considerate and worried about troubling her, as she had many things to do in real life. With Adele's considerate and caring personality, this was indeed something she might do. In other words, she wasn't actually losing to Celeste. It was just that she wasn't as proactive as Celeste. It was Celeste's luck, and her shamelessness in clinging to Adele like a leech, that gave her the upper hand. Not because her status was lower than hers. Hermione? Adele's curious voice came from the other end of the phone. Hermione hadn't spoken for a while, and Adele was a little confused. Hermione came back to her senses and hurriedly replied. I am here. I'll set off now, you decide the location. Okay, Adele's voice sounded cheerful, making Hermione feel that she was genuinely close to her. The corners of Hermione's lips curled up slightly when she heard this bright tone. Then, Adele directly told Hermione the address of her and Celeste's love nest. Hermione actually deliberately let Adele decide the location, it was a subtle way of showing her favoritism. She wanted to express that she didn't care where Adele stayed last night. As long as Adele belonged to her today, it was fine. But Adele didn't seem to hear the hidden meaning. The address she gave was in a residential area, she even told Hermione the specific building and unit number. Adele's openness and honesty, her pure and kind heart, were completely unguarded. If she said she didn't do anything, then she didn't do anything. Adele was even willing to share her and Celeste's address with her, not worried at all that Hermione might come knocking for a surprise inspection. The girl had a clear conscience and didn't even consider the possibility of being caught red-handed by Hermione. Because she wouldn't do such a thing. Hermione deciphered a lot from Adele's words and felt even more touched. At the same time, she felt ashamed for doubting Adele just now. Okay, I'll drive over now, Adele, you go downstairs and wait for me. Hermione didn't want to enter Celeste's house, that dirty place, it was hard enough for Adele to stay there for one night. However, she didn't know that this house was actually Adele's property. It was a gift that Celeste had given Adele before. But perhaps Adele, seeing Hermione's arrogance, dared to reveal her address to Hermione so boldly. Because she knew what kind of girl Hermione was, she knew her proud personality, she would never want to have anything to do with her rival, and she would unconsciously look down on Celeste. Hearing Hermione's words, Adele let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. Bingo! She had Hermione under control. Things were progressing steadily in the direction she expected and guided. At this moment, the suspicion in Hermione's heart must have vanished like smoke, right? Okay, I'll go downstairs now. Adele, being Adele, deliberately started running while still on the phone, making obvious footsteps. To show her anticipation for Hermione's arrival, to demonstrate the purity of her heart, to take action immediately when she wanted to see someone. As if she didn't want to stay in Celeste's house for another moment. As if only Hermione's side was her true home. Hermione on the other end of the phone was indeed flattered. She also started jogging, her leather shoes making clear sounds on the marble floor. She walked towards her underground garage, while still speaking softly to Adele on the phone. No rush, Adele, I'm just leaving now, take your time. It's okay, I want to see Hermione sooner. I also want to see you sooner, I have to hang up now, I'm going to drive. Okay, be careful on the road, and don't drive in high heels again. Okay, I won't, goodbye. Bye. Hermione was the first to hang up the phone. Otherwise, she was afraid she would fall deeper and deeper into it, unable to extricate herself. The Ice Queen walked briskly towards the nearest luxury car in the underground garage, got in the car gracefully, and started the engine. If she could, she really wished she could fly to Adele's side in an instant. Because Adele was waiting for her downstairs at that building. But in reality, after pretending to run for a bit, Adele slacked off. If she really stood downstairs foolishly waiting for Hermione now, even Adele would fall in love with herself. This kind of innocent and foolish girl setting, was always appealing. But Adele loved herself more than she loved others. Love yourself, then love others, that was the order. Currently, in Adele's heart, Celeste held the highest and closest position. Because she was her subordinate, Adele didn't even need to hide her true, bad personality in front of her. She could bully her, order her around, and love her. Hermione should be ranked after Celeste, in second place. After all, when she first transmigrated into this world, it was Hermione who warmed Adele's heart upon their first meeting. Then came Tang Linlang, this silly girl from her class, who had recently been promoted to the position of a rich second-generation heiress. Very good, Adele's savings had increased by a large chunk. After Tang Linlang came Sharon, who was timid and insecure, often finding it difficult to express her love for Adele directly. This was a bit tricky. When a Tsundere girl's Tsundere phase passed, the dear phase would be very comfortable. But if an insecure girl just waited for others to discover her goodness and her feelings, the outcome would most likely be lifelong regret. So, when you meet someone you like, just go for it bravely. Okay, summary over. Dorothy. Who's Dorothy? Don't know her. Even a dog wouldn't care. 20 minutes later, Hermione arrived at the parking lot of Adele's residential area as fast as she could. Even noble vampires had to obey human traffic rules. Other, more ordinary vampires were almost no different from ordinary humans. This also reflected the depth of integration and connection between vampires and humans. It was said that after several generations of intermingling between vampires and humans, the mixed-blood offspring with only a thin vampire bloodline might not even experience bloodlust and could live like normal humans. But Adele, as a second-generation mixed blood, obviously couldn't do that yet. However, Adele had recently been well-fed, thanks to Celeste, so she looked radiant. Sorry, Adele, I made you wait. Hermione took the elevator up from the underground parking lot and followed the location to the building where Adele lived. Sure enough, she saw Adele, wearing a pure white sundress, waiting for her. The girl looked bored, obviously having waited for a long time, which made Hermione feel a little guilty. But when Adele heard Hermione's apology from afar, her delicate features immediately relaxed. As if Hermione was the passion and meaning of her life. "It's okay, I only stood here for a little while," Adele said, blinking playfully at Hermione. This small gesture showed that Adele had indeed come out of the shadow of that day. At least she was still in the mood to joke with Hermione. And saying that she had only stood there for a little while was actually a subtle way of acting coquettishly towards Hermione. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this, Hermione's heart felt a little sweet. She wanted to pamper this cute and delicate girl even more. However, what the Ice Queen didn't know was, Adele really only stood there for a little while. She had just gone downstairs when Hermione arrived. It was a seamless connection. Actually, Adele was feeling a little lucky in her heart. But even if Adele had been later than Hermione, she had already come up with an excuse. She would just say, "I was putting on makeup, it took a little time." Upon hearing this, Hermione would definitely think, "Adele put on makeup specifically to see me, she has me in her heart." In short, Adele had an all-around, foolproof defense. It was said that lies needed countless other lies to cover up, but that wasn't true. Telling the truth required more explanations. A small lie was actually beneficial, it could make everyone feel good. Hermione had long legs, and she reached Adele's side in a few strides. Her icy aura showed signs of thawing because of Adele. How much she wanted to touch the lovely Adele in front of her. How much she wanted to express her longing for Adele over the past few days. But her lips seemed to be sealed by an invisible web. Her body just stood stiffly in front of Adele. Like a clumsy person who didn't know what to say or do in front of the girl they liked. But Adele simply took Hermione's arm and smiled, squinting her eyes. She was like a warm little sun in spring, emitting a gentle light, warming those around her. "Hermione, can you see anything different about me?" "Different?" Hermione was nervous, but Adele's question successfully diverted her attention. Adele tilted her face up slightly, her cheeks flushed with a strange crimson. "Adele, put on makeup." Hermione seemed to have made a surprising discovery, her eyes widening slightly, her expression surprised and delighted. I wasn't idle at home these past few days, I secretly learned a little, although it might not look very good." Adele wasn't being humble, her makeup really wasn't that good. Plus, she was in a hurry, so the final effect was just average. It could be said that it was purely her naturally perfect features that were carrying it. Fortunately, Adele was wearing light makeup, not heavy makeup, so it didn't expose her flaws and clumsy makeup skills too obviously. Plus, there was the "beauty is in the eye of the beholder" effect. Overall, Hermione's response was, "It looks great." The Ice Queen immediately retorted. Her breathing quickened. She was obviously aware of something. There was an ancient Eastern saying, "A woman dresses up for the one she loves." Did she become Adele's beloved? Hearing Hermione's words, Adele smiled shyly, the radiance on her face even more captivating. "Hermione, as long as you like it. Let's not talk about this anymore, Hermione, you have to take me out to have some fun, I want to go to the amusement park." Adele perfectly played the role of someone who had been staying at home for a long time and was full of expectations for the outside world. Seeing Adele become lively again made Hermione happy. "Anything you want," she said softly, full of indulgence. Adele also tightened her grip on Hermione's arm. They walked together towards the underground parking lot. Adele took out her phone at this time and sent several messages to Celeste in front of Hermione. Hermione saw this, but she didn't stop her or show any displeasure. Because Adele was acting very well, she had a clear conscience, she even dared to contact Celeste directly in front of her. This could only mean one thing. Adele and Celeste were really just ordinary friends, and nothing beyond friendship happened between them last night. Otherwise, Adele logically shouldn't dare to contact and interact with Celeste so openly. Wasn't she afraid that Hermione would ask to see their chat history? If she wasn't afraid, it could only mean that Adele had a clear conscience. In response to Adele's openness, Hermione also decided to give Adele enough trust. Hermione wouldn't do something like looking at someone else's chat history. But what she didn't know was that at this moment, there was only one word that could describe Adele's feelings. Control. The girl had successfully grasped Hermione's psychological activity and made this risky move. And the final result proved that she had succeeded. Even when Adele put away her phone, Hermione didn't doubt her, ask who she was chatting with, or what they talked about. When they reached Hermione's luxury car in the underground parking lot, Adele didn't hesitate to get into the passenger seat beside Hermione. This made Hermione's heart sweet again. After all, the passenger seat always belonged to a close relative or lover of the car owner. So, it was obvious which one Adele was. Thinking back to the last time she rode in Hermione's car, she was thrown into the back seat like an object. It was truly a sigh-inducing change in circumstances. Now, Adele even dared to peek at Hermione's side profile unscrupulously. It sounded a bit ambiguous. But Adele was indeed peeking unscrupulously. Hermione had to pretend that she didn't know, focusing on driving. Whenever her cheeks felt hot, she would silently release cold air to cool them down. So ice magic could be used like this? Hermione went to great lengths to hide her true feelings. But was it possible that if she didn't have this awkward self-esteem, her relationship with Adele might have already progressed further? The car drove on the wide road. Hermione was quiet, seemingly focused on driving. Adele was talkative, wanting to share anything new and interesting she saw outside the window with Hermione. Sometimes she would even forget herself and call Hermione to look. Every time this happened, Hermione would be a little speechless. She was driving, and there was no one else in the car except for her driver. How could she turn her head to look? It would be too dangerous. Hermione wouldn't put Adele's safety at risk. But despite her complaints, Hermione's mood obviously improved because of this. Because she knew that the first person Adele thought of when she saw something interesting was her. This meant that Adele had her in her heart. The girl's desire to share was proof that she cared about Hermione. Adele probably also realized that Hermione had to drive and realized that she had done something stupid, so she suddenly became much quieter. But unexpectedly, it was Hermione who felt uncomfortable first. She coughed lightly and slowed down the car. "What were you saying just now, Panda?" "Yes. The panda by the road, it's a statue, very cute." "Oh, that's nice, I like pandas too." Hermione subconsciously wanted to say something domineering like, "I'll give you one someday." But then she realized, she couldn't actually do that. The loss of even one panda through official channels would be a big problem, and it would also affect the lives of the relevant staff, leading to the intervention of special agencies. In the end, Hermione wouldn't benefit from it either. As for wild pandas, forget about finding one, they were even rarer. And pandas weren't toys, they couldn't just be given away as gifts. Adele didn't have the conditions to raise this precious black and white money-eating beast, it might even become a burden for her. So Hermione simply changed the subject. "Let's go to the zoo together someday, to see the cute pandas." Firstly, it could fulfill Adele's wish to see pandas, and secondly, it was equivalent to making an appointment for their second date. Hermione couldn't help but feel smug about her sudden inspiration. "Okay, it's a deal." Adele suddenly took out her phone and started typing rapidly. "What are you doing?" "I'm recording it, year XX, month XX, Hermione promised to take me to the zoo to see pandas." Adele read out what she had recorded word by word, as if afraid that Hermione would break her promise. Of course, Hermione wouldn't break her promise. At the same time, she felt incredibly warmed by Adele's clumsy and cute behavior. So it wasn't just her who was looking forward to their next date. Even Adele was the same. Thanks to Hermione taking the initiative to start the conversation, Adele became lively again. Like a cute little bird, chirping away beside Hermione. Hermione enjoyed this atmosphere very much. She used to think that she liked and enjoyed being alone. But later she realized that it was just self-deception. It was just that no one dared to approach her, and she couldn't take the first step to communicate. Until she met Adele, who approached and got close to her in a way that Hermione now regretted very much. If she hadn't gotten Adele's forgiveness in the end, there wouldn't be such happiness today. She would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. What Hermione didn't know was that this was indeed her original ending. It was only because Adele changed the trajectory of her fate that such a bad ending was avoided. Adele said she was just chatting to liven up the atmosphere, but she actually had her own little schemes. For example, she would try to talk to Hermione about school matters. As they chatted, the topic shifted to the Black Feather Society. She wanted to get more information from Hermione. Edith? Why are you suddenly asking about her? Hermione's grip on the steering wheel tightened. It was worth mentioning that with the fall of Dorothy's faction, the Black Feather Society's influence in the school had further expanded. Even those vampires who were originally more loyal to Princess Dorothy and secretly admired her felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the fate of Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro. At this time, if Edith offered them favorable treatment to win them over, the result would be obvious, right? One side ruthlessly attacked her allies, while the other side was courteous and respectful. No wonder people said that Dorothy didn't have the bearing of a king. But some people also felt that this was how the Emperor of Vampires should be, aloof and powerful. Haven't you been on the forum, Hermione? I rarely go there. Oh, no wonder. Edith has already approached me twice, and if nothing unexpected happens, she'll approach me for the third time soon. Why is she looking for you? Hermione's expression became unusually serious, and she frowned slightly. She was obviously displeased with Edith's actions. She wants me to join the Black Feather Society, but I don't know what kind of place it is, so I wanted to ask for your opinion, Hermione. If I join the Black Feather Society, will I be better off than I am now? You know. Dorothy, she's scary. As Adele spoke, she shrank her neck, looking helpless and pitiful. Hermione's heart tightened. She wanted to be Adele's support, to help her escape from Dorothy's clutches. But the last competition proved that she was still far from being Dorothy's opponent. Hermione was indeed distracted by Adele's matter at the time, and she left the arena early, unable to give her all. But Dorothy's trump cards were probably more numerous than Hermione's. Only those who had truly fought against her could feel that despairing pressure. She wasn't afraid to admit, even Hermione, as a Sequence 1 and a descendant of a true ancestor, couldn't help but want to submit. As for why, Hermione actually knew in her heart. Because Dorothy was the descendant of the only Black Emperor of the vampire race. As long as no new emperor appeared among the vampires, the rules created by that Black Emperor couldn't be broken. Dorothy would always stand at the top of the vampire hierarchy. Even Hermione, who was also a Sequence 1, was actually only second in line. Just thinking about these things gave Hermione a headache. But even Hermione couldn't do anything to Dorothy. What could Edith's Black Feather Society do? On the surface, they seemed powerful, but in front of Dorothy, they were nothing more than a mob. If Adele joined them, with her strength and status, she wouldn't receive any substantial support. Instead, she would be bound by the rules of the Black Feather Society, easily manipulated and exploited by them. Therefore, Hermione gave her advice seriously. I think you should reject Edith's invitation, Adele. Is that so? Okay, I'll listen to you, Hermione. Adele's initial tone was clearly disappointed. But then, she quickly adjusted her mood and even said, I'll listen to you, Hermione, which moved Hermione deeply. But just like the saying, the drunkard's intention is not the wine, Adele's real purpose in talking about the Black Feather Society was just to use it as a springboard to bring up the student council. Hermione's understanding of the student council was definitely greater than Adele's, who had only recently transmigrated. If Hermione approved of the student council, then Adele could join it with peace of mind. Besides, wasn't it rumored that the president of the student council was the strongest student in the entire academy? In other words, she might be even stronger than Dorothy. Such a thick thigh, she couldn't miss the opportunity to hug it. So Adele changed to an innocent tone and asked Hermione casually. Then Hermione, how is the student council? I heard that even in the student council, which is mainly composed of human elites, there are also vampires, is that true? It was just an ordinary question, but Adele clearly felt that from the moment she spoke, the temperature in the car dropped significantly, and the atmosphere became cold and murderous. It was then that Adele noticed that Hermione's expression had become serious and gloomy, making her heart tremble. Did I say something wrong? Adele's voice trembled, her pitiful appearance endearing. Hermione then realized that her reaction was a bit excessive. She slowed down the car for safety, took a deep breath, and exhaled, her mood calming down a little. No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just that you can't join the student council. Why? Adele asked in confusion. Hermione found it hard to speak. But she couldn't bear Adele's pleading, expectant eyes. Finally, she steeled herself and revealed the cruel reality to Adele. People always had to grow up, and Hermione hoped that her Adele wouldn't be so naive and easily deceived by bad women anymore. Because only those who have stained their hands with vampire blood can join the student council. She still spoke vaguely, but it was enough to reveal the true condition for joining. Only vampires who had killed their own kind, who had personally shed vampire blood, could be accepted by humans. Adele's comprehension wasn't bad, so her mind instantly went blank. Then her back was drenched in cold sweat, and she didn't even notice. A gust of wind blew, and Adele shivered violently. Hermione thoughtfully rolled up the car window for her. The temperature inside the car gradually rose due to the air conditioning, finally melting Adele's slightly chilled heart. But her heart was still racing. As Hermione said, Adele was indeed a girl who had never experienced the harsh realities of the world. After transmigrating, she had been living a smooth-sailing life by taking advantage of her green tea nature, skillfully navigating between several girls. It wasn't until she was taught a harsh lesson by Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro, the two reckless little gangsters, that she realized her situation was actually much worse than she thought. Without strength, she could fall back into the same situation as the original Adele at any time. She could be bullied and become a plaything for high-ranking vampires just like her. And now, it was Hermione's turn to teach Adele another lesson. To tell her that the real world was much crueler and colder than what she had experienced so far. The academy wasn't what she imagined it to be, and the classmates around her might be carrying horrifying bloodstains. Reality was never beautiful, and it was true strength to recognize this reality and still remain optimistic. After a long silence, Adele gradually recovered from the shock and murmured. Their actions, won't the school really do anything about it? Shouldn't humans and vampires be cooperating? Hermione shook her head helplessly. The Cromwell Academy Student Council has had a very distinct elitist nature since its establishment. The president of each term is usually the strongest of that generation, implementing a dictatorship. The president's proposition is almost equivalent to the proposition of the entire student council. I don't know if you understand the current student council president. She's a fanatical human supremacist who hates all foreign races, maybe except witches. The student council she leads is very pure, consisting only of human elites and vampire traitors. And the only criterion that can prove you've completely betrayed the vampires is blood feud. A blood feud between vampires. Of course, such an unspoken rule wouldn't be openly stated. It's just that some people observed those vampires who joined the student council exceptionally and wanted to find something in common among them, and the final result is this. After eliminating all other possibilities, the remaining one, no matter how bizarre, is the truth. And who can openly violate this unspoken rule in her all-powerful student council? The car entered a tunnel, and Hermione's eyes darkened. She gave her advice. Adele, you can be close to a few humans, but most of them, don't trust them. Only with Adele would Hermione be so serious. Adele's shoulders trembled violently, the pink light in her pupils flickering slightly. She seemed to still be unable to accept it. But I. Yes, you're a mixed blood, you have half human blood. But don't forget, the other half of you will always be a vampire. Many humans adhere to the one-drop rule. As long as you had a trace of foreign race blood, you wouldn't be accepted by them, and you might even be hated. Of course, this was also common among vampires and other foreign races. You couldn't say it was wrong, because different positions led to different outcomes. World peace was destined to be a beautiful fantasy. No one had been able to achieve it so far. Adele bit her lip, speechless for a long time. Hermione drove out of the tunnel, and the warm sunlight shone on their faces once again. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things, we're almost at the amusement park. I've already bought the tickets, we can get them from the self-service ticket machine later, and then we can enter with the tickets. Are you thirsty, Adele? I'll buy you some milk tea. A little, I want juice. Okay, anything you want. Hermione's gentle words finally calmed Adele's chaotic heart. A casual glance, and the world revealed its grim face to her. And Adele realized that she wasn't strong enough to accept everything and face everything alone. Compared to replicating the original Adele's path of strength, the current Adele was more inclined to rely on others when encountering difficulties, like Celeste, like Hermione. She knew that this seemed a bit embarrassing for a protagonist. But she couldn't help it, perhaps deep down, she was just such a delicate girl. As a delicate heroine, Adele preferred to be pampered by the villainous young ladies rather than fight for everything herself. Adele sat on a bench outside the amusement park, quietly waiting for Hermione to bring her a drink from the milk tea shop in the distance. The girl was very well behaved, holding her delicate fingertips, her eyes slightly lowered, a faint light flickering in her pink pupils, lost in thought. But the moment Hermione returned, a sweet smile bloomed on her face. Here, orange juice with less ice. Hermione even thoughtfully inserted a straw for Adele in advance. Adele took it with both hands and took a sip. Her entire expression instantly relaxed. If she wasn't mistaken, today's sunlight was the last afterglow of late autumn. Winter was coming soon, but Adele still stubbornly chose a drink with ice. It was Hermione, considerate as she was, who specifically asked for less ice. Seeing Adele happily drinking her orange juice, Hermione tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, "You really like drinks with ice?" "Yes, I do, it feels refreshing." Adele was the kind of hopeless person who wanted to drink cold water even in winter. She was a willful girl. That's why she was more likely to attract people's care and attention. She took another sip of orange juice and then said, "I like things that are cold." Hermione. Hermione, who was drinking her Americano, choked instantly. Cough, cough. "Are you okay, Hermione?" I'm fine. But your face is very red, why?" Adele asked knowingly. "It's from the sun." "Oh." Adele blinked, pretending to believe her. The Ice Queen's expressions were always easy to read. Just like her words were always harsh. But today, she would try to kiss her and see if she was really that tough. It was settled. Adele smiled mischievously in her heart. They then went to the self-service ticket machine to collect their tickets. Actually, they could directly enter the amusement park by scanning their ID cards. But Adele left in a hurry and forgot to bring hers. This meant that Hermione couldn't take Adele to a hotel. But it didn't matter, she had many houses in Dongdu. There was always a way. As long as you had money. Entering the amusement park, Adele immediately dragged Hermione to the roller coaster and joined the queue. This was the ride she was most looking forward to, she planned to ride it several times. The drop tower was a bit scary for Adele, even the thrill-seeking Adele didn't dare to try it. But she could still handle the pirate ship. It could be said that Adele's threshold for excitement in the amusement park was quite high. Another interesting thing was that Hermione pretended to be very calm on the surface, but after one ride on the roller coaster, the Ice Queen's long legs were weak, yet she still insisted. "It's just so, it's not that, Suddenly, her lips were sealed, the soft sensation making her feel like she was flying. No one would have thought that it was Adele who took the initiative to express her feelings to Hermione, and her kiss was like a roller coaster in her mind, dizzyingly touching. After a long time, they finally separated. Adele straddled Hermione's lap, and Hermione subconsciously wrapped her arms around Adele's slender waist, which was so delicate that it felt like it could be broken with a gentle squeeze. "Is it still just so now?" Adele seized this opportunity and asked from her dominant position. Hermione was speechless for a moment, unable to answer. It turned out that even the proud Hermione could show such a vulnerable expression, her gaze also darting around. The proud and noble Ice Queen, for the first time, didn't dare to meet someone's eyes. She was afraid of seeing her own embarrassed state in the other person's crystal-clear eyes. "You." "Adele." Hermione was a little incoherent, and Adele was taking advantage of her current state. It was a rare opportunity with all the right conditions to bully Hermione, whose legs were still weak from the roller coaster ride, and Adele wouldn't let it go. If it were any other time, Adele would probably lift a rock only to drop it on her own feet and be counterattacked by Hermione. But when Hermione's body recovered, she might still counterattack Adele. However, Adele always lived in the moment. If she could bully Hermione today, she wouldn't leave it for tomorrow. Even if she might be supermarket tomorrow. "It's me, don't you like it?" Adele asked confidently, and Hermione was immediately speechless, not knowing what to say. Sundaras were most afraid of straightforwardness, especially when the other person truly held an important place in their hearts. Adele gently caressed Hermione's cheek, feeling the rare warmth on it. Hermione couldn't dodge this time, blushing like a little girl, blinking her eyes. Her ice-blue pupils melted like ice cubes in the deep sea, becoming a clear spring. Her thick and long silver-white eyelashes were like tiny combs, casting deep and ambiguous shadows. Those shadows were captivating, as was the light that emanated from her. "I've wanted to kiss you for a long time, Hermione, many times. But I wanted you to take the initiative to kiss me. But Hermione, you're a block of ice. An upgraded version of a block of wood, a block of ice. But even ice has soft lips," Adele said in a soft whisper that only Hermione could hear, smiling. Her fingers slowly slid down Hermione's cheek, gently brushing over her lips like a gentle breeze. She licked her lips, once again tempted by Hermione. But this time, Hermione's pupils flickered with a deep blue light, breaking through her instinct to hide her feelings, and she leaned in to kiss Adele. The feeling of taking the initiative and being passive was indeed different. Adele's body instantly softened under Hermione's passionate embrace and kisses. Her hand also fell weakly, landing on Hermione's chest, feeling an irresistible softness. She unconsciously kneaded it lightly, not in a painful way, more like a coquettish gesture. After a long time, they finally separated. A glimmer of light flickered. Phew! Adele panted slightly, her body so weak that she could only lean against Hermione, unable to do anything else for the moment. If she remembered correctly, she was the top at first, wasn't she? Forget it, it didn't matter. To see Hermione taking the initiative without being awkward was already a milestone breakthrough for Adele. The design of this amusement park lounge was truly amazing, there were actually separate compartments for privacy. That's why Adele dared to tease Hermione secretly without worrying about anyone coming in. They could cuddle with each other until their bodies were fully rested before leaving for the next ride. During this process, Hermione suddenly remembered, shouldn't Adele have the chastity curse Dorothy cast on her? Shouldn't its effect have manifested at the moment they kissed? Adele didn't know how to explain this. She could only say that she woke up that morning and the chastity curse had mysteriously disappeared. And she made the guess that, maybe the chastity curse had a time limit. Hermione frowned slightly, she didn't know much about this either, she would have to investigate further when she returned to school. And she didn't think Celeste had the ability to break the chastity curse Dorothy cast, after all, even she couldn't do it. But she repeatedly asked Adele if she had experienced anything strange in the past few days. Adele stammered, not telling Hermione about first Snow, the catbird. What was with this feeling of keeping a pet a secret from her lover? But Hermione didn't press further. Rather, the disappearance of the chastity curse was a good thing to be happy about. Why should she care so much? Happy times always flew by. For most of the day, Hermione accompanied Adele to most of the amusement park rides. Like a normal couple, temporarily putting aside all their burdens, whether it was their vampire identity or the Academy's missions. Just immersing themselves in each other's company and having fun. This was the happiest and warmest day Hermione had ever experienced in her life. It was just an ordinary day, nothing special, even the date itself was unremarkable. But it seemed that as long as she was with the person she liked, all the ordinary things could become precious. She was an ice queen, but today, Hermione smiled more than anyone else. Adele didn't care about the difference in their status, she even teased Hermione about her favorite ride being the carousel. And Hermione loved this about her. Genuine and precious, like a friend, but more than a friend. After the roller coaster experience, Hermione didn't even dare to try the pirate ship, she could only obediently stay where she was and wait for Adele to finish the ride. When Adele finished enjoying the thrill, she handed her the water she had just bought. Adele didn't mind that Hermione had already taken a sip. On the contrary, Hermione, looking at Adele's moving, snowy throat, felt a thirst in her mouth. Leaving the amusement park, the two discussed their next itinerary. Hermione took the initiative to invite Adele. "Tonight, do you want to stay at my place?" My house is quite big." It would have been fine if Hermione hadn't added that last sentence, but after adding it, it seemed like she had ulterior motives towards Adele. Also, Adele already knew that Hermione's house was big. She was very tempted, but she still had to appear aloof on the surface. As everyone knew, the less you cared about money, the more likely you were to become rich. The less interested you were in money, the easier it was to be hung from a lamppost. Ahem. If Hermione is willing to take me in, I'm fine with it. Adele smiled playfully, using the word "take in" to describe herself as a homeless stray cat. Anyone would feel sorry for her. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, perhaps because she thought of the story that might unfold tonight. "Then let's go home, get in my car." "Okay." Let Adele count, how many homes did she have in this city? Conservatively, there should be at least 3. But bad girls were at home everywhere, and it was still far from enough. Adele, tired from playing, dozed off in the car, and Hermione drove her smoothly to the villa where she was currently staying. Hermione actually skipped a whole day of classes for Adele, after all, today wasn't the weekend. But actually, Hermione was also on vacation, enjoying the same treatment as Adele. It was her teacher who saw her distracted state and specifically approved her leave. But Hermione's teacher thought that Hermione was unhappy because she was hit hard by losing to Dorothy in the ranking match. She had no idea that the one who was truly affecting Hermione's heart was an ordinary girl who couldn't even be found among the vampires. To those who didn't know Adele, she, a mixed blood sequence 5, was indeed a dime a dozen, the most numerous and the lowest in status, so she couldn't be found among the vampires. But for Hermione, for Celeste, for them, Adele was a treasure that shone brightly no matter where she was. Who would be willing to let her go? Hermione invited Adele home this time with great determination. She wanted to do something unprecedented, something important with her. In the evening, they took turns taking a bath. This time, unlike last time, Adele didn't enter the bathroom to help Hermione wash her body. But sometimes, the more restrained you were, the more it foreshadowed that something extraordinary would happen next. Like the calm before the storm. Adele aspired to be a soaring petrel, letting the storm come more fiercely. But not too fiercely. She had just, with Celeste yesterday. If they did it again, with Hermione's stamina as a sequence 1. Adele was a bit apprehensive. Her body wouldn't be able to handle it, meow. She wrapped herself in a bathrobe and sat on the edge of the soft bed, feeling restless. Waiting for Hermione's arrival, waiting for the start of a beautiful but laborious night. A slender figure approached, accompanied by clear footsteps, pushing open the door and entering the bedroom. Hermione's long silver blue hair cascaded down, the ends still slightly damp, revealing her own anticipation and desire. Like Adele, she was also only wearing a pure white bathrobe. The close-fitting towel wrapped around her icy skin and bones, her alluring curves faintly visible. Adele heard the sound and subconsciously looked up. In that brief glance, her cheeks flushed red. Like a ripe, pink fruit on a branch laden with green leaves. Hermione loved Adele's shy reaction. Seeing her like this, Hermione's heart, which had also been nervous, gradually calmed down. She walked towards Adele, a different kind of aggression emanating from her superior figure. Like a lioness encountering a cute lamb. The distance between them slowly closed, and Hermione's shadow fell on Adele's face first, making her swallow nervously. Even though they hadn't touched yet, just being enveloped by her shadow made Adele feel like she had lost all strength to resist. Adele's tense shoulders gradually relaxed and became soft. Hermione reached out and embraced her, her palm resting on Adele's shoulder. With Hermione's gentle kneading, the girl nestled in her arms instinctively let out a soft moan. Hermione sat down beside Adele, her legs pressed tightly against Adele's. The warmth from their bodies, where the towels couldn't cover, began to transfer between them, gradually becoming inseparable, as if they were one. It was also like foreshadowing a deeper exchange and fusion to come. Adele almost forgot how to think, or perhaps she was overwhelmed by her instincts, frozen in place. The instinct of a lamb, in the face of the overwhelming power and presence of a predator, to simply surrender. Her eyes were dazed and unfocused, looking ahead but seemingly seeing nothing. She let Hermione lift her chin with her slender fingers, forcing her to look at her. She felt Hermione's increasingly heavy and fragrant breath on her fair, powdered cheeks. She caught a glimpse of Hermione's eyes, tinged with a light rosy crimson, like gemstones, reflecting light that illuminated her neck. Adele felt the blood in her veins as if summoned, flowing faster, becoming scorching hot. The girl had resigned herself to her fate, slightly turning her head away, her black hair cascading down to her delicate chest. The exposed neck was like a tempting cream cake, making one want to bite into it, to be covered in crimson cream. This was the prey, showing favor, even offering herself as a sacrifice, to the fierce predator. But the expected pain didn't come. Adele had already closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the sharp fangs to pierce her blood vessels. After a long time, Adele opened her eyes in confusion and looked at Hermione beside her. She found that Hermione's face was flushed, her ample chest heaving violently. She was clearly, also enduring and suppressing herself. But why was Hermione suppressing herself? It was like a thirsty person seeing a water source but still refusing to drink. The puzzled Adele suddenly felt a rush of force from her waist. She let out a small exclamation, and the next moment, she was embraced by Hermione, sitting between her legs in a face-to-face position. Hermione, this. I don't know how to do this. Adele thought Hermione was going to try some exciting new moves. Her face instantly flushed red as if it was bleeding. However, this action was just Hermione wanting Adele to be closer to her blood source. No, I won't do anything to Adele today. When she said this, Hermione couldn't help but gasp in heartache because she knew what she was giving up. The most delicious and sweet blood in the world, the taste of Adele. But blindly taking would betray the relationship she envisioned between herself and Adele. But Adele, you must be very thirsty, right? My blood, although no one has tasted it before. But I think it should be pretty good. It wasn't just pretty good, it was the Ice Queen's first blood. Adele's pupils trembled, she clearly hadn't expected such a dreamy development. Even if it was a joke, Adele would have believed it. But Hermione was obviously serious. She no longer hesitated, turning her face away, exposing her snow-white, delicate neck beneath her breathtakingly beautiful face. At the same time, she closed her eyes, waiting for the prey to take the initiative. This was what Hermione decided to do, something unprecedented. It was also something she wanted to do for Adele.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.